Chapter 281 Three Little Fat Boys. Shao Mansion. Shang Wenyan got up early, went to the courtyard of the old lady to pay respects, and then went to the courtyard of Madame Shao to sit for a while, and then returned to her own courtyard. At this time, Xiao Xinting also finished his exercises and returned to the house. Xiao Xinting was a rough man, and he didn't have so many particulars, but Shang Wenyan did. He was worried that his sweaty body would displease her, so Xiao Xinting always washed up before seeing her. He took a cold shower, changed into dry clothes, and when he entered the house, breakfast was already set, and Shang Wenyan was packing up. "Didn't I tell you not to wait for me to eat by myself?" Xiao Xinting said. Shang Wenyan smiled. "I'm not hungry." "What are you packing?" Xiao Xinting walked up and asked. "The clothes made for Debao, and the others have arrived." I suddenly remembered that I had collected several sets of clothes that Summer wore when he was a child. Shang Wenyan picked up the small long gown in her hand. This is what he wore when he was 3 years old. Xiao Xinting looked at the small shoes and clothes that filled the bed, and a trace of tenderness passed across his hard face, as if the little guy was following him step by step. "He liked you very much when he was a child, but it's a pity that he doesn't remember it," Shang Wenyan said with a wry smile. When Xiao Xinting was young, he was the emperor's most trusted general, and often went in and out of the palace. The first time he met Xiao Jiuqiao was in the winter of proud snow and frost. He and the emperor dug an ice hole on the surface of the Tai Lake to fish. The emperor went to the palace. Xiao Jiuqiao walked over with a clatter, opened his black eyes wide, and said fiercely, "What are you doing? Aren't you afraid of me?" Xiao Xinting said. "Why should I be afraid of you?" Xiao Jiuqiao tilted his little head. Xiao Xinting smiled. "Nothing. You are very brave." "Of course not." Xiao Jiuqiao proudly raised his chest, walked to the ice hole, bent down and looked into the ice hole. "Are there any fish in here?" "Yes." Xiao Xinting looked at this incredibly beautiful child and said happily. "Then catch it for me to see," Xiao Jiuqiao said in a baby voice. Xiao Xinting was mighty and tall, like a walking beast. No child dared to approach him. Even the eldest prince and the second prince were scared to tears at the sight of him. This little guy was not afraid and dared to order him. Xiao Xinting smiled. Fishing with the emperor should be done by the emperor, but he didn't care at this time. He caught more than a dozen in one breath. Xiao Jiuqiao was so excited that he screamed. Shang Wenyan didn't know about this, but she heard her son laughing like a little fool in Tai Lake from a distance. She asked the servants to bring her son over, and then left. "So you are here?" Shang Wenyan sighed. Xiao Xinting nodded and said, "That was the first time I saw you." He only saw her from a distance, but he remembered her for the rest of his life. Later, his family also arranged a marriage for him with a girl, but every night when he couldn't fall asleep, he would always think of her. Shang Wenyan glared at him. "How long have you been thinking about me?" Xiao Xinting coughed lightly and didn't dare to answer. Shang Wenyan was so angry that if this man didn't still care about her and helped her in the most critical moment, she and her son would have died long ago. She didn't want to owe him when she married him at first, but she still owed him in the end. The emperor was strongly opposed to this marriage at that time. First, it was not good for the deceased king of Yin. And second, he was worried that if she and Xiao Xinting had their own children, it would threaten the status of Yin Jiuqiao, and even take away what should belong to Yin Jiuqiao. So the emperor gave her a bowl of sterilization soup. She didn't regret that she didn't have children. It was enough for her to have a child. So, in her life, she didn't think about having children for this man. He was attracted by her body, so she gave her body to him. As for the children, she thought that there should be more women willing to have children for him. But he just didn't want it. Knowing that she couldn't have children, he still didn't want it. In the young master's mansion, Yin Jiuqiao woke up. When he opened his eyes, he found Yuan lying on her side beside him, supporting her head with one hand, looking at him leisurely. Today, it was actually later than usual. Yin Jiuqiao felt uncomfortable with Yuan's gaze, cleared his throat, sat up calmly and said, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Yuan squinted and hummed, "Yin Jiuqiao, did you have a nightmare last night?" "No," Yin Jiuqiao said seriously. Yuan looked at him doubtfully. She was such a good sleeper. But he woke her up, and she said she didn't have a nightmare. Yin Jiuqiao deliberately changed the subject, bowed and put on his shoes, and said, "The remaining princes will also be crowned kings. You should prepare the gifts first, and send them to them after the imperial edict is issued." "What about you?" Yuan asked. holding her cheek. Yin Jiucha paused. Yuan looked at his back and said, "They have all been crowned kings, and His Majesty will not leave you out. Are you going to refuse this time? Others are eager to be crowned kings, but he refuses to be crowned prince again and again. Those who know him say that he is angry with the emperor, and those who don't think he is crazy." Yin Jiuchao didn't say anything. Yuan got off the bed and found a set of clothes for him to change into. Yin Jiuchao, "Are you unable to accept your father's death?" Yin Jiucha paused and said, "I will consider it." Yuan was stunned for a moment, then realized that he meant to consider inheriting the throne. Yuan shook her head. "Don't force yourself. It doesn't matter if you don't inherit. I'm marrying your person, not your throne." Yin Jiuchao murmured, "The princess of Yen has a salary." Yuan's face became serious. "Think about it carefully." Yin Jiuchao. As the wedding date of King Cheng and the princess of the Xiongnu approached, the capital gradually began to be under martial law. It was heard that the envoys of Nanzhao would arrive in the capital soon. In a few days, it would be difficult for the common people to enter and leave the city. Yuan decided to bring the little ones back first. "Madam, the snacks are ready." Zisu walked in with 2 large food boxes. "Is it from Zhouji?" Yuan asked. Zhouji is a famous pastry shop in Beijing. Its sweet-scented osmanthus cake is very good. Yuan tasted it by chance and thought that the children would like it. So she asked Jiang Xiaowu and Jiang Hai to buy a few boxes. The satin and calligraphy are also ready. Zisu asked someone to bring in a few large boxes. The satin was for the Yu family to make clothes, and the calligraphy was for Xiao Tai-Dan. "I haven't been back for so long, and I don't know how the little guy's homework is going." Thinking of her brother, a smile appeared on Yuan's face. "What is this?" Yuan's eyes fell on the innermost box. Zisu wondered. The young master asked the shadow guard to bring it over. He said it was a sword. "I don't know." Thinking that it was given to her father, Yuan curled her lips and said, "Just keep it. By the way, the queen sent a box of rouge and powder a few days ago. Have you put it in?" "It's here, madam." Zisu opened the second box and took out an exquisite mahogany box. Yuan didn't know whether the rouge and powder were good, but the box was really beautiful. "Where is the young master?" Yuan asked again. Zisu closed the box and said, "The young master has entered the palace." "Is the young master going to Lotus Village today? Do you want to send someone to check?" Yuan said. "No need. I can go back by myself. It's not a return visit for the third court. It doesn't matter whether Yanjiu goes or not. What's more, the court has been very busy recently. It is said that the Honglu temple is short of staff, and the emperor even pulled the King Cheng, who is about to get married, to fill the number." Of course, Yin Jiucha was not busy with this. He shamelessly snatched Zhou Huai's case on the grounds that the eldest prince was seriously injured and unable to hold office. A man who had not even been an official for a few days actually went to the Dali temple to try a case. There were so many impeachment memorials that were enough to drown him. But the emperor turned a blind eye and let Yin Jiuchao make trouble in the Dali temple. Thinking of something, Yuan asked, "Did the young master drink the medicine before going out? The remaining poison in his body has not been cleared, and he needs to be recuperated for at least 3 to 5 months." Zisu said, "I drank it, according to the instructions of the young lady. I saw the young master drink it with my own eyes." "That's good." Yuan nodded, as if there was nothing else to remind her. "You stay. Let Fuling and Banksia accompany me back." "Yes." Zisu agreed and turned to call Banksia and Fuling. Yuan originally wanted to take Yusong with her, but the monthly exam of the Imperial College was coming up, and Yusong had to review his lessons. After breakfast, Yuan took Fuling and Banksia and got on the carriage back to the village. Yuan was a little excited. After careful calculation, she hadn't seen her sons for half a month, and she didn't know how they were doing, whether they were eating well, and whether they would lose weight again. This was the most worrying thing. Thinking of the experience of the little guys losing weight several times before, Yuan regretted it very much. She shouldn't have left them in the countryside for so long, and should have taken them with her and fed them well. While she was thinking about it, the carriage entered the village. "Madam, which family is this?" Jiang Shiwu asked. He and Jiang Hai had never been here, so they didn't know where the Yu family was. "The one at the far west." Yuan just finished speaking and pointed to the old house of the Yu family. "I'll go to my uncle's house first." "Hey!" Jiang Shiwu raised his whip and stopped the carriage in front of the old house of the Yu family. The villagers had all gone to work in the workshop, and the old house was empty. Fulling got off the carriage first, and then helped Yuan and Zizou down. "Who's here?" The voice of the aunt came from the kitchen. "It's me, Aunt." Yuan smiled and walked into the hall. "Awan." The aunt hurriedly put down the half-washed clothes and came out in a hurry. "It's really you. I thought I heard it wrong." "Aunt." Yuan stepped forward. The auntie excitedly grabbed her hand. They went to the workshop. "The child is in the backyard." Yuan hurried to the backyard, and after looking for a long time, she didn't recognize her son. Where is he?" "Here. Here." The auntie patted the shoulder of the little guy who was squatting on the ground playing with water. "Dabeo. Your mother is here." Dabeo turned his head with a silly look on his face. Yuan was stunned. Soon, Erbao and Xiaobao came out of the kitchen, both holding a handful of rice in their hands to feed the wild fish in the basin. Yuan was in a mess. These three chubby little fat boys. Are they really her sons? Ha! Who raised these little fat boys? Chapter 282. A Warm Family. Little Black Jiang. When the three little fat boys saw Yuan, they no longer wanted the fish or the rice, and they threw their hands and rushed towards Yuan. The unbearable weight of life almost threw Yuan out alive. Yuan held her son in her arms, who was almost unable to hold her, with a sad face. "What did you go through during the time when your mother was away?" Soon Yuan knew what they had been through. "Dabeo. Erbao. Xiaobao. Come here quickly." It was the voice of Anyang. However, before the people arrived, the aroma floated in first. A crispy aroma with sesame. Yuan felt her saliva coming out. Turning her head, she saw Jiang holding a plate of shiny duck legs. Each duck leg was fried until crispy and golden, with honey wrapped on the skin and sprinkled with sesame. Just looking at it made people want to eat it. "I really don't know how it tastes." Yuan hadn't finished thinking, and the little fat boys in her arms ran out, tiptoed, and grabbed a duck leg from the plate. Yuan's mouth twitched, looking at this skill business. It's not the first time to add a meal. The three brought the duck legs to Yuan and raised their hands to feed Yuan first. Yuan looked at the three chubby little hands and felt mixed emotions. "Is it delicious?" Yuan asked. Three people, slurp. "Delicious." "Yuan, then you guys eat it. Look at the look in my mother's eyes. If you dare to eat a bite, you're done." Failed to decipher my mother's eyes. The three little fat boys ate with big mouthfuls. Yuan looked at Jiang with resentment. "Mother, look at how fat they are." Jiang looked up at the sky. Yuan again. "My aunt went to the workshop and called my uncle and Yufeng back. Although they don't have to work hard on the farm now. Yufeng is collecting and delivering goods everywhere. He is even tan than before. But he is not ugly. His wheat-colored skin makes him look more mature and charming. My uncle's legs are much better. He can walk half of the village without the crutches. It's just a little slow. But the whole family is very satisfied when they think of his limping appearance in the past. Uncle. Brother." Yuan walked over with a smile. On the way back to the house, the aunt had already told the two that Yuan was back. But just as Yuan did not recognize the three little fat boys, the two did not recognize Yuan. Yuan was wearing the clothes sent by Ming Yang. A lake blue-waisted wide-sleeved luo skirt, and a slender plain white double-breasted top. Clean and ethereal. Graceful like water. She did not have too many jewelry on her head. Only a few white jade flower hairpins. But the more so, the more she looked elegant and refined. Noble and natural. The two were stunned for a long time before they murmured and called Yuan. "Are uncle and brother okay?" Yuan helped uncle into the main room. The uncle nodded repeatedly. "Okay. Okay. Everything is fine." Yuan saw the two men's rosy faces and knew that the uncle was not being polite to her. The family was really fine. She was relieved. She poured a cup of cold tea for the sweaty Yufeng. "Brother, you must be exhausted." Yufeng looked at the tea in his hand and felt that his sister didn't seem to be married. In fact, the family didn't say it, but they were still a little uncomfortable in their hearts. Everyone missed her very much. "Where is your second brother?" The eldest aunt looked out, but she didn't see her youngest son, but saw a few unfamiliar maids and drivers. Yuan curved her lips and said, "My second brother is about to take the exam. He said he would concentrate on studying and come back after passing the exam." These were Yusong's original words. After the fight, Yusong never made trouble in the Imperial College again. Lu Jianxing had targeted him several times, But Yu Song ignored him. Lu Jiansheng felt boring and didn't bother to bother. The eldest aunt was angry and amused. This kid was obviously the most naughty in the village. He really had a day to calm down and study. Did it cause you a lot of trouble? Said the eldest aunt. How could it be? Yuan told him about Yufeng going to the Imperial College to study. My second brother lives in the Imperial College and rarely comes back home. She was talking about going back home, not going to the young master's house. She never treated her second brother as a guest. And Yin Jiuqiao was the same. The Yu family didn't know what the Imperial College was. So Yuan explained to them that it was the highest institution of learning in the country and the most powerful academy in the whole Zhou dynasty. The Yu family was dumbfounded. They only knew that Yu Song went to the capital to study with his brother-in-law. They thought it was a private school similar to the one in the town. Or they would hire 1 or 2 teachers in the mansion. But he was sent to such a powerful place? It cost a lot of money. Right? The aunt stuttered. Money is secondary. The last thing the capital lacks is rich people. But getting someone into the Imperial College is not something that money can do. Fortunately, I married Yin Jiuqiao. If I married Xiao Heng, how could I afford to send my brother to study? I guess I wouldn't have the spare money. The Zhao family only treasured Xiao Heng, and everyone else had to give way to him. Of course, when I married him, I didn't think about how much he would benefit me. I can only say that everything was a surprise. This man gave her much more than she imagined. It didn't cost much, Yuan said. The aunt didn't believe it. When Zhao Heng was studying in the town, he had to earn 2 taels of silver a month, half of which was for tuition, and the other half for his own expenses. It is said that pens, ink, paper and inkstone are not cheap. So much money has to be saved. I really can't imagine how much my youngest son would spend every month in the capital. The aunt pulled Yuan into the house, opened her purse to give Yuan silver, but was stopped by Yuan. Yuan said, "Aunt, what are you doing?" Aunt stuffed the purse into her hand. "Take it. How can Shusong studies cost you money? The workshop is doing well, and a scholar can still afford it. If it were in the past, Aunt would not dare to think about it. But just last month, the workshop earned 100 taels just from the orders from Zuixianju. She didn't know her son was a good student before. But now that she knows, she will support her son to study hard. We are one family, so we don't have to talk about different things." Yuan pushed the silver back. Her son eats and drinks here all day long. So should she give him some living expenses? The eldest aunt insisted on giving it. Yuan said, "My eldest brother hasn't married yet. So you keep the money first." "Keep it, sister-in-law." Jiang entered the house. The eldest aunt wanted to say something, but Jiang said, "It's not easy to marry a young lady from the Bai family." The eldest aunt was defeated. The stinky boy had his eyes on anyone else. But he chose the daughter of a rich man in the city. He is like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. He is even more troublesome than his brother. The eldest aunt was so angry that she laughed. "Bastard." Not long after, Yu Shaoqing and Xiao Taidan also came. Just now, Yu Shaoqing was checking Xiao Tiedan's homework, and made honey duck legs for a few little fat boys. The eldest aunt already knew that studying was important, so she didn't disturb them. They walked to the old house, and saw the carriage of the young master's mansion before they knew that Yuan had returned. "Sister!" Xiao Taiyan rushed into Yuan's arms like a bullet. He had grown taller and stronger. Yuan hugged him, and felt a little pain in her hand. He didn't cry like last time, but hugged Yuan very happily. "Sister! Sister! Why are you back? Are you here to check my homework? I memorized it very well. If you don't believe me, test me." Yuan really tested him. He could recite 1,000 characters and 3-character classic by heart. Yuan smiled and pinched his nose. "Father still has a way." "Father." Yuan looked at the man who was silently standing by. I don't know if it was her illusion, but father seemed to be thinner. He must have missed her too much. "Yu Shaoqing, you think too much. I was just tortured by a few fat boys. My mother was occupied by others for too long. The fat boys were not happy. They squeezed Uncle Taidan away, blocked Grandpa, and hung on Yuan's legs. As soon as Yuan took a step, she couldn't walk anymore, because they didn't know Yuan was coming. The family didn't buy any vegetables. Uncle went to Aunt Luo's house next door to buy 2 chickens, Aunt Zhang's house to buy 2 ducks, and went to Awei's house to buy 2 fat and tender wild rabbits. Awei and his friends disguised themselves as qualified hunters. Every now and then, They would go to the mountains to hunt some game, and then sell it to the villagers at a low price. The villagers loved this family very much. Uncle cooked in person. Auntie and Yufeng helped wash the vegetables. And Yuan went to kill the rabbit. Several little guys followed her happily. It was too cruel to kill such a cute rabbit in front of them. Yuan planned to coax them away. But when she turned around, she saw the 3 little guys squatting on the ground drooling at the wild rabbit. It wasn't just the 3 little kids who got fat. Even the little snow fox and the little sick cat, who went to the countryside with them, also got fatter. And one became a little orange cat. Uncle made a 5-spice braised chicken. A pot of roast duck with smoked bamboo shoots. A pot of stewed rabbit meat. A plate of roasted rabbit legs with sauce. Stir-fried bean sprouts. Tofu with shallots. And some side dishes grown in his backyard. Uncle's cooking skills were as good as ever. The braised chicken was very tasty. The meat was tender. And the bones could be removed with a slight twist. The roast duck was a little chewy. The duck meat was fat and tender. And the duck fat was smooth, which was just right with the smoke-dried bamboo shoots. The taste of the rabbit meat was a little beyond Yuan's expectations. Lean but not dry. Fat but not greasy. And you could feel the gravy bursting in your mouth when you took a bite. "Is it delicious?" asked the uncle with a smile. "Yeah." Yuan nodded. Now she regretted not bringing Yin Jiuchu with her. Such delicious rabbit meat should be allowed to him to taste. Fuling and others were also led into the house, and ate at another table. Although they were servants, the uncle and his family were not so particular. Whatever they ate, Fuling and others ate. The food in the young master's mansion was not bad. But the food for servants was different from that for masters. Jiang Shihui was so excited that his eyes were wide open. "Oh my god! What kind of divine cooking skills is this? It's so delicious." Jiang Hai was also amazed by the food on the table. Needless to say, the taste was great. And the appearance was also very good. It really didn't look like something a farmer could make. Jiang Hai couldn't help but look at the family. The Yu family didn't know that Yuan would come back. So they all wore work clothes. But the family was in good spirits and looked very decent. Especially the young lady's parents. They could be said to be a rare couple. If they didn't eat at the same table, who would believe that they were a couple from the countryside? The young lady's younger brother and younger cousin were also beautiful. The young lady looked like her mother. And her younger brother looked like her father. They were all good-looking. The way this family gets along is the most enviable. Jiang Hai lowered his eyes. And he didn't know what he was thinking about. And his throat was a little bitter. Fuling ate 12 bowls of rice in one breath. And was full. No one looked at her strangely. Because the Yu family was also very good eaters. A few little guys were full, and lay on the millet in the front yard to sunbathe their bellies. Fuling and Banksia rushed to clean up the kitchen. And the aunt couldn't persuade them. So she let them go. The family sat in the hall, and talked about the events in the capital. "Zhou Huai has been found," Yuan said. "When he is willing to testify for my father can overturn the verdict. Why is he still unwilling?" Uncle asked, puzzled. Yuan glanced at my father and said truthfully, he couldn't accept the death of General Xiao, and put the blame on my father, thinking that it was my father's subordinates who used up General Xiao's medicine, which led to General Xiao's death. Uncle frowned. This is too. Yuan nodded, too paranoid. My father is right. And General Zhao's arrangement is also right. He just needs time to figure it out. Or be beaten. The eldest aunt said, I hope he can figure it out soon. The third son has endured for so many years, and finally made it. But the credit was taken away by the Yin man. Not only the third son was wronged in this matter, but also Awan. Her father is a criminal. Can Awan hold her head up in the capital? Those people don't say it openly. But I don't know how they framed Awan in secret. Yuan held her chin and said, It's a pity that His Majesty doesn't allow torture. Jiang looked at the sighing eldest aunt, then looked at Yuan, who looked helpless, and quietly lowered her eyes. Someone is not obedient again. Chapter 283. Little Black Jiang takes action. In the cold and gloomy torture chamber of the Dali Temple, Zhou Huai sat on the cold torture chair with shackles on his body, because the emperor had ordered that Zhou Huai should not be tortured. Zhou Huai had been fined for so many days since he came in, and he had not even been put on the torture rack. He refused to confess even when he was tortured, let alone when he was not tortured. He sat there like a big boss. The Dali Temple's Dali Temple chief made this guy very angry. But there was a guard sent by the emperor to guard him, so he couldn't do anything to Zhou Huai secretly. The Dali Temple chief took a sip of cold tea to calm his anger. Zhou Huai. How many times do I have to ask you before you confess the truth? Confess what? Zhou Huai said nonchalantly. The Dali Temple said, since General Shao got the list of spies, has he not summoned Yan Songming alone? Zhou Huai snorted coldly. You ask me? Who should I ask? The Dali Temple was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. The young Master Yan was urging for results, and the Emperor was refusing to give results. Zhou Huai obviously calculated the Emperor's mind, and kept playing tricks in front of him. The Dali Temple said, as far as I know, the list of spies was obtained on the night when the northwest camp was attacked. From sneaking into the enemy camp to retreating into the snowy mountains. You have been with General Shao. You know who he has met, and who he has not met. This official advises you to tell the truth. Otherwise the charge of resisting arrest many times is enough for you to spend half your life in prison. Zhou Huai sneered disdainfully. The Dali Temple clenched his fists, and almost ran out with a sentence, punish me. He glanced at the Emperor's guards beside him, stood up, walked to Zhou Huai's side, and whispered, don't think that I really can't torture you. I can kill you with a word. Zhou Huai looked at him leisurely, without any fear in his eyes. Use all the torture instruments on me. If I scream, I lose. The Dali Temple looked into his eyes, and knew that he was not lying. Before trying him, the Dali Temple had already found out his background. He was a desperate criminal. He was loyal to only Xiao Yan in his life. A year ago, in order to spy on the Xiongnu enemy, he was caught by the Xiongnu as bait. Those people's methods were much more cruel than those of the Dali Temple. They even drugged Zhou Huai. But Zhou Huai survived. This is a hard bone that no one can chew, even if the Emperor does not intervene. The Dali Temple minister is not sure that he can pry open his mouth. The Dali Temple minister left angrily. Zhou Huai sneered, and was proudly escorted back to his cell, to say that the old Emperor treated him well. Not only did he not torture him, but he also arranged the closest guards to guard him. He had no doubt that this group of people would turn a blind eye if he wanted to escape. But he was not that stupid. Yin Huijing had regretted putting him in the Dali Temple. Once he got out, he would fall into his hands, or Yin Jiuchu's hands. In short, there was no place as comfortable as the Dali Temple. After eating the prison food, Zhou Huai fell asleep on the wooden board. You wanted me to testify for him. Dream on. Zhou Huai fell asleep quickly, half asleep and half awake. He felt the prison door being pushed open. His first reaction was that there was an assassin. But his second reaction was that the Emperor's personal guards were standing outside. Who would dare to break in? Most likely to see if he was dead or not. Zhou Huai fell asleep peacefully again. But not long after he slept, he felt a hand as cold as an ice skeleton pinching his throat. His throat tightened. Following his instinctive reaction, he tried to grab the hand, but only heard 2 clicks, and his arm was dislocated. All this happened very quickly, and he didn't react at all. You know, his martial arts is definitely not inferior to any secret guards. Even the royal family's death warriors may not be able to beat him. But what happened just now? Before he made a move, someone removed his arm. He wanted to scream, but found that he couldn't make a sound in his throat. He tried to look at the other person, but he couldn't lift his head at all. The hand grabbed his neck and dragged him out of the prison door like a sack. The guards outside the door had fallen down at some point, and the prisoners fell asleep. The corridor was quiet, with only the sound of himself rubbing against the floor. The end of the corridor was like the mouth of a giant beast. Zhou Huai had never been afraid of anything in his life. But at this moment, he had an ominous premonition in his heart. Click. The lock of the torture room was twisted off. Zhou Huai was dragged into the torture room and tied to the cold rack. Zhou Huai's head was broken halfway, and the blood flowed down and blurred his eyes. He couldn't see the other person's appearance, but he could vaguely guess why the other person came. He smiled coldly. If you want to force me to testify for you, Shaoqing, then I advise you not to toss. Even if I die, I will not let that guy have an easy time. Really? The other party spoke lightly. Zhou Huai's expression paused. Woman? I'll ask you one last time. Do you want to testify for you, Shaoqing? The voice was not loud, even gentle, but it echoed in the empty torture chamber and made people's backs feel cold. Zhou Huai was stunned for a moment, but soon came to his senses and said disdainfully, Humph. No matter how many times you ask, my answer is the same. He deserves to have his military merits stolen. I want him to never be able to clear his grievances. I want him to never be able to lift his head. He will be a sinner for the rest of his life. Zizi. It was the sound of a long sword slowly coming out of its sheath. Zhou Huai laughed. Do you want to chop off my hands or my feet? I might as well tell you that General Xiao is dead. And there is no point in my living. Even if you torture me to death. What does it matter? Do you think I am really afraid? If this method worked on me, I would have surrendered to the Huns long ago. Just come at me with whatever torture you want to use. She said. Who said I want to torture you? Zhou Huai was stunned. Then what are you going to do? Zhou Huai could not see clearly. But he inexplicably felt that the other party smiled at him gently. And then his pants were cold. He was shocked. What are you going to do? Castrate you, she said with a smile. Zhou Huai. Before dawn, the Dali Temple minister had his servants wake him up. Master. Master. Zhou Huai. Zhou Huai is willing to confess. The Dali Temple minister didn't know what Zhou Huai had gone through. Why he changed his mind in just one night. He went to the Dali Temple. Whoa. Zhou Huai cried like a child. Didn't you say you are not afraid of heaven or earth? And you won't even blink when it comes to torture? The Dali Temple took a deep breath. Zhou Huai. You. Before he could finish, Zhou Huai started crying. Woo-woo. I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. Don't hit me. Especially don't hit my Don. Woo-woo. It hurts. It hurts. The Dali Temple, who didn't know the truth, said. In any case, it was a good thing that Zhou Huai confessed. From the first time he saw Zhou Huai, he knew that Yu Shaoqing was wronged. Since he was wronged, he should be vindicated. The Dali Temple immediately sorted out Zhou Huai's confession. And Zhou Huai couldn't wait to sign it. After signing it, he looked at him expectantly, like a baby waiting for praise. The Dali Temple minister touched his head awkwardly. Good. Really good. In the evening, the Dali Temple minister took Zhou Huai's confession into the palace. Your Majesty, the Dali Temple minister wants to see you. Eunuch Wang reported softly outside the imperial study. Come in, the emperor said lightly. The Dali Temple minister stepped into the study, bowed his hands, and presented Zhou Huai's testimony to the emperor, saying, Your Majesty. Zhou Huai confessed everything. General Xiao did not summon Yin Songming alone after getting the list of spies. Yin Songming had no chance of getting the list from General Xiao. General Xiao was saved by Yu Shaoqing before his death. And it was Yu Shaoqing who accompanied General Xiao to the end of his life. There is no doubt that the list was entrusted to Yu Shaoqing by General Xiao. The emperor said expressionlessly, I know. You go down. Don't let the news leak out. I will make my own decision. The Dali Temple minister had done everything he could, and it was not his place to interfere next. After the Dali Temple minister left, Eunuch Wang came in with a pot of tea. The emperor tore up the testimony slowly. Humph. Do you think you can be foolproof with the testimony? This world belongs to me. Without my permission, I want to see who can vindicate Yu Shaoqing. The emperor returned to his bedroom. After suppressing Yu Shaoqing's case, the emperor was in a good mood. He turned over the green card of his favorite concubine and then went to sleep with satisfaction. The next day, there was an early court session. Eunuch Wang came to wake the emperor up as usual. But as soon as he walked to the door, he heard a scream from the favorite concubine. Chapter 284, Redress. Happiness is coming. The emperor's favorite concubine is surnamed Wang. She entered the palace 3 years ago and was not favored. However, she gave birth to a little princess for the emperor and was promoted to the position of concubine. The emperor bestowed the title of Zhao. Earlier, concubine Su was powerful in the harem, and concubine 1 was favored by the emperor. Concubine Zhao did not stand out. It was the queen who chose her among many concubines to consolidate her favor after she left Fengqi Palace. Concubine Zhao was summoned 5 times in a month, which was almost comparable to concubine Li in those days. Not to mention that the emperor's interest in sex has greatly decreased after entering middle age. Under such circumstances, concubine Zhao can be favored again and again, which shows the emperor's love for her. However, being with the emperor is like being with a tiger. Maybe being chosen by the queen is her luck. But how to make the emperor always think about her is her ability. She has been waiting for such a long time to get the opportunity to come forward. She is more cautious than anyone else. But the moment she screamed, she knew she was finished. All the efforts he had made for the past month had gone down the drain. When Eunuch Wang heard the scream, he rushed in without caring about anything else. The maids and eunuchs on duty at the side of the palace were also startled by concubine Zhao's voice. Several people stood in front of the dragon bed in unison. Seeing the scene on the bed, they almost screamed. The emperor was overexerted last night and was the last to wake up. But he was not much later than them. When he opened his eyes, he saw a group of palace servants standing in front of him in amazement. He frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" Except for eunuch Wang. The palace servants knelt on the ground. Concubine Zhao also grabbed her clothes to cover her body, jumped off the bed, and knelt in front of the emperor. The emperor became more and more confused. What's wrong with one or two people so early in the morning? Everyone lowered their heads, and no one dared to speak. It was still eunuch Wang who risked being beheaded and pointed carefully with his fingertips. The emperor looked down and saw that his chest hair was gone. The emperor took a breath and lifted the quilt, only to see that the leg hair that had grown back with great difficulty was gone. Not only that, the foot hair was gone too. What the H.L. is going on? Who the H.L. did this? He pulled open his underwear reluctantly, and when he saw that there was not a single hair left of the emperor's crane, he almost vomited blood. Eunuch Wang followed the emperor's gaze and opened his mouth. He didn't expect this. But this was not the scariest thing. Just as the emperor was so angry that he flipped the table, eunuch Wang silently brought a bronze mirror. The emperor looked at the big bald head in the mirror, and finally couldn't hold it anymore. His eyes went black and he passed out. Eunuch Wang didn't know how everything happened. Concubine Zhao was scared to death. She cried and trembled like a sieve. "It's not me. It's not me. It's really not." Eunuch Wang certainly knew that concubine Zhao didn't have the courage. The main reason is that there is no such technique. The hair was shaved cleanly, as if it had never grown. Eunuch Wang looked at the sky strangely. How did he do it? This matter cannot be spread outside. Otherwise the emperor will lose all face. Eunuch Wang immediately issued a gag order to the witnesses, including concubine Zhao. Then eunuch Wang postponed the morning court on the grounds that the emperor had caught a cold and was not feeling well. The emperor was probably really angry. He fainted for a long time and woke up slowly after an hour, thinking about what happened to him. He fainted again. It was not until the evening that the emperor could finally face the fact that he had become a boiled chicken. "Your Majesty, please have a cup of tea." Eunuch Wang bravely offered a cup of Qinghua tea. The emperor knocked over the cup in his hand, called it "stinky boy" to me. Eunuch Wang was stunned. "Is it young Master Yin?" The emperor was furious, otherwise who else could it be? Eunuch Wang went to the young master's mansion without stopping. Yuan returned to the village. Yin Jiuqiao was about to go to Lianhua village to pick her up. He was stopped by eunuch Wang as soon as he reached the door. "Young master, please follow me into the palace." Eunuch Wang didn't say what it was, but the emperor didn't summon him easily. Yin Jiuqiao thought about it and went with eunuch Wang. This time, he did not go to the imperial study, but turned into the emperor's bedroom. The bedroom was filled with a strong smell of ambergris, and Yin Jiuqiao frowned. Although ambergris was good, he did not like the smell. A large landscape screen was placed in front of the dragon bed. Eunuch Wang brought people here and then retreated to the door obediently. Yin Jiuqiao looked at the screen in front of him and raised his eyebrows. "Your Majesty called me?" Behind the screen, the emperor had a shiny big bald head. His fists were clenched and his face was livid. "Your Majesty?" Without waiting for the emperor's response, Yin Jiuqiao raised his eyebrows and decided to turn around and go out. The emperor shouted angrily, "Get over here." "Oh!" Yin Jiuqiao walked over slowly, stood on one side of the screen, and poked his head inside. As a result, he saw a monk in a dragon robe sitting on the shining dragon bed. It's me!" The emperor was furious. Yin Jiuqiao blinked innocently. "Your Majesty, are you going to become a monk?" The emperor picked up the jade dragon pillow at hand and threw it at Yin Jiuqiao fiercely. Yin Jiuqiao dodged it by turning his head. The emperor was so angry that he grabbed another one. "But this time he didn't throw it. Tell me the truth. Did you do it?" The emperor thought about it and felt that this bastard was the only one in the world who dared to be so desperate. Even his own son didn't have the courage. As for the motive, is there any need to ask? He had just suppressed Zhou Huai's testimony, and then he had someone shave him like a boiled chicken. Could this be a coincidence? You. The emperor was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Yin Jiuqiao was more surprised than the emperor. The emperor, who was so powerful, became a bald chicken overnight. His hair and eyebrows were gone. I am afraid that even. He looked at the emperor from head to toe, hummed, and said, Your Majesty, you don't want to become a monk. It's not me, he said seriously. If it's not you, then who is it? The emperor was furious. Yin Jiuqiu said innocently, Your Majesty doesn't know. So I don't know either. I don't live in the palace. Right? Besides, why should I do this? The emperor's chest rose and fell violently. You, stop playing crazy and stupid. Zhou Huai confessed. He admitted that the military merit was Yu Shaoqing's. General Shao did not give the list to Yin Songming. Yin Jiuqiu said, This is a good thing. Why should I retaliate against your majesty? Could it be that your majesty is unwilling to make Yu Shaoqing ordinary when there is evidence? The emperor was furious with this guy pretending to be stupid, and hit him with a pillow again. Yin Jiuqiu dodged again cleverly. The emperor has always cherished his hair. In his opinion, it is a symbol of a man's might and strength. Having a thick hair is like a general having his most proud armor. Many ministers face the dilemma of hair loss and baldness after entering middle age. But he has a strong dragon beard. Whenever he sees the envious eyes of the ministers, he feels very proud. Now, the hair he is proud of is gone. The real dragon has become a smooth little silkworm, who could understand the pain in his heart. It's really not me, Yin Jiuqiu said. Uncle Emperor has strengthened the security of the palace, and my death warriors can no longer break in. Does Uncle Emperor think I am that capable? This is the truth. Ever since this kid shaved his leg hair once, the Emperor has arranged the most powerful death warriors of the royal family outside his palace. The silver-faced death warriors in Yin Jiuqiu's hands are not their opponents. They can never break through their guard without being noticed. So, it's really not him. But if it's not him, who else could it be? Mother. Yu unpacked her things and prepared to return to the young master's mansion. She was going to go back yesterday, but the sky suddenly darkened. She was worried that it would rain on the road. So she spent a night in the village. The Yu family's house was being rebuilt, and they now live in the new house of the Ding family. Jiang walked towards Yuan gently. Yuan looked at her hands hidden behind her back. Her face darkened and she said, Mother, did you give them food again? Jiang shook her head cutely. Yuan said with a dark face, I can smell it. Honey roasted chicken legs. Jiang, oh, the rain didn't fall last night, but it came without warning today. Yuan had to take the 3 little fat boys back to the house. The little fat boys rushed into Jiang's house with saliva slurping, and grabbed the sweet roasted chicken legs with their little meaty hands and started to chew them. The little snow fox also got a big chicken leg, put on the little papa elegantly, and shared it with the little fat cat, who was a whole circle bigger than him. The heavy rain did not fall to the capital, but Jiang Hai came back with news in the rain. Yin Jiuqiu nodded and let Jiang Hai leave. A heavy rain certainly couldn't stop him, but he had something very important to do. He knew who had played a trick on the emperor. Although he couldn't take the blame, he was happy to add fuel to the fire. Yin Jiuqiu asked Ing San to call the chief supervisor of the Imperial Observatory. The chief supervisor was a thin middle-aged man, not tall, with a scholarly temperament. Your humble servant greets the young master. The chief supervisor bowed and performed a salute. My father has been kind to you. Yin Jiuqiu didn't beat around the bush. Do you still remember my father's kindness? The chief supervisor stood up and said respectfully, I was born in a poor family. On the day of the imperial examination, I was teased and took the wrong road. His Royal Highness the Prince of Yin, who is worth a fortune, did not mind my dirty clothes and let me sit in his carriage to go to the examination hall. If it weren't for His Royal Highness the Prince of Yin, I would have missed the official career long ago. He had a seriously ill mother and a baby to feed. His brothers and sisters-in-law were all burdened by him. He failed the exam repeatedly. That was his last time to take the exam. If he failed again, he would have to go back to his hometown to farm with his brothers and sisters-in-law. It can be said that if the Prince of Yin had not helped him at the last moment, he would never have the status he has today. The Prince of Yin did not take this matter to heart, and he didn't want to tell others that he wanted to get close to the Prince of Yin. But he always felt grateful to the Prince of Yin in his heart. It was a pity that the Prince of Yin died young before he could repay him. Alas, Yin Jiuqiu said bluntly, I didn't call you here today to reminisce about the past. The supervisor bowed and said, It's just the order of young Master Yin. In the next few days, many strange things happened in the capital. First, the long-burning lamp in Puji Temple suddenly went out. Then the incense and candles in the royal ancestral temple could not be lit. And then the blood horses in the royal garden stopped eating overnight. And rare birds hit their heads on the bird cages and bled. Ominous rumors gradually spread among the people, saying that someone in the royal family violated the will of heaven, and God began to punish them. The emperor naturally knew that a gentleman should not talk about strange and chaotic things, but he could not resist the superstition of the people. If these rumors were not suppressed, the envoys of Nanzhao and the Xiongnu would laugh at him. On this day, the emperor summoned the supervisor into the palace. The emperor sat behind the screen, and this time no one could see his appearance. The supervisor stood behind the screen in a very orderly manner. The emperor said in a deep voice, "Have you heard the news from the people?" The supervisor said, "Your Majesty. Are you referring to the wedding of Prince Cheng and the princess of the Xiongnu?" The emperor frowned. The supervisor continued, "There are rumors among the people that God has sent down divine punishment on the royal family because he is dissatisfied with this marriage. The bloodline of the royal family of the great Zhou cannot be mixed. Many people in the people have petitioned to stop the marriage between the two countries." The emperor cleared his throat. What does this have to do with the marriage? The marriage was announced to the world a month ago. The divine punishment should have been sent down countless times. Why did it have to wait until he tore up Zhou Huai's testimony? Do you think so too? Asked the emperor. The supervisor shook his head. I have calculated the birth dates of His Royal Highness Prince Cheng and Princess Xiongnu, and they are indeed a match made in heaven. It must be a will of heaven that they can get married. The emperor said, "So, the punishment from heaven is nonsense?" "No." The supervisor shook his head again. "I observed the stars at night, and saw that there were changes in the purple star. The purple star is the master of all stars, and the star of the emperor." The emperor's face darkened. "You mean, this punishment from heaven is coming for me? I dare not." The supervisor lifted his skirt, and knelt down in fear. The emperor looked at him deeply. "What if I ignore it?" The chief supervisor raised his head, and looked into the emperor's eyes without dodging. "The sun is eclipsed by the heavenly dog. The sun is eclipsed by the heavenly dog, which is a very bad omen. It means that the emperor has a bad moral character, and has caused the heaven to send down a warning. The emperor must write a self-criticism edict in person, and sincerely repent in order to seek forgiveness from the heaven. The self-criticism edict must not be false. So what should the emperor write? Should he write that he wronged Yu Shaoqing? Or that he killed his father? Some things the emperor dare not gamble on. The emperor said, "You should leave first. And you must not mention what happened today to anyone." "I obey your order." The chief supervisor bowed devoutly and left. The emperor sat down at the head of the bed dejectedly, touching his big bald head. He seemed to have aged 10 years overnight, and even the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes became deeper. "Your Majesty, it's time to eat," Eunuch Wang whispered behind the screen. The emperor was not in the mood to eat. "I don't believe it," the emperor said. Eunuch Wang paused, wondering if the emperor was asking him or talking to himself, and then heard the emperor say, "Do you believe it too? Do you think my hair is lost by nature?" Eunuch Wang's neck shrank. If he said he believed it now, he might be dragged out by the emperor and beaten to death. But in his heart, he had long believed it was a punishment from heaven. Otherwise, who could avoid the eyes and ears of so many assassins, and sneak into the emperor's bedroom without being noticed, and shave so perfectly and beautifully? It was as if the emperor had never grown hair. Eunuch Wang coughed lightly and said, "Your Majesty, Prince Cheng and the Xiongnu County Lord are getting married. Take care of yourself and don't get angry." The emperor said indignantly, "He is just a captain of 1,000 men. What if I don't vindicate him? I am the emperor, the son of heaven." Eunuch Wang said earnestly, "Captain Yu saved 100,000 people in Yuzhou. If he hadn't delivered the list in time, Yuzhou would have been reduced to a ruined city. This is not a matter of whether to redress or not. It's the entire Yuzhou city. 100,000 lives, 30,000 or even more lives of the great Zhou soldiers." Eunuch Wang stopped talking, and didn't dare to say more, lest he anger the emperor and lose more than he gained. The room was silent for a while. Eunuch Wang said, "Your Majesty, there is something I don't know whether I should say or not." The emperor said, "You say it," Eunuch Wang said boldly. "No matter whether these things are natural or man-made, they all seem to be directed at Yu Shaoqing. If you redress him, won't everything be fine?" "Humph!" The emperor snorted coldly. Eunuch Wang said earnestly, "When the storm is past, your Majesty can punish them as you wish. The most urgent thing is not to let the Xiongnu and Nanzhao envoys see a joke. Your Majesty, what do you think?" On May 20th, Less than 3 days before the wedding of Prince Cheng and the Xiongnu princess, an imperial edict arrived at Lianhua village. By the will of heaven, the emperor proclaims. Eunuch Wang stood in front of the ancient well in Lianhua village with the imperial edict in both hands, reciting it in a pretentious tone. In front of him, there was a mass of people kneeling on the ground. The head of the group was the village head and Yu Shaoqing. Behind them were the uncle's family, Xiao Taidan, and 3 cute little fat boys. All the villagers came and knelt down to listen to the decree. Yuan stayed in the room with Jiang, who was sick and unable to get out of bed. Now the truth has finally come out. The little fat boys knelt down and were bored. They walked to the feet of Wang Gongong and tried to grab his whisk. Receive the decree. Receive the decree. You are receiving the decree. Can you behave yourself? Ouch. It's so heavy. The little fat boys hugged Wang Gongong's arms and kept climbing on him. Wang Gongong felt that his arms were about to break. He didn't care about the tone and recited more than 10 lines in one breath. He has made contributions to the country and has been kind to the people. He is now conferred the title of loyal and brave Marquis. Chapter 285. Good luck against heaven. The whole village witnessed this miraculous moment. Yu Jiasaling finally cleared his name. He was no longer guilty of stealing military merits. He was a great hero who saved the people at the border. More importantly, he was made a marquis. Marquis of loyalty and bravery. The whole village was stunned. Why don't you accept the decree and thank the Lord? Eunuch Wang reminded. I thank the Lord for his grace. Yu Shaoqing bowed his head devoutly and stood up to take the decree from Eunuch Wang. Eunuch Wang smiled and tried to raise his whisk, but found that he raised nothing. The whisk was dragged away by a few fat boys. Oh, who of you, who will pinch me? The head of the village was so weak that he couldn't stand up. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Chun, who was beside him, twisted his waist hard, and he screamed in pain, "Ah! You bxxxh! You really twisted." Xiao Chun glanced at him and blamed me. The village head felt pain from being pinched, and when he was sure that he was not dreaming, he looked at Yu Shaoqing excitedly. Sanlang, congratulations. Everyone stood up one after another. An ant-bai came over, patted Yu Shaoqing's shoulder and said, Good. Sanlang, you are a marquis. The country folk had never seen the world, and did not understand how high a position a marquis was. But just hearing about it made them feel very powerful. Is it higher than the county magistrate? Aunt Zhang gestured. What county magistrate? I think it is higher than the prefect. Suihua, the young wife, came over and said that there were many retired soldiers in the village, and Sure Tu always pestered them to ask about the military camp. As a result, she was also educated. She knew that there was a prefect above the county magistrate, but she was not very clear about what was above the prefect. The Yu family was also overjoyed. The eldest aunt had already cried, and the eldest uncle's eyes were a little red. He held his brother's arm. His throat was swollen and painful, and he couldn't speak for a long time. It was still Yu Feng who spoke sincerely. Congratulations, third uncle. Yu Shaoqing smiled and patted his shoulder. Aunt Zhang found that the eldest aunt was crying and said hurriedly, Why are you crying? It's a happy event that the third son is a marquis. The eldest aunt wiped her tears and said, Yes. It's a happy event. Am I not happy? After the third son was wronged, they didn't say anything, but they felt aggrieved for him in their hearts. Why did the credit they fought for with their lives be taken away by a man named Yin? The Yin family is not a good thing. They bully their family from top to bottom. Now that the injustice has finally been redressed, the third son no longer has to be trapped in the village, and he can't even go to Beijing to see his daughter. One can also hold her head up and live a human life. Her father is a hero, a marquis. She is the daughter of the marquis. The eldest aunt suddenly realized that One is the daughter of the marquis. So doesn't she mean the eldest lady of the marquis? Oh! The eldest aunt fainted with excitement. The uncle invited Eunuch Wang to have dinner with him. Eunuch Wang wanted to decline, but when he thought about Yuan being in the village, he had to go and see her anyway. Not to mention that he had an imperial decree to announce. Eunuch Wang went to the new house of the Ding family, and he saw Yuan and the sick Jiang. He made Zhang's appearance stunning. This Yu was so lucky. There were 3,000 beauties in the harem, but they were not as pretty as his wife. So Yu Shaoqing was much more lucky than the emperor. But he seemed too weak. Jiang pulled the handkerchief and said, I didn't know that the eunuch came from afar. I'm sorry. Not rude. Not rude. So I went out to receive the imperial edict. But cough cough. Jiang coughed like a willow. Such a fragile beauty had to be well taken care of at home. Eunuch Wang, who had planned to tell the truth, decided not to tell the emperor that Jiang did not come out to receive the imperial edict. Yu Shaoqing was cleared of his wrongdoings, and was given the title of Marquis. The villagers came to congratulate him one by one. Some brought eggs, some sent chickens, some sent ducks and hares, and most of them sent wild vegetables grown in their own fields. Uncle Wang didn't know what Eunuch Wang liked, and he didn't tell him when he asked him. So he picked 2 fresh hens, one for braised and one for stew, and fried a few home-cooked side dishes to carefully entertain Eunuch Wang. Eunuch Wang had heard of Uncle Yu's cooking skills, but he didn't take other folk chefs seriously except for the chef Bao Shen. He only tasted a few bites of the dishes to give face to the young master's mansion. But he couldn't stop eating. Eunuch Wang was a eunuch, and his diet was lighter than that of ordinary people. But he didn't tell the Yu family. Unexpectedly, Uncle Yu took it into consideration and made the braised dishes very light. Not only that, the chicken soup was also made into a medicinal diet. After a bowl of it, the whole person felt comfortable. A very good family. But it's a pity. Putting down his chopsticks, Eunuch Wang cleared his throat awkwardly and said, "It is a happy event for Lord Yu to be made a marquis. He should have a fief. But it happened in a hurry, and we couldn't find a suitable place for a while." His Majesty said, "For the time being, we will give the hills behind the village to Lord Yu. Lotus Village is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, but they are all barren mountains. One of the small hills was bought by Yuan, and the emperor gave Yu Shaoqing several other big hills. But no matter how big the hills are, they are still mountains. No marquis in the past dynasties has had such a shabby fief. After all, he is a marquis of 10,000 households. It's okay to give him Lotus Town. But a few barren mountains? It's really too embarrassing. What's even more embarrassing is that the emperor didn't give Yu Shaoqing a salary, saying that his salary can be collected from the fiefdom. The question is there any collection? He is a marquis, so he has his own taxes to collect, and the local gentry will send a lot of silver to his door. But looking at this cold and barren mountain, can he expect the monkeys in the mountain to pay tribute to Yu Shaoqing with a few pheasants and rabbits? What did he say? In the bedroom, the emperor looked at Eunuch Wang, who came to report to him in a good mood. "Eunuch Wang, this..." The emperor smiled with his hands on his hips. "Is he dumbfounded?" "Indeed, a little dumbfounded," Eunuch Wang said. "He said that there are so many mountains. Did you really give him all of them?" The emperor was stunned at first, and then laughed sarcastically. He heard that the fool meant that he thought he gave too much? Then did he know how much he gave Yin Songming? That was the fiefdom of an entire town. Of course, now that the truth has come out, Yin Songming's title of marquis has been stripped, and his fiefdom has been taken back. Logically, this fiefdom should have belonged to Yu Shaoqing. But the emperor refused to give it to him. The emperor also refused to give the mansion that should have belonged to the marquis. The emperor sneered. "A country bumpkin is a country bumpkin. He thinks he got a great bargaining chip with just a few hills. He'll be poor." Eunuch Wang felt sorry for Yu Shaoqing. How could such a good person become the bargaining chip for the emperor to control Master Yin? It would be better not to give him a fiefdom from the beginning. A marquis who used a barren mountain as a fiefdom would become a laughing stock of the world. In Lianhua village, Shi Tu and several children squatted in the open space of the village to grind stones. Xiao Taidan once ground a stone and gave it to his father. His father liked it very much and always wore it. He decided to grind one for his sister. Xuanzi knew that these children loved to grind stones, so he would pick up a few for them every time he went to the back mountain. It was time for Xuanzi to go down the mountain again, but Xuanzi had not returned yet, and the children were waiting anxiously. At this moment, Xuanzi hurried into the new house of the Ding family. Oh no! Oh no! Dolly fell off the cliff. Dolly was the one-eyed horse thief. Yuan had forgotten his original name, but she only knew that he had changed his name to Dolly. Yuan went up the mountain with her father and Yufeng. Dolly had been rescued by Xuanzi and the villagers. Dolly fell off the hillside, but Xuanzi misspoken and said it was a cliff. However, Dolly was indeed seriously injured. Yuan opened the medical box, cleaned the blood on the back of his head and right shoulder, sewed more than a dozen stitches, and applied gold wound medicine. Dolly was holding a stone in his arms, and he didn't let go when he was stitching. Good. Good stuff, Dolly said while holding back the pain. What good stuff? Yuan put down the scissors and gauze, and took the stone from Dolly's arms. It was a brown stone with a strange texture. It's iron stone, Yu Xiaoqing said. He had seen it in the northwest camp. This is a stone that can produce iron ore. Dolly didn't know it was ore. But Dolly had captured people to do hard labor. And he knew that this kind of stone could be sold for money. Yuan's eyes lit up. And she asked Dolly, "Where did you find it?" Dolly shook his hand and pointed. Yuan hurriedly lifted her skirt and walked over. The ground was all dark soil. Yuan found a shovel. And the shovel blade broke after a shovel. She shoveled several places. And a smile of surprise gradually bloomed on her dirty little face. "Dad. It's a mine. All mines. We have a mine." Wan ate longan. Ate half, and threw away the other half. "Emperor, so extravagant. There is a mine at home?" Wan, yes. Chapter 286 The Emperor Who Vomited Blood. This news was even more shocking than being granted a title of nobility. How could there be a mine? When she spent several hundred taels of silver to buy the mountain, she never thought that she could dig out a mine in it. Wait. The small hill she bought has a mine. What about the several large barren mountains that His Majesty rewarded to my father? Dolly is fine. Brother Ernie, please send him back to rest. He doesn't need to come to work these days. Brother Xuanzi, you come with me. After Yuan finished her instructions, she, Yufeng, and Xuanzi carried shovels and went to several barren mountains around, fearing that there were not enough people. Yu Xiaoqing, Xuanzi's brother, and the hunter also went. As a result, several people found very high quality ore, more than the small hills. Their ancestors were trapped in these barren mountains for generations. Because of this, the roads were blocked and the news was not delivered. Lianhua village became the poorest village in the surrounding area. But who would have thought that behind the barrenness was such a precious mineral vein? There were no such stones in the mountains before. Brother Xuanzi said that he often went into the mountains to hunt before he was captured and sent to the border. He was familiar with the topography of the mountains. The roads he walked now were all roads he had walked before. But the barren mountains in his impression were not like this. Yuan curved her lips. Brother Xuanzi, that's because of the earthquake. The earthquake not only destroyed the fertile fields of Lianhua village, but also changed the topography of the back mountain and the barren mountains. The ore buried deep underground broke out of the ground, which made it so easy for them to find it. In the Great Zhou dynasty, iron was a controlled product, in addition to preventing the private manufacture of weapons. One of the main reasons was that the ore veins in the Great Zhou dynasty were scarce, and no new ore veins had been discovered for several years. In the long run, they were afraid that they would have to purchase ore from neighboring countries at high prices. Yuan was not aware of this, and Yu Xiaoqing did not say it, but it did not prevent Yuan from estimating their value. Yuan was so happy. From now on, she also had a mine. The information blockage of Lotus Village was not only reflected in the fact that news from outside could not be transmitted, but also in the fact that news from inside was difficult to be transmitted. However, the Emperor had been looking forward to Yu Xiaoqing's reaction of being in agony. So he asked Eunuch Wang to keep an eye on the movements of Lotus Village. Eunuch Wang walked into the Emperor's bedroom in the evening. In fact, he got the news in the afternoon. But he hesitated for a full hour before he mustered up the courage to walk in. The Emperor has been nurturing his hair in the bedroom these days. He used special grade Polygonum multiflorum, and felt that small hair stumps had grown on his bald head. This made the Emperor very happy. In time, he would have thick black hair again. Your Majesty. Eunuch Wang walked around the screen and saluted respectfully. The Emperor weighed the Polygonum multiflorum in his hand, which he used to nourish his hair all the time, and said calmly, "What? Is there any movement from Yu Xiaoqing?" The Emperor sneered. "Let me guess. Has he finally recovered and realized that he was slapped in the face? The dignified, loyal, and brave Marquis doesn't even have a decent fiefdom. I want to see where he can put his face." Eunuch Wang secretly calculated in his heart how much chance of survival he would have after telling the truth. Why is he silent? Is he fainted from anger? The Emperor sneered. Eunuch Wang clenched his whisk, and finally made up his mind, saying, "I have two pieces of news to report to your Majesty. One good news and one bad news." The Emperor was in a good mood whenever he thought of Yu Xiaoqing crying bitterly. He smiled and said, "Let me tell you the good news first." Eunuch Wang wiped his cold sweat and said, "The good news is that our great Zhou has discovered a new iron ore vein." Oh! The Emperor's eyes lit up and his body straightened up. This was indeed good news for the whole world to celebrate. The iron ore of the Great Zhou was close to exhaustion, and weapons were almost unable to be made. Didn't the people say that the royal family was punished by God? Once the ore vein was discovered, he wanted to see who dared to say that it was not God's blessing. What about the bad news? The emperor asked with a smile. With such a huge surprise, even the worst news was nothing. Eunuch Wang said with a stiff face, the bad news is, the new mineral veins are the barren mountains you gave to Yu Shaoqing. Emperor? Emperor? The emperor spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted magnificently. In Lianhua village, Yu Wan and his party went down the mountain with the villagers. It was a happy event to find the mineral veins. Not only were they happy, but the villagers were also happy. Who would dare to laugh at the mountains in Lianhua village as useless barren mountains? They are obviously mines. On the way back to the village head asked Yuan and the other two a very serious question. Are you still doing the tofu business? The whole family said in unison, we have mines now. Village head. Of course. The workshop business must continue. But can they be proud for a while? The aunt still didn't know what happened on the mountain. She only heard Dao Xuanzi say that someone fell off the cliff. It had been so long, and she didn't know if he had been rescued. Given the temper of the third brother, he wouldn't go down the cliff to save him. Thinking of this, the aunt was restless. The aunt paced back and forth in the main room. The little fat boys sat obediently on the small stools, their little heads chasing her around. Finally, the conversation between the father and daughter was heard outside the door. The aunt couldn't wait to come out. Seeing that all three were safe and sound, she breathed a sigh of relief. Why did you come back so late? Did you rescue the person? Yuan said. He was rescued. He was stitched with a few stitches. He's fine. The aunt's expression eased a little, and she reached out to take the medicine box from her son's hand. No need. Yu Feng put the box into Xiao Xinjin's room. Little Xinjin now has her own room, but she doesn't sleep there. It's always Jiang and a few fat boys who take a nap here. After Yuan got married, it seemed inappropriate for her to come in and out of her brother's room at will. So she used this place as her second medical room. The three of them were dirty from mining. The aunt glared at Yu Shaoqing and his son. It's okay for you two to be dirty, but look at what you did to Awan. The two of them touched their noses in dismay. They were told not to dig anymore, but they couldn't stop. The aunt went to the backyard to get some water. Come and wash your faces. After the three washed their faces, the uncle and Jiang brought out the hot food in the pot, and the family ate around the table. Yu Feng talked about the mineral vein. Several people were country folks, and had never seen how the emperor rewarded others. They only felt that being able to redress injustice and being granted a title of nobility was already a great favor from the emperor. And they also got a few barren mountains for free. To be honest, the Yu family was very grateful. The Yu family had already thought about how to cut down trees and build fields in the barren mountains. But what did their son say? Mine? What mine? The aunt didn't quite understand. Yu Feng said, iron ore. It can be used to smelt iron. The pots and shovels we use are all made of iron, as are the weapons in the barracks. The aunt didn't know whether it was a mine or not, but she knew iron. And that thing was very expensive, is it? Isn't it very valuable? Valuable? Yu Feng smiled rarely. Mom, those are a few gold mountains. You and Aunt San can count gold in your dreams in the future. Oh my God. The aunt's legs softened and she collapsed off the table. After dinner, Yuan went to Dolly's room. Dolly had 5 stitches on his brow bone. The weather was hot, so Yuan was worried about inflammation. So she boiled a bowl of anti-inflammatory Chinese medicine for him. Dolly was lying on the bed, holding the ore found on the hillside in his arms. Yuan gave it to him. Dolly. Yuan pushed open the half-closed door. Dolly sat up, forgetting that he was still injured, and gasped in pain. Even so, he did not let go of the ore in his arms. Drink the medicine first, Yuan said. Dolly looked at Yuan strangely. He had a bad impression of Yuan earlier. The reason he stayed here was nothing more than worrying about the onset of poison. But today Yuan treated him personally. This kind of minor injury is nothing at all. They are horse thieves, and it is normal for them to lick blood from the knife. One knife will turn out the skin and flesh. No one will care about this injury, except her. Don't you want a drink? Yuan asked. Dolly came back to his senses, took the medicine bowl from Yuan and drank a mouthful. It was so bitter that he stuck out his tongue. He didn't want to drink it anymore. Drink it, Yuan said coldly. So fierce. Dolly drank the medicine with a gloomy heart. Yuan opened a paper bag and took out a candied fruit for him. Dolly had never eaten candied fruit, but his life was in someone else's hands, so he had to accept it even if it was poison. Dolly bit the bullet and ate the candied fruit. It was so sweet that he glared at her. It seemed that she liked it. Yuan smiled and said calmly, "You have made a contribution to discovering the ore. What I just gave you to drink is a permanent antidote. The toxins in your body have been cleared. You don't have to stay here to work. I will give you a sum of money and let you go far away." Dolly was stunned. Yuan continued, "Of course. If you want to stay, you can. You discovered the ore, and I plan to name this vein after you." Dolly was stunned and said, Dolly mine? Why does this name sound so funny when it comes out of his mouth?" Yuan couldn't help but curl her lips. "Yes. It's Dolly mine. Dolly is not an orphan. But he is no different from an orphan. His mother is a woman in a brothel. I don't know which man she got pregnant with a bastard. This bastard is him. His mother hates him, and only raises him like a cat or a dog. When she is happy, she feeds him. And when she is unhappy, she takes him out as a punching bag. His right eye was blinded by his mother. He left when he was 10 years old. His mother never looked for him. He first went to a mountain to work as a coolie. Now he knows it is a mine. Later, he was bullied by the foreman in the mine. He escaped with a few companions and met the group of horse thieves. At that time, they were not horse thieves, but just a few small beggars who cheated and deceived. He himself couldn't explain how he grew stronger day by day. But fate has its own way. They have robbed so many powerful people, but they ended up in a small village. Now they can finally leave. Dolly? Yuan waved her fingertips in front of his eyes. Dolly clenched his fists, looked at Yuan and said seriously, "I want to stay." "Why?" Yuan was puzzled. "I want to mine," Dolly said ambitiously. "I want to make the Dolly mine the most famous mine in the whole Zhou dynasty." The emperor woke up in the middle of the night. When he opened his eyes and remembered why he fainted, he felt a sharp pain in his heart again. Eunuch Wang presented a bowl of tonic in time. The emperor drank a few sips and said with gritted teeth, "Didn't we just find a few ores? Whether there are real veins is still to be determined. Not to mention that veins can be large or small. I don't believe that such small hills can dig out any big veins. You ask the people from the Ministry of Works to go and have a look." An official from the Ministry of Works, who knows geology, sneaked into the barren mountains with the help of the secret guards to survey them overnight. After returning, he reported, "Your Majesty, great joy. Great joy. If my humble minister is right, the veins under those barren mountains are very likely to be the largest iron veins discovered in this dynasty so far." The emperor vomited blood and fainted again. Yin Jiuqiao arrived at Lianhua village after dinner. He had fabricated various divine punishments a few days ago. He was careful to deal with the aftermath in the past 2 days. If it weren't for Uncle Wan's reminder, he would have forgotten that King Cheng and the princess of the Xiongnu would get married in 3 days. It seemed that some conscienceless person had forgotten that he said he was going to pick up his son, but he ended up staying in the village by himself. Yin Jiuqiao entered the house. It was not known whether it was an illusion or something else. In the past, the villagers would have gone to bed at this time. But tonight the lights were bright, as if every family was very excited. Ah ha 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 ha, hum ha, hum ha. From the new house of the Ding family, he bought came the laughter of Xiao Taidan, followed by a row of pig squeals from the 3 little guys. Yin Jiuqiao did not want to laugh, but he could not help but curl his lips. No wonder she wanted to stay, and he was reluctant to leave after he came. Yin Jiuqiao? Yuan just walked out of the hall and saw Yin Jiuqiao getting off the carriage. He was wearing a dark blue brocade suit, handsome and elegant, and Yuan felt bright in front of her eyes, and walked towards him with a smile. "Why are you here?" Yin Jiuqiao snorted coldly. "If you didn't come, would you have forgotten about the wedding of King Cheng?" "No," Yuan said guiltily. "What is this?" Yin Jiuqiao saw the bundle in her hand. "Let's talk inside." Yuan took Yin Jiuqiao's hand and went into the house. Yin Jiuqiao looked at her hand holding his wrist, and his throat slid. After they both entered the house, Yuan remembered that this guy didn't like to tug and tug outside. So she put down her hand, opened the bundle and said to him, "It's a document." The place where she pulled was separated by several layers of clothes, but it was still a little hot. He calmed down and said, "What document? Didn't my father get rehabilitated?" His Majesty made my father a marquis and rewarded him with several hills. Yuan told Yin Jiuqiao about the discovery of ore in the mountains. I was just going to discuss the mining with the head of the village. The fief of a great marquis is just a few hills. The emperor must not know that there are mineral veins in the mountains. Otherwise, why would he be willing to reward them? He would have taken them for himself long ago. But then again, there are mines in the few barren mountains that the emperor casually rewarded. What kind of luck is the Yu family? He can't wait to see the emperor's expression after knowing the truth, which must be quite exciting. Yin Jiuqiao, do you need to go through the procedures to open a mine? Yuan knew that they had to go through the procedures to open a wasteland. But that was because it was not their own barren mountain. Now that the emperor has rewarded them with a barren mountain, it shouldn't be too much trouble for them to open a mine on their own land. Right? Give it to me. Yin Jiuqiao took the documents and the deed. It seems that it needs to be done. It is naturally more efficient for him to do it than for the head of the village. Yuan looked at him with curved eyebrows and eyes. My husband is so nice. The news that the Yu family has a mine, and the good news that Yu Shaoqing was made a marquis were spread out together. On the second day, many villagers from other villages came to inquire about the news. They were jealous and asked if there was any work to do. The people of Lianhua village can be said to be proud. Didn't they all laugh at their poor village? They were unwilling to marry their daughters into the village, and were unwilling to interact with them. Are they dumbfounded now? The village that people used to disdain. But now people want to come in even if they are trying their best. Of course, there are also people who want to leave. At the Zhao family, the old man and Wei sat at the table in the main hall, and Wei closed the door. Recently, there was a big happy event in the village. More people came to the village, and it was not as convenient for them to do things as before. Wei said, "Give me a little more time. I will definitely catch that woman." "No need," said the old man. Wei looked at him strangely. "Why?" The old man spread out the note in his hand and said to Wei and the other two, "There is news from the tribe that the Nanjiao envoys are coming. We better not meet them. The king asked us to return to the tribe first and then discuss the arrest." Qingyan nodded. "She has settled down here. We don't have to worry about her running away. We can come back to catch her after the storm is over." Hugo also agreed. As for Wei, he was the youngest, and his opinion was directly ignored. The old man ordered, "Wei, go pack your things. We will leave tonight." "Oh!" Wei went to the house to pack his things. Soon, he came over with his head down. "Grandma, what's wrong?" asked the old man. Wei opened his purse with only 1 copper coin left. "No more money. Without money, we can't go back." "Old man, you go." Qingyan. "Old man, I told you not to sell it so cheaply. A hair is only 5 cents. Wei, how much do you want it to be?" "Old man, at least 6 cents. "Idiot." Wei. Chapter 287. The Ghost Clan Priest. The left protector, the right protector, and the first villain of the clan are actually facing the dilemma of having no money. Looking at the only copper coin left on the table, the 4 of them were silent for the first time. Because they didn't know how to save. They spent all their money lavishly. They didn't know how to do business. And they always spent more than they earned. In the end, they finally emptied their family. This is really a very sad story. I heard that the people of the Central Plains are superstitious. I can tell fortunes for them, the old man said confidently. As the greatest priest of the Ghost Clan, telling fortunes is a piece of cake, and he should be able to make a lot of money. Qingyan said, "The people of the Central Plains admire calligraphy. I have the highest knowledge in the clan. I can sell calligraphy and paintings." The old man nodded. "It's a good idea." Hugo said, "I was born with supernatural power. I can go to the escort agency to run darts." The old man nodded again. "This is not bad. Look, they are all people with special skills. Making money is not a problem at all. And they will soon have money to go home." It was another sunny day, and Lianhua village was busy. The workshop started working, and the new house of Sanfang was also built. The Yu family was crowded. Most of them came after hearing the news. Those who congratulated and inquired about the news were taken to the old house of the Yu family. And those who were looking for work were taken to the new house of the Ding family. Yin Jiu set off for the government office before dawn. And Yuan got up soon, leaving only the 3 little guys lying on the bed with their legs up in the air, sleeping soundly. The crowded main room was full of villagers who came to find work. Some from the village, and some from other villages. Soon, it was Away's turn. Away walked forward. Yuan smiled in surprise. Away, do you want to come and work too? Not me, Away said. It's us. Away turned around and pointed at the three people accompanying him. This is my eldest brother. This is my second brother. And this is my grandfather. The first two are easy to deal with. Yuan looked at the white-haired old man in front of her. Can this person also work? Away's family was all hired. Not because of Away's life-saving grace, but because everyone in their family is really capable. Away's eldest brother Qin Yin is quick-witted and smart, and he can be an accountant. Away's second brother Yuego is mighty and strong as an ox, and he can be a little expert in mining. As for Away's grandfather, although he is old, he is also a man with a lot of knowledge. There is no private school in the village, and the children are growing up. Yuan decided to sponsor the opening of a village school, so that little Taidan doesn't have to go to town to study, and the children in the village can also be enlightened in the village. As for Away, Yuan looked at the three little fat boys hanging on Away's legs and refused to get down, and said with a smile, Are you willing to be their master and teach them martial arts? I don't want to. Away, who hates children, thought so. Yuan smiled. 10 taels of money per month. The first day of the great priest of the Ghost clan. The left protector, the right protector, and the first villain working in the Yu family started so uneventfully. The Yu family was busy at that time, so Yuan stayed for another day. However, the wedding date of Prince Cheng and Princess Xiongnu was approaching, so she had to go back to Beijing to prepare. Are the children going too? Asked the aunt as she packed her things. Yuan nodded. Yes. The little ones have not appeared in public for so long since returning to Beijing. It's time for them to go out and meet people. Otherwise it would seem that Yin Jiuqiao doesn't care about her flesh and blood, and is too lazy to take them out to see the world. The aunt sighed. The children in the city are different. They can go to see the emperor before they are 3 years old. But the life of the Yu family is gradually getting better. And Xiao Taidan and Jinjin also have plenty of opportunities to go out and see the world. The uncle stewed a big pot of braised meat and made several big boxes of snacks. Yu Feng went to the stream on the back mountain to catch a few fat wild fish. The young master's mansion had no shortage of food. But these were their thoughts. Aunt Zhang's chili sauce was good. The aunt filled a jar for Yuan. The aunt also made 2 pairs of shoes for Yu Song. Yuan said, I will send it to the second brother in a while. The aunt hurriedly said, Don't worry. You do your things first, and send it to him another day. It was getting late. It would be night in the capital. It was not like waiting to wear it like before. The youngest son was in the capital. Awan didn't say it, but the aunt guessed that she took good care of Yu Song. She didn't even have to make shoes for Yu Song. She just missed her son in her heart. On the way, Yuan said with a smile. The aunt stuffed a lot of things into the carriage again, and stopped when it was almost full. Yuan took the little ones on the carriage. The aunt said again, By the way, don't forget to come back at the beginning of the month. Our family will prepare a feast for your father. Okay. Yuan agreed. On the other side, Yin Jiuqiao's carriage also arrived. Uncle, Aunt, Yin Jiuqiao greeted the two of them, and went into the house to call his parents. Yuan asked him, What are you doing here? I said I would go back by myself. On the way, Yin Jiuqiao said. Yuan chuckled. She went to the government office in the capital to do business. And she also came to Lianhua village on the way. What kind of way was this? The Yu family also laughed. Yuan married a rich man. They were a little worried that Yuan would be wronged in the young master's house. But seeing the attitude of the son-in-law, it was clear that he loved Yuan very much. So they could rest assured. Only Yu Shaoqing was upset. Looking at the loving couple, he said to Jiang gloomily, My daughter has never smiled at me like this. Jiang smiled gently. Then I have never smiled at my son-in-law like this either. Yu Shaoqing said seriously, You have. Jiang, oh. Chapter 288 Wedding. Baby show-off maniac. Yuan has been living in the countryside these days, while Yin Jiuqiao mostly stays in the capital. The two have not been alone for a long time. After returning to the young master's mansion, they first fed the 3 little ones and coaxed them to sleep. Seeing the 3 chubby little fat boys, Yin Jiuqiao rejected them in his heart. But when he heard that Yuan was also a fat boy when she was young, Yin Jiuqiao was relieved. After the little ones fell asleep, they were carried away by the nanny. The two went to the yard for a walk to digest their food, and then returned to the upper room without any hurry, not at all. Zizou blushed and asked the maids to leave. Fu Ling stupidly carried a box of plums that Yuan asked her to pick. Young madam wants to eat. I'll send it tomorrow morning. Zizou glared at her and pulled her away. Perhaps the two of them gradually developed a tacit understanding. Or perhaps it was because a short separation was better than a newlywed marriage. That night Yin Jiuqiu particularly fascinated Yuan. Yuan's eyes were full of him. Looking at his handsome face close at hand, she felt the joy he brought her. And also felt the joy she brought him. She thought, he also likes this, only likes to be with her. Yuan felt a little sweet in her heart. The young couple spent most of the night in love. And only went to bed at 4 o'clock. May 23rd. An auspicious day. With clear skies and a sunny day. Yuan asked Zizou to get her out of bed before dawn. She always got up early in the countryside. But since the marriage was consummated, she has been a bit like a tyrant who doesn't attend court early. Young madam. Zizou hung the curtain on the hook. It's time to get up. What time is it? Yuan glanced at the dark window paper. After entering May, the sky gets brighter earlier. It's still dark now. Probably not yet 4 o'clock in the morning. As expected, she heard Zizou say, it's almost 4 o'clock in the morning. Yuan looked at the empty side. Where is the young master? Zizou took the middle coat and put it on Yuan. Young master. Get up and go to the young master's room. It's not easy for the children of the royal family. They have to toss with them so early. The auspicious time is in the morning. But they have to rush to the palace at 5 o'clock in the morning. Although it is a royal wedding, the marriage between the two countries is different. Before the wedding, a ceremony of offering sacrifices to the sky must be held at the altar of the palace. The emperor, empress, royal relatives, and civil and military officials will all attend. Yuan changed into the auspicious dress of the Princess of Yin. It was obviously tailor-made, but after putting it on, the buttons on the front could hardly be buttoned. Zizou looked at her bulging front and thought to herself that the young lady had grown too fast. She was fat in the right places, but not in any other places. Did she really need a man to do something to her? Oh my god! What was she thinking? Zizou secretly pinched herself, put aside all distracting thoughts, and dressed the young lady. Ben Xia combed her hair. After all, Ben Xia was born as a maid in a wealthy family. She was used to doing these things, and was better than Zizou. Ben Xia combed Yuan's hair, and put on makeup. Yuan had a very good skin foundation. She looked like a fairy even without makeup. After a little makeup, she looked even more beautiful. Ben Xia had never seen such a beauty. That's not right. The young lady's mother is pretty. She's just sick, and not in good health. Lotus Village. It's 4 o'clock. When Yuan was dressed up, Yin Jiuqiu also came over with 3 sleepy little guys. He held Dabao in his left hand. Dabao held Erbao. And Erbao held Xiaobao. At first glance, it looked like this man was holding a bunch of round candied haws. The candied haws yawned one after another. Even though he was woken up like this, he didn't get grumpy like other children, but was a little listless, which made Yuan feel distressed. Yuan looked at the man holding them. She changed into the wedding dress of the Princess of Yin. And he also changed into the King of Yin. The unruly little dandy seemed to have the demeanor of a king overnight. Yuan stared at him in a daze, unable to move her eyes away for a long time. Yin Jiuqiu walked up to her, stuffed the little guys into her arms, and whispered in her ear, "Love crazy." Yuan came back to her senses all of a sudden, opened her eyes wide, and was very sure that she caught a trace of mischief and pride in his eyes. Yuan was not annoyed. He was her husband. Isn't it natural to be crazy about her husband? Fu Ling brought breakfast over. There were several food boxes on the table full of dishes. She was strong and brought them all in one breath. When Yuan fed her son rice porridge, the eyes of the 3 were closed. After a meal, the little heads hit the table and fell asleep. The clothes of the 3 little guys were altered overnight by Zizou, Tao Er and others, who made them fatter than 2 people in the countryside in 20 days. Dabao's belly bulged and the buttons broke. Yuan was angry and amused. She took Dabao into her arms, buttoned up, and the wet nurse came to hold the child. However, they found sadly that they could not hold the child. Ing Shersan took Dabao and Erbao, and Ing Lu held Xiaobao. They got on the carriage like a family of 5. Yuan and Yin Jiuqiu got on another carriage. Ing Lu looked at the baby in his arms, then looked at Ing Shersan and the other 2 babies beside him. His handsome little brows frowned, and he always felt that something was wrong. After arriving at the palace, Yuan went to the Queen's Jiayang Palace first. She was not the first to arrive. The eldest prince's wife, the third prince's wife, and many royal family members were already inside talking to the queen. My queen, Madame Yen is here, Mei Chui reported. The queen was holding her daughter-in-law's hand and smiled when she heard it. Come in. Everyone had been looking forward to this young lady from the people for a long time. They didn't get to see her true face at the wedding, but today they finally got the chance to take a good look at her. The queen said she was a beauty like a fairy, but everyone didn't dare to believe it. How could a country girl be so beautiful? But when Yuan walked into the main hall, everyone quieted down. The visitor was wearing a dark blue yin one-phase wedding dress, with gold edges on the lapels, cuffs, and hem. The dress was designed to be dignified and elegant, but it was very picky. If you were not careful, it would easily make you look old-fashioned. But Yuan held her up perfectly. Her slightly childish face was full of dignity, and dignity between her eyebrows. Her facial features did not look amazing at first glance, but gave people an extremely comfortable feeling. She had a beautiful temperament, and was elegant and generous. Everyone was so surprised that they didn't dare to recognize her for a moment. They looked behind Yuan eagerly to make sure that no other female relatives had entered the room, and that she was wearing the wedding dress of the Princess of Yin. Only then did they close their jaws in shock. Where is the promised country girl? How come she looks more like a princess than them? Yuan walked forward without looking away, and bowed respectfully. Greetings to the queen. May the queen be blessed with good health. The queen nodded with satisfaction, and waved her hand to signal her to stand up. I was just talking about you. Yuan stood up and asked with a smile, what did you say about me? The queen said with a pleasant face, it is said that you gave birth to 3 big fat boys in one go. You should come to accompany Songji more often, so that she can also share your blessing. Songji is the nickname of the eldest prince's wife. It is said that she had a serious illness when she was young. Fearing that she would be difficult to raise, she learned the folk method of giving a cheap name. But dog eggs and cow eggs were too unpleasant to the ears, so she took Songji. Yuan looked at the belly of the eldest prince's wife, which was covered by the wedding dress, and said with a smile, the eldest sister-in-law is a blessed person. Her belly is so pointed that I think it's a boy. A 4-month-old belly is only a short time old. How can it be pointed and round? If it were in the past, Yuan would not say such nonsense. But now is different. She has to give up some things and hold on to some things. Flattery is not worn out, even if it is a compliment. The queen was still very happy. The queen introduced the women in the room to Yuan. This is your third brother's wife. Yuan bowed. The third prince's wife. Since the queen said she was the brother's wife, the third prince's wife did not dare to act like a prince's wife, and hurriedly helped her up. After that, there were the 2 imperial aunts, the Princess of Jin and the Princess of Ling. The Prince of Jin and the Prince of Ling were both younger brothers of the current emperor. Because their mothers were not of high birth and they were not very ambitious, they did not participate in the fight for the throne, but they survived by chance. After defeating several ambitious half-brothers and making them end up in an extremely miserable way, in order to restore his image of being virtuous and glorious, the emperor treated the king of Jin and the king of Ling well. Although their fiefs could not be compared with Yanqing, they were also rich places. Their mothers were promoted from concubines to concubines, and moved out of the concubine's residence, which was like a cold palace, and lived in a spacious and bright palace. The king of Jin and the king of Ling were not very smart, but they knew that everything they had now was exchanged for their honesty and duty in the past. It's not that no one has instigated them over the years, but they dared not rebel. They didn't have the brains or the courage. Yuan politely called the emperor's aunt. There were also several princesses and princesses who had not married yet, and Yuan met them all one by one. By the way, why don't you see the 3 little guys? Asked the queen. Yuan smiled and said, let their father take them away. After showing off his wife, a certain young master began to show off his children crazily. Outer palace. The eldest prince, the eldest princess plays chess well. A young master, I have a son. The third prince, the second princess draws very well. A young master, I have a son. A prince, my son is only 7 years old, but he can already ride a horse. A young master, I have 3 sons. Everyone. Well, you win. Chapter 289 The Desperate Ninth Brother. The royal family has few descendants. The king of Jin and the king of Ling are separated from the emperor by a layer of belly. and they have long been regarded as outsiders by the emperor. Of the blood of the emperor and the king of Yin, only Yin Jiuqiu has a son, which is a great joy for the royal family. Not to mention that he has 3 babies in one pregnancy, and they are all lively and energetic. Even if you look at the entire Zhou dynasty, you can't find anyone more blessed than him. However, other people show off their talents, but it seems that it is not the same for him. It is still early to offer sacrifices to the sky, and everyone is idle. The eldest prince brought the 5-year-old princess. Come, play a game of chess. The third prince was not to be outdone, and took the 3-year-old princess over. Be good. Draw a picture. The princesses are really capable. I wonder what talents the 3 young masters of the young master's mansion have. Everyone looked at Yin Jiuqiu. Yin Jiuqiu rubbed the 3 little milk bags calmly. Give them something to eat. Everyone again. In the inner hall of Jiaoyang Palace, Yuan has become friends with the royal family. She is not a sociable person, but it does not mean that she cannot. She can please almost anyone she wants. She is well-spoken, elegant and generous. Not like a girl who grew up in the countryside. There is no trace of vulgarity in her, but there is no arrogance. She is neither light nor heavy, neither arrogant nor impatient. Everything is just right. A 6-year-old girl ran to the queen and whispered a few words to the queen. While speaking, she glanced at Yuan with her peripheral vision. Yuan looked at her in confusion, but she ran away. The queen laughed happily and said to Yuan, "The 9th princess likes you." Yuan had studied the royal genealogy, so she naturally knew the shy 9th princess. Her biological mother was concubine Mu, who died early. She grew up in the prince's palace, where the princes and princesses lived. Concubines with noble enough status would keep the princes and princesses by their side to raise them, while more concubines with lower status would send the heirs to the prince's palace. A few days ago, the queen accidentally went to the garden and met the 9th princess catching butterflies. She thought the little girl was innocent and cute, so she took her back to the palace to raise her. After all, people are always lonely when they get older, and she can no longer sleep with the emperor. If she wants to keep the emperor, she must think of other ways. Yuan did not comment on the queen's means of consolidating her favor. Yuan looked at the child. The 9th prince blushed and hid behind the nanny, revealing only a pair of big watery eyes. Yuan thought of the 3 little guys, who had also shyly hidden behind the door and looked at her with such eyes. She was sure that the 9th princess really liked her, and it was not just the queen's polite words. Yuan smiled friendly. The 9th princess also smiled. Suddenly, Mei Chui hurried in and whispered a few words to the queen. The queen frowned, and everyone noticed the queen's strangeness. The queen smiled gently. "The time is almost up. I will be back soon." Everyone bowed and saw her off. When passing by Yuan, the queen stretched out her hand. "Water. Come with me." "Yes." Yuan held the queen's hand and left Fengxi Palace with the queen. Mei Chui and several palace maids and eunuchs followed from a distance. Without outsiders, the queen sighed deeply. The Xiongnu princess is in a bad mood again. She refuses to wear her wedding dress no matter what. I heard that you are good friends with the Xiongnu princess. She even went to Lotus Village to visit you. Why don't you help me persuade her? That girl went to Lotus Village to steal her father. She and the Xiongnu princess almost had a fight in the street. So how can they be good friends? If such a thing happened on the wedding day, the whole royal family would be ashamed. Yuan took a deep breath. I will try, but I can't guarantee whether it will succeed. The queen held Yuan's hand gratefully. I understand. Yuan went to the Xiongnu princess's bedroom. As soon as she walked to the door, she heard a lot of noise mixed with Central Plains dialect. I won't marry. I've already said I won't marry. At #Yuan% at #%. Yuan understood the first 2 sentences, but the rest of the Xiongnu language was like a mystery. Didn't we agree? Just marry me, and I'll give you whatever you want. I want to go back to the Xiongnu. Accept this. Then at #% #Yuan. Yuan listened to another mystery. Finally, the second Xiongnu prince slammed the door and walked out. When he passed by Yuan, he was so angry that he didn't recognize her as a princess. When he came to his senses and looked at Yuan, Yuan had already entered the Xiongnu princess's room. I said I won't marry. The Xiongnu princess heard someone coming in and thought it was her cousin who had returned again. She scolded him without even looking back. Yuan said, "It's me." The Xiongnu princess turned around and looked at the person in surprise. It took her a while to recognize Yuan. "You?" She looked at Yuan from head to toe, and she couldn't connect the noble and elegant woman in front of her with the shabby little village girl in her memory. I heard that you got married. Married to that little crazy guy. She folded her arms, as if she had found a reasonable reason for Yuan's transformation. But she also knew that this reason was untenable. A pheasant is a pheasant. How can it become a phoenix when it flies to a branch? Unless it was a phoenix from the beginning. Yuan smiled faintly. Yes. I got married. Married to the young master of Yanqing, the future king of Yen. Xiongnu princess snorted. What are you doing here? Are you here to laugh at me? Yuan said calmly. How dare I laugh at the princess? I came to see if there is anything I can help you with. Xiongnu princess said angrily. You people in the Central Plains like to be hypocritical. You obviously hate me, but you still pretend to be happy. Don't think I don't know that King Cheng doesn't want to marry me. And you don't want to help me. Yuan smiled faintly. I don't know what King Cheng means, but I am here to help the princess get married. After all, only when the princess gets married can I be completely relieved. What do you mean? Xiongnu princess looked at her coldly. Yuan said calmly. I should be the one asking the princess this question. She is about to get married, but she refuses to give in. Could it be that the princess still has feelings for my father, and wants to take him away from her? Princess Xiongnu glared and said. Who said that? I didn't want to snatch him away. Yuan was relieved. That's good. Princess Xiongnu said again. I want to snatch your mother away. Yuan. A quarter of an hour later. Yuan came out. The queen came forward and asked nervously. What happened? Yuan sighed, and the queen's heart sank. Desire stepped aside, revealing the bride in the corridor, who was dressed in a bright and beautiful dress. She was wearing a phoenix crown and a veil, and she was radiant and bright. The queen's heart finally settled down. I knew you had a way. You really helped me a lot. The emperor asked her to organize the wedding. This was the first major thing she did after leaving Fengqi Palace. If there was any mistake, she would never get the phoenix seal back in the future. Yuan smiled. I hope that Prince Cheng will not be frightened to death when he sees a bruised Princess Cheng on his wedding night. When the time came, the emperor and empress led the royal family and civil and military officials to the altar of the palace. The emperor and empress offered sacrifices to the heavens, and the princes lined up behind them reverently. The clan members and civil and military officials knelt on the floor on both sides of the altar. Kneel. Stand up. Yuan performed the ceremony without looking away. Nanny One had taught her these procedures no less than 100 times when she was in the young master's mansion. Therefore, although it was her first time to offer sacrifices to the heavens, she did it smoothly. I heard that the envoys from Nanzhao had also come, but she didn't know where to observe them. Occasionally, she looked up and saw the empress and the princes who were also kneeling and bowing. She didn't look at Yan Jiuqiao deliberately, but she still noticed him at first sight. This man really shines wherever he goes. Different from his previous arrogance, he has a more sacred dignity at this moment. He is not a prince, but he looks more like an emperor who reigns over the world than anyone else. The emperor is old, and his body is soaked after kneeling several times, but he dare not wipe the sweat, for fear of wiping off his wig. After finally waiting until the end of the heaven sacrifice, the emperor and the empress had to go to Failwan Hall to preside over the wedding of King Cheng and the princess of Xiongnu. Finally, all the ceremonies were over, and the emperor's wig could no longer stick. The emperor hurriedly held his head. Go back. Go back to the palace. The empress returned to the palace, and King Cheng and the bride went to King Cheng's mansion. As King Cheng's cousin and sister-in-law, Yin Jiuqiu and his wife also went to King Cheng's mansion. There are so many guests in Prince Cheng's mansion. Yin Jiuqiu raised his eyebrows, pulled over a few little kids, and went to show off the kids like crazy. Yuan went to the ladies' table and just passed by the small garden when she suddenly felt someone following her. Her eyes paused, and the person grabbed her hand. Chapter 290 Divine Dr. Wan, Envoy of Nanzhao. Yuan turned her head and was slightly surprised. Miss Xiao? Xiao Ziyue smiled slightly. Sister-in-law. Yuan was stunned by the name of sister-in-law, but she soon realized that she was indeed her sister-in-law. If someone else called her that, she would consider that the other person was mocking her. But Xiao Ziyue would not. Yuan looked behind Xiao Ziyue. Xiao Ziyue turned around following her gaze. What's wrong? Sister-in-law? What are you looking at? Yuan retracted her gaze and shook her head. Nothing. In fact, when she entered the small garden, she felt a gaze that could not be ignored falling on her. It turned out to be Xiao Ziyue. Yuan felt relieved and curled her lips and said, I didn't see you in the front hall just now. Xiao Ziyue smiled and said softly, I didn't go to the heaven to worship the gods. I came with my mother. My mother was chatting with several ladies in Chunwei Pavilion. I saw you walking under the corridor. So I came to find you. Didn't scare you? Yuan smiled. How could it be? It turned out that he came to find her specifically. They had only met twice. And she was her hidden rival in love. Is this little girl too careless? How old are you this year? Yuan asked. 14. And 15 in 3 months. Sisters who are good friends will tell each other their ages. Xiao Ziyue didn't think there was anything wrong with this question. So she answered honestly. This child. Why does she say everything? I just asked casually. And I didn't expect her to answer after asking. Yuan had no doubt that she would tell the truth even if I asked her about her ancestors. What a silly girl. No wonder Zhao Heng fooled her. Suddenly, Xiao Ziyue held Yuan's hand. Yuan's arm stiffened. Except for her children and husband. She was not used to getting close to others. Even when she lived in the same house with her mother in the countryside. She tried not to touch her mother. Although she met Bai Tang later. Bai Tang was not a sticky person. Was this girl too familiar? Sisters all get along like this. Xiao Ziyue was used to it, and held hands very naturally. But the sisters didn't know she had that disease. But the eldest sister-in-law knew. The eldest sister-in-law didn't look at her strangely. And the eldest sister-in-law didn't dislike her. She liked the eldest sister-in-law. How could Yuan know that this child's mind was full of twists and turns? Yuan cleared her throat, and was about to withdraw her hand calmly. When she saw a pretty and slightly plump girl with 2 personal maids coming over. Yuan didn't care about the other party. But the other party came straight to her and Xiao Ziyue. Then, the girl glanced at Yuan, turned her face away, and suddenly turned her head as if she remembered something. Opening her eyes in disbelief, It's you. Yuan's eyes fell on the other person's face. And the memory of Yun Shuijian came to her mind. Yuan recognized her. It's you. Xiao Ziyue looked at Yuan. Then at the girl, Zilin. Do you know her? Now it was Yuan's turn. Yuan looked at Xiao Ziyue. Do you know her? Xiao Ziyue said, She is my third sister. Xiao Zilin. Born by the same mother? Yuan asked. Xiao Zilin's face changed. Xiao Ziyue coughed lightly and whispered, Zilin is the flesh and blood of Aunt Ming. Yuan exclaimed. A concubine's daughter. A concubine's daughter of the Xiao family is dominating Shuyunjian. She still thinks she is the legitimate daughter of some official family. But the Xiao family is the marshal's mansion. Even a concubine's daughter is superior to ordinary legitimate daughters. By the way, it's been just over a month since we last met. But the third daughter of the Xiao family seems to have gained some weight. Doesn't she want to wear the clothes made by Ming Yang? How can she fit into them when she's getting bigger day by day? Xiao Zilin broke the hands of the two, grabbed Xiao Ziyue, and stared at Yuan with a fierce look. Third sister. Why are you with her? Don't talk to her. She's not a good person. Xiao Ziyue scolded lightly. Don't be rude. She's your sister-in-law. Xiao Zilin rolled her eyes and said, My eldest brother died a long time ago. Where can I find a sister-in-law? It's young Master Yen. Xiao Ziyue said. Xiao Zilin was stunned at first. Then rolled her eyes even more. He is not my eldest brother. I only have one eldest brother. That is Xiao Yin. Yuan secretly felt amused. If this girl thought that she could humiliate her like this, then she thought too highly of herself. Who is she? Is it an honor for her to be recognized as the eldest brother and sister-in-law? She hadn't even responded to Xiao Ziyue's call of sister-in-law. Yuan was too lazy to care about such a self-righteous fool, and turned around and left the small garden. Big? Xiao Ziyue tried to keep her second sister. Xiao Zilin interrupted her in time, glared at Yuan's back unhappily, and said, Didn't you see what she looked like just now? She doesn't want to pay attention to us. She looks down on people. She doesn't want to pay attention to you. Xiao Ziyue said angrily. Although Xiao Ziyue always looks gentle and lovely, she is a legitimate daughter after all. And she will occasionally have a temper when she is pushed into a corner. Xiao Zilin said with a look of grievance, Second sister. You are mean to me. Xiao Ziyue said seriously, You were wrong in the first place. She is the wife of Master Yen. You should respectfully call her Madam Yen. You should call her sister-in-law. Her status and position are higher than yours. But look at how you treat her. She is broad-minded for not punishing you on the spot. This second sister just likes to act like a legitimate daughter. And she looks like she is the most sensible in the world. Xiao Ziling rolled her eyes in her heart. But she didn't dare to show it on her face. After all, Xiao Ziyue's mother is the eldest lady of the Xiao mansion. And she and her aunt have to live by that woman's face. Yes. Yes. I am wrong. Second sister. Please forgive me this time. Xiao Ziling hugged Xiao Ziyue's arm and put on a smiling face. Xiao Ziyue sighed. After all this, my sister-in-law will definitely not want to talk to me. Xiao Ziling sneered. What's there to talk to that kind of woman? She has heard that she is a wild girl from the countryside. She was able to marry into the young master's mansion by climbing into young Master Yan's bed. No wonder she would snatch clothes from her. Country bumpkins are not presentable. Let's go! Xiao Ziyue frowned and glanced at Xiao Ziling, dissatisfied with her for driving Yuan away. And her tone was a little cold. Xiao Ziling pouted and followed. The two sisters entered Chunwei Pavilion. Madame Xiao was chatting with several ladies on good terms. Seeing her daughter coming over, she gently took her hand and asked, Where did you go to play? Xiao Ziyue was listless and didn't want to talk. Madame Zhao's cold eyes fell on the concubine's daughter. Xiao Ziling shuddered and lowered her head quickly. Madame Xiao retracted her gaze and patted her daughter's hand gently. Your little sisters are here too, playing pot tossing in the backyard. You should go too. Xiao Ziyue sighed and left. Xiao Ziling followed quickly. But she could clearly feel the cold eyes of the eldest lady. She knew that the eldest lady was blaming her again. Why did Xiao Ziyue have to blame her when she was unhappy? It was like this every time. Xiao Ziling was angry. But she didn't dare to anger her mother after all. She only hated Yuan more and more. It's all this woman's fault. Last time she robbed her clothes. This time she robbed her eldest sister. Although Xiao Ziyue had a bad temper, she had a good relationship with her. If it wasn't for that woman's interference, how could the eldest sister be angry with her? Xiao Ziling became more and more angry and decided to teach Yuan a lesson. Xiao Ziling took two personal maids out of the backyard on the pretext of going to the toilet. When she was strolling in the mansion just now, she noticed that there was a peach forest near the small garden, full of mouth-watering peaches. It might not be good to pick the peaches of Prince Chung casually, but her target was not those peaches, but the insects on the peach trees. She had a small porcelain bottle with candied fruit on her body. She poured out the candied fruit and asked the maid to catch a few fluffy black bugs and put them in the porcelain bottle. She thought about it. She would find Yuan later and pour the bugs on her. It would be best if she could pour them into her collar. Then she would make a fool of herself in public. Xiao Ziling laughed so hard just thinking about that scene. She asked the maid to take the porcelain bottle and then led the maid to find Yuan. The place for receiving female guests was Chong'an Hall, Chunhui Pavilion, Xiaoxi Pavilion, Qiufeng Pavilion, and Dongxue Pavilion. In the hall were all places for female guests to chat. The banquet was held in the side hall. Yuan had already sat down, but Xiao Ziyue pulled her out halfway. Xiao Ziyue came to ask her to play pot tossing. This kind of thing can be done by sending a maid. But Xiao Ziyue came in person, which shows her sincerity. This girl is really persistent. Yuan asked, Is there a bet in pot tossing? Yes. Yes. Xiao Ziyue nodded like pounding garlic. Yuan smiled and said, Then you better hold on to your wallets. The two of them walked through the garden while talking. Xiao Ziling looked at the two people chatting and laughing, and frowned with envy. How come her elder sister got involved with this woman again after not seeing her for a while? Xiao Ziyue took Yuan to the backyard and introduced Yuan to her sisters, and also introduced them to Yuan. Xiao Ziling hid behind the flowers and asked the two maids beside her, Are you done? The maids dumped the insects on the leaves, held a thin and long dead branch, and said in unison, Okay. Xiao Ziling said, Why don't you start now? The two picked up the insects with the dead branches and flicked them towards Yuan. The two had excellent control of their strength. If nothing unexpected happened, they could pick the insects into Yuan's collar. But something unexpected happened. Xiao Ziyue rushed over with a smile and held Yuan's arm affectionately. Sister-in-law is really amazing. Oops. Before the two of them could finish their words, two small black insects flew straight into Xiao Ziyue's collar. Xiao Ziyue only felt an itch in her heart. She looked down and saw that the hairy little insect was crawling on her delicate skin. Her face turned pale immediately. Something seemed to rush out of her mind. She fell straight on the grass. Xiao Ziling was stunned. Oh my god! How could this happen? She didn't scare that woman, but her elder sister got scared? Her elder sister fainted? The sisters gathered around. Xiao Ziyue was not just fainted. She was sick. Yuan quickly turned Xiao Ziyue, who was lying on the ground, to the side, blocked her with her body, and turned back to the sisters and said, "Back off." Everyone was stunned. Yuan said sternly, "This lady ordered you to back off. Are you all deaf?" Several people were frightened by Yuan's momentum, and dared not take a step forward. They looked at each other, and then retreated to the backyard suspiciously. Yuan quickly ordered, "Shirsu, go get the chopsticks. Fuling, guard the yard. Don't let anyone in." Shirsu left without saying a word. Some ignorant daughters were lingering at the entrance of the backyard, looking inside, wanting to see what happened to Xiao Ziyue. However, Fuling was like a small mountain, blocking everyone's sight. Yuan picked off the bugs on Xiao Ziyue's body. Although they were all common bugs and their poison was not fatal, they also bit Xiao Ziyue's chest and caused several large red and swollen patches. But this was not the most terrible thing. It was extremely dangerous that Xiao Ziyue got sick because of this. This time, it was more aggressive than in the carriage. Yuan knew that if she ordered everyone to leave, it would arouse their suspicion. But if she didn't do so, they would find out what disease Xiao Ziyue had on the spot. Yuan chose the lesser of two evils. Yuan unbuttoned Xiao Ziyue's collar. Zisu came back with a pair of chopsticks. Yuan wrapped a chopstick with a handkerchief and pressed it between Xiao Ziyue's upper and lower molars. Xiao Ziyue bit her teeth tightly. Yuan told Zisu again, "Go and invite Madame Xiao." Yes. Zisu went to invite people. Xiao Zilin, who was hiding behind the flowers, had already been shocked by the scene in front of her. She really couldn't believe that her noble and supreme elder sister would have such a strange disease. It was too surprising, wasn't it? Madame Xiao came with Shang Wenyin. Shang Wenyin didn't go to offer sacrifices to the heaven. She met Madame Yao at the gate of the mansion. The two chatted for a few more words before going to Chunwei Pavilion. She happened to see Zisu talking to Madame Xiao. Madame Xiao's face was not very good. Shang Wenyin didn't know Zisu, but recognized the token of the young master's mansion on her waist. Since it was related to the young master's mansion, she had to come and see it. Shang Wenyin was blocked by Fuling. The young lady only asked Zisu to invite Madame Xiao, and didn't ask anyone else to invite. Shang Wenyin said, "I am your young master's mother." Fuling, the young lady didn't ask to invite the young master's mother. Shang Wenyin? What a stubborn girl. Yuan said, "Fuling, let the princess come." Fuling gave way. Shang Wenyin was allowed to come by Madame Xiao. After all, Yuan was Shang Wenyin's daughter-in-law. In Madame Xiao's opinion, even if she kept it a secret now, Yuan would have to tell Shang Wenyin the secret later. It's better not to keep it a secret. You also stay here, and don't let anyone get close. Shang Wenyin ordered the accompanying maid. The little maid was given an important task. She immediately straightened her chest and looked at everyone fiercely. "What are you looking at? I'll dig out your eyes." Everyone was so scared that they retreated. Xiao Ziyue's attack lasted a little longer this time, but at least she was under control. Without the care of the palace doctor, she survived the disaster safely. There is a palace doctor living in the Xiao mansion all year round. He announced to the public that Madame Xiao had a headache, and it was unknown when it would occur. Shang Wenyin finally understood the real intention of the eldest house today. Shang Wenyin sighed softly. "Sister-in-law, why didn't you say it earlier? If you tell us, we can think of a way together to see how to cure Ziyue's disease." Madame Xiao didn't see any contempt on Shang Wenyin's face. She hugged her dirty daughter bitterly and didn't answer. If there is only one person in the world who can understand Madame Xiao's feelings, it must be Shang Wenyin. She also has a child who has been incurable for many years. She doesn't want the world to know this secret. She lives cautiously, shamelessly, and fearfully, fearing that her son will leave her when she wakes up one day. No one understands this pain better than her. She took off her cloak, covered the disheveled Xiao Ziyue, and whispered, "Sister-in-law, take Ziyue downstairs to wash her face first." Madame Xiao couldn't hold her daughter, who was already 14 or 15 years old, so Yuan called Fuling. Fuling easily picked up Xiao Ziyue, who was wrapped tightly in a cloak, and went to the wing room for guests to rest. Yuan asked Zisu to get the jade cream from the carriage and apply it on Xiao Ziyue's redness and swelling. This matter needs to be investigated, and it is easy to investigate. The place where they played pot throwing was on the open grass. It was impossible for insects to fly into Xiao Ziyue's clothes for no reason. and 2 of them flew in at once. Moreover, such a big thing happened. But Xiao Zilin disappeared. Xiao Zilin's practice was a little shallow after all. If she appeared in the room openly and cried bitterly for her elder sister, Mrs. Xiao might not suspect her. But she hid. Who would believe that she was not guilty? Mrs. Xiao asked someone to call Xiao Zilin. Xiao Zilin's face was pale, and her 2 personal maids knelt on the ground with weak legs the moment they entered the room. Mrs. Xiao slowly stood up and walked toward Xiao Zilin step by step. Xiao Zilin's body began to tremble. Although she was arrogant outside, she was also afraid of her stepmother at home. Mother! Mother! Madame Xiao raised her hand and slapped her. You are so brave. You actually framed your elder sister. Madame Xiao slapped Xiao Zilin mercilessly, and half of her face was swollen. Xiao Zilin looked at her stepmother in fear and grievance. Mother. No. It's not like that. Listen to me. I didn't want to harm my second sister. I wanted to play a trick on others. It was my second sister who ran over. How could Madame Xiao believe her? This little hoof must be jealous of her daughter. So she tried every way to harm her daughter and make her embarrassed in public. If it weren't for Yu's quick reaction, her daughter would be in danger now, and everyone would know that her daughter had a strange disease. Shang Wanyan couldn't interfere with the family affairs of the eldest house. So she just sat quietly behind the screen and watched Yuan apply medicine to Xiao Ziyue. Xiao Ziyue was bitten several big lumps on her body, including on her waist. Xiao Ziyue had already woken up, but she felt ashamed when she thought about what happened just now. So she cried and fell asleep. Yuan's movements were so gentle that Xiao Zilin didn't even know that she and Shang Wanyan were sitting behind the screen. Take the 3rd young lady back to the mansion. Madame Xiao remembered that this was the wedding banquet of King Cheng, and she couldn't make things too ugly. But after returning to the mansion, she had plenty of ways to deal with this girl. Xiao Zilin asked Madame Jiao's maid to escort her on the carriage back to the mansion. In order to stop the gossip, Madame Xiao announced to the public that her daughter was bitten by a poisonous spider, and the bite was not in the right place, so it was inconvenient to show it to others. Several sisters visited Xiao Ziyue later, and Xiao Ziyue's chest and collarbone were red and swollen. There's one on the waist, too. Madame Xiao sighed. Ziyu is timid and was frightened on the spot. Madame Yan was anxious to take out the poisonous spider, so she asked you all to leave. They had to take off their clothes to find the poisonous spider, so it was not surprising that they were dismissed. Madame Xiao looked a little fierce at the time, but it was all for Xiao Ziyue's good, and they had nothing to complain about. As for why Madame Xiao did this, is there any need to say it? Madame Xiao is Xiao Ziyue's nominal sister-in-law. The news reached the ears of Prince Cheng, and Prince Cheng sent a capable nanny to apologize to Madame Xiao, saying that it was a poisonous spider that crawled out of the garden, and Prince Cheng's mansion was to blame. At the same time, she told Madame Xiao that Prince Cheng had sent someone to invite the imperial physician. Madame Xiao naturally would not let the imperial physician treat Xiao Ziyue. If the sisters couldn't see it, could the imperial physician not see it? Xiao Ziyue was clearly frightened and fell ill. Madame Xiao declined the offer from Prince Cheng and took Xiao Ziyue back to the Xiao mansion on the grounds that she was not feeling well. Several sisters testified that she had to go home to rest after being bitten like that, and no one suspected anything, and the storm was over. However, before Yuan could catch her breath, the nanny beside Prince Cheng came hurriedly. She bowed to Yuan and said, "Excuse me, are you Madame Yan Xiao?" Yuan nodded, "Yes. What can I do for you?" The old nanny said anxiously, "It's like this. A guest in Fian Palace fainted from drunkenness, accidentally scratched his hand, and the bleeding continued. The imperial physician is on the way, but the guest is really seriously injured. His Royal Highness Prince Cheng is worried that it will be too late. I heard that Madame Yan treated Miss Zhao's insect bite just now. I think Madame Yan knows medicine. I wonder if she can go and see the guest first." Yuan looked at the medicine box in Zisu's hand and nodded. "You lead the way." The old nanny said happily, "Madame Yan, please." Yuan signaled the 2 maids to follow, and asked the old nanny casually, "Excuse me, who is the guest?" The old nanny replied, "It's the envoy of Nanzhao." Chapter 291 The Wrong Xiaobao. Slapped in the face. Fian Hall is the place where the Chengwang mansion entertains male guests. It is only 1 garden away from Chong'an Hall. Compared with the elegance and tranquility of Chong'an Hall, Fian Hall is much noisier. Yuan heard the laughter of a group of men playing drinking games from a distance. On the way to Fian Hall, Yuan asked the old nanny about the situation of the injured. It's a young man, the old nanny said. He fell on the way back from the Gonfang, and his hand hit the stone of the rockery, and he cut a long cut. The old nanny said tremblingly, and made an exaggerated gesture. Yuan thought to herself, the man's arm is probably not that long. After the man was injured, he was immediately carried to the wing room by the servant of the palace. Because of the emergency, the old nanny led Yuan to take a shortcut into the back door of Fian Hall, turned left around the corridor, and crossed a courtyard to reach the wing room where the injured rested. Prince Chung had been waiting at the door early. He saw the old nanny leading a woman in the princess's wedding dress. In fact, he had seen the family of 5 when he entered the mansion. But he didn't have time to talk to Yuan. Cousin. Prince Chung walked forward with big strides and greeted her politely with a bow. Yuan had not yet been conferred a title, and her status was lower than his. She saluted him, Your Highness, Prince Chung. Prince Chung did not accept his salute, but supported her with his hand and said, Cousin, please stop being so polite. He couldn't afford to offend Yin Jiuchao's wife. After he finished speaking, he seemed to feel that his words were suspected of being too intimate. So he hurriedly said, We are all family. There is no need to be so formal. After speaking, he felt that the suspicion of being too intimate was even greater, and Prince Chung scratched his head awkwardly. Yuan was amused by him. And then he seriously looked at the prince. He was the most inconspicuous of the adult prince. The big prince was abandoned. But anyway, he took advantage of his eldest son, Fan, and the Huns and his relatives, in order to raise him with a book. He was ranked as a jade concubine. He was ranked in the 2nd grade and was under the 4 concubines of Geshixian. The emperor was happy, but Yuan didn't like him. Yuan was fortunate that he asked Yin Jiuchang to have a meal at home. Otherwise, he saw that he did not know what he would like at the wedding banquet. The humble and polite Prince Chung is still pleasing to the eye. Perhaps it is because of the good genes of the ancestors. None of the children of the Yin family are ugly. Of course, the most handsome ones are her husband and the 3 little fat boys. But this Prince Chung is also a rare, elegant, and handsome man. The Xiongnu princess can't be considered to be at a disadvantage by marrying him. Don't worry, cousin. I have dismissed all the outsiders. And I have also sent someone to inform my cousin. But I haven't found anyone yet. A certain young master can't stop showing off his children. The civil and military officials of the Great Zhou can no longer satisfy his crazy needs. So he extends his poisonous hands to the envoys of Nanzhao and the Xiongnu. The envoys of the 2 countries had smoke coming out of their heads. Who did our envoys offend? Cousin. Please, said King Chung. Yuan entered the house accompanied by King Chung. Zisu followed Yuan with a medicine box, while Fu Ling and the eldest Nani stood guard at the door. The house was filled with a strong smell of blood. On the bed with a curtain hook, a sleeping young man in white clothes lay. The smell of wine on his body concealed the smell of blood. When he got closer, Yuan found that this young man was unusually young. He looked only 18 or 19 years old. His face was not so stunning, but he was handsome and his figure was a little thin. One of his arms hung on the side of the bed. A servant from King Cheng's mansion knelt in front of the bed, pressing his wound tightly with a clean towel. But blood still oozed out. Back off, said King Chung. The servant bowed and went out with the towel soaked in blood. Thank you, cousin. Prince Chung bowed his hands. Although it was the guest's own carelessness, he could not shirk his responsibility since the incident happened in his house. Yuan nodded, stepped over the shocking blood stains, and walked forward calmly. Prince Chung was secretly surprised. The blood on the ground shocked even a grown man like him when he first saw it. How could his cousin's wife not even blink? Yuan sat down beside the bed and began to clean the wound of the injured. Zisu opened the medicine box very tacitly. She was not as calm as Yuan. The strong smell of blood made her a little breathless. But she always remembered her identity and could not embarrass the young lady. Seeing that not only did his cousin's wife remain calm, but even a maid beside her was so calm, he could not help but admire her more and more. I'm sorry to make you laugh, he said suddenly. First, Xiao Ziyue was bitten by a poisonous spider, and then the envoy of Nanzhao fell in the garden. No matter how you look at it, it seems that he neglected to discipline him, which buried many hidden dangers. Yuan said politely, it was all an accident. Your Highness Prince Chung does not need to blame yourself. Yuan did not know whether it was Prince Cheng's fault that the envoy was injured. But Xiao Ziyue really did not think it was Prince Chang's fault. For the sake of the girl's reputation, he could only bear the blame. Yuan used a homemade potion to clean the other party's wound. The cut on the forearm was large, but not deep. The real bleeding was from a few small holes pierced by stones. After using the hemostatic powder, there was no more bleeding. No need for stitches, Yuan said to Zissou. Zissou put away the sewing bag. King Chung was amazed to see Yuan stop the bleeding in just a few strokes. Then he looked at the envoy beside him and asked nervously, "He has been sleeping all the time. Will he be okay?" Yuan felt his pulse and shook her head. "The pulse is fine. He must have just fallen asleep." King Chung felt relieved and bowed to Yuan. "Thank you, cousin." Yuan curled her lips. "Your Highness." "King Chung, you are too polite." "Not that, but also Miss Zhao's matter. Thank you for your help." King Chung knew that he was an unpopular prince and could not afford to offend anyone. Otherwise it would not be his turn to marry the hot potato of the Xiongnu. Whether it was Miss Zhao or the Nanzhao envoy. No matter who had an accident in his house, he would inevitably be punished by the emperor. Yuan smiled and said, "It's my job." Prince Chung was stunned, not knowing whether Yuan was saying that Xiao Ziyue was her sister-in-law, so it was her job, or that he was his brother-in-law, so it was also his job. Yuan said, "It's nothing. I'll leave first, and the imperial physician will come and treat him later." Prince Chung hurriedly said, "I'll take my cousin's wife." Prince Chung sent Yuan out of Fian Palace. This matter was not spread outside, and he still went out the back door. As soon as he walked out of the door, he ran into Yin Jiucha, who was coming. Yin Jiucha made sure that every envoy knew that he had 3 super cute and super round little fat boys. But it was said that one of them slipped through the net and was carried in here because of injury. He came to find that one. "I never thought that I would meet Yuan and Prince Chung." He glanced at the medicine box that Zissou was carrying, and roughly guessed what was going on. However, King Chung was afraid that the young master would misunderstand. So he explained timidly, "An envoy from Nanzhao got drunk and was injured. His injury was too serious to wait for the imperial physician to come. So I took the initiative to ask my cousin's wife to come and treat him." After that, as if to explain why he knew about his cousin's wife's medical skills, he said without daring to breathe, "Miss Xiao was bitten by a poisonous spider just now, and it was my cousin's wife who treated her." Yin Jiuchao hummed nonchalantly and asked King Chung, "How is that person?" King Chung hurriedly said, "My cousin's wife is a skilled doctor. The guest is fine. Now we just have to wait for him to wake up." When he heard that the other party had fallen asleep, the young master lost interest in showing off his child, and pulled a few chubby little fat boys, and left Fian Palace with Yuan. The 3 little guys were not very sociable at first, but since they had lived in the countryside for 20 days, they had not only grown fatter, but also more courageous. They were not afraid of strangers, and were not shy. They had a lot of fun, but they were also exhausted. The 3 of them began to rub against Yuan, yawning one after another. Yuan rubbed their little heads with heartache, and together with Yin Jiuchao, they took the 3 children to a nearby courtyard, which was specially for the royal family to stay. The group entered the wing room, and put the 3 sleepy children on the soft bed. Zissou went to put the medicine box back on the carriage, and Fuling stood guard at the door. The 3 refused to lie on the bed obediently, and all of them stayed in Yuan's arms. Yuan leaned against the head of the bed, and put her arms around them. Now they were no longer the skinny little monkeys of the past, and her 2 arms could not hold them. Yin Jiuchao grabbed Xiaobao casually. Xiaobao opened his mouth and was about to cry. "Shut up," Yin Jiuchao scolded. Xiaobao shut up in grievance. Yuan was touched by the little guy's appearance. She didn't know who was the one who insisted on following his father around, but now she was disgusted. The 3 of them closed their eyes soon. Yuan asked about the Nanzhao envoys in a low voice. "Who are the people coming from Nanzhao this time?" Yin Jiucha pinched his youngest son's face and said, "There are General Wei Yuan of Nanzhao, several ministers of Nanzhao, and a national teacher of Nanzhao." Yuan murmured, "Ministers? Generals? National teachers? But no royal family? It shouldn't be like this. Aren't they here for the stolen holy object? How could there be no royal family? Or has the task of retrieving the holy object been entrusted to a few ministers?" Yin Jiuchao guessed Yuan's doubts and sneered. The news of the theft of the holy object was suppressed by the Nanzhao queen, and even the Nanzhao king didn't know about it. The more so, the more she can't come here to look for it openly. There should be her confidants here, who who will help her find the stolen holy object. But they won't all be her confidants, who will help her find the holy object. Because that would be too easy for people to see the clues. Yuan had heard that the little princess of Nanzhao got the current position of queen because of the holy object. If people knew that her holy object was gone, I'm afraid her position would not be very secure. By the way, which of these people did I save just now? Yuan asked. Yin Jiucha said calmly, I am neither of them. I am just a disciple of the national teacher. Yuan didn't know much about the court of Nanzhao, so she naturally didn't understand the status of the national teacher in Nanzhao. In fact, the national teacher was a close minister of the emperor, and was deeply trusted by the king of Nanzhao. His status as a disciple was also very valuable. Yin Jiucha. Yuan's attention was on another matter. What's wrong? Yin Jiucha looked at her while holding his sleeping little son. Yuan pondered. Since your poison has been solved, the Gu King is of no use to us. Should we hand over the Gu King? Yin Jiucha asked. Do you know how to take the Gu King out? Yuan shook her head. She didn't know the Gu technique and couldn't control this little Gu worm. Yin Jiucha said again. Then do you plan to tell the Nanzhao people to help you take the Gu King out? Yuan shook her head again. The fact that the Nanzhao queen lost the Gu King was a secret that could not be made public. If the queen knew that the Gu King had fallen into their hands, who knew if the queen would kill them to silence them? Yin Jiucha looked at the three sleeping little fat boys and murmured, Keep it. It may be useful in the future. Yes, since this thing is regarded as a sacred object by Nanzhao, it must have its extraordinary features. Perhaps it can have other functions besides detoxification. Besides, she did not steal or rob it. It was purely an accident that she got it. Now it is not that she is unwilling to hand it over, but the situation forces her to do so. With this thought, Yuan was relieved. They fell asleep. Yuan looked at her son in her arms, and said with sparkling eyes. Yin Jiucha hummed lightly, and put the youngest son on the bed. Yuan also put Debao and Erbao over, took off the clothes and shoes of the three people, and pulled a thin blanket to cover their stomachs. It's hot now, and the child is sweating a lot, so he will feel uncomfortable if he covers too much. Yuan left Zisu and Fu Ling to watch over, and Yin Jiucha called Ying Shersan over. And then the couple left the villa with peace of mind. The two planned to go to Fian Palace and Chang'an Palace respectively. Walking on the grassy path, there were laughter from time to time. The opera troupe selected by the queen came in handy, and Chang'an Palace became lively. It is said that the wedding of the eldest prince and the third prince was more deserted than this, or more disciplined than this. The fifth prince was easy to bully, so the group of people started to make trouble unscrupulously. Of course, it was also due to the marriage between the two countries. The guests were indeed more than the previous wedding banquets. Ha ha! I hit it! Your Highness is a good archer. A hearty laugh came from the grassland not far away. Yuan looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the grassland, which was originally empty, was filled with people. The guards of the palace set up targets, and the male guests were practicing archery. Want to watch? Yin Jiucha looked at her and asked. Can I? Yuan blinked and looked at him. She had never seen the ancients shoot arrows, so she was curious. Follow me. Yin Jiucha strode towards the grassland. Yuan pouted. Shouldn't she hold a girl's hand at this time? Yuan lifted her skirt and followed closely. Yin Jiucha glanced at the little figure on the ground following him step by step, and a faint arc appeared at the corner of his lips. King Chung was also at the grassland. Of course, he was not here to watch the archery. He was just worried that something might go wrong again. So he came here immediately after settling the Nanzhao invoice. He saw Yuan and Yin Jiucha walking towards him, and greeted them. Cousin! Cousin! Yin Jiucha nodded lightly, looked at the crowd on the grassland and said, Who is competing in archery? Prince Chung replied, Big brother. Third brother. Fourth brother. The second prince of the Xiongnu. Several princes and sons of noble families, Marshal Xiao and General Wei Yuan of Nanzhao, are also here. The Fian Palace also arranged a troupe of actors. But these old men didn't like to listen to operas. At first, they played pot tossing, and then somehow it became archery. Fortunately, although Prince Cheng's mansion was not luxurious, it was large enough. Prince Chung had targets set up on the grassland, and the guests placed bets on whose archery was the most accurate. He also invited Xiao Jinting and General Wei Yuan of Nanzhao to sit in to prevent anyone from cheating. Who shoots well? Yuan asked. King Chung smiled modestly and said, The second prince of the Xiongnu is the best archer. He never misses a shot, and hits the center of the target. The third and fourth brothers are not bad either, following closely behind. Only the eldest prince shot 10 arrows, and 7 or 8 of them missed the target. It's hard to tell others about this, but he didn't need to say it. Yuan knew that he'd lost miserably just by looking at the eldest prince's dusty face. King Chum couldn't decide whether his cousin and his wife were here to watch or to shoot arrows. His cousin was uneducated and didn't look like someone who could shoot arrows, and his wife looked even less like one. While King Chum was thinking, Yin Jiuchao had already taken Yuan to the pasture. At the end of the first round, the second prince of the Xiongnu won the first place without any suspense with 10 arrows hitting the bull's eye. The nation on horseback is not just a boast. The third prince followed closely with 8 arrows hitting the bull's eye. And the fourth prince, and a son of a noble family, tied for third place with 5 arrows hitting the bull's eye. Those who bet on the second prince of the Xiongnu to win made a lot of money. So much so that when the second round started, everyone bet on the second prince of the Xiongnu. Hey! Are you still brothers? Why don't you bet on him and not me? The fourth prince looked at several princes, who were on good terms with him, in anger. Several people cleared their throats awkwardly. The difference between 5 arrows and 10 arrows. Only a fool would bet on you to win. The fourth prince was so angry that he threw the arrows and said, I don't want to play anymore. Hey, fourth brother. The third prince pretended to call him. But the fourth prince left without looking back. The third prince's mother was the Defei among the first-rank concubines, and her status was as noble as Yin Huijing. But Defei was not as smart and capable as concubine Su Xian, and he himself was not as good as Yin Huijing in every way, which was why he was inferior to his father. It was not easy for Yin Huijing to be absent today, and he knew that it was time to show his skills. There was only a 2-arrow gap between him and the second prince of the Xiongnu. As long as he caught up with him, or surpassed him, his father would definitely treat him differently. When the third prince was ready to give it a try, a tall, bearded man in his 30s or 40s spoke in a rough voice. I've heard that Marshal Xiao is not only a master of military tactics, but also a master of archery. I wonder if Helian will have the opportunity to learn Marshal Xiao's archery skills today. Yuan looked at the other person strangely. The man seemed to be laughing, but his tone was full of disdain. How could anyone in the Great Zhou dynasty dare to talk to Xiao Jinting like this? As if he guessed her doubts, Yin Jiuchao glanced at the man and said, Helian Qi, the Wei Yuan general of Nanzhao. It turned out to be a Nanzhao. Yuan asked, Is this Wei Yuan general powerful? Yin Jiuchao said, The Helian family is quite powerful. They have produced a god general known as the Beiming god of war. As for Helian Qi, he is a little disappointing. Why do people from Nanzhao call him the Beiming god of war? Yuan was puzzled. Yin Jiuchao said, His name is Helian Beiming, and Helian Qi is his cousin. Yuan suddenly realized and nodded. So, this General Wei Yuan is not as good as Marshal Xiao? Yin Jiuchao snorted lightly. He is not even worthy of carrying shoes. Yuan looked at him with surprise. You rarely speak for Marshal Xiao. Yin Jiuchao put his hands behind his back and said expressionlessly, Just talk about the facts. Yuan asked in astonishment, Then he is still so arrogant. Isn't he afraid that Marshal Xiao will slap him in the face? In Yuan's opinion, Xiao Jinting is so powerful that General Wei Yuan is simply asking for trouble by learning archery from him. Why? Marshal Xiao doesn't want to give Helian this face? General Wei Yuan pressed step by step. At this point, it would be unreasonable for Xiao Jinting not to go on stage. And Xiao Jinting stood up from his seat. Seeing him going on stage, everyone was more excited than watching the princes fighting. Even the fourth prince, who had left, turned back eagerly. This is the god of war of their great show. Invincible in attack and battle. How dare you challenge him? Wait for a slap in the face. Everyone even forgot to place bets. Staring at the sturdy and strong man in the middle of the grassland like a mountain, not willing to blink. Helian Qi also went on stage, and he came to Xiao Jinting's side. The guards of Prince Cheng's mansion presented bows and arrows to the two. Xiao Jinting is used to using heavy bows, and he can also use this light one. He picked up the bow and arrow. General Wei Yuan, please go first. Wait. Helian Qi raised his hand. I'll use my own bow. The guards of Prince Cheng's mansion looked at Xiao Jinting, who nodded, and the guards retreated with the bow and arrow. Helian Qi said, Come here. Bring me my bow and arrow. Everyone speculated that the envoy from Nanzhao would use a very different bow. And Su, one of his subordinates, came up with a bow and arrow. The bow was not special. But that man Everyone's eyes fell on the subordinate. Or more precisely, on his silver armor. It looks a little familiar. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Oh, isn't that the armor of Marshal Xiao?" As soon as the voice fell, the subordinate was seen wearing the armor that carried Xiao Shiting's half-life honor, kneeling on one knee at Helianqi's feet. This was simply a slap in the face of Xiao Shiting, and the face of the great Zhou dynasty. Xiao Shiting's face changed completely. Yan Jiuchao clenched his fists, his eyes gradually turning cold. Chapter 292. The ninth brother reveals the truth. Three little gentlemen. No one expected such a dramatic scene. When the Weiyuan general of Nanzhao provoked Xiao Shiting with disdain, everyone thought that this poor foreign envoy would be slapped in the face by Marshal Xiao. But who would have thought that before the bow was even drawn, Xiao Shiting had someone slap him in the face in public? The guests began to whisper, Is that really Marshal Xiao's armor? Could it be a mistake? How could it be? Every time Marshal Xiao went to war, I would watch him along the street. I don't know how many times I've seen him wear that armor. There's no way I could have mistaken it, said the first guest, who exclaimed. He pointed at the subordinate. See the dent on the right shoulder? That was stabbed by the enemy when Marshal Xiao went to war for the first time. And the right lower abdomen. He pointed out the origins of every scar on the armor like a treasure. He said it with details, but everyone still couldn't believe it. Could it be a counterfeit? Said a guest. Who can imitate it like this? This doubt is probably only Xiao Shiting can answer. He will never make a mistake in his own armor. Everyone looked at Xiao Shiting, hoping to see an expression on his face that it was a fake. But they were disappointed. Xiao Shiting's eyes were cold enough to kill people, so it was unlikely to be fake. But it's strange, isn't it? How could Marshal Zhao's armor appear on the Nanzhao envoy? Oh! Why do you all have such expressions? Is there something wrong with my subordinates? General Wei Yuan asked innocently. How dare everyone answer? Yuan looked at Xiao Shiting not far away, and then looked at Yan Jiuchao beside her. She knew that this matter had become a big deal, although she didn't know how Xiao Shiting's armor fell into the hands of the other party. It was obviously not Xiao Shiting's intention, and he himself didn't know it, and Yan Jiuchao didn't know it even more. As for this General Wei Yuan, Yuan felt that he was probably playing dumb. He deliberately provoked Xiao Shiting to fight with him, but his purpose was to humiliate Xiao Shiting with the armor. I don't know why he did this. Is he grudge against Xiao Shiting? Or is he trying to slap the entire great Zhou dynasty? Your Highness, why are you always staring at my subordinates? Seeing that no one answered, General Wei Yuan pointed the finger at His Highness. King Cheng was sweating coldly, thinking that today was really over. One mistake after another. One bigger than another. Can't people have a good wedding? Or Xiao Shiting spoke solemnly. Where did the armor on his body come from? General Wei Yuan said with an "Oh. You were talking about this. I bought it from a merchant in your great Zhou. The merchant praised it so much. I bought it on impulse, and found out that it was just such a shabby thing. So I gave it to my subordinates. The dignified god of war's armor became broken stuff in his mouth. Does this reckless man know that every scar on the armor represents a victory? It is not only the glory of Xiao Shiting, but also the glory of the entire great Zhou dynasty. Everyone felt like they were going to die of anger. If he did it on purpose, there was no evidence. If he did it unintentionally, it was really heartbreaking. The second prince of the Xiongnu was an outsider, but he could sense something was wrong. The Nanzhao people were too arrogant. They embarrassed Marshal Xiao so blatantly. Xiao Shiting's face became colder and colder, while General Wei Yuan Helian, she showed an attitude of not knowing anything and not giving in. Just when the two sides were almost on the verge of a fight, the chief steward of the palace came to urge people. Your Majesty, the wine and food are ready. It's time to take your seat, said the chief eunuch. King Cheng heaved a sigh of relief and said loudly, It's not good if the food gets cold. Marshal Xiao and General Wei Yuan will have a discussion another day. Today is King Cheng's big day. When he speaks, everyone still has to listen. The crowd slowly dispersed to both sides. Xiao Shiting stood there with his eyes like torches, staring at General Wei Yuan of Nanzhao Helianqi without blinking. Helianqi smiled heartily. It's time to eat. It happens that I'm hungry too. If Marshal Xiao doesn't mind, let's make an appointment another day. After that, he threw the bow he had just picked up back to his subordinates, and then left. The moment he walked out of the grassland, Yuan clearly saw a smug smile on the corner of his lips. He really did it on purpose. Everyone sat down at the table, and Yuan returned to Chong'an Hall. The news on the grassland had not yet reached this place. The women were talking about the big show just now, and the princess of King Chung. But I'm afraid that after tonight, they will hear from their husbands and sons that Xiao Xinting was severely humiliated by the Nanzhao envoy. The news spread faster than expected. The banquet was only halfway through when the palace sent someone to summon Xiao Xinting to the palace on the pretext of discussing government affairs. The emperor was so angry that Yu Shaoqing was furious. Before he could even catch his breath, such a big thing happened again. The emperor felt that his hair could not grow properly. "Your Majesty." Xiao Xinting stepped into the imperial study and saluted the person sitting on the table. The emperor waved his hand. "Forget the formalities. What happened in the palace today? Is the armor really yours?" Xiao Xinting was not surprised that the news reached the emperor's ears so quickly. The emperor had many eyes and ears. Even if he didn't go to the scene, there would be people watching his every move. "Yes, it belongs to me," Xiao Xinting said truthfully. Even though he guessed it, the emperor was still very surprised to hear him admit it in person. "How did your armor end up on the Nanzhao people?" If Xiao Xinting hadn't been severely humiliated by the reckless man, the emperor would almost suspect that Xiao Xinting had done something shameful with the Nanzhao people behind his back, and even offered his armor to please them. Xiao Xinting didn't say anything. The emperor was furious. "What? Are you still mute? I'm asking you a question. What's the matter with your armor? Did you really sell it?" Helianqi personally announced that he bought it from a merchant from the Zhou dynasty. If he asked Helianqi and the merchant, he would know whether it was true or not. The emperor couldn't hide this matter. Xiao Xinting didn't say anything stubbornly. "Yes, I sold the armor." "You?" The emperor choked. "Can the armor be sold?" The emperor didn't know whether he should be surprised that he really sold it, or surprised that he admitted it so readily. In those days, countless people coveted his armor, but he refused any of them. The Duke of Wei once offered a sky-high price of 100,000 gold to buy his armor, but he refused without mercy. His nephew Xiaoyan also wanted to get his armor, but he never gave it to him. The emperor took a deep breath. "How much did you sell it for?" Xiao Xinting said, 50,000 taels of gold. "It's still a cheap sale." The emperor was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. 10 years ago, the Duke of Wei promised you 100,000 gold, but you were not tempted. Why are you bowing down for a mere 50,000 taels now? Xiao Xinting, you are pissing me off to death. Tell me, why did you sell it? It's for the young master. In the young master's mansion, Eng Lu reported the news he got from Shang Wenyan to Yan Jiuqiao truthfully. The Gu master offered 100,000 gold, but Marshal Xiao couldn't afford it, so he had to sell the armor. The rich businessman knew that he needed it urgently, so he deliberately lowered his price. Duke Wei had also admired Xiao Xinting's armor, and he offered 100,000 gold, which was known to everyone. Xiao Xinting might be a good fighter on the battlefield, but bargaining was not his strong point. If he hadn't been short of 50,000 taels at the time, he would not have been able to lower the price. The rich businessman would have had to lower the price. Fool! Yan Jiuqiao clenched his fists. Did the rich businessman collude with the Nanzhao envoy? Eng Shisan asked. If so, this was a trap. Eng Lu shook his head. No. Helianqi did happen to see the rich businessman showing off his armor in the restaurant. Those good-for-nothings didn't believe he bought the real armor, but Helianqi believed it, so he spent a lot of money to buy it. Eng Shisan frowned. He got a ready-made bargain. Eng Lu added, Marshal Xiao asked His Majesty to enter the palace. I think His Majesty has heard about this, and is furious. The Emperor doesn't care about a set of armor. The armor belongs to Xiao Xinting. How he deals with it has nothing to do with the Emperor. But if someone uses the armor to slap the face of the great Zhou dynasty, the Emperor can't just sit back and watch. Eng Lu sighed. I'm afraid His Majesty will vent his anger on Marshal Xiao. Under the light, Yin Jiuqiu's eyes are a little scary. The next day, a shocking news spread in the capital. Marshal Xiao, who was unyielding in power and uncorrupted in wealth, actually sold his armor to the Nanzhao people for tens of thousands of taels of gold. Rumors are always more exciting than the truth. The role played by the rich businessman was invisible in the rumors. The whole thing became a transaction between Xiao Xinting and the Nanzhao people. Thinking back to the time when the Duke of Wei offered a price of 100,000 taels, he was unmoved. The Nanzhao people only gave him 50,000 taels, and he gave up his armor. Such a fawning behavior is really disappointing. The people cursed and the court quarreled. It seems that everyone has forgotten how this man saved the people from danger time and time again. Just such a thing, that did not lose a piece of meat made him fall from the altar easily. Yuan guessed that Yin Jiuqiu would not be in the mood to have fun after such a big incident. So she left the three little guys in the room last night. When she woke up, Yin Jiuqiu had left. Eng Lu reported the whole story of the armor incident to Yin Jiuqiu truthfully, and did not hide it from her at all. She knew that Xiao Xinting was reluctant to give up his love in order to raise money for Yin Jiuqiu's treatment. But no one expected that the Nanzhao envoy would be involved. Yin Jiuqiu seemed heartless. But who could guarantee that he would feel better than her after hearing the truth? You have to be good these days. Okay? Yuan pinched the chubby little faces of the three little guys. The three looked at their mother in confusion. Yuan dressed them, and asked Tower and Lear to take them downstairs to wash. The goat milk soup stewed in the kitchen was cool, and the three little guys turned their heads and drooled. Goat milk soup is a new idea of the cook. Take fresh goat milk and boil it. After cooling, peel off the solidified milk skin on it. Then add cooked glutinous rice, a little snowflake salt, and air-dried mutton to make a pot of thick porridge. When it is out of the pot, cut the dried milk skin into strips and sprinkle it in. The porridge is rich and full of milk fragrance. Yuan can't eat this taste, but the little ones, who can't live without milk, like it very much. The chubby little hands hold the spoon, open their mouths, and look silly. Yuan smiled and ate half a bowl of rice porridge. I don't know if it's because of the hot weather. Her appetite is not as good as a few days ago. She was about to ask someone to take away the bowls and chopsticks when she heard the servants report that Bai Tang had come. Bai Tang hadn't come for a while. Yuan missed her a little, so she asked someone to invite her to Qifeng courtyard. When she entered the room, the three little guys were still struggling with the goat milk soup. They were a whole circle fatter than before Yuan got married, with chubby faces and trembling fat flesh, which made Bai Tang dumbfounded. "Ah? How did you become a little fat boy?" Bai Tang stretched out his hand in astonishment and rubbed the three people's fat faces hard a few times. It feels really good." The three people let their faces be pinched obediently. Not only were they not angry, but they also nodded and greeted them like little gentlemen, and handed over their right cheeks, as if asking Bai Tang if he wanted to pinch this side. Oh! Bai Tang's heart was melted by cuteness. How could there be such a cute child? I really want to take him home. What can I do? Bai Tang had a great time. The three little guys finished eating the goat milk soup, took the water handed by Tower to rinse their teeth, jumped down, and looked at Yuan cutely. Yuan gently rubbed their little heads and said with a smile, "Go play." The three of them bowed politely, reluctantly bid farewell to Bai Tang and Yuan, and left the house in an orderly manner like three polite little gentlemen. Bai Tang was so happy that she wanted to cry. Such a good child. She wanted it. Wanted it. Wanted it. But she didn't know that after leaving Qifeng courtyard and making sure that their mother couldn't see them, the three little gentlemen immediately turned into little devils and fiercely went to the roof to tear off the tiles. Chapter 293 The First Beauty. In the Qifeng courtyard, Yuan and Bai Tang chatted about family matters. Why haven't you come for so long? Zisu washed a plate of fresh cherries and plums. Bai Tang picked up a delicate and beautiful little cherry and said, "You are so busy. How can I bother you?" Yuan laughed. "No matter how busy I am, I will have time for you." Then, she looked at Zisu. "Do you have any more peaches?" "Yes. I am cutting them," Zisu said respectfully. Yuan nodded. And when she turned around and saw Bai Tang looking at her meaningfully, she asked, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Bai Tang smiled. "You look more and more like a princess." This is not a compliment. When she first learned that Yuan was going to marry Yin Jiuqiu, she was worried about Yuan, worried that she would not be able to sit firmly in this position. It's not that she thinks Yuan is not worthy of Yin Jiuqiu. On the contrary, it is a blessing for Yin Jiuqiu, that crazy little man, to marry a smart and capable woman like Yuan. How many people in the world can stand his bad temper? Those women who want to marry him are just greedy for his beauty and status. If he loses this face and the right to inherit the Yanwang mansion, which woman is willing to marry him? What do you want to marry Yin Jiuqiu? Bai Tang's thoughts wandered, and she asked the doubts in her heart. Yuan said without hesitation, "His face. So beautiful." Bai Tang. Zisu brought the cut peaches. The fruits of the young master's mansion are better than those on the market. The peaches have a strong peach flavor, soft and juicy. If you eat too much, it will be a bit astringent. But if there is no astringency, it will not have much peach flavor. Bai Tang ate 2 big peaches in one breath. Yuan was worried that she would have a sour taste. So she handed her a soft and fragrant small blessing cake. I can't eat anymore. Bai Tang waved his hands. Bai Tang didn't come to Yuan because she was bored. She didn't have many friends in the capital. She thought Yuan was the same as herself. So she ran to Yuan early in the morning to relieve her boredom. But she didn't sit for long before a servant came to report that the Shao mansion had sent a thank you gift. Yuan asked Fuling to bring the thank you gift in. Several pieces of precious satin and jewelry were sent by Madame Shao. And an exquisite purse and silk handkerchief were embroidered by Shao Ziyue herself. The Shao family thanked her for saving Shao Ziyue at the wedding banquet. Since Madame Shao had already given her a generous gift, Shao Ziyue didn't need to give any more. This sewing is not worth much money, and Shao Ziyue gave it as a token of her heart. It seems that our Princess Yin has made friends in the capital, Bai Tang said sourly. Yuan said, that's not as good as you. In addition to being my friend, you are also my future sister-in-law. Bai Tang snorted, then she is also your sister-in-law. Yuan raised her eyebrows. So, you admit that she is my sister-in-law? Oh, you? Bai Tang realized that he had fallen into Yuan's trap. He glared at Yuan angrily, put down the purse and ignored her. The little girl is so adorable even when she is angry. Yuan curled the corners of her lips and said, my brother should come to propose marriage soon. Weren't they poor before? Now they own mines. And my father has been conferred a title of nobility. Yu Feng is the nephew of the Marquis. With this status, he will not be despised by Mr. Bai anyway. Who wants him to propose marriage? Bai Tang rolled his eyes. His face flushed. Yuan thought to herself that it seemed that she had to urge her elder brother to come and propose marriage. By the way, Bai Tang looked at the thank you gift sent by the Shao family, thought of something, and asked Yuan, are the rumors outside true? What rumors? Yuan asked. Bai Tang looked at the maids in the room and cleared his throat. Yuan ordered, you leave? Yes. Tower and Lear left the room tactfully. Yuan pointed to the thank you gift on the table and said, Fuling, take these things down. Fuling went out with the thank you gift. And only Yuan and the other 2 were left in the room. Bai Tang spoke with relief. It's about Marshal Shao selling the armor to the Nanzhao people. It has spread all over the capital. I heard people talking about it in the carriage on the way here. What did they say? Yuan asked. Bai Tang said, it is said that Marshal Shao refused to sell the armor to the Duke of Weigua, but sold it to the Nanzhao people, which is tantamount to selling out his country for fame. What is this? How can it even be related to selling out his country for fame? The person who is least likely to sell out his country for fame in the whole Great Zhou is Shao Jinting. Can't those people use their brains before making rumors? Yuan shook her head, nonsense. Marshal Shao did not sell the armor to the Nanzhao people, but to a wealthy businessman in the Great Zhou. And the Nanzhao people bought the armor from the wealthy businessman. So he really sold it? Why did he sell it? Is he short of money? Bai Tang was naturally speaking in a sarcastic way, but he didn't know that he accidentally revealed the truth. Shao Shinting was short of money. Short of money to save Yan Jiuchao's life. He could have asked Yan Jiucha for it, but he didn't do it. He would rather sell his most beloved armor. He wanted to keep this secret for his whole life. But He Yanqi accidentally revealed it. Yuan couldn't tell Bai Tang about these inside stories. Just as Yuan was thinking about how to get over this, Bai Tang pouted and said, forget it. You don't have a good relationship with the Shao family. You definitely don't know what happened to the Shao family. Alas, it's a pity that Marshal Shao was so loyal to the country. But he was scolded by those peddlers. Yuan asked Bai Tang to have lunch with her, and then asked someone to pick a few large baskets of fruits for her. Bai Tang didn't want anything else, but only accepted the peaches. On the other side, Yan Jiucha's carriage stopped in front of the largest red-letter place in the capital. In the past, Yan Jiucha would never come to such a place, and even passing by and taking a look would be an eyesore. But today, he had a reason to come. Young master, why don't you let me go with Ing Lu? Ing Shursen said outside the carriage. Ing Lu hurriedly agreed. Yes, young master. Ing Shursen and I are enough to deal with this matter. You can wait for our news in the carriage. No need, Yan Jiucha said lightly, bowed and stood up. Ing Shursen lifted the curtain. Because it was daytime, there were not many customers in the brothel. The girls on the second floor leaned on the railings boredly, and glanced at passers-by arrogantly. Suddenly, they saw a four-horse carriage parked at the door. This was the specification of the carriage for royal relatives. And the girls suddenly became excited. Then, they saw a handsome man get off the carriage. This man was so handsome, with jade-like features and a heroic demeanor. The girls were instantly tempted. But soon, another more handsome man came down, a few points taller than the previous one, with a cold aura. Whose son is he? He is so handsome that people can't take their eyes off him. The girls were excited. But this cold and handsome man bent over and opened the curtain. Could there be someone else inside? Yin Qiuqiao got off the carriage. At one glance, the girls were collectively petrified. This is probably not a human, but a god. Yin Qiuqiao entered the lobby, and the originally noisy brothel suddenly became silent. It was obviously a place of romance. But because of the arrival of this man, it felt a bit noble. The madam was so handsome that she stuttered and dazzled, and stammered, "Grandpa, Grandpa, I'm still a mother-in-law." Yinglu glared at her unhappily. "Get out. Don't block my young master's way." The madam was ruthlessly opened. "Son." The sentence was finally finished, but the person disappeared. Yin Qiuqiao went upstairs and came to a half-open door. Ing Shersan understood and raised his hand to push open the door. In the wing room with a strong aroma of wine, Helianchi was drunk and lying on the lap of a beauty, being carefully served by several ambiguously dressed brothel girls, one holding a wine glass, one pinching cherries, and another rubbing his shoulders and back, looking very happy. Hearing the noise, the beauties who were serving him looked up at Yin Qiuqiao at the same time, and they were all stunned. Helianchi narrowed his eyes meaningfully. "Oh, isn't this young Master Yen of the Great Zhou? I heard that you got married not long ago. How come you have the leisure to visit the brothel? Is it because your wife at home doesn't know how to serve people?" This was really offensive, and a trace of disgust flashed across Ing Shersan and Yinglu's eyes. Yin Qiuqiao looked at him expressionlessly. Helianchi said with a look of sudden enlightenment, "Ah, young Master Yin is here to see me? Okay, you guys go back first. I'll come to love you later." After that, he stroked the girls' bodies, causing them to laugh. The girls walked to the door in a gorgeous manner, and when they passed by Yin Qiuqiao, they all showed their most beautiful postures, trying to attract the attention of this beautiful husband. But Yin Qiuqiao didn't even raise his eyelids. The girls went out disappointed. Helianchi sat up and said, "I guess you are here for your stepfather's armor? Name a price." Yin Qiuqiao said. TSK Helianchi laughed disdainfully. "Boy, do you know who you are talking to? The Helian family is richer than your entire Yanqing. I'm afraid you can't afford it if I name a price." Yin Qiuqiao said calmly. "I'll say it for the last time. Name a price." Helianchi touched the corner of his lips with amusement, smiled playfully for a while, and suddenly thought of something, and a trace of evil flashed in his eyes. He walked in front of Yin Qiuqiao and laughed arrogantly. "I don't want gold and silver. I heard that Madame Xiao is the most beautiful woman in the Great Zhou dynasty. Why don't you let her accompany me for one night? And I will give you the armor." Chapter 294, The Black-Bellied Little Fat Boy. Beat up Helianchi. "Asshole. What did you say?" Yinglu spoke in anger. "I knew this guy was a bit of an asshole, but I didn't expect him to be so asshole. Xiao Shinting is a man, and how to squeeze and slap him in the face is a matter between men. To put it in a bigger way, it is a matter between the court officials of the two countries. But it is really too much to humiliate a woman with such indecent words. These are not words that a court official should say." Yinglu immediately drew out his long sword. Helianchi didn't even give him a look, but stretched out his hand and accurately clamped Yinglu's sword. Yinglu's long sword was clamped tightly, and Yinglu's face became very ugly. Looking at Helianchi on the side, he looked calm. Although Yinglu's martial arts skills are not as good as Ing Shersan's, he is also a top-notch master. Helianchi was able to control him so easily, which only shows that Helianchi is indeed quite capable. Ing Shersan secretly used up his internal strength. Helianchi sneered, "I advise you not to act rashly. Otherwise I will cripple his hand." Ing Shersan clenched his fist. Yin Qiuqiao's eyes fell on Helianchi's face from beginning to end. No matter whether he was talking nonsense or hijacking Ing Shersan's sword, there was no trace of emotion in his eyes. Helianchi smiled coldly. "Why are you silent? Do you agree or not? If you want the armor back, but don't want the price, this is not feasible. This is not the way to talk about reason." "Reason?" Yinglu almost spit in his face. "Does this beast in human clothing have the face to say those two words? Are you serious, General Helian?" Yin Qiuqiao said lightly. Helianchi laughed and said, "Of course I am serious. I wonder how sincere you are." Young Master Yin. As we all know, Marshal Xiao treats you as his own child. He has not had a child of his own for so many years because of you. Compared with your biological mother, who only remarries, this stepfather seems to be much more practical. You might as well consider giving him armor as a gift. After he is 100 years old, everything in the Xiao family will be yours. Ing Shursan's fists clenched and creaked. Helianchi glanced at him. Half-dead warrior? Is there no one around young Master Yin? How could he leave such a waste? Do you want me to give you 2 dead warriors, as a token of our sincerity in the transaction? You can try. Yin Jiuchao threatened. Helianchi laughed and raised his hand to pat Yin Jiuchao's shoulder. Yin Jiuchao glanced at him coldly, and his arm stopped. He laughed, pulled his hand back, and said to Yin Jiuchao, I won't force you. I'll give you 3 days to think about it. After 3 days, I'll destroy the armor. Take care of yourself. After that, he let go of Ing Lu and strode out. This man's internal strength is really strong. Without making a sound, half of Ing Lu's arm was numb. Ing Lu rubbed his arm and cursed, damn old thing. I'll kill him sooner or later. Ing Shursan's face was very ugly. Ing Lu was about to say something to him, but he looked at Yin Jiucha on the side. Young master, don't take Helianchi's words to heart. Yin Jiucha said, don't worry. I'm not easily angered. If a reckless man could anger him, he would have been angry to death countless times over the years. Some people deserve to be punished. That's natural. It has nothing to do with his anger. If he wants to die, then it's not his fault. Yin Jiucha went downstairs. After getting on the carriage, Ing Lu saw that Ing Shursan's face was not very good, and took the reins and asked Yin Jiuchao in the carriage, young master, are you going back home now? Enter the palace. In the past, Ing Shursan drove the carriage, and Ing Lu was not as good as him. The road was very bumpy. Fortunately, the young master didn't care. After getting off the carriage, Yin Jiuchao went straight to the imperial study, and Ing Lu parked the carriage outside the palace gate. Hey, don't take it personally. Ing Lu touched Ing Shursan's arm with his elbow. He knew what Ing Shursan was worried about. Ing Shursan was born a dead warrior. What he hated most in his life was being called a half-dead warrior, which was no different from calling someone neither male nor female. Ing Lu said again, what does that guy with a mouth full of shit know? Ing Shursan lowered his eyes and said, he's right. I'm a half-dead warrior. I'm not as strong as a dead warrior. Ing Lu said, you killed Su Shao's dead warriors. Ing Shursan said, that was just a group of the most basic dead warriors. Ing Lu opened his mouth, not knowing how to comfort him. To be honest, he was also a dead warrior, but not as long as Ing Shursan, and was not as deeply influenced by Ing Shursan. Ing Shursan accepted his current identity on the surface, but he always worried that he was not strong enough in his heart. But if he really became a thorough dead warrior, there would be no Ing Shursan today. You have to lose something if you gain something. Ing Lu comforted. Besides, I believe you can beat them one day. Young Master's Mansion. After Yuan, Bai Tang and the 3 little fat boys had lunch. Bai Tang suggested taking the little fat boys out for a walk. A new dim sum shop opened opposite Zuixianju, and the taste was very good. Coincidentally, at this time, Zizou came into the house with a box of freshly made dim sum from the kitchen. Madam, prepare the things for Mr. Yu. Second brother? Yuan patted her head. The second brother had been in the Imperial College for more than a month. Today was the day of his monthly exam in the Imperial College. She said she would visit him, but she forgot everything because of Helianchi's incident. I forgot such an important thing after practicing so much? Yuan murmured. Are you pregnant? Bai Tang came over and looked at her flat belly. One pregnancy makes you stupid for 3 years. Yuan said strangely, how can you get pregnant in the first month? First month? Bai Tang gave Yuan a laughing look. She got pregnant on her first night. Now a whole month is not enough for spring plowing and autumn harvest. Yuan touched her belly. Her appetite has not been very good in the past few days. Could she be pregnant? Her menstruation seems not to have come, but her menstruation has always been irregular. It is not too strange to be a few days early or late. Is she pregnant or not? She is already the mother of 3 sons. Although the children are very cute, she is really not ready to have a second child. Seeing her pale face, Bai Tang laughed, okay. I'm just scaring you. How can it be so easy to get pregnant? Children are gifts from God. They have been given to 3 people. It's time to give them to others. Go visit your second brother quickly. You don't have to accompany me. In theory, they could go to the Imperial College together, but Bai Tang had not married yet, so it was not proper for her to visit her future brother-in-law, and it was bound to attract gossip. There were also a few little ones, and she had promised to take them out on the street. Yuan looked at her son. Bai Tang understood, smiled and said, "I'll take them to buy snacks." "Can you do it?" Yuan asked. Bai Tang's eyes widened and said, "Why can't I do it? Don't underestimate me. Besides, they are so well behaved. They will definitely not run around. Right?" As she said this, she smiled and pinched the faces of the 3 little fat boys. The little fat boys nodded cutely, saying that they were really well behaved. Bai Tang was her future sister-in-law, so she had nothing to worry about letting her sons follow her out on the street. But just in case the little ones were naughty, Yuan left Yang Hai and Zisu behind and asked them to follow along. Afterwards, Yuan took some snacks and freshly picked fruits to the Imperial College, while Bai Tang took the 3 little ones on the carriage to Zuixianju. Finally, the 3 little ones were abducted out, and Bai Tang was in a great mood. "Today you are mine." Bai Tang pinched his face excitedly. Pinched his face. Pinched his face again. Soon, the carriage arrived at Zuixianju. Everyone was here, and it would be wrong not to say hello to Mr. Qin. Bai Tang led the little ones off the carriage, but Mr. Qin was not there today. The shopkeeper knew Bai Tang, and knew that she was a close friend of the second-in-command. She was also with the second-in-command's child, so he hurriedly invited her to Yuan's account office. Jiang Hai went to buy snacks. After Zuixianju became famous, the business of the whole street became prosperous. Although the shop had only been open for a short time, there was already a long queue. Bai Tang sat quietly in the room waiting, but the little fat boys couldn't bear the burning loneliness. Lying on the windowsill, looking out with their little heads. "Ouch! Be careful not to fall." Bai Tang hurriedly stepped forward and picked up the 3 little fat boys one by one. But after a while, the 3 of them climbed up to the windowsill again. Bai Tang glared at the 3 helplessly. Okay, I know. I'll take you downstairs." The 3 little fat boys slid down the windowsill and held Bai Tang's hand. Bai Tang and Zisu led the 3 fat boys downstairs. The 3 hadn't been to the street for a long time, and their eyes were wide open, looking around. Tangulu. Sweet and big Tangulu. A hawker walked by not far away. The 3 little fat boys looked at the strings of beautiful Tangulu. Drooling, slurp. Bai Tang laughed. Zisu also laughed and said to Bai Tang, "I'll go buy some." Bai Tang couldn't help laughing. "Go ahead." The vendor selling candied haws was not far away, and Zisu walked over in small steps. Although the wind was strong today, the sun was also scorching. Bai Tang felt a little hot after basking in the sun for a while, so she fanned herself with a handkerchief. When she looked down, she saw that the 3 little fat boys were already sweating profusely. Bai Tang squatted down and wiped them carefully with a handkerchief. Suddenly, a carriage drove towards them. Bai Tang didn't care. When the carriage passed by her, the wheel ran over a stone, making a loud clatter. Bai Tang was so startled that her hand trembled, and her handkerchief flew out and flew into the carriage with half-closed curtains. The carriage stopped. Bai Tang stood up and was about to politely ask for her handkerchief back, when she saw the half-closed curtains being opened by a powerful hand, and a face with a beard appeared in front of Bai Tang. Bai Tang didn't judge people by appearance, but the other person had a fierce look, and his eyes revealed an unspeakable obscenity. Bai Tang didn't like it, and didn't plan to take the handkerchief. Anyway, it didn't have her name embroidered on it, and it wouldn't ruin her reputation if it got out. Bai Tang took the little guy and turned away. The person in the car smiled and said, "Miss, please stay. A handkerchief just fell into my car. Is it yours?" Bai Tang paused and glanced at him with her peripheral vision. Seeing that he had handed the handkerchief out, she took it, but she didn't expect that the other party would hold her wrist. Bai Tang's expression turned cold. "What are you doing? Let go." She smiled playfully and said gently, "I heard that there is a restaurant called Zuixianju in Beijing, which is the best restaurant in Beijing. Since you are on good terms with me, I would like to invite you to the table. I wonder if you are willing to do me the honor. Who is on good terms with you? Take your dirty hands away." Under the feet of the emperor, in broad daylight. Bai Tang had never seen such a shameless person who dared to tease a commoner girl in the street. Bai Tang tried to pull his hand out, but found that he couldn't pull it out at all. It's not okay to force him. This man doesn't know martial arts at all. Shouting for help in the street? But what if this scoundrel says they know each other? She was full of excuses. Bai Tang's eyes rolled around. And she had an idea in her mind. She smiled and said, "Are you sure you want to invite me to the table? I can't go with you for nothing." Helianchi took out a gold ingot from his arms. Bai Tang snorted, "You are sending a beggar. The gold hairpin on my head is worth more than this little gold." Helianchi smiled heartily, and took out 2 gold notes from his arms. With a face value of 100 taels. 100 taels of gold is enough to buy the most popular top prostitute in the capital. Bai Tang's appearance is still a little different from the top prostitute in the brothel. But she is as green as orchid and tender as peach. With a clean breath of a girl. It is easy for men to be fascinated by such a woman. Bai Tang reached out for the gold note. But Helianchi raised his hand and said ambiguously, "Get on the carriage first." Bai Tang raised her chin and said, "It's just a few steps away. I can walk there by myself." Helianchi looked at her, then at the child she was holding, and smiled knowingly. "Don't play tricks." Bai Tang snatched his gold note and hummed, "Are you afraid that I will play tricks?" Helianchi smiled, "Of course not. If you play tricks, the consequences will be terrible. An unmarried woman with 3 children, who don't look like siblings, let alone mother and son. After thinking about it, the only option is a maid. She is dressed in extraordinary clothes, and I think she is a favored maid of a wealthy family. But so what? After all, she is just a servant. It is her blessing in her previous life to be able to marry General Wei Yuan. If this girl serves him well, he doesn't mind taking her back to Nanzhao, although he has a very tough wife. As long as he hides well and doesn't let his wife find out, it's enough." In just a moment, Helianchi actually thought of a way out, which shows how much he likes Bai Tang. The carriage always kept 3 steps away from Bai Tang, as if worried that Bai Tang would slip away. Bai Tang thought to herself, "I won't slip away. There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. There is no door to H.L. but you break in. Zuixianju is half of my territory. I can't kill you." After getting off the carriage, Helianchi entered Zuixianju. Bai Tang followed with the 3 little guys. When passing by the counter, she stuffed the little guys to the shopkeeper, helped take care of them. The shopkeeper was stunned. Bai Tang scolded, "What are you looking at? Can't you even take care of a child while we eat here? Why did Miss Bai become so fierce?" The shopkeeper nodded in a daze. Yes. The second master's child must be able to do it." After Bai Tang handed the child to the shopkeeper, he went upstairs. Helianchi smiled and said, "If you are worried, you can give them to my driver." "No need," Bai Tang said. Helianchi smiled and said nothing more. He wanted her. It didn't matter where the child went. It was best if someone looked after them. If no one looked after them, he would have his own way to make them behave. The 2 entered a superior room. Bai Tang ordered all the most expensive dishes in Zuixianju, as if he was going to kill him. Helianchi saw through it, but didn't say anything. With a beautiful woman by his side, it didn't matter if he was ripped off. If she liked it, he could buy this restaurant and give it to her. Bai Tang said with a smile, "The specialty dishes of Zuixianju are stinky tofu and snail noodles. The taste is a bit strong. I'm afraid you can't get used to it, old man." Helianchi looked at her affectionately. "A beautiful woman is good for eating. That's enough." "Disgusting." Bai Tang rolled her eyes secretly, and finally didn't order these 2 dishes. She was afraid that she would only focus on eating and forget to compete with this guy. So she ordered a jar of 30-year-old huadio instead. Zuixianju's huadio was all shipped from Jiangsu. Not only is the wine strong, but the wine is also very strong and has a strong aftertaste. After ordering the dishes, Bai Tang made an excuse to go to the toilet. But in fact, she wanted to put drugs in the dishes. She has been out for many years. How could she not have some means of self-defense? Helianchi smiled generously and said, "Miss, please help yourself." Bai Tang narrowed her eyes. "Aren't you afraid that I will run away?" Helianchi signaled Bai Tang to look down with his eyes. Bai Tang suspiciously pushed open the window and looked out. He saw that the little baby who was supposed to be with the shopkeeper had run away to the back, and was having fun with a strange servant. That servant was the driver of this bastard. Bai Tang's hands, buried under his wide sleeves, clenched into fists. "Miss, do you still need to go to the bathroom?" Helianchi asked with a smile. Bai Tang cursed his ancestors in his heart, turned around, and said with a fake smile, "Of course I will go. Please wait for me for a moment. I will come to serve you dinner later." Helianchi smiled and gestured for him to come. Bai Tang went there coldly. Bai Tang sneaked into the kitchen and put a double dose of knockout drug in several newly cooked dishes. This knockout drug was colorless and tasteless, and it would dissolve in water. It looked like there were only a few drops of soup. After Bai Tang finished her tricks, she returned to the wing room. Bai Tang thought about it. If this guy didn't eat the food, she would force him to drink wine. If he refused to drink, she would feed him food. There was no drug in the wine, because Bai Tang guessed that she would probably drink it too. As for the food, she only put drug in the meat dishes. And then she would excuse herself to eat vegetarian food and chant Buddhist scriptures. A table of food and wine was soon served. As expected, Helianchi first poured a glass of wine for Bai Tang, and then poured a glass for himself. Old fox. Bai Tang smiled, picked up the wine glass and said, "Master, it's too boring for us to drink like this. Why don't we play a drinking game? Whoever loses drinks." "I don't know how to play your Beijing drinking game," Helianchi said. Bai Tang smiled and said, "Master, you are not from Beijing. That's okay. I will teach you." "Oh, she runs a restaurant. Who can beat her in drinking games?" Helianchi lost miserably. He drank more than half of the 30-year-old huadiao. Ordinary people would have collapsed after drinking so much. But Helianchi was not drunk at all. Bai Tang's eyes flashed, and she asked Helianchi, "Master, why don't you eat the food?" Helianchi held her delicate hands and said, "Help me pick it up." Bai Tang wanted to chop off his wolf claws. "Okay." Bai Tang smiled and picked up a piece of braised pork belly for him. She remembered that this dish had the most knockout drugs. "Master, please try it quickly, or it will get cold if you don't eat it." "You eat it too," Helianchi said. Bai Tang said, "I have been following my mother's vegetarian diet and chanting Buddha since I was a child. I don't eat meat." Helianchi looked at Bai Tang's snow-white neck evilly and said, "No wonder you are so beautiful." Bai Tang smiled brightly. "Master, please." Helianchi ate with a smile in his eyes. His evil look didn't seem like he was eating meat, but he seemed to be eating Bai Tang. Bai Tang felt sick and picked up several meat dishes for him. Helianchi ate them all. When he finally ate the sixth bite, he paused, rolled his eyes, and collapsed on the table with a bang. "Ha!" Finally fell down. After eating so much, I almost thought the knockout drug had lost its effect. Bai Tang pushed him and confirmed that he really fainted. Then he clapped his hands in satisfaction, stood up and walked out the door. But after a few steps, he suddenly felt dizzy. "What's going on?" Before he finished speaking, Bai Tang fainted. The man lying on the table raised his head faintly. "Oh, you think you can stump me with a knockout drug?" Helianchi stood up slowly, walked to Bai Tang, bent down, and hugged the girl's soft body. The girl's fragrance mixed with the faint aroma of wine made him feel distracted. "I have been acting with you for so long. Tell me, should I love you well?" Helianchi could not wait to go around the screen and put Bai Tang on the soft bed. He reached out to untie Bai Tang's clothes. But suddenly, he felt something was wrong. He frowned and turned around, and saw three little fat boys standing there with a confused look on their faces. Helianchi took a breath. "Aren't these little guys in the backyard? How did they run to his wing? Where are they? Where did they go?" Helianchi pulled the quilt over Bai Tang without leaving a trace, turned around and looked at the three little fat boys with a smile. "Let's go out and play." "Okay." The three tilted their heads and looked at him. Could it be that they didn't understand what he said? Helianchi's eyes flashed, and he carried the three little guys to the backyard. He didn't find the driver or the shopkeeper, so he threw the little guys in the yard. He couldn't wait to kiss the beauty, so he strode upstairs. But when he walked around the screen, he saw three little fat boys standing in front of the bed. Helianchi was stunned. Didn't they throw them in the yard? How come they are in the room again?" Helianchi blinked in confusion and looked at the little fat boys for a while. The little fat boys looked at him cutely. He thought to himself, maybe he drank too much and didn't send him downstairs just now. Helianchi picked up the little fat boys again and went downstairs panting. This time, he not only threw them into the backyard, but also pulled up a handful of weeds in the backyard, and then went upstairs. He walked around the screen. He looked at the three cute little fat boys. He gasped, "Damn! What's going on?" Helianchi looked at the weeds in his hand. He was right to go to the backyard. Helianchi was going crazy. Gurgle. The stomachs of the little guys were growling. Helianchi came up with a plan and pulled them to the dining table outside the screen. He pointed at a table of food and said, "Do you want to eat?" The three of them swallowed their saliva and shook their heads. Helianchi coaxed them. "Don't be afraid. It's edible. I'm not a bad person. I've eaten this food before. If you don't believe me, I'll eat it for you to see." The three little guys looked at him with their eyes wide open. Helianchi picked up a piece of pork belly, with a good balance of fat and lean meat without hesitation, and fed it into his mouth. He has deep internal strength. So even if he eats all the knockout drug, it will have no effect on him. But it is different for the children. As long as he tricks them into eating a little, they may not wake up for 3 or 5 days, so that no one can disturb him and the little beauty. Helianchi was more and more proud of himself. But unexpectedly, at this moment, something strange happened. He felt a sudden pain in his throat, as if he was choking on something. The next second, he pinched his throat. His body stiffened, and he fell to the ground in a daze. How could this happen? He had clearly eaten this meal. Helianchi's forehead was black. His face was purple, and his nails and lips were blue. His internal strength seemed to be drained away in an instant. He widened his eyes in disbelief. This can't be a knockout drug. Could it be poison? How could there be such a strong poison? Who poisoned him? It couldn't be that girl. He saw clearly what she did. But if it wasn't that girl, who else could it be? The three little fat boys tilted their heads and looked at him with a cute face. Call someone," Helianchi said, trembling all over. The three little fat boys walked towards the door obediently. Just when Helianchi thought they were really going to call someone, the three of them used all their strength to close the door. Then, the cute little fat boy disappeared, and the fierce little devil came. The three little devils picked up wooden sticks and beat Helianchi's pig head. Chapter 295. There is no return. Bai Tang woke up and found herself lying on a strange bed, with a wooden stick in her right hand. She was dizzy for a moment, and when she was sure that she was not dreaming, she sat up quickly. Seeing that her clothes were intact and there was nothing unusual on her body, she quietly breathed a sigh of relief. She remembered that she had knocked the bastard unconscious, and then she was going to call for help. But in the blink of an eye she was lying on this bed. Could it be that she was drunk because of the alcohol? Bai Tang looked at the wooden stick in her hand, wondering why she had this in her hand. Bai Tang supported her dizzy head and walked down the bed. She walked around the screen and was shocked. Why was there a person on the ground? It's not Bai Tang's fault that she didn't recognize him. It was really because Helianchi was beaten so badly that his parents didn't recognize him, let alone Bai Tang, who had only met him once. But Bai Tang looked at his clothes, and then thought about the series of situations before he passed out drunk, and vaguely guessed that this was the bastard who tried to touch her. Strange. Who beat him like this? Bai Tang looked at the wooden stick in his hand. Could it be her? She was drunk and confused. So she beat up this bastard? Bai Tang coughed lightly and proudly puffed up her chest. It seemed like something she would do. After all, she was so brave. Right? Bai Tang squatted down and knocked him on the head with a stick. Huh? Now you know how powerful my lady is. Right? You don't dare to attack me. Right? Since the man had been taught a lesson, Bai Tang didn't plan to stay here any longer. She didn't think of reporting to the police. After all, if such a thing got out, it would damage the reputation of a girl. She didn't want this guy to get herself into trouble instead of going to jail. And he was taught a lesson so horribly by her. Bai Tang's worries were resolved, and she went downstairs in a good mood. Xuexiange's business was so good that it was very busy. Therefore, although the shopkeeper knew that Bai Tang went upstairs, he only thought that she was staying in Yuan's account office and didn't suspect that she had entered the same wing room with a strange man. Xuexiange has 2 staircases. The one in the lobby is far away, but the one behind the corner of the account office leads directly to the backyard. She didn't know it at first, but the little ones told her. Bai Tang took a shortcut to the yard. Fortunately, the little ones were all there, squatting on the ground poking ants, having a lot of fun. As for the driver who was monitoring them, Bai Tang didn't care about the driver. She only cared about the children. She brought them out. If something happened to them, how could she explain to Yuan? Bai Tang walked over and looked them up and down. Are you okay? The 3 looked at her in confusion. It seemed that they were okay. Bai Tang breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't dare to say much for fear of scaring the little ones. Coincidentally, Zissou and Jianhai also came back after buying candied haws and snacks. The three little ones each grabbed a string of candied haws and started to chew them, seeing how they ate without a care in the world. Bai Tang finally put his heart at ease. No one else knew about this, so Bai Tang could have kept it a secret. But after returning to the young master's mansion, Bai Tang still told Yuan about it. Bai Tang didn't know who the bastard was, but he only knew that he was from another place. But he never guessed that he was from a foreign country. Yuan hadn't guessed who General Wei Yuan was. But no matter who it was too much to forcefully rob a woman in broad daylight. Luckily you're smart, Yuan said. Don't blame me. I almost let. Bai Tang's eyes fell on a few fat boys licking candied haws. How can you be blamed? Yuan felt that Bai Tang's guilt was redundant. This kind of thing was just an accident. If she blamed her, wouldn't it be like throwing the baby out with the bathwater? Bai Tang looked at Yuan and was sure that Yuan was not being polite. He felt that Yuan was not an ordinary girl. If it were her, she would not be able to let it go so easily. Sure enough, a person's vision and mind are what really make her noble. Yuan smiled and said, I'll make you a roasted leg of lamb tonight to calm you down. Bai Tang patted his chest and said, Why should I be so nervous? Didn't you see how I beat that guy? He should be the one to be so nervous. Yuan was amused by her, and she completely let it go. However, far away on the other side of the imperial city, Helianqi's situation was not as optimistic as Bai Tang's. Helianqi was found by the waiter of Zuixianju. The waiter wanted to urge Helianqi to pay the bill, but when he entered the door, he found that Helianqi had been beaten. The waiter hurriedly reported to the police. When the police came, they found the driver who had fainted in the woodshed. They carried the driver and Helianqi to Jingzhou Prefecture. Jing Zhaoyin recognized Helianqi and immediately notified the Nanzhao envoy. At the wedding banquet, Helianqi humiliated Xiao Jinting in every possible way. Now that he was beaten into a pig's head, Jing Zhaoyin was relieved. But he still had to save face. Please rest assured, my lords, I will thoroughly investigate this case and try to catch the murderer as soon as possible. What the hell? The murderer is simply a national hero. Jing Zhaoyin seriously suspected that it was either the little madman or Xiao Shinting. But he had no evidence. But this is not important. What is important is that he was beaten really well. The Nanzhao people also understood that the Dazhou government would not seek justice for Helianqi. So they did not stay in the government for too long and took him back to the temporary palace. There was an experienced imperial physician in the Nanzhao entourage. But when the imperial physician examined Helianqi's pulse, he found that he was not poisoned by an ordinary poison, but by a goo poison. The doctors in the Central Plains were not good at this. But the goo technique was rampant in the southern border, and the doctors had dabbled in it to some extent. However, the goo poison in Helianqi's body was very strong, and the imperial physician had difficulty in treating it. So they had to invite the imperial master. The imperial master examined Helianqi's pulse and said, It's the king of 100 goo. Everyone was shocked. General Wei Yuan was beaten up, and the murderer was probably from the Central Plains. But where did the goo worm come from in the Central Plains? The imperial master also examined the driver's pulse, and it was also the king of 100 goo. Everyone was even more stunned. One goo king was not enough. But two came? When did such a master appear in the Central Plains? Could it be that the murderer who beat up General Wei Yuan was a goo master? But how could there be a goo master in the Central Plains? Everyone looked at the state master eagerly. He was the only envoy who was proficient in goo among the accompanying envoys. The state master frowned. It wasn't me. I didn't beat him. Oh! Everyone lowered their heads, not knowing whether they believed it or not. The state master knew that he was innocent. But a goo master who could produce 200 goo kings at once was definitely not an ordinary goo master. Why did such a person appear in the Central Plains? Was it a coincidence? Or an ulterior motive? In the young master's mansion, the three little fat boys washed clean and lay on the chaise long covered with a towel, letting Yuan wipe them obediently. While Yuan was wiping, she felt that the little fat on the three people seemed to have increased by 2 tails. Yuan dressed the three people and pinched their little noses. Okay. It's time to go back to the house and sleep. The three people did not leave. Yuan looked at the three and said, What's wrong? Are you scared by what happened during the day? Come to think of it, they are so young. And suddenly a bearded man rushed out and grabbed Bai Tang. How could they not be scared? Yuan said, Sleep with mother tonight. The eyes of the three people instantly became sparkling. Yuan took the three scared, not really, little guys back to the upper room. Took off their shoes and laid them down. Pulled the quilt to cover them. Mother is going to take a bath. You go to sleep first. Fuling is guarding outside the door. Don't be afraid. The three nodded obediently. My son is obedient. The best obedient in the world. Yuan curved the corners of her lips with relief. Kissed the little foreheads of the three people. Took her clothes and went to the bath. Inside the curtain, the three people opened the quilt. Dabao pressed Herbao. Herbo pressed Xiaobao. And they started to wrestle on the bed. Creak. The door was pushed open. Yuan walked in quietly, revealing a belly band. Yuan took the belly band and lifted the curtain to look at the three little fat boys with their eyes closed. Dabao was holding Herbao. And Herbo was holding Xiaobao. The picture was so cute that Yuan's heart melted. She gently put down the curtain and walked out quietly. When Yuan returned to the room after taking a bath, the three little guys were already tired and asleep. But she didn't know if it was the light or her illusion. But she always felt that the three little fat boys were a little bruised. After taking off her shoes, Yuan also lay back in the curtain. Yin Jiuqiao had someone pass on a message, saying that he had entered the palace and told her not to wait for him for dinner. But he didn't say that he wouldn't wait for her to go to bed. So Yuan wanted to wait. Yuan took out a book as usual. This was given to her by Nani Yuan. It was somewhat similar to the map of the Great Zhou dynasty, but richer than the map. It recorded the local customs and interesting stories of celebrities in various places, compared with the boring royal genealogy. This book was obviously more interesting to read. In the past, Yuan would always read it with relish. But tonight, she was not so interested. She yawned after turning only 3 or 2 pages. She tried to hold on for a while, but couldn't hold on any longer. So she leaned on the bed and took a nap. She swore that she just wanted to take a nap. But she didn't know that it was already bright when she opened her eyes. She looked confused. Madam, are you awake? It was Zisu's voice. Fuling, go and report to the young master that the young lady is awake. Fuling went quickly. Yuan looked at the side of the bed, which was empty. You got up early. Madam, how do you feel? Zisu lifted the curtain and looked at Yuan with a worried look. Yuan looked at her strangely. Why are you looking at me like that? After a pause, she realized something and asked, how long have I been sleeping? 1 day and 1 night. Zisu said, it's almost evening now. It was evening light. She thought it was morning. Yuan sat up with Zisu's help, muttering, how could I sleep so long? Yin Jiuqiao entered the house. The 3 little fat boys also came in, with tears in their eyes, and threw themselves into her arms. As children grow older, they become more sensible, and not as easy to coax as when they were 2 years old. Yin Jiuqiao told them that Yuan just fell asleep. But in their eyes, their mother who got up early every day suddenly didn't get up, which was wrong. And it was useless for others to say anything. Mom is fine. Yuan smiled and rubbed the little heads of the 3 people. She was indeed fine. She was just sleepy. And her body did not feel any discomfort. The 3 little guys opened their black eyes wide. Yuan smiled and said, it's really okay. Mom is just sleepy and wants to sleep. Zisu was stunned. They are indeed a couple. The excuses they found are so coincidental. The 3 little fat boys were successfully appeased, and Zisu took them out. Only Yuan and Yin Jiuqiao were left in the room. Yin Jiuqiao's expression was a bit hard to describe. Yuan blinked strangely. What's wrong? Is there a thunderbolt from the blue? Yin Jiuqiao thought seriously. Well, you can say that. Yuan immediately thought of her recent successive situations. Her first reaction was that she was caught. She changed color. Am I really pregnant? No, Yin Jiuqiao said. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. You all won. Yin Jiuqiao's face sank. How much do you not want to have this young master's child? Speaking of thunderbolts from the blue, the first thing she thought of was pregnancy. Young Master Yin was very angry. Dabao and Herbao are still young. I'm not afraid of neglecting them. Of course I am willing to have a child with you, Yuan explained guiltily. Yin Jiuqiao snorted. No wonder you are so impatient every night. Yuan, can we still be a happy couple? What is it? Yuan got back to the point. Yin Jiuqiao said calmly. The imperial physician came to see you and said that your body is too exhausted. This is a bolt from the blue. Okay? Your body is exhausted at such a young age. Fortunately, it was discovered in time. Otherwise it would be bad if it took a long time to develop a root of disease. Yuan looked at him in confusion. I didn't do farm work. Yin Jiucha continued. It has nothing to do with farm work. You are young and can't stand too strong demands. The implication is that if you indulge in sex too much, you have to reduce sex? Yuan blushed and said. Then once every 4 days? Yin Jiuchao didn't say anything. Yuan was stunned. 5 days? Yin Jiuchao moved his fingers. 10 days. Yuan Sheng lay down helplessly. It's really a bolt from the blue. In the other palace, Helianchi also woke up faintly. Although the poison in his body had been removed by the national teacher, the damage to his body was not so easy to heal. His internal strength was half of his peak period, and it would take at least 3 to 5 years to recover. Thinking that he had only flirted with a little maid, he had lost so much internal energy. Of course, his face was not to be mentioned. Helianchi was furious. If it was in Nanzhao, he would have found the murderer long ago. But it happened in the territory of the Great Show. However, even if he didn't investigate, he could guess who it was. He had just threatened Yin Jiuchao. And then he caused such a disaster. He didn't believe that Yin Jiuchao didn't interfere. Maybe even the little maid was designed by him in advance, just to lure him into the trap. General, I accidentally found out something. General Wei Yuan's subordinates came into the room to report. What is it? Helianchi said coldly. The subordinate said, I went to Zuixianju to investigate the murderer. But I accidentally heard that Madame Yin was the second in command there. So Zuixianju is half of the territory of the young master's mansion. It seems that the murderer is indeed Yin Jiuchao. Helianchi gnashed his teeth and said, You are a good Yin Jiuchao. If you dare to do the first day of the month, don't blame me for doing the 15th day. There is a hunting park on the west side of the palace, where all kinds of beasts are raised. Every autumn, the emperor would bring relatives and court officials into the garden to hunt. Although it is early summer now, in order to better entertain the envoys of the two countries, the emperor opened the hunting park in advance. Knowing that they were going to visit the garden, the 3 little fat boys woke up before dawn, and their little heads arched into Yin Jiuchao's arms, waking Yin Jiuchao up. Yuan was still sleeping sweetly on the side, and the 4 fathers and sons tacitly did not wake her up. Yin Jiuchao dressed the little fat boys, and the little fat boys went to wash happily, until breakfast was ready. The 3 little fat boys came to the bed, and kissed Yuan's little forehead to wake her up. As soon as Yuan opened her eyes, she saw 3 round little heads, so happy that they were about to bubble. Looking at Yin Jiuchao, who was waiting at the dinner table, she felt that the trip was not so unbearable. After breakfast, the family got on the carriage and entered the palace. Halfway through the journey, Yin Jiuchao asked about Yusong's exam. Yuan was surprised. She didn't tell him about Yusong's exam. He had never asked about Yusong's news since Yusong entered the Imperial College. She thought he didn't care, but it turned out that he kept it in his heart. Yuan's heart warmed up. The love she missed in her previous life seemed to be made up little by little in this life. I went to see him yesterday and asked him how he did in the exam. He said that the results would be announced in 3 days. Yeah, Yin Jiuchao responded. Only this small sound made Yuan feel that he cared about Yusong. The 3 little fat boys were leaning on the window, looking at the main road eagerly. Yuan let down her wide sleeves without leaving any trace, and gently held his hand under the cover of the wide sleeves. Yin Jiuchao's eyes moved. Don't move, Yuan said aggressively. You are not allowed to touch at night, and you are not allowed to hold hands during the day. Yin Jiuchao's fingertips moved, and his big hand slipped out of her palm. Yuan's heart sank. The next second, his big hand covered up and held her petite hand firmly in his palm. The carriage drove to the west gate of the palace and went to the hunting garden from there. The queen and the female relatives also arrived, including concubine Su, who had not been seen for many days, concubine Jin, the adoptive mother of the 4th prince, concubine Yu, the biological mother of Prince Cheng, and concubine Jean and concubine Ling, whom Yuan had met in Fengqi Palace on the day of Prince Cheng's wedding. In addition, there were also several daughters of princes and ministers. Yuan saw a familiar face among them. Yuan nodded slightly at her. Han Jingshu also saw Yuan. In fact, she saw her earlier than Yuan. Yuan was wearing a lake blue wide-sleeved waisted luo skirt with a translucent silver flower gauze dress. She didn't have a lot of pearl hairpins on her head, but only 2 pairs of jasper flower ornaments. But she was beautiful and had a good temperament. When she stood there, All the female relatives were outshined by her, as if all the light from the sky fell on her. She was so beautiful that she glowed. Yin Jiuqiao was by her side, and he was also a good-looking person, who was unique in heaven and earth. However, Han Jingshu already had Yin Huijing in her heart, so she naturally would not be tempted by Yin Jiuqiao again. Han Jingshu bowed in the direction of Yuan. Although they were separated by a man, Xiao Ziyue would put aside her grudges and get close to her. But Han Jingshu might not. As Han Jingshu said, it was enough for them to be acquaintances. The queen was holding a delicate little girl in her arms, who was the 6-year-old ninth princess. The ninth princess and the emperor next to her were making eye contact. When the emperor looked at her, she shyly hid in the queen's arms, and then looked at the emperor again. This happened several times, making the emperor and the queen laugh. Although the emperor did not like the queen, he stayed in Jiaoyang Palace more since he had Shuzhou. It can be seen that the original decision was correct. The emperor had no shortage of sons or princesses, but in their hearts, he was the emperor first, and then the father. Only the ninth princess foolishly regarded the emperor as a father to be awed. Soon, the ninth princess saw Yuan and left the emperor to hide behind the queen. When the emperor once again looked at his daughter, where was his daughter? The ninth princess poked her little head out from behind the queen and looked at Yuan shyly. The emperor's face darkened. It was this woman again. She was not satisfied with snatching his nephew, and now she was snatching his daughter. The 5 members of the family paid their respects to the emperor. The little fat boys were held by the emperor obediently. The emperor felt relieved. As expected of the children of the Yin family, they knew how to get close to him. However, considering her contribution in giving birth to a son, he would not bother with her. Yuan went to the queen. Meet the queen. The ninth princess ran to the emperor shyly. The queen laughed. This child is looking forward to your coming. She is too shy. The more she likes you, the more shy she is. It's the same with her father. Yuan and the ninth princess have not met many times, so they can't say they have much affection. But the little girl is pretty and cute. Very likable. I like the ninth princess too. The queen smiled with satisfaction. The men will go hunting later. Let's take a few children to visit the garden. The hunting ground is not only a place for hunting, but also a garden for viewing, where all kinds of rare beasts are kept. Yuan has never been there, so she can't help but feel curious. Soon, the guards brought the horses over, and the emperor picked the tallest and most powerful horse. After that, several princes also chose their favorite horses. When it was Yin Jiuqiao's turn, Yin Jiuqiao picked a skinny horse that looked a little malnourished. Everyone burst into laughter. This little loser is just a little loser. He doesn't even have good taste in choosing a horse. Didn't he see that the horse was so skinny that its ribs were exposed? Could he really hunt with it? He might as well be scared to death before he catches any prey. Soon, Helianqi and the second prince of the Xiongnu also came. They rode their own mounts, which looked much stronger than the horses of the great Zhou. Helianqi rode his horse to Yin Jiuqiao, looked down at the skinny horse that seemed to fall at any time, and sneered, "Do you have no horses in the great Zhou? How about this general give you one?" Yin Jiuqiao said domineeringly, "What's so special about giving a horse? If you have the ability, you can give your life." Helianqi narrowed his eyes. Yin Jiuqiao clamped his legs around the horse's belly. When passing by Helianqi grabbed his reins. "I heard that the hunting garden of your great Zhou royal family is extremely dangerous. You'd better not go there with your weak body. Otherwise this general will be careful that you will never come back." Yin Jiuqiao said slowly, "Are you sure that I will be the one who will never come back?" Chapter 296 Such an ending. After the men entered the hunting park, the women led by the queen set out for the viewing garden. The women in the harem rarely had the opportunity to go out of the harem, not to mention visiting rare beasts. Even seeing a few wild flowers and weeds was enough for them to talk about. Concubine Jun and Concubine Yu were very happy, and Concubine Su looked a little sour. It was not surprising to think about it. The wedding of Prince Cheng and Princess Xiongnu was held very smoothly. Although there was a little problem at the wedding banquet, the flaws did not outweigh the merits. The position of the queen was more stable. Originally, Concubine Su could rely on her offspring to suppress the queen, but her son Yin Huijing had an accident again, and he could not even attend Prince Cheng's wedding. Her Xianfu palace was almost deserted. The only thing that made her happy was that the prime minister's mansion did not shake Han Jingshu and Yin Huijing's marriage. She only had to wait patiently, and there would be a chance to turn the tables. Only before that, she had to be patient and watched the queen show off in front of her, which was not a good feeling. Are you feeling unwell, Sister Xianfei? The queen took the ninth princess by the hand and looked at Su Xianfei, who was a little behind her. 3 of the 4 concubines of the first rank had passed away one after another, and now only Su Xianfei was left. Her position was just below the queen, and she was the closest to the queen, unlike Yufei and Jinfei, who were 3 or 2 steps behind. But they could still hear the queen's words clearly. If we talk about who is the most angry about the queen's restoration of favor, it must be Su Xianfei. The sons of Jinfei and Yufei have no possibility of becoming the prince in all aspects, so they are too lazy to fight for the main position of the harem. Su Xianfei is different. She has always been aiming for the position of queen. Now that the queen has left Fengqi Palace, Su Xianfei's road to becoming queen will be even more difficult. As for the queen, the person she feared the most must be concubine Su. The queen was openly concerned about her, so who could say she wasn't mocking her? The 2 of them secretly speculated on how concubine Su would answer. And then, they heard concubine Su say with a smile, "Sister, you worry too much. My sister is in good health. Otherwise she wouldn't have agreed to let your majesty come to visit the garden." Concubine Yu and concubine Jin looked at each other. Did your majesty invite concubine Su to come? The queen was afraid that she would be uncomfortable again. As expected, the queen's eyes turned cold. Everyone followed her, and didn't notice anything unusual. But the ninth princess, who was holding her hand, clearly felt that her little hand hurt a little. The queen squeezed it too tightly. The queen's anger subsided very quickly. She gently let go of the ninth princess' hand, and rubbed her head. Go play with your cousin's wife. This time, the ninth princess didn't continue to be shy, and went to find Yuan obediently. Yuan let the little fat boy be led by Zisu and Fu Ling, and she took the ninth princess's hand. The ninth princess was stunned. The palms of her cousin's wife's hands were calloused. Not as delicate as her mother's, but her cousin's wife's hands were more like her mother's hands. The queen smiled and said, I heard that the 10th princess caught a cold. I thought my sister would stay in Xianfu Palace to take care of her. The 10th princess was the daughter of concubine Su. She was born in the same year as the 9th princess. But at the beginning of the year and the end of the year, the 2 were the same age but different fates. The 9th princess grew up in the cold prince's palace, while the 10th princess was raised by concubine Su. The 9th princess remembered her 10th sister, who was always with a virtuous mother consort. She envied her for having her own mother consort. But the Nani said that she no longer had to envy her because she had a queen mother. Who was the queen mother? She would treat her as well as the virtuous mother consort treated the 10th princess. The 10th princess had recovered from her cold long ago. But consort Su was too lazy to pay respects to the queen mother, and always used it as an excuse. Consort Su said with a fake smile, thanks to the queen, the 10th princess is much better. The queen smiled and said to the maid Shui beside her, I remember that the Nanzhao envoy sent 2 Tianshan snow lotuses, one to the 10th princess, and the other to consort Zhao's palace. Yes, maid Shui agreed. Everyone was stunned. It could be said that such a good thing was given to the 10th princess to replenish her body. But why was it given to concubine Zhao? Although they knew that concubine Zhao was in the queen's camp, some things didn't matter in private, but they had to be treated equally in public. The queen rewarded her so blatantly. There must be a reason why she had to reward her. Concubine Zhao is pregnant, the queen said with a smile. Everyone was shocked, and concubine Su's expression froze. The queen was already old, and she clearly understood that she could not sleep with the emperor again, let alone get pregnant again. However, concubine Su did not accept her fate. She had always hoped to give the emperor another child. But unfortunately, fate played tricks on her. She was still pregnant, but concubine Zhao was pregnant. Concubine Zhao was also lucky. When concubine Zhao saw the emperor's bald head, she was so scared that she lost her manners in front of the emperor. She should not have thought of seeing the emperor again in her life. But she was diagnosed with pregnancy in a few days. Of course, the empress didn't know that concubine Zhao almost fell out of favor. And she was still sighing that concubine Zhao really made her proud. The fact that a woman could get pregnant at this age made the emperor feel that he was still as good as ever. And he was very pleased. He rewarded concubine Zhao and the empress, praising concubine Zhao for her contribution to the pregnancy, and the empress for her virtue. The empress didn't say these words, and Shui, the maid, described them vividly. After hearing the last sentence, concubine Su's face turned green. What a great phrase, the Empress Dowager is virtuous. As if she had secretly done something to make the harem unhappy in the past few years. Your Majesty, don't you think about it? If she really wanted to do something, would it be the turn of the prince and princess after Jinger to be born? Of course, before Yan Huijing was born. She did have some means to have offspring. But that was all in the past. How could the emperor put all the faults on her? Is it so difficult to admit that he is too old to make concubines pregnant? Su Xianfei also knew that what she said in her heart was angry and nonsense. And she couldn't say it out loud. Otherwise she would be killed. She secretly sighed that the queen's methods were getting more and more clever. Just now, she almost forced her to say what she was thinking. Fortunately, she stopped in time, seeing that Su Xianfei actually kept her temper at the critical moment. The queen sneered and held Cui Nuxi's wrist, and walked towards the viewing garden dignifiedly. During the whole process, Yuan did not say a word. She just silently held the ninth prince's hand, while keeping her eyes on the three little fat boys, who were looking around curiously. She heard the confrontation between the queen and concubine Su. But this was not the time for her to interrupt. Han Jingshu, who was walking side by side with her, also kept silent. This woman finally chose to forgive Yan Huijing. Yuan sincerely hoped that Yan Huijing could see the good of Han Jingshu and stop thinking about her. Deep in the dense forest, the emperor hunted the first prey of the whole scene, an adult male deer. Everyone applauded, and the emperor was very happy. He ordered the guards to take the male deer down and stew it. The dinner was used to entertain everyone. Since the emperor succeeded, their hunting could officially begin. Without Yan Huijing, the third prince became the most eye-catching heir. After a while, he also hunted a male deer, but it was a whole circle smaller than the emperor's. The ministers complimented him with confidence that a tiger father will have a dog son. The emperor was quite pleased and re-examined the third son, who was always shrouded in the aura of Yan Huijing. Although the third son was not as good as the second son in terms of literary and military strategies, he was also a very good child. He had ignored him for so many years. Can the third son enter the palace today? The emperor asked Eunuch Wang beside him. Eunuch Wang said, the mother of the third prince's wife was not feeling well, so she went to visit her. The truth was that the third prince's concubine in the backyard had a miscarriage, and the third prince suspected that it was his wife who did it. The third prince's wife was wrong, and she had a big quarrel with him and ran back to her parents' home. Her parents were afraid that it would be unpleasant to hear if it got out, so they claimed that the mother of the third prince's wife was sick. Eunuch Wang didn't say it because the emperor didn't want to hear that at the moment. The emperor said, send 2 ginsengs to Madame Su. The third prince's wife's surname was Su. Yes. Eunuch Wang agreed, and immediately called the capable eunuch to go to the warehouse to select ginseng. The third prince was a master of archery. After the stag, he hunted a wild sheep, a vulture, and 3 wild rabbits. It can be said that the harvest was quite good. The fourth prince was not as good as him, but he also hunted a pangolin. Only the eldest prince and King Chum came back empty-handed. The 2 men were riding horses and met each other while walking. The eldest prince had dark blue eyes, and so did Prince Chung. Prince Chung was frightened by the bruised princess, and had nightmares for several nights in a row. For some reason, the eldest prince also did not sleep well. Prince Chung was about to say hello to his brother, when he suddenly found a fat hare hiding behind the bushes. It was a gray rabbit, and its color was so inconspicuous that he did not notice it until he got so close. Soon, the eldest prince also found it. The 2 of them looked at the hare, and then at each other. Prince Chung whispered, why don't you come? My brother? The eldest prince said, my 5th brother found it first, so it must be my 5th brother's. Prince Chung said, no, it's my brother's. The 2 of them pushed and shoved each other for a while, and finally the eldest prince couldn't stand it anymore, and glared at me. Don't you know I can't hit it? Do you have to see me make a fool of myself? Prince Chung. Then I will shoot. Prince Chung pulled the bow and arrow awkwardly. The eldest prince glared at him coldly, and dared to shoot one and try. Prince Chung. Who hasn't hunted yet? The emperor turned over and got off the horse, and rested in a nearby cabin. There are guards in the forest, and whoever hunts something will report the news immediately. Eunuch Wang smiled and said, besides the eldest prince and Prince Chung, it's young Master Yin. The emperor frowned when he thought of the skinny horse that Yin Jiuqiao had chosen. Can he catch up with the prey with such a horse? Chickens run faster than him. Yin Jiuqiao rode on the skinny horse, holding the bow and arrow in one hand and the reins in the other, walking aimlessly in the forest. Suddenly, an adult roe deer appeared beside a locust tree not far away. The roe deer lowered its head and ate grass, not noticing that someone was approaching. Yin Jiuqiao lightly pulled the bow and arrow to aim at it. But when the arrow was about to leave the string, a sound of breaking through the air came from a distance, and an arrow accurately pierced the roe deer. Ha ha! Helianchi rode over arrogantly. He stopped in front of Yin Jiuqiao, and his men went to pick up the prey he shot. He looked at Yin Jiuqiao and raised his lips with disdain. Oh, it turns out that Master Yin is here too. I thought that prey was ownerless. Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too slow. Yin Jiuqiao ignored him, tightened the reins, and turned away. Helianchi was like a leech. Wherever Yin Jiuqiao went, he followed him. Whatever Yin Jiuqiao wanted to shoot, he would fight with Yin Jiuqiao for it, and he could always grab it. Helianchi rode his horse and walked side by side with Yin Jiuqiao. Master Yin, your arrows are not good. Go! Yin Jiuqiao quickened his pace. Helianchi said arrogantly, I advise you not to go forward. It's dangerous ahead. Yin Jiuqiao said lightly, if you are afraid, don't follow me. Helianchi smiled playfully. Why? Are you deliberately leading me there, setting an ambush to kill me? Yin Jiuqiao looked at him meaningfully. Are you afraid? Ha ha ha. Helianchi laughed arrogantly. Although this is your great Zhou's territory, you, a yellow-haired boy, are you qualified to make me afraid? Helianchi knew that this boy was provoking him, but he didn't care, because he also wanted to get rid of him. It was reasonable for something to happen in this place surrounded by tigers and wolves. Even if someone suspected him, it didn't matter. As long as he did it cleanly, no one would get the evidence. There were indeed more than a dozen beasts released deep in the hunting grounds. No one had hunted them in the past few years. If nothing unexpected happened, they should all be alive. Before entering the hunting grounds, the guards had reminded them not to go deep. Yin Jiuqiao walked as if no one was around. Where are your two dogs? Are they missing or waiting inside? Helianchi said arrogantly. Yin Jiuqiao paused and said, It is said that when a person is about to die, his words are good. I don't think this is necessarily true. Helianchi didn't understand at first. After thinking about it for a long time, he realized that Yin Jiuqiao was cursing him in a roundabout way, that he was about to die. Brat, dare to curse him. Who will live and who will die is still unknown. Yin Jiuqiao. Helianchi and his men entered the depths of the jungle. It was quiet here, with shade from the trees and occasional bird calls, which made people shudder. Helianchi smiled and said, Boy, you can kneel down and beg me now. Yin Jiuqiao said calmly, It's too late for you to beg me. Helianchi was stunned. The next moment, 6 silver-faced warriors descended from the sky and surrounded Helianchi and his subordinates. The horses of the two felt the strong murderous aura and screamed in fear. Helianchi quickly stabilized his mount, looked coldly at the sudden warriors, and narrowed his eyes dangerously. No wonder you are so sure. But it's too naive to want to kill this general with just these people. Helianchi didn't brag. Although he lost nearly half of his internal strength, his martial arts was still unbelievably high. Both sides trembled violently. His subordinates were hit on the shoulder by the silver-faced warriors and fainted on the spot. However, Helianchi relied on his profound martial arts to fight the 6 warriors to a draw. 2 assassins attacked from both sides, and he grabbed their wrists with his bare hands. At this moment, Ing San chopped at him with a sword. He pushed an assassin to block the sword, but Ing San threw a dagger at the tree behind him. The handle of the dagger hit the tree, bounced back quickly, and stabbed into his back. Helianchi did not expect Ing San to use such a trick. The dagger was poisoned, and his tendons and veins immediately began to ache violently. Helianchi stared at Yin Jiuqiao fiercely. This kid dared to poison? Isn't he afraid that people will find out? He sealed his acupuncture points to prevent the poison from flowing in his body. And then he stepped on his toes and disappeared from the sight of several people. Master! He ran away. Ing San said. Yin Jiuqiao said calmly, then chase him. Ing San chased after him. Helianchi could feel someone chasing him. He tried to shake him off but failed. Ing San chased him closer and closer. Just as he was about to catch up, an abandoned cabin suddenly appeared in front of Helianchi. Helianchi's eyes moved and he flashed into the house. This was originally a place for hunters to rest. because of the dangers around. No one set foot there. Gradually, no one cleaned it. Now it has been completely abandoned. Helianchi closed the window tightly and stood behind the door covered with spider webs, waiting for Ing Shur-san to come and kill him by surprise. However, Ing Shur-san did not seem to come and chased him straight ahead. Helianchi breathed a sigh of relief and sat down against the wall. He used his power to force out the poison in his body. It must be said that his martial arts are indeed extraordinary. Ordinary masters would have died on the spot if they were poisoned by this kind of poison. But he not only delayed until now, but also forced out all the poison. But after all, with the new wounds and the old ones, he felt a little exhausted. At this moment, Ing Shur-san finally found the house and rushed over with murderous intent. Helianchi knew he couldn't dodge, so he held the long sword on the ground tightly and stabbed Ing Shur-san fiercely when he broke into the door. Ing Shur-san cleverly avoided it and stabbed him in the heart with a sword. This time he should have died. But Helianchi smiled coldly. Helianchi stretched out his hand and slapped Ing Shur-san's chest. Ing Shur-san was slapped away by a huge internal force. The heart of an ordinary person is on the left, but Helianchi's is on the right. This is the secret of why he has never died despite countless assassinations over the years. He knew that he was no match for Ing Shur-san after being injured. So he deliberately let Ing Shur-san stab him in the heart, so that he could relax Ing Shur-san's vigilance and create an opportunity to attack Ing Shur-san at close range. As expected, he succeeded. It's not that Ing Shur-san is too weak, but that Helianchi is too strong. Ing Shur-san hit the big tree outside the door hard, and then fell heavily to the ground, spitting out blood. Helianchi's palm hit Ing Shur-san's heart hard. Logically, Ing Shur-san was beyond saving. But just as he shocked Ing Shur-san also shocked him hard. Ing Shur-san coldly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and got up from the ground again. How could this happen? Even a real warrior would not be able to withstand the blow he just gave. It seems that this half-dead warrior is much stronger than he imagined. Helianchi gave Ing Shur-san another blow, and thought that he would definitely die this time. But Ing Shur-san still stood up again, trembling, and even faster than the first time. Could it be that this guy is getting braver and braver after every setback? Helianchi has heard of a weird kung fu, where every nirvana can make oneself stronger. But the process of training is very painful, and even a warrior can hardly survive it. This kid actually. A chill suddenly surged up Helianchi's spine. Then the two of them fought to a draw. It is not surprising that Helianchi's martial arts is better than Ing Shur-san's. He has practiced martial arts for at least 20 years longer than Ing Shur-san. The Helian family is a famous martial arts family in Nanxiao. As the second son of the second house, the Helian family has spent countless treasures on him, collected countless martial arts secrets for him, and even the elders have passed on their lifelong internal strength to him. It is a bit unreasonable that he can't beat a half-dead man. However, Helianchi's condition is not good. After all, he was injured. His vitality and internal strength are rapidly disappearing. Even if he can tie now, he will gradually lose the upper hand after 100 or so moves. Helianchi made a quick decision and used Qigong to escape after hitting Ing Shur-san with a palm. Helianchi finally realized that he was careless and underestimated the enemy. He thought that he could walk sideways in the great show with his kung fu. In fact, if Yin Jiuqiao had not secretly plotted against him in the restaurant and poisoned him, he would have been more than enough to deal with the half-dead man. But there are no ifs in the world. There are only consequences and results. Helianchi used all his Qigong to escape for a while, but he was exhausted and could not escape anymore. He sat down against a poplar tree. He was extremely weak at this moment, and even an ordinary guard could kill him. Fortunately, he had a unique skill and could recover 30% of his strength in just a quarter of an hour. When he recovered, he went to kill Yin Jiuqiao. Helianchi began to use his skill to heal his wounds. But the eldest prince and King Chung started to go together after they met. Their archery skills were so bad that they didn't even catch a chicken feather. If they continued like this, they would be scolded by their father. Brother. Prince Chung looked at the eldest prince eagerly. The eldest prince said depressedly, "Why are you looking at me? Can you get prey by looking at me? Are we going in the wrong direction?" Prince Chung said cautiously. "The more we walk, the fewer prey there are. Maybe we have entered a dangerous area." The eldest prince would not admit that he did not remember the way. He coughed and said, "Didn't I follow you?" Helianchi recognized the voices of the eldest prince and Prince Chung. He was at a critical moment of practicing martial arts and must not be disturbed. He hid his body, and tried not to let them find him. Fortunately, the two of them were half-baked in martial arts, and did not detect Helianchi's breath. Prince Chung was upset. Why did he blame him again? He wanted to go south. Right? The eldest brother ran all the way to the west. Now, I don't know where he ran to. The eldest prince suddenly said, Look! There's a fox! King Chung looked in the direction his eldest brother pointed, and indeed saw a dozing fox under a big tree. He was delighted, and quickly drew his bow and arrow. The fox was quite big, and there were no branches or leaves in front of it, almost completely exposed to their eyes. King Chung was confident that he could hit it. King Chung loosened the string, and with a whoosh, the arrow flew away. You can't hit it even at such a close distance. Idiot! The eldest prince also drew his bow and arrow. He might not be able to hit it if he was jumping around. But what could he do if it was lying there sleeping and not moving? The eldest prince also shot an arrow, but it didn't hit it either. Prince Chung, who is the idiot? Behind the tree, Helianchi looked at an arrow on his left leg and an arrow on his right leg in confusion. The eldest prince cleared his throat. Come again. Helianchi pulled out the arrow on his left leg, and with a whoosh, a new arrow flew in and hit the original wound. He pulled out the arrow on his right leg, and a new arrow hit the wound on his right leg. Helianchi was furious. Damn! You two don't change the place when shooting arrows? Can you stop shooting at the legs? At least shoot an arrow at the chest. Swish! An arrow hit his chest. Helianchi. Chapter 297 Brother Joe's Method. The Fat Guy's Birdwalking. When Ingshirsen followed the clues to find Helianchi's hiding place, Helianchi had been shot into a sieve by 2 straw bags. The eldest prince and King Chung left to find other prey. Before leaving, they were still arguing that the other party's arrows were too bad and couldn't even hit a hare. Ingshirsen brought the dying Helianchi to Yin Jiuqiao. Yin Jiuqiao looked at the fainted sieve in front of him. Who did it? Yin Jiuqiao asked. Ingshirsen bowed and said, These are the arrows of the eldest prince and His Royal Highness Prince Chung. Everyone will receive their own bow and arrow when entering the venue, and each arrow is labeled accordingly. The original intention of doing so is to better distinguish who shot the prey. Ingshirsen only said that the arrows belonged to Prince Chung and the eldest prince, and did not say that they were the ones who did it. After all, his young master was just pretending to be a fool. But the two of them were real rookies. Could a master like Helianchi let 2 rookies shoot like this? That would be too unlucky. The legendary getting shot even when lying down? What Ingshirsen didn't know was that Helianchi really got shot even when lying down. Could someone have taken their arrows and put the blame on them? Ingshirsen asked. Yin Jiuqiao glanced at him coldly. Apart from this young master, who else has the courage to do this? Shooting and killing the Nanjiao envoy is no small matter. And apart from his own little madman, no one else would be so stupid as to do it. But is it really good to flatter yourself like this? After all, you are married. Can't you have some dignity? Ingshirsen suppressed the urge to twitch his lips and asked his shameless young master, What should we do now? Yin Jiuqiao looked down at Helianchi and said calmly, Do it cleanly. Ingshirsen understood what Yin Jiuqiao meant and dragged Helianchi, who was only 1 breath left, down. A certain young master touched the bow in his hand with a frank look. Well, now he can hunt happily. The news of Helianchi's death did not spread so quickly, but the achievements of the hunting ground were constantly passed on to the viewing garden by the eunuchs. The main reason was that the queen was very concerned and specially instructed the eunuchs on duty in the hunting ground. When the eunuch who delivered the message came to the viewing garden again, the queen was leading a group of people walking on the cobblestone path. In front of them was the bird garden, which was covered by a green shed and filled with flying birds. The 3 fat boys could no longer hold back and started walking the birds. Fuling and Zissa followed. The 9th princess quietly let Yuan hold her hand. Her face flushed. Who hunted the most? The queen asked with a smile. The eunuch told the truth. It was the 3rd prince. The 3rd prince was very brave, and the prey he caught was comparable to that of the 2nd prince of the Xiongnu. You should know that the Xiongnu were a nation on horseback, and riding and shooting were their strengths. Just like the people of the Central Plains were proficient in the 4 books and 5 classics. Foreigners could hardly compare with them. Your Majesty just asked about the 3rd prince's wife, asking her why she didn't come to the hunting ground. Upon learning that her mother was ill, Your Majesty specially sent someone to send ginseng over. The eunuch who delivered the message said softly, Well, the 3rd prince is good, and he really makes our Zhou dynasty proud. The queen looked very happy. But it was unknown whether she was so happy in her heart. After hearing what the queen said, Concubine Su laughed softly. The third prince is so brave. I think the other princes are not bad either. The eunuch was in a dilemma. The fourth prince was not bad. But the eldest prince and the Prince of Chung were wandering around in the forest. The Prince of Chung was good at literature, so it was not surprising that he could not hunt. But the eldest prince was not good at literature or martial arts, and he had nothing to show for it, which was a bit embarrassing. What did the princes hunt? Concubine Su asked with a hint of coldness. The eunuch secretly looked at the queen's face, but unfortunately the queen could not refuse this question. So the eunuch had to bite the bullet and said, the fourth prince hunted a pangolin, a pair of bamboo partridges, and a hare. At this point, the conversation should have stopped there. But was Concubine Su a sensible person? What about the eldest prince and the Prince of Chung? Concubine Su asked relentlessly. The eunuch was sweating for himself and said, there has been no news from the two princes. I think there are omissions in the statistics. I will go and check later. The queen's original intention of paying attention to the hunting ground was to know how many hunts her son had hunted and how the results compared with his brothers. But as soon as the eunuch said this, she realized that her son had lost to his brothers again. The other female relatives didn't want to embarrass her in public, so they all shut up tactfully. Only Concubine Su had to expose the eldest prince's incompetence in public, which really slapped the queen in the face. If the queen is unhappy, Concubine Su will be happy. Do you think you are always the winner? Where in the world can such a good thing come from? Concubine Su took Han Jingshu's hand and smiled gently. Come on. I will take you to see the tiger. Yes. Han Jingshu responded softly. From the day when Yan Huijing was chosen, the Prime Minister's mansion stood on the side of Concubine Su and her son. She was destined to offend the queen, but it was just a matter of sooner or later. Concubine Su took Han Jingshu away, and the queen's eyes became colder. The princesses and concubines behind her all lowered their eyebrows and dared not breathe. Although the ninth princess did not understand what the adult said, she felt that Concubine Xian had made her mother angry, and she was a little scared. After becoming a mother, Yuan became much more sensitive to other people's emotions. She felt the fear of the ninth princess and gently squeezed her hand. Are you going to find Dabeo and the others? The ninth princess nodded. The queen did not ask them to stay together. Otherwise Yuan would not allow the three little fat boys to run away first. They could just say Hello to the queen in any courtyard they wanted to visit. Yuan took the ninth princess and walked over. Your Majesty, the ninth princess and I are going to the bird garden. Do you want to come with us? The queen smiled gently. I am old, not like you young people. You go ahead. I will go to the pavilion to rest. Yuan bowed and watched the queen go to the pavilion, and then took the ninth princess's hand and entered the bird garden. The bird garden is more like a huge birdcage, with natural trees and artificially cultivated landscapes inside. Birds with colorful feathers are perched on the lush branches and ropes, and the chirping of birds is incessant. Yuan is used to it and doesn't find it noisy. And the female family members find it strange, so they don't mind the noise either. Fuling pulled out a cooked corn cob for the little fat boys to make bird food. Then the three little fat boys squatted on the ground and fed the three little birds in front of them. They ate one corn cob and fed the little birds one corn cob. They ate two corn cobs and fed the little birds one corn cob. They ate three corn cobs and fed the little birds one corn cob. Yuan. It seemed that she finally understood how the three of them became fat. Princess Nine was not familiar with the three little guys and did not play with them. Yuan asked Fuling to pull out a corn cob for her. When she held the corn cob, the birds flew towards her with their wings flapping. She was so excited that she screamed and went to feed the birds happily. After the little fat boys fed the little birds themselves, they ran to Yuan, clamped their calves together, and called him. I have to pee. Yuan glanced at the ninth princess, who was having fun. The queen was not there, and the ninth princess was handed over to her. She couldn't leave the ninth princess behind, so she said to her son, let Zissou take you there. The three of them threw themselves into her arms and rubbed against each other. I want my mother. I want my mother. Yuan was so hard-hearted, but she couldn't bear to be cruel to the little ones. Yuan walked over and said to the ninth princess, I want to take Dabao and the others to the Gonfang. Will you come with us? The ninth princess blinked. Can I wait for you here? She wanted to feed the birds. Yuan curved her lips. Then don't go out. Princess. I'll let Fuling and Zisu stay to take care of you. Zisu is meticulous. And Fuling is tough and capable. It's no problem for them to watch over a 6-year-old girl. Besides, this is an ornamental garden. The people present are all concubines and relatives. And no outsiders can come in. As long as she could feed the birds, anything would be fine. The 9th princess agreed obediently. Yuan told Fuling and Zisu to stay with the 9th princess. I know. Zisu agreed. And then she saw Fuling took a big step towards the 9th princess, almost sticking to her body. Fuling compared with her fingers. 1 step. That's right. Zisu. There were eunuchs on duty in the bird garden. Yuan asked where the Gongfang was. She originally planned to take the 3 little fat boys there by herself. But the eunuch would not miss the opportunity to curry favor with the young master's wife, and led her there with a smile. The Gongfang was not far away. But a few days ago, a heavy rain washed away a wooden bridge on a man-made canal. The wooden bridge happened to be a shortcut to the Gongfang. Because it was still under repair, the eunuch had to lead Yuan and her son to take a different route. Yuan was glad that she didn't refuse the eunuch's guidance. It's really hard to explain this in a few words. Just look at the 3 little fat boys jumping around. How can they be as urgent as they were just now? They are not in a hurry to pee. But they are jealous that they are holding hands with other girls, and want to monopolize her and act coquettishly. Right? Yuan was angry and amused. The children are really different every day when they grow up. Not only are their bellies rounder, but their little thoughts are also particularly active. When we first met, they were 3 honest little pitiful people. How could they be so twisted now? Of course, this is also a good thing. No parent doesn't want their children to grow up. But it would be better if they could speak. Yuan looked at them tenderly. The 3 little fat boys only knew that Yuan was looking at them. But they didn't know what Yuan was thinking. They jumped around in a particularly proud manner. Yuan made them laugh with their fat bodies shaking. The eunuch who led the way also laughed. He took on this job purely to curry favor with people. Unexpectedly, the 3 little boys were so cute that his heart almost melted. The royal family had difficulty in having children, and it was a great blessing for the young lady to give birth to 3 sons in one go. Turning around the corner ahead and walking straight for about 20 steps will bring you there, the eunuch who led the way said with a smile on his face. When the 3 little guys heard that they were almost there, they rushed forward. When they turned the corner, the 3 little guys bumped into someone and sat down on the ground with a thud. The 3 rubbed their heads in confusion. Ouch! The eunuch who led the way ran over quickly and helped the 3 little boys up. The little guys had been raised in the village for 20 days and were tougher than Xiao Taidan. Yuan knew that the 3 were not injured, so she walked over with a dignified and steady pace. She saw a young man in a white robe with blue edges standing at the corner. He was about 17 or 18 years old, with delicate features, tall and thin figure. He squatted down and looked at the 3 little guys with a pleasant face. Did you get hurt? The 3 little fat guys tilted their heads and looked at him. Judging from his clothes, he looked like a Nanjiao envoy that Yuan had met earlier. He bowed to Yuan and saluted. Yuan looked at him carefully and suddenly realized, I remember that you are the disciple of the national teacher who was drunk in the Prince of Yan's mansion that day. The young man looked up with a look of surprise and met Yuan's sight. The man's facial features seemed ordinary, but he had a pair of eyes that were so beautiful that they were almost unfair. The black pupils were like black pearls in the stream, and also like the most dazzling stars in the night sky. You are, the boy asked in a daze. The eunuch scolded, How dare you? This is Madame Yin. Why don't you bow and greet her? The surprise in the boy's eyes faded. You? Now it was the eunuch's turn to be confused. This address. Could it be that Madame Yin knew him? Yuan smiled and nodded. It's me. It seemed that she understood what he was asking. The boy bowed devoutly. My name is Wanfeng. Thank you Madame Yin for your treatment. Yuan said, It's just a small effort. How are your injuries? Wanfeng replied, Madame Yin is a great doctor. Wanfeng is fine now. This conversation was not something the eunuch could figure out. They are. Wanfeng looked at the 3 chubby little boys in a daze. Yuan curled her lips, my son. Ah. Wanfeng was surprised. The 3 little fat boys hugged Yuan, turned their heads, and looked at Wanfeng vigilantly, as if their mother was theirs, and no one could take her away. Yes. I'm sorry. I bumped into them just now. Wanfeng scratched his head and said. It was obviously a few little guys who bumped into him. Yuan could accept his kindness. But she couldn't let her son not understand where he was wrong. Yuan didn't blame them, but just looked at them quietly. The three of them looked at Yuan stubbornly at first, but they couldn't hold it anymore and hung their heads. Okay, I won't run around anymore in front of outsiders. Yuan didn't embarrass the child too much. After saying goodbye to Wan Feng, she led the child to the guest room. When turning the corner, an elder with a fairy-like appearance came towards them. Yuan didn't know him, so she just nodded and passed him by. The elder nodded slightly, which was also a greeting to Yuan. Yuan and her group walked away quickly. The elder frowned slightly. Master, Wan Feng called him. The imperial master looked at Yuan's back with a complicated expression. Who is she? Wan Feng smiled and said, she is Master Yan's wife. She was the one who treated my wounds in Prince Cheng's mansion that day. Master, what happened to her? Nothing. The imperial master retracted his gaze. The hunting should be over. Let's go back to the other palace. We haven't even entered the hunting ground yet. Wan Feng murmured regretfully. It's okay that he came late and didn't catch up with everyone to enter the grounds. Is it too troublesome to go and take a look? The emperor's hunted stag was made into delicious roasted venison by the chef of the hunting park. But in the end no one was in the mood to eat meat. The envoy of Nanzhao was ambushed by a wild beast, and the target of the ambush turned out to be the majestic General Wei Yuan of Nanzhao. It is said that his injuries were too serious, and there was a high probability that he could not be saved. When the bad news came, everyone was in disbelief. Although there would be some people injured in the autumn hunt every year, they were not serious falls or scratches, and most of them were civil officials. How could a military general let the prey succeed in the battle? Could it be that General Wei Yuan was just a figurehead? The people of Dezhou did not know how good Helian Qi was at martial arts, but the people of Nanzhao knew it very well. Even a cleaning servant in the Helian family knew martial arts. Not to mention the second son Helian Qi, who was the most valiant and warlike general after Helian Baiming. Helian Baiming was seriously injured and lost all his martial arts. Helian Baiming had no offspring. If nothing unexpected happened, Helian Qi would become the most suitable heir to the entire Helian family. Now, this heir was left in the hunting grounds of Dezhou. How could the ministers of Nanzhao explain to the king and the queen when they returned? You know, Helian Qi is the favorite of the queen. The three powerful ministers invited the national teacher to come and discuss Helian Qi's affairs with him. The first to speak was Lord Du. He was the prime minister of Nanzhao. The other two were also prime ministers. There were 3 prime ministers in Nanzhao. All of them came to Dezhou. Lord Du was the youngest in terms of seniority. But who could make him talk so well? He could coax the king and the queen. Not to mention how favored he was. He slapped the table and said, this matter cannot be let go. I believe that with General Helian's martial arts, it is impossible for him to be ambushed and killed by a few tigers. It must have been done by the people of Dezhou. The national teacher said calmly, people of Dezhou? Which people of Dezhou? Lord Du choked and said, Xiao Shinting. General Helian once humiliated him in public. He must have a grudge. So he killed General Helian in the hunting ground. This analysis does not make sense. From the information they have currently, the only one who meets the 2 conditions of being offended by Helian Qi and having the ability to kill Helian Qi is Xiao Shinting. The imperial master said. Xiao Shinting didn't go to the hunting ground at all. How could he kill General Helian? Lord Du thought for a moment and said, that means he'd bribe the guards inside. What kind of guards can be the general's opponent? The imperial master asked. Lord Du was speechless. Yes, Helian Qi is the master of Nanzhao, second only to Helian Baiming. And a few guards in the hunting ground are not worthy of the general to move a finger. Could it be that there are assassins? But assassins are unlikely to be the opponent of General Helian. Of course, if more than 100 assassins were dispatched, it would be another matter. The problem is that if so many assassins were really dispatched, there would be no movement in the forest, and no one heard General Helian's call for help. Which means that General Helian was either made like this by someone, or he held back his voice when he was injured. Why did he hold back? Lord Du felt that something was unusual. His colleagues could also think of what he could think of. But before they set out, the king had an order that everything should be done according to the imperial master's lead. So Prime Minister Ming and Prime Minister Su did not speak. The room fell into a strange silence. And at this time, Hua Feng walked in with a solemn look. Master, Hu Yu is awake. Hu Yu is Helian Qi's subordinate, the soldier who was rewarded with Xiao Shiting's armor. Today, He entered the hunting ground with Helianchi. He was knocked unconscious by Yan Jiuchao's death warriors. When he found Helianchi, he happened to be unconscious nearby. So he was sent back to the other palace. The imperial master said, "I will go to see Hu Yu. And the adults will go back first. I will inform the adults tomorrow morning if there is any news." Prime Minister Ming and Prime Minister Su had no objections. But Lord Du was the only one who was reluctant to leave. The imperial master sighed, "Well, Lord Du, please come with me to see Deputy General Hu." Lord Du went without hesitation. Deputy General Hu was seriously injured. When the imperial master and Lord Du entered the room, he was unable to get out of bed to greet them. The servants helped him sit up and put a big pillow behind him for him to lean on. He endured the pain all over his body and bowed to the two masters. "Imperial Master, Lord Du, how is the general?" "No need to greet," the Imperial Master said. "Wan Feng, you stay outside." "Yes." Wan Feng took the servants out of the room and guarded the door with a vigilant look. The Imperial Master then said, "The general can't make it." In one sentence, Helianchi was sentenced to death. Deputy General Hu felt that his blood had frozen. How could this happen? The general is a martial arts expert. He can survive any injury. This is an established fact. Helianchi can't be saved. And it's Deputy General Hu's choice whether to believe it or not. The national teacher said seriously, "General Helian, who did you meet in the capital these days? What did you do? Tell the truth." Deputy General Hu choked. If the national teacher asked what happened in the hunting ground, Deputy General Hu could talk endlessly and tell everything. But if he asked about these days, Deputy General Hu didn't know whether to say it or not. Lord Du frowned when he saw him like this. The national teacher looked at him coldly and said, "General Helian is the heir of the Helian family. His life and death are related to the state system. You'd better think about whether to hide anything." Chapter 298 Rewards. Visits. General Helian was in trouble. And as his deputy, he would most likely die as a token of apology when he returned to Nanzhao. He only hoped to do the national teacher a favor so that he could ensure that the king would not vent his anger on his family when he returned to Nanzhao. Deputy General Hu told Helianchi everything about his visits to the brothel and Zuixianju. Although he was not the driver of Zuixianju that day, Helianchi did not hide it from him afterwards. After hearing what Vice General Hu said, Lord Du was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Did he really say such nonsense to young Master Yanqing? What does I heard that Madame Xiao is the most beautiful woman in the great Zhou dynasty? Why don't you let her accompany me for one night? And I will give you the armor mean? Did he humiliate his own mother in front of young Master Yanqing? My national teacher will tell you one more thing. The national teacher seemed to be talking to Vice General Hu. But in fact, he was telling Lord Du. The maiden Zuixianju has been found out. She is not a servant of the young master's mansion, but a friend of Madame Yan. She is not a trap set by Yan Jiucha for General Helian. General Helian and her just met by chance. Vice General Hu was stunned. Lord Du opened his eyes wide and said, "So, General Helian insulted Master Yan's mother first, and then tried to bully Madame Yan's friend. That's it. He still has the nerve to ask Yan Jiucha for revenge? The whole thing is Helianchi's own fault. To put it bluntly, he deserves to die. As envoys of Nanzhao, they can go to the Emperor of Dazhou to make trouble. But if the fuss gets out of hand, Nanzhao will end up losing face. The hatred of insulting the mother is irreconcilable." Yan Jiucha was a little heavy-handed, but no one will blame him. Helianchi's life is already beyond redemption, and his face must be saved. Lord Du, shut up. The Imperial Master glanced at Deputy General Hu and looked at the endless night. No wonder you were kept alive. It turned out that you wanted to tell us through your mouth that he was the murderer. But we all have no way to deal with him. If Deputy General Hu died, they would definitely ask the Emperor of the Great Zhou for an explanation if they did not know the truth. After finding out the truth, General Helian would lose face. But Yan Jiuchao's murder also violated the laws of the Great Zhou. No matter how much the people sympathized with him, the law would not forgive him. This is a result that no one would benefit from. But now it is different. As long as they choose to keep things quiet, not only will General Helian's face be saved, but Yan Jiuchao will not have to accept any punishment. Although he is unwilling, he has to admit that this is a win-win situation. This time, there is no need for the Imperial Master to remind him. Lord Du figured it out by himself. He sighed and said, "This kind of behavior of pitting you and making people want to be grateful to him reminds me of someone. The Imperial Master looked at him. Lord Du gave him a look that you couldn't have guessed. The Imperial Master said, "The Prince Consort." There were 2 Imperial Princesses in Nanzhao. The eldest princess had long since severed ties with Nanzhao. The Prince Consort Lord Du was referring to was the husband of the younger princess. He was not from Nanzhao. At first, the king did not agree to his marriage with the younger princess. But the younger princess would rather give up the throne for him. The king was furious, and did not mention the matter of establishing a crown prince for more than 10 years. It was not until the younger princess obtained the sacred object and proved that she was destined to be the one, that the king finally appointed the younger princess as Her Royal Highness the Queen. The consort is not only the husband of the little princess, but also his counselor. Today, Yin Jiucha played a trick on them, which inexplicably resembled the consort's methods in the past. Lord Du was conquered by the consort's methods, and ended up becoming the confidant of the little princess. I don't know if he is the national teacher. He doesn't know. And he doesn't dare to ask. Helianchi was ambushed by a beast in the hunting ground. Although the Nanzhao envoy did not hold the great Zhou dynasty accountable, the emperor felt a little sorry. He personally went to the other palace to visit the miserable Helianchi, left several doctors with superb medical skills, and promised the Nanzhao envoy that he would try his best to find Helianchi no matter how many medicinal materials were needed. The emperor did not suspect that there was something else going on. But the imperial guards did not find any clues in the forest. He heard that Helianchi had caused trouble in Zuixianju. And finally, he was beaten up by someone. He guessed it was Yin Jiucha. He also heard that Yin Jiuchao had gone to the brothel to find Helianchi. Why did he find him? Of course, it was for Xiao Shinting's armor. The emperor always thought that Yin Jiuchao only had resentment toward Xiao Shinting. But now, he actually fought with the Nanzhao envoy for Xiao Shinting's armor. The emperor felt a little jealous. Of course, this does not mean that Helianchi was injured by this stepfather and son. Not to mention that Xiao Shinting did not go to the hunting ground today. Even if he did, he would not have done such a thing to plot against someone. That stinky boy might have done it. But look at the skinny horse he picked. Who can he catch up with? And the 2 secret guards around him. I heard they were dead men who gave up halfway. How could such a 3-legged cat beat a Nanzhao general? But then again, half-dead men are still dead men. If they can't beat Helianchi, how can a few prey hurt Helianchi? The emperor racked his brains, but couldn't think that Helianchi was caused by his 2 stupid sons. Nanzhao had already believed that it was an accident. So the emperor was too lazy to make trouble in public. He politely blamed himself and returned to the palace. That night, the national teacher came to Helianchi's room. "Master, the elixir you asked for." Huafeng held a heated pill in front of the national teacher. The imperial master looked at Helianchi expressionlessly and said, "Feed it to him." Huafeng wondered. "This is the 9-turn resurrection pill. Master wants to keep him alive? He will be in great pain. With such a serious injury, death is the only way to be relieved," the imperial master said. "He can't die for now. If he dies, they will have to carry the coffin back to the country. But the sacred object of Nanzhao has not been obtained yet. They can't come here in vain. Helianchi must be alive, even if he is lingering on like 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. Is it because of the sacred object?" Huafeng had a vague guess in this regard, but he was not sure, and he didn't think he could find it. The capital is so big. Looking for a palm-sized iron bead is like looking for a needle in a haystack. There will be results soon, the imperial master said. Huafeng blinked. What does the master mean? Could it be that the whereabouts of the holy object has been found? On the other side, Yuan took the children back to the mansion. After leaving the bird garden, the children went to the animal garden. Rare wild animals were locked in cages. It was hot, and the smell was not very pleasant. Most of the women could not stand it. But the children were having fun. When the bad news came from the hunting ground, several fat boys were squatting in front of a red fox cage, holding the cage with both hands, with their heads against the cage, wishing they could squeeze themselves in. The cage was 2-layered, so there was no danger of them bumping into each other. But Yuan had to ask them to leave. "It's getting late. Let's go back home," Yuan said softly. For the first time, the 3 little guys looked at her with a spoiled look. This was because they didn't want to leave. Although they were small, they also understood that these things that could be put in a cage were not available outside. And if they went out, they would never see them again. Yuan thought for a while and said, "We also have a little fox at home, which is Snow White and more beautiful than it. The three little guys looked enlightened, grabbed Yuan's hand, and couldn't wait to go home to find the little snow fox. Yuan laughed. Did you think it was a puppy before? The ninth princess asked Cui Mei to take her away. Before leaving, she looked at Yuan reluctantly. Yuan smiled and promised her that she would visit her next time she entered the palace. Only then did she happily leave with Cui Mei. Thinking of the ninth princess's dependence on her, Yuan wondered if she was really lucky with children, or if the child didn't get much maternal love from the queen. The queen couldn't have children at this age, so she kept the pretty and lovely ninth princess around to attract the emperor's attention. The queen needed the ninth princess. And why didn't the ninth princess need the queen? Her biological mother died early, and the emperor was busy with state affairs. If it weren't for the queen's blessing, her life would be much harder than it is now. Yuan touched the heads of the little fat boys. At this time, she was glad that she recognized them and realized the benefits of Yin Jiuqiao not taking concubines. Yin Jiuqiao was very affectionate to his children. If there were really a few illegitimate sons and daughters in the mansion, who could guarantee that her little fat boys were their father's favorites? The little guys were anxious to go home to play with the little fox. But they were tired all day and didn't take a nap. As soon as they got on the carriage, they fell asleep. After getting off the car, Yuan, Fuling and Zissou each carried one child into the upper room. Tower and Lyre went to the kitchen to get hot water. Banksia found some clean clothes to change into. And Yuan bathed the three little fat boys and wiped their hair. The three of them were dressed up, but they didn't wake up for a while. You're tired after a day. You should go and rest too, Yuan said to Zissou and the others. Yes. Zissou took the order and left the room with Fuling. Fuling really went to rest. Zissou waited in the room for a while and went to bed without waiting for Yuan's call. Yuan was also tired, but Yin Jiuqiao hadn't come back yet, so she wanted to wait for him. After a while, Yin Jiuqiao sent someone to tell her that he and several princes had gone to visit Helianqi, and asked her and the children to rest first. Yuan had no habit of waiting for others before, and Yin Jiuqiao had no habit of bringing messages home. They were both people who did what they wanted, but they both learned to care about each other after their wedding. Yuan curled her lips and rested peacefully with a few fat boys in her arms. The matter of Helianqi may have caused a huge storm in the court, but Yuan's heart was calm. She already knew that the bearded man who almost flirted with Bai Tang was Helianqi. This bastard deserved to die. What did it matter whether it was a man or a god who took care of him? It was just retribution. After the marriage between the two countries was completed, the second prince of the Xiongnu had fulfilled his mission and had no reason to stay in the Great Zhou. Besides, he missed home. Early in the morning, he asked the emperor to leave. The emperor tried to persuade him to stay, but the second prince of the Xiongnu was determined to leave. The emperor personally went to see off the Xiongnu envoys. The royal family members and the princes and ministers also went. Among the female relatives, only Princess Cheng was allowed to see her cousin off because of her special status. Since she knew that she was forced to marry a prince of the Great Zhou, Princess Cheng had quarreled with her cousin. She resented her cousin and hated him. But when it came to the moment of separation, she was most reluctant to leave her cousin. All she could think of was the goodness of her cousin. She recalled the first time she rode a horse at the age of 7. She rode so fast that she left all the slaves behind. As a result, she got lost on the prairie. It was her cousin who found her first, held her in his arms, and said to her, "Don't be afraid. Mingju, your brother is here. From now on, her brother can't come." Wu wow. Princess Cheng ignored her image and cried loudly in the arms of the second prince of the Xiongnu. She is already married. Even her brother can't be so unscrupulous. Everyone shook their heads and cast a pitying look at the king of Cheng who was standing aside. The king of Cheng just smiled awkwardly. The second prince of the Xiongnu was about to part with his most beloved sister. He was already heartbroken and didn't care what others thought. He raised his hand to wipe her tears and choked up and said, "Brother has wronged you. And the Xiongnu has wronged you." Princess Cheng cried even harder. The second prince of the Xiongnu had always known that his sister wanted to marry an eagle on the grassland. A battlefield hero like Yu Shaoqing and Xiao Shinting. And definitely not a weak and helpless pretty boy like King Cheng. But they had no choice. This marriage was the surrender of the Xiongnu and the grace of the Great Zhou. The emperor of the Great Zhou had the final say on who his sister would marry. And it was not their turn to be picky. But on the bright side, originally she could only marry the prince. But thanks to the 9 dynasties of Yan, She was at least promoted to a higher level. Even if King Chung had no real power, there was no risk at the same time. He did not ask for anything else, but only asked his sister to spend the rest of her life in peace in the Great Zhou. On the last day of May, the Xiongnu envoys set out on their journey back home, and the Nanyao envoys stayed behind on the pretext of recuperating Helianqi. Helianqi was injured like that, and it was indeed difficult to move. The emperor did not doubt anything, and sent the imperial physician to take care of him every day. On the first day of June, the emperor issued an imperial decree in the court, conferring the title of king on all the adult princes. The eldest prince was named King Qing. The second prince Yan Huijing was named King Jing. The third prince was named King Wu. And the fourth prince was named King Zhao. Yin Jiuqiao was named the crown prince. And they were all happy to accept the title of crown prince. It seems that he will soon inherit the throne. As early as after the funeral of the king of Yin, the emperor intended to let Yin Jiuqiao inherit the throne. But this kid refused to accept it. Not only did he not accept the throne, he also refused to take the title of crown prince. Now he finally figured it out. Yin Jiuqiao became the crown prince. So she was the crown prince's consort. Yuan was very happy. But she was not only happy about this one thing. Yu Song's test results came out, and he ranked 6th in Class B. Yuan was delighted by this result. Her second brother had been in school for less than a month, and he had already ranked 6th in the class. Although her second brother's class was the worst in the country, it was quite impressive that he could get this result. Among the 33 students in the school, her second brother was the last to enter and had the worst foundation. She originally thought that it was nothing to be at the bottom, but he actually made it into the top 10. The news was brought by Jiang Xiu. After Su Yu was exiled, Uncle Wan also asked Yin Jiuqiao to transfer back to Yinqing. On the surface, he asked Uncle Wan to go back to manage the Yin Wang mansion. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that the prince was punishing Uncle Wan for Su Yu's matter. Jiang Xiu inquired about Yu Song's grades, and also inquired about Zhao Heng's. Zhao Heng was a student in the A class of Qingxin Hall, which was the best class in the second grade. As expected, he won the first place again. Zhao Heng was also talented and diligent, and he had been admitted as a scholar after studying for many years. Yuan didn't want to compare her second brother with him. In short, she believed that her second brother had a promising future. Yuan couldn't wait to tell her family the news, but she remembered that Yin Jiuqiao had also asked about Yu Song's grades. So she made a snack by herself and asked Jiang Xiu to send it to the cabinet, and told Yin Jiuqiao about her second brother's affairs and her own arrangements. After Jiang Xiu left, Yuan went to find her son. Ever since they knew that their fox cub was the same species as the one in the zoo, the little fat boys would hold the little fox all day long and would not let go. They would hold it everywhere, and the three brothers would take turns holding it. They also asked Yuan to draw a king character on the forehead of the sick cat they adopted. The little fat boys then thought it was a tiger cub and loved it so much. As soon as Yuan walked to the gate of the garden, she heard the three little fat boys laughing like pigs. They had never laughed so loudly in the mansion. Were they really having fun playing with the two little animals? If her son was happy, she would be happy too. Yuan's lips unconsciously raised a smile and stepped into the garden. The three little fat boys saw her, turned around, looked at her cutely, and put their hands behind their backs, as if they were hiding something. Yuan smiled strangely. Is there anything that can't be shown to mother? The three of them were acting cute. I won't show it to you. As expected, they have grown up half a year, and have more ideas. They are no longer as obedient as they were when they were little. Alas, my sons have grown up, and my mother is so disappointed. Yuan bent down and pinched the noses of the three little fat boys, little clever ghosts. Yuan came to take them back to Lotus Village. It has been a while since she went back. Her parents must miss her very much. Yuan asked Zisu, Tao Er, and Li Er to take the three little guys down to wash and brush their teeth, and left Ban Xia to comb her hair. The three little guys washed and started to choose clothes. In the past, they wore whatever they were given, but now they know how to be vain. Zisu didn't want the clothes she brought, and she stuck out her little butt and went to rummage through the boxes. The three of them picked 3 sets of blue long gowns. When they put them on, they looked like 3 miniature scholars. Yuan was so cute that she couldn't help but kiss them on the face. The three of them blushed and kissed Yuan back. This shy look made Yuan feel that the caring and awkward little kids were back. Yuan was so happy that she kissed them several times, making the three of them dizzy and their cheeks red like little apples. Yuan picked out gifts for her family and told them that they could also pick gifts for whoever they wanted. The three of them thought about it, ran to the orchard, and picked 3 big, red peaches. Yuan looked at the peaches in their hands and thought that Dad, Mom, and Xiao Taidam were all very considerate. Jiang Xiaowu went to the cabinet to deliver the news to Yin Jiuqiu. After Yu Shaoqing's case was settled, Yin Jiuqiu would not go to the officials of the Dali Temple. It was the emperor's order to come to the cabinet. Jiang Xiaowu talked about Yu Song's achievements, and Yuan's plan to return to the village to announce the good news. For such a matter, it would be enough to send a servant. The little girl must be homesick for going there in person. Yin Jiuqiu still had some official duties forced upon him by the emperor, and he could not get away for a while. He said to Jiang Xiaowu, "You let the prince's wife go back to the village first, and I will pick her up later." Jiang Xiaowu, the prince's wife didn't mean that. She just informed you that she was going back to her parents' home. Why? She doesn't like it? She can't go out without the prince? Yin Jiuqiu raised his voice while speaking, and all the ministers in the room heard it. The ministers looked at each other. Although they had just got married, it was too much for her husband to accompany her when she went out. In short, all the ministers in the cabinet knew how clingy Yin Jiuqiu's prince's wife was. Jiang Xiaowu was about to cry. His prince's wife was really not like this. She was so cool. She could leave at any time. Yin Jiuqiu sighed and said, "I have official business to attend to. Tell her not to make trouble." Jiang Xiaowu, no. She didn't make trouble. The ministers who were almost fed up with dog food. Jiang Xiaowu didn't dare to stay for a moment. If he stayed any longer, he didn't know what the prince's wife would become. Jiang Xiaowu said goodbye quickly. Yin Jiuqiu pretended to open a memorial, glanced at the ministers who had no time to look away, and said helplessly, "I will not attend the parliament tonight. You can think about the reason yourself." Damn it! I really want to beat this guy to death. Yuan did not bring a maid with her when she returned to her parents' home this time. She only asked Jiang Hai to drive the 4 of them back to Lianhua village. Today is a sunny day, very suitable for traveling. Unexpectedly, as soon as the carriage left the gate of the young master's mansion, it met another carriage unexpectedly. The carriage stopped steadily in front of the young master's mansion. The driver lifted the curtain, and a handsome boy came into Yuan's sight. He smiled at Yuan, and his eyes seemed to be able to speak. Shining like glass, Crown Princess. As her status grew, her title naturally changed. Yuan preferred Crown Princess to Young Madam. After all, Crown Princess had a salary, and from now on she would be a royal sustenance. Yuan had a good impression of this kid, and when she saw him walking towards her, she smiled. "Wan Feng, did you come to see me specially?" Wan Feng scratched his head, looking a little silly. "Actually, it was my master. He came to thank you. Thank you for healing me that day. The imperial physician said that if you hadn't rescued me in time, I might have died from excessive blood loss." Chapter 299. The fierce little fat boy returns to the village. Of course, the imperial physician of the great Zhou dynasty would exaggerate Yuan's contribution. Not long after Yuan left, the imperial physician arrived. Even if she didn't do anything, the imperial physician could still save him. But he would be extremely weak, and would have to lie in bed for 10 days, or half a month, before he could get out of bed. Thinking about it this way, she did have a great contribution. Yuan got out of the car. The 3 little fat boys stuck their heads out from the curtains, and looked at the little disciple Wan Feng fiercely. Wan Feng made the 3 little guys stunned. "What's wrong?" Yuan turned around following his gaze, and the 3 little fat boys changed their faces in a second. With cute expressions, Yuan made her son cute again, and she wished she would never go out. So she hugged the 3 little guys in her arms and kissed them. When Yuan turned around to talk to Wan Feng, the little fat boys became fierce again. Wan Feng simply made the 3 little fat boys stunned. Fortunately, the national teacher got off the car. Wan Feng quickly turned around and helped the national teacher. "Master." Yuan's eyes fell on the national teacher. "Wait, isn't this the elder I met outside the viewing garden a few days ago? No wonder he has an immortal temperament. It turns out to be the Nanjiao national teacher. He actually came to thank me in person? It's been a long time. What did he do before?" The national teacher bowed to Yuan according to the etiquette of the Great Zhou. Yuan bowed slightly in return. The languages of the Great Zhou and Nanjiao are similar. There is no big obstacle in communication except for their respective accents. The Imperial Master asked Wan Feng to bring down the thank you gift and said to Yuan, "Thank you for your help." The Crown Prince's concubine. "You are too polite, Imperial Master." Yuan nodded and said to the Imperial Master, "The Imperial Master came to visit, and it is reasonable to invite the Imperial Master to come in for a chat. But the Imperial Master also saw that I was about to go out, and the Crown Prince was not here. The implication is that you came at the wrong time." Wan Feng cleared his throat awkwardly. He said not to choose this time to visit. The Great Zhou is more polite than Nanzhao. I heard that they would send a visiting card before visiting. But the master wanted to come, and he couldn't stop him. The Imperial Master said, "It's okay. Just send the thank you gift." Yuan did not refuse and nodded to Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai stepped forward to take the thank you gift from Wan Feng. But suddenly, a bead fell out of Wan Feng's sleeve and happened to fall on Yuan's shoe. It was inconvenient for men to touch this place, and the maid was not there. So Yuan bent down and picked it up by herself. It was a bead the size of a baby's fist, originally smooth white. But when Yuan held it, it lightened slightly. Wan Feng looked at the bead blankly, then looked at her sleeve. "Here." Yuan returned the bead to Wan Feng. "Oh, thank you very much." Wan Feng took the bead in confusion and put it into his sleeve. The breeze lifted Yuan's black hair, which was like satin, and under the sunlight, it was so soft and shiny that it was a bit outrageous. Wan Feng's throat slid a little. Jiang Hai kept his eyebrows down. The national teacher said goodbye and took the stunned Wan Feng to the carriage. Yuan asked Jiang Hai to hand over the thank you gift to the guard on duty, and then got on the carriage back to the village. "Master." After the carriage turned the corner and drove into the busy street, Wan Feng took out the bead from his sleeve. "Why do I have a bead on me? What is this bead? I saw it light up just now. Why doesn't it light up in my hand?" The national teacher said, "This is a Gu bead. Only the Gu King can make it light up." Gu King. Wan Feng thought that the bead was shining in Yuan's hand, and his eyes widened. "She has the Gu King in her hand? Master, did you deliberately put the bead on me to test her? Why did you do this?" The national teacher didn't say anything. Countless doubts flashed through Wan Feng's mind, and a flash of inspiration came to her. "Wait, Master, you don't suspect that the sacred object of Nanzhao is in her hands, do you?" The national master neither admitted nor denied, but just took out a folded handkerchief and opened it bit by bit, revealing a long hair. Wan Feng widened his eyes and said, This can't be her hair? Master, how did you get it? If the sacred object is really in Yuan's hands, her hair will also be stained with the smell of the sacred object. Whether the Gu King in her hand is what they are looking for. The national master has his own way. The carriage drove steadily on the main road. The three little fat boys fell asleep as soon as they got on the car, which almost became a rule that could not be shaken. Jiang Hai made sure the three little guys were asleep. While driving the carriage, he whispered to Yuan, "Madam, there is something fishy about that bead. I saw it. It shines in my hand, but not in Wan Feng's hand." Although Wan Feng collected it quickly, she still caught it with her sharp eyes. Jiang Hai frowned. "Madam, are you familiar with that boy?" Yuan said indifferently, "We just met once." "Then don't call him by his name." Oh, wait. Why would she agree to a coachman's words?" Jiang Hai said thoughtfully, "That national teacher. I always feel that he did something. But the scene was too chaotic just now, and I didn't see it clearly." Yuan raised the corner of her lips with a smile. She saw clearly that the national teacher took a broken hair from her body. But the Imperial Master must not know that it was Jiang Hai's hair. The Imperial Master and his apprentice were delayed for a while, and the carriage arrived at the village near noon. In less than 10 days, the village had changed a lot. Yuan's first feeling was that she had gone to the wrong place, because she had the impression that there were not many people in Lianhua village. Today, it was dark and crowded, and the entrance to the village was almost blocked. The carriage could not pass, and Yuan could not see the familiar villagers. So she simply asked Jiang Hai to ask these people from other villages. Jiang Hai got off the carriage, caught a young man in his 20s, and asked, "What happened in Lianhua village? Why are there so many people?" The young man saw that he was holding a whip in his hand, and then looked at the carriage behind him, and said, "Are you here to do business with the Yu family? That's unfortunate. The Yu family is not free today." "Why are you not free?" Jiang Hai asked. The Yu family is hiring. The young man pointed at the crowd and said, "You see? These are all here to seek work. The Yu family pays well and provides food and accommodation. Even people from the town have come. It is not surprising that people from all over the country come to seek work. But it is somewhat enviable that people from the town condescend to come to the village. In the past, Lianhua village was the poorest and most deserted village. But now it is the most lively and popular village. And everyone wants to get in." The young man came to seek work. So he only noticed those who came to seek work. But he didn't know that matchmakers were almost knocking down the door of every household these days. Some wanted to marry a wife. And some wanted to marry a daughter. The soldiers whose marriages were delayed by the war all became popular. When the matchmaker heard that the veteran bachelor Wang Matzi had married, she cried anxiously. People from Xinghua village came to make trouble once. And the soldiers and the horse thieves were defeated. It is worth mentioning that Yan Jiuchao quietly solved the household registration of the horse thieves. Those who stayed sincerely were all legal villagers of Lianhua village, no minors. Those who stayed insincerely were arrested by Yan Jiuchao and spent the rest of their lives in jail. The number of households in Lianhua village increased from 20 to 30 to 50. It felt strong instantly. Jiang Hai drove the carriage, and despite all difficulties, the new house with 3 rooms was almost built. But the furniture had not been fully equipped. They were still living in the new house of the Ding family. There were too many people taking jobs, and the house could not accommodate them. So Yu Feng and Yu Shaoqing were called to the factory. Little Taidan squatted on the ground at the door and played marbles with Shi Tu. Don't underestimate these inconspicuous beads. In fact, they are made of iron or glass. Even if the country people have money, they are reluctant to buy them. It was Yu Shaoqing who loved his son that he went to the town blacksmith to customize a pair. The two of them played happily. Little Taidan played a lot on weekdays. Practice makes perfect. His skills were better than Shitu's. When he was about to win, Little Taidan suddenly heard the sound of a carriage. He looked up and saw Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai had been here before, and he recognized Jiang Hai. He threw the marbles excitedly. "My sister is back." Shi Tu looked at his little back as he ran out. "Hey, I won. Who cares about you?" Little Taidan couldn't wait to run to the carriage. Jiang Hai stopped the carriage early. Yuan was in the carriage and heard her brother's voice. When the carriage stopped, she lifted the curtain. "Sister, sister." Little Taidan climbed the carriage. The carriage was too high for him to climb up. So Jiang Hai helped him and lifted up the excited Little Taidan. "Thank you, Uncle Jiang," Little Taidan said crisply. Jiang Hai, who was actually the same age as Yu Feng but grew up more anxiously. The little fat boys were awakened by their uncle's voice and looked up with a confused look on their faces. "Oh, my little brother is here too." Little Taidan was even more excited. Yuan said seriously, "How many times have I told you that you are my nephew?" But they are obviously the same age as Xiao Xinjin. Xiao Xinjin is a younger sister. So why can't they be younger brothers? Yuan couldn't argue with him about this issue. Yuan hugged the 3 little guys who had just woken up. And Jiang Hai carried them down. "Uncle Jiang." "There's me." Little Taidan stretched out his little arms to Jiang Hai. "Jiang Hai, go by yourself." Little Taidan. The private school in the village has also been built. It was originally the Zhao family. The Zhao family renovated it and expanded the house on the east side into a school. Today the school is closed. So Little Taidan can squat at the doorstep with Shi Tu to play marbles. When Yuan left last time, she mentioned to the old man that girls with household registration in Lianhua village can also go to school. People in Lianhua village are exempt from tuition fees. But people from other villages have to pay money. As for how much they are charged, Yuan did not interfere. In the clan, the high priest's lessons are hard to come by. When he came to the Great Zhou, the old man did not expect 1,000 gold coins. But he should have 100 or 10 taels of silver. Otherwise, he would not be worthy of his status as the high priest. The old man thought that if he charged so cheaply, there would not be enough tables. So he paid for 30 desks out of his own pocket. As a result, several days passed, and no one from the outside village who paid for the school came. Yuan met Jiang in the main hall. Jiang looked better because after moving in next door, Xiao Taidan no longer had to share a bed with him. Xiao Taidan went to the workshop to call his father back. When he heard that his daughter was back, Yu Shaoqing did nothing and immediately threw away the work in his hands and rushed back in a hurry, all one. As soon as he finished speaking, He saw 3 chubby little guys, and his face darkened. Why are these little bastards here again? The little bastards sat on Zhang's body, looking at him cutely, and rubbing their little heads against Zhang's arms. Yu Shaoqing's face darkened. Father. Yuan greeted him with a smile, and then looked at the little fat boys and said, Didn't you bring gifts? Go and get them. The 3 little fat boys then remembered that they also had gifts. So they slid down the ground and took down their gifts from the carriage. They were 3 big, red peaches. Yu Shaoqing sighed secretly, and thought, for the sake of the little bastards, who knew to give him gifts. Before the thought flashed through his mind, he saw the 3 little fat boys running out with the big peaches in their arms, to find a way. Grandpa Yu's heart was hit by 10,000 points of critical strike. Soon, the eldest aunt also came, and the eldest uncle, and Yu Song also wanted to come. But unfortunately Yu Shaoqing gave up the burden too quickly, and the 2 of them could not get away. So they stayed in the workshop to recruit workers temporarily. Why are you back today? Isn't it the banquet in the middle of the month? The eldest aunt took Yuan's hand and said, It's not that she didn't want to see Yuan, but a girl who goes to her parents' home too often is afraid of gossip. Yuan didn't care about this, and Yin Jiuqiao didn't care even more. So Yuan had no scruples about going back to her parents' home. Yuan curved her lips and said, I will be back in the middle of the month. I came here today to announce the good news to my family. Are you pregnant? The 3 elders said in unison. Yuan's mouth twitched. Why are your reactions so uniform? I'm not. Yuan said. The eldest aunt was afraid to slap her hand. It's okay. It's only been more than a month since the wedding. It's normal to be pregnant. Besides, it's not that she doesn't have a son and is anxious to give birth to one to carry on the family line. With her own niece's situation, no one dares to gossip whether she has a son or not. Who is as lucky as her with 3 sons? The eldest aunt was not worried about Yuan's offspring, but she was worried that Yuan herself would be worried. If you ask me, it's not too late to wait until the 3 brothers are older. As for children, it's up to fate, and Yuan is really not in a hurry. On the other hand, Yu Shaoqing's eyes were a little resentful. He wanted a little granddaughter as cute as Awan, who would not torment his little granddaughter. The eldest aunt glanced at Yuan's belly. If it's not this good news, then what good news is it? It's my second brother. Yuan smiled and told her family that Yu Song ranked 6th in the class. After hearing this, the eldest aunt was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. You didn't make a mistake? Of course. She didn't doubt that Awan would cheat her with fake grades. Awan was not that kind of person. But she really couldn't believe it. Her son, who had never read a book, got such a good score in just 1 month? No, it can't be that there are only 6 people in the class. The eldest aunt said tentatively. Yuan laughed out loud. How little confidence does the aunt have in her son? She actually thought that the second brother would rank last in the exam. The aunt knew she was confused and coughed awkwardly. I feel like pie in the sky. Don't I? Yuan stopped laughing and told the aunt the truth about what she had learned from the Imperial College, among the 33 students in the class. My second brother was the last to join the class, but he is the most diligent. I heard that he is the one who gets up the earliest and goes to bed the latest in the class. He studies hard until 3 o'clock every night and has to get up again before dawn. So late. The aunt began to feel sorry for her son. She used to think that farming was hard, but now after listening to Yuan's words, she felt that studying was not easy either. Although farming was hard, he could still get enough sleep. Why did he sleep less than a chicken when studying? The aunt suddenly thought of Zhao Heng. No wonder Zhao Heng was always skinny. It turned out that he was the result of studying. Wait a minute. I'll get some eggs. How could the aunt know that studying was so hard? She secretly cursed herself for being ignorant and not knowing how to nourish her son. The food in the Imperial College was not bad, and Yuan often sent food to Yu Song. Yu Song was really responsible for his food, clothing, housing and transportation. But this was a mother's intention. Yuan did not refuse, and smiled and watched the aunt leave. Not long after the aunt left, Aunt Zhang, Aunt Bai and Xuanzi's mother came to the house together. Awan is back. Aunt Zhang came into the house with a big pumpkin grown in her own vegetable garden. Aunt Zhang, Aunt Bai, Aunt Wu, come in and sit down. Yuan welcomed the 3 people into the house. The aunts came, and Yu Shaoqing, a grown man, couldn't stay in the house any longer. So he took Xiao Taidan, who was opening a gift, To the workshop. The three aunts saw Yuan's carriage parked outside, and came to look for her. However, they hesitated and found it difficult to speak. Aunt Bai patted her chest and said, "Let me tell you. The matchmaker came to propose marriage to Mount An, Ernia, and Xuanzi. We are so confused by all the talk." Yuan said, "So you want me to help Mount An and the others make a decision?" "No," Aunt Bai said. "It's their sister. The matchmaker came to our house to propose marriage. She took a fancy to the girls from our families. But good things should not be given to outsiders. How can we marry our daughters? Your eldest brother is already married. We don't have that luck. So the aunts took a fancy to my second brother? Her second brother went to Beijing to study. Everyone knew that her second brother would have a bright future. It's not your second brother," Aunt Bai said. "It's a Wei. Yuan. Where is the promise of good things not being given to outsiders? How capable is my daughter? She can plant rice and grow crops. She is more capable than men. It's his luck to marry my daughter," Aunt Bai said with a straight back. Aunt Zhang said indifferently, "What's the use of being more capable than men? With your daughter's temper, how many men can stand it? My second daughter is the most gentle and virtuous. This is the truth. Aunt Bai's daughter is like her. She has a loud voice, and works more efficiently than men. She got the most wages last month. While Aunt Zhang's daughter speaks softly. She doesn't work in the workshop, but only does housework and farm work at home. My daughter is beautiful," said Xuanzi's mother. "This is not an empty talk. Xuanzi's sister is 13 this year. Her facial features have not yet grown up. She is a little immature and tender, but her skin is watery. She is a real beauty." The three of them quarreled in the room, saying that their daughters are good and should be married to a Wei. Yuan looked at the three strangely. "Excuse me. This is a Wei's marriage. Shouldn't you ask a Wei's opinion?" There was a silence in the room. Aunt Bai, "My clothes are not washed." Aunt Zhang, "My meals are not cooked." Mother Xuanzi, "My cows are not fed." The three left in tacit understanding. Yuan. After the three aunts made such a fuss, Yuan remembered her eldest brother's marriage. Bai Tang's smallpox has been cured for a long time, and Mr. Bai should have forgotten about the inn. It's time to come to propose marriage. When the eldest aunt came over with a basket of eggs, Yuan expressed her thoughts. The eldest aunt has always been concerned about her son's marriage, but she is afraid that the other party will look down on their family. Their life is better now, and the third son and Awan have also made progress. But to be honest, that is the ability of the third house. And their first house is still a few mud legs. The eldest aunt is good in everything, but she is too honest. If it were the Gua family or the Luo family, it would be a different story. However, Yuan also understands the eldest aunt's heart disease. She hopes that her two sons will have a promising future and make a fortune with their own abilities without relying on anyone. In the past, the eldest aunt may not have such ambitions. She just thinks that it is enough for the two sons not to starve to death. However, after seeing the abilities of the two, she began to have expectations for her sons. Yuan is also full of expectations. She believes that with the diligence of the eldest brother and the brains of the second brother, they will be able to stand out in time. It's just that marriage is a big deal. My elder brother is waiting, but Bai Tang is not young anymore. Who knows if Mr. Bai will forget the pain and start arranging a marriage for Bai Tang? Yuan tried to persuade her earnestly, but her throat was dry. The aunt still couldn't make up her mind, mainly because she was too unconfident. Jiang said gently, "Sister-in-law, try it. Let Awan and Xiaofeng go to the Bai family together." The aunt agreed. Yuan. So why did she talk for so long? Her mother got it done with just one sentence. Isn't it early? Chapter 300, Nanzhao State Master. Fatty and away. Outside a quiet side hall of the palace, a carriage slowly stopped. The State Master and Wang Feng stepped down on a wooden stool. The Nanzhao guards on both sides saluted silently. The State Master walked in front with an expressionless face, and Wang Feng followed him obediently. Entering the side hall, the State Master took off his cloak, and Wang Feng took it in time and looked at him blankly. "Master." The State Master did not speak, but turned to Helianqi's room, took out a life-extending 9-turn resurrection pill, and fed it to him. Helianqi no longer had a trace of living breath. Only his heart was still beating slightly, so that the imperial physician could feel his weak pulse. His soul had long gone to heaven, but his body was like a puppet, being manipulated by others, even if he was guilty during his lifetime. Wan Fong couldn't help but feel sorry for him at this moment. Wan Fong turned his face away, and no longer looked at the withered Hellion Chi. "Let's go," the Imperial Master said to Wan Fong. Wan Fong came back to his senses and looked over. He saw that his master had left the room without knowing when, and was standing at the door looking at him calmly. He scratched his head and followed him awkwardly. There were many disciples in the Imperial Master's hall, but only Wan Fong accompanied the Imperial Master on this mission to the Great Show. Wan Fong contracted all the Imperial Master's affairs, and he took care of food, clothing, housing and transportation. After returning to the room with the Imperial Master, Wan Fong poured a cup of tea for the Imperial Master, and then went to the small kitchen to get lunch for the two of them. Originally, they were going to have lunch with several other ministers, but they were afraid that they would not be able to catch up today, so they told them to eat first. It was indeed past mealtime. The small kitchen now made a few authentic Beijing dishes, and Wan Fong carried them back to the Imperial Master's room in a lunch box. Wan Fong was not used to the dishes of the capital, but fortunately he brought Nanzhou's hot sauce. He took up the jar, scooped 2 spoonfuls, and put them in a delicate plate. One for him, and one for the master. "Eat." The Imperial Master picked up the chopsticks. Wan Fong put the jar away, and sat down. The Imperial Master didn't talk much, and Wan Fong didn't dare to talk much to him. There was only the sound of chewing on the table between the two of them. Wan Fong was used to it, but today he felt something was missing. Just as Wan Fong was hesitating whether to find a topic to talk to the master, a confidant of the Imperial Master stepped into the room. "Is the Imperial Master?" The confidant saluted. The Imperial Master nodded lightly. "Have you found out?" "I have found out." The confidant presented a letter to the Imperial Master and then left. The Imperial Master opened the letter, read it, folded it, and put it on the table. From Wan Feng's angle, he happened to see the 3 words Young Master's Mansion. Wan Feng's big eyes turned and asked curiously, "Master, what does the letter say?" "Read it yourself," the Imperial Master said. Wan Feng opened the letter and found that it was full of information about Yuan, including her birth date, birthplace, parents and close relatives, everything. Master is investigating her? It would take more than a day or 2 to check so much information. Master has been investigating her ancestors since the first time he met Princess Yen. Isn't it enough to just find out whether the holy object is on her? Why do you need to know so much? Why is Master investigating her? Wan Feng asked, puzzled. The Imperial Master did not answer. It seemed that he was not going to tell him. So Wan Feng shut up tactfully. However, he was still curious about Yuan. So he changed the subject and asked, "Master, can a strand of hair really reveal the whereabouts of the holy object?" "Of course," the Imperial Master said sparingly. Wan Feng took a mouthful of rice, picked up a piece of smoked bamboo shoots, dipped it in hot sauce, and after eating, he glanced at the master cautiously. "What if we find out that the holy object is in the hands of the Princess of Yin?" "Take it back," the Imperial Master said. Wan Feng took another bite of rice and wanted to shut up, but couldn't help asking, "Did you take it secretly?" After asking, he realized that he had asked an extremely stupid question. If you don't take such a valuable thing secretly, do you have to rob it openly? "Hey, our Nanja's sacred object is in your hands. Return it to us." Only a fool would hand it over. Right? If General Hellion hadn't happened, there might be a glimmer of hope for negotiation. Exchanging armor for sacred objects is a great deal no matter how you look at it. But General Hellion messed up everything. Now Wan Feng really feels that he deserves to suffer. Without waiting for the Imperial Master to speak, Wan Feng spoke again. "If you take it secretly, how do you plan to take it?" The Imperial Master glanced at him. "You talk too much today," Wan Feng said embarrassedly. "Because she treated my injuries, my life was saved by her. It's just a polite remark," the Imperial Master said calmly. "She is a doctor. Saving the dying and the wounded is her duty. Don't confuse it with the grace of saving lives." "Oh!" Wan Feng felt that he could really shut up now. While eating, he kept looking at the Imperial Master. The Imperial Master put down his chopsticks. "Just say anything else." "Then, will you kill her?" Wan Feng asked with his eyes blinking. His facial features are not amazing, but these eyes really seem to be able to speak. The Imperial Master didn't look at him, but just picked up the chopsticks again, picked up a piece of vegetable leaf casually, and said, "It depends on whether she knows it or not." Wan Feng looked at the master in a daze and said, "Because this matter is serious." We can't let people find out that the holy object has been stolen. And we can't let people find out that the little princess has not been chosen by the holy object. So if she knows that it is a holy object, we can't let her live? The imperial master nodded lightly, which was considered as tacitly agreeing with his speculation. Wan Feng didn't say anything more, and finished the rice in the bowl silently. After the two of them finished their meal, Wan Feng called the servants to remove the tableware, and the imperial master took Wan Feng into the inner room. It was not yet night, and the sky was bright. The imperial master asked Wan Feng to close the doors and windows, and the room became dark. The imperial master took out a small box. Wan Feng recognized the box. It was one of the few things in the master's luggage that he was not allowed to touch. He stood aside tactfully, and did not step forward to help. He saw the master put on silver gloves and took out a small jade bottle from it. The moment he put on the gloves, Wan Feng had a vague guess. Is it a poisonous insect? He thought to himself. The national teacher pulled out the cork of the bottle. Cup. Wan Feng picked up a white porcelain cup that was turned upside down on the table and handed it over with both hands. The national master motioned him to put it on the table, and he did so. The national master poured the contents of the cork into the cup. Wan Feng guessed correctly. It was indeed a goo worm, but it was not any kind of goo he had ever seen. His intuition told him that this goo worm was very powerful. Is it the Goo King? Master? Wan Feng asked. The national master nodded. The Goo King can make the goo bead shine, but the one that shines may not be the Goo King we want. It is also a Goo King. The only thing in the world that can scare people is the Nanjiao sacred object. Wan Feng finally understood why the master brought back the hair of the concubine of the Yin prince, and he watched the master's movements nervously. The national master took out a handkerchief from his arms, opened it, and put the hair into the cup. But the Goo King did not move at all, and was not affected at all. The imperial master frowned. Did I make a mistake? She only has an ordinary Goo King. Wan Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The imperial master put away the Goo King in a disappointed manner and locked it in a small box. Just as he was about to take the used handkerchief and cup, Wan Feng said, Master, let me clean it up. The imperial master nodded, put the box back to its original place, and got up to go to the study. Wan Feng began to clean up the things on the table. His eyes stayed on the hair in the cup. Somehow, he picked it up, and then he put it to his nose and smelled it. Then his face changed drastically. This is not her hair. When he went to the young master's mansion to thank her, he was close to her, and the breeze blew her hair, and he accidentally smelled it. There was a faint scent of lily of the valley, and a hint of a pleasant fragrance that he couldn't describe on her hair. He naturally didn't know that it was the smell of Yin Jiuqiu, but he was sure that it was definitely not her hair. Did the master make a mistake? Or, did she deliberately let the master make a mistake? If it was the latter, did it mean that she had been on guard against the master from the beginning? Why would she be on guard against the master? Could the holy object really be in her hand? And she knew that it was the holy object of the Nanjiao kingdom. And she also knew that the Nanjiao envoy came for the holy object this time. What a thoughtful woman! He and the master were completely kept in the dark by her. Wan Feng. The national teacher pushed the door and walked in. Wan Feng's expression changed, and he pulled the hair into his palm. What's wrong with you? The national teacher noticed that something was wrong with his face. Wan Feng's eyes flickered, and he picked up the cup on the table and said tremblingly, Master's Goo King is so powerful. Will the cup it touches be poisonous? I won't be poisoned. Right? The national master sighed. Are you scared by this? Wan Feng's throat slid. Yes. Yes. No. The national master said helplessly. That's good. I thought I was going to die. Wan Feng pretended to be relieved. The national master said calmly, I'm going out tomorrow. Remember to prepare the carriage. Wan Feng hurriedly agreed, yes. Do you need me to go with you? Master? The national master said, no. I'll go alone. Oh! Wan Feng was still feeling guilty about his lie, and didn't mind that his master had left him behind. After Yin Jiuqiu finished his official duties in the cabinet, he really didn't attend the routine meeting. He walked away with a haughty look and got into his own carriage. After entering June, the days became longer. When Yin Jiuqiu and Ying Shursan arrived at Lianhua village, it was still light. The villagers who came to take jobs had left one after another. The village returned to its usual tranquility, with smoke curling and the aroma of rice filling the air. The adults called back their own dogs and began to enjoy the day's dinner. Since the Yu family opened a workshop, the villagers' lives have become better. Not only do they no longer have to go hungry, but they can also eat meat every now and then. Along the way, the gluttony in Yin Jiuqiu's stomach was aroused by the smell of meat from each family. Yin Jiuqiu got off the carriage in front of his house, and Ying Shursen pulled the horse to the backyard to eat grass. Yuan heard the movement of the carriage and stepped out. When she saw Yin Jiuqiu, she was stunned for a moment. Yin Jiuqiu came directly from the cabinet, and he had no time to change his clothes. He was wearing a purple cord dress. The purple brocade made the black python belt tightly tied around his strong waist. He was tall and slender, and his sleeves were casually hanging down. Compared with the past, he looked a little more inviolable and majestic. The twilight hit his jade-like face, making him look like he was coated with a layer of light Buddha light. Yuan was once again amazed by her husband's divine face. I'm afraid that the Nine Palaces god is no more than this. After staying at home for a day, she naturally found out what he had done for the Yu family. The problem of horse thieves was solved. Those who were willing to stay were all legal small miners, and those who were unwilling to stay were also solved by him without any hidden dangers. In addition, the mining documents were also obtained, which were all things she didn't know. In this world, there are always men who only talk but don't do, and there are also men who only do but don't talk. Obviously, her young husband is the latter. Yuan looked at him with curved eyebrows. What are you looking at? Yin Jiuqiu asked lightly. Look at you, Yuan said with a smile. Are you shameless? Yin Jiuqiu turned his face away coldly. This bad temper made her angry a lot. But now she just felt that he was very cute. Yuan continued to look at him without blinking. Yin Jiuqiu said lightly, even if today is the day of sex, you don't have to be so impatient. Huh? The day of sex? Yuan was stunned and counted on her fingers. Yin Jiuqiu frowned. Yuan's eyes widened. You forgot? You remember? The two said in unison. This is awkward. A person who always talks about eating meat, and a person who is as cold as ice and ascetic as a fairy. But the former forgot, and the latter remembered. The expressions of the two became very subtle in an instant. Yin Jiuqiu snorted and said, such an important day. You thought you were talking about it day and night. But it turns out that you have forgotten it. If I had known, I would not have come. You talk as if you are counting the days every day. Yuan muttered casually. Yin Jiuqiu's expression tightened. Yuan groaned. Are you really counting? Yin Jiuqiu said seriously. No. This matter started with detoxification. Loyal to instinct. Although every night storm can make her choke. But that's mainly because he takes a long time. Not many times. He doesn't let her touch him during the day, and he never showed any impatience after announcing the trip in 10 days. She once suspected that he was not really keen on this kind of thing. Yuan thought about how he secretly counted the days every day, and couldn't help laughing. You all won. Yin Jiuqiu frowned. Yuan tried very hard to hold back her laughter. Yin Jiuqiu blushed and said coldly, come in. Yuan didn't move. Yin Jiuqiu walked a few steps and found that she didn't follow him. So he turned around and asked, what are you doing now? Yuan handed him her hand. Yin Jiuqiu didn't move his hands behind his back, and glared at her coldly. It's immoral. After that, he stepped over the threshold in a gentlemanly manner. Yuan looked at his seemingly calm back and smiled. Let's see if you can still say this in the evening. The family had dinner at the new house of the Ding family. The eldest aunt liked Yin Jiuqiu more and more, and said that it was getting late, so it would be better to stay overnight and leave tomorrow. Yin Jiuqiu declined politely, saying, I have to attend the court early tomorrow. I will come back to stay for a few more days after the mid-month holiday. If it were someone else, the aunt might think that he was dissatisfied with the countryside. But Yin Jiuqiu had lived in the countryside for so long and had even bought a house. The aunt knew that he was not that kind of person. Not to mention that he had to attend the court early. Not only did the aunt not force him to stay, she also hurried him to get on the carriage. The three little fat boys had dinner at Awei's house. Seeing that Awei cooked the dinner himself, the three little fat boys were so moved that they ate all the food in one breath. The truth is that the food cooked by the whole family was terrible. Only Awei's cooking skills were great, so cooking was always done by Awei alone. When Awei came out with the last bowl of egg drop soup, there were only a few empty plates left on the table for the dishes cooked for the whole family. Awei went to steam another basket of steamed buns, and when he turned around, the steamed buns were also eaten up by the little fat boys. Awei didn't know how many meals he had cooked. He was so tired that his eyes were blurry, and his hands were shaking. He finally fed the little fat boys. But the rice in the rice jar was almost empty. Fortunately, Xiao Taigan came to pick them up. Wei couldn't wait to send the little fat boys away. His miserable life as a master, grandfather, was finally over. He was the happy ghost villain again. But before he could feel proud, there was a thumping sound behind him. Wei dragged his tired body to open the door, and saw 3 round little fat boys at a glance. The little fat boys were barefoot, holding little pillows, and looked at Wei cutely. Mother said, "We can stay and sleep with you tonight." Wei collapsed. Yin Jiuqiu and Yuan got on the carriage and returned to the young master's mansion. Zisu didn't see the 3 little boys, and asked in confusion, "Where are they?" Yuan explained calmly, "My father and mother couldn't bear to leave them, so they stayed behind." Zisu looked at the 2 people's red ears, and pretended to believe it. The young couple entered the house. Fuling came over with a large basket of freshly picked plums and lychees, and was about to go to the room, but was caught by Zisu. "What?" Fuling asked. "What are you doing?" Zisu asked. Fuling said, "The crown princess asked me to pick them before she left. Didn't she come back? I gave them to her." Zisu glared at her with a look of disappointment. "Who can eat the fruits you picked at this time? If you can't eat them, why do you ask the kitchen to cook supper?" Fuling was confused. That is, Zisu didn't know how to explain to her. This girl is not young anymore. Why is she so stubborn about this kind of thing? Haven't you seen that the prince and the prince's wife can't tolerate others in their eyes? After 10 days of confinement, the newlyweds must be angry. There was already movement in the house. Zisu blushed and took Fu Ling's hand and ran away. This kind of thing is harmonious and both of them like it. What's more, they have been confined for so long, and she has forgotten such an important day. Yuan planned to make it up to him, but she accidentally overtook it. That night, she went to the room and asked for hot water 3 times. Yuan was very satisfied, but she was really tortured. She even forgot how she fell asleep. She lay on the dry mattress that had been changed, breathing evenly and sweetly, and her black hair hung down and rested on her white jade shoulders. Yin Jiuqiu pulled a thin blanket over her and then lay down beside her, with one hand behind his head and the other on his stomach. Yin Jiuqiu slowly closed his eyes. After a moment, he took out the hand behind his head and put it into the quilt. After another moment, he moved to her side and gently held her hand. A good night's dream. When Yuan woke up, Yin Jiuqiu had already gone to court. Yuan blushed. Which bride in ancient times slept until noon like her? It was really lawless. Oops. Thinking of something, Yuan patted her head. Yesterday, she was really seduced by her husband. She even forgot to tell him that the national teacher had come to test her. But Yuan didn't say anything. Yin Jiuqiu had already learned from the guards on duty that the national teacher and his disciples had come. The 2 of them gave a thank you gift and said some polite words, and accidentally dropped a glowing bead. Yin Jiuqiu listened to everything, and was sure that the national teacher came to test Yuan. Yin Jiuqiu didn't think that any of them leaked the news of the Nanzhao sacred object. Even Yu Zigui wanted to betray Yuan, and he had betrayed her a long time ago. So the national teacher suspected Yuan probably because he had seen Yuan on the day of hunting. Young master, has he found out something? On the way back to the mansion after the court session, Ing Shursen spoke suspiciously. Yin Jiuqiu shook his head. That girl is not so stupid as to let him succeed. What I am most worried about now is not what he has found out, but whether he has recognized it. Ing Shursen frowned. Young master, what you mean is? Yin Jiuqiu said lightly. He is the Nanzhao state master. He cannot have not seen the great princess. If he just met a girl who looked like the great princess, we can still say it was a coincidence. But what if he met the great princess herself? This is probably another story. Young master. Ing Lu rode up to catch up. He left? Yin Jiuqiu asked. Ing Lu nodded. He went to the south gate. Yin Jiuqiu brushed his wide sleeves. It seems that he went to Lianhua village. He moved really fast. There were many jobs in Lianhua village yesterday, and the positions were basically finalized. Today, not many people from other villages came. A carriage drove into the village smoothly and stopped in front of a small hut. A little girl of 6 or 7 years old was squatting on the ground playing with mud. The imperial master got off the carriage, took out a piece of crispy candy, and walked towards her. I ask you, where is the Yu family? Old man, oh, that charlatan is here. Qingyan, he. You go, cold face. Away, help! Who can get these little fat guys away? Chapter 301 The Unlucky Imperial Master. This little girl is none other than Shin, the daughter of Lu and her ex-husband. After Lu's ex-husband passed away, only Shin and a bedridden mother-in-law were left at home. Wang Matzi was kind and filial. He took Shin and Lu's mother-in-law home and took care of them as his own daughters and mothers. He gave them 3 sugar water eggs every day, which he didn't eat himself. He also went to the town to buy a pound of pork belly every 3 or 5 days to nourish them. Arya has grown a lot taller than last year, and Grandma Shin can get out of bed and walk. Today, Wang Matzi and Lu went to the Yu family's workshop early. Grandma Shin stayed in the backyard to pick garlic. She was old and her ears were not very good, so she didn't hear the movement at the door. Arya looked at the visitor expressionlessly and continued to play with the mud on the ground. The Imperial Master was surprised that the little girl didn't recognize what he had in his hand. It was not surprising to think about it. A little girl from a remote village had probably never seen anything like crispy candy. The Imperial Master patiently opened the oil paper wrapped around the crispy candy, revealing a piece of golden and shiny soybean crispy with a sweet and greasy aroma. This piece of candy is for you. Please help me lead the way, the Imperial Master said in a gentle tone. Arya glanced at the candy in his hand and continued to play with mud indifferently. The Imperial Master thought that he might be dazzled. Otherwise, how could he see a trace of disgust in the eyes of a little country bumpkin? You know, this is something bought in the capital, and he must not know the goods. Here you go. The Imperial Master was persistent. Arya threw away the mud and went into the house. After a while, she also took out a piece of soybean crispy and leaned against the door frame to chew it. The soybean crispy was bigger and more golden, and it was mixed with raisins and nuts. It was much more upscale than the soybean crispy of the Imperial Master. The Imperial Master was stunned. Did he go to the wrong place? How could a child from a poor village eat such good food? The Imperial Master wanted to ask something, but Arya rolled her eyes and walked away. The old man said that those who coax children with candy are bad people. She doesn't want to talk to bad people. The Imperial Master who really just wanted to ask for directions. The old man is the elder of Away's family. After the elder opened the village school, Arya also became one of his students. It's just that the village school is closed today, so Arya stayed at home to play. Grandma Qingyan hurriedly walked into the Zhao family. He was the first to discover the National Master. He was about to go to the workshop. As soon as he walked to the door, he noticed a strange carriage. The Yu family had a big business, and businessmen often came to discuss business. It was not surprising to see a strange carriage. What was strange was that a man with a fairy-like appearance walked down from it. Of course, that was a fairy-like appearance in the eyes of outsiders. In Qingyan's eyes, he was just pretending to be a little too much. Qingyan's first feeling was that he was a Gu master. The second feeling was that he was a wizard. And the third feeling was that it was necessary to report this to Grandma. The old man was preparing for class. After hearing Qingyan's words, he opened the window and looked in the direction of Wang Matzi's house. The advantage of the Zhao family's house was that it could see any household in the village. It could be said to be an excellent observation place. After seeing the appearance of the national teacher, the old man snorted coldly. This guy. Grandma recognizes him? Qingyan asked in confusion. At this time, Hugo also walked in. Away was entangled by the 3 little fat boys, and had no time to pay attention to what was happening in the house. The old man said disdainfully, a charlatan of the Nanzhao royal family. Nanzhao national teacher. In a sense, the Nanzhao national teacher and the ghost tribe priest are actually the same profession. They all predict the fortune for the master. They also practice the art of witchcraft. But compared to the witchcraft, they are closer to wizards. The difference is that the Nanzhao national teacher serves the king of a country, while the old man serves the head of a clan. In a sense, the national teacher is deeply suppressed by the priest. But in terms of strength, the art of witchcraft originated from the ghost tribe, and they practice the original sect of witchcraft. Those national masters, but masters, and dog masters just learned a little bit of the fur and pretended to be gods and ghosts everywhere. The old man did not take the national master seriously. But I heard that you lost to the national master of Nanzhao in the witchcraft competition, Hugo said frankly. The old man glared at him. If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. 30 years ago, the ghost tribe and Nanzhao had an opportunity to learn witchcraft. The young and middle-aged old man represented the ghost tribe to meet the challenge of Nanzhao. At that time, the national master was not this charlatan, but his master. The master of the national master fought with the priest for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally won with a narrow move. Of course, this is the result announced to the outside world. The fact is that the old man won. But it was because the master of the national master discovered the old man's secret, and the old man deliberately admitted defeat to keep the secret. What's the secret, Grandma? Yugo asked curiously. The old man had kept this secret in his heart for many years, and even the king of the tribe didn't know it. The eldest princess was sent out of Nanzhao when she was young and grew up in the ghost tribe. The 3 or 4-year-old girl heard about her parents from somewhere, and knew that her parents were where the priest was going. So she secretly hid in the priest's box. She hid all the way without being discovered. When the old man was looking for something in the boxes, the girl curled up and slept in his bottles and jars. Her forehead was bruised and her knees were swollen. I think it was because of the bumpy carriage. But in order to see her parents, she didn't say a word. The priest carried the girl out. The little girl woke up and looked at him with a pair of innocent eyes. It was too late for him to send the little girl back to the tribe, so he could only continue to hide her. He knew that she wanted to see her parents, but he couldn't do that. Nanzhao and the ghost tribe had already agreed that this little disaster star of Nanzhao could never return to her home. Grandma, are those my parents? The little girl lay on his shoulder, looking at her parents holding a little girl of her own age from a distance. The little girl was wearing the most gorgeous clothes, followed by the most respectable servants. Everyone liked her, and the little girl was very envious. The priest put a ghost mask on the little girl, took her to the king, and said to the king, "This is the little daughter of our tribe leader. She just saw you and said that you are the most majestic and handsome man she has ever seen." The king laughed. The little girl was wearing an ugly mask, but her small body was very cute. The king was about to squat down to hug her, but then the little princess came over and pushed her to the ground. "Don't touch my daddy. Don't be rude." The king scolded his daughter. The little princess cried. The king's heart was broken, and he quickly picked up his delicate daughter and coaxed her with soft words, forgetting the little girl who was rudely pushed to the ground by her. "Grandma, why don't my parents want me? Is it because I'm not obedient?" I could hear such words a few years ago, but I don't know when I heard her say it again. That night, her mask fell off, and the master of the national teacher happened to see it. The guy didn't say it at first, and only told the priest at the last moment of the competition that he should either admit defeat or let the princess be dealt with by the king and the queen. The priest admitted defeat. The great princess had grown up and didn't remember her childhood. After returning to the tribe, the priest moved into the elders' hall, and the great princess was raised by a more strict maid. He had seen the great princess from a distance several times, but the great princess never saw him again, so she didn't know him now. As for Away and the other two, the great princess didn't know them even more. So the mission of capturing the great princess back to the tribe was originally very likely to succeed, if the money hadn't been spent. The old man pulled his thoughts back and glanced at the national teacher outside. The master was such a villain. What kind of good thing could the disciple he taught be? "Don't let him see the great princess," the old man said. "If he saw her, they wouldn't be able to capture the great princess back." Qingyan and Yugo agreed deeply. The great princess, who was supposed to be imprisoned in the ghost tribe, appeared in a small village in Dezhou and had children with Dezhou. If it got out, the Nanzhao royal family would come out to make trouble again. The princess can only be captured by them. No one else can. Yugo asked, "Grandma, what should we do?" "He will find the Yu family soon. The village is so small that you can see the woman from every room." The old man snorted coldly. "He's dreaming." The old man told the two of them his plan, and the three of them unanimously decided not to tell Away. That kid is more likely to cause trouble than to help. Letting him get involved will only mess things up. The three people's plan is very simple. Didn't the national teacher come to find Mrs. Yu? Then give him a Mrs. Yu. Qingyan went to the Yu family first. Yu Shaoqing went to the mine. Jiang went to visit, and Xiao Taidan practiced calligraphy in the house. This was the homework assigned by the old man. Xiao Taidan didn't do it last night, and he had to go to class after finishing his homework. The imperial master came to the new house of the Ding family and asked, "Excuse me, is this the Yu family?" Xiao Taidan put down his pen and walked out. "Yes. This is my home." "Who are you?" The imperial master had already found out that Yuan had a 6 or 7-year-old brother. And he thought it was this child. Xiao Tian's facial features were like Yu Xiaoqing. Not like Jiang at all. The Imperial Master asked, "Is your mother here?" Xiao Tian said, "No. She's out." "Do you know where you are going?" The Imperial Master asked. "I know. You are looking for Madame Yu. Right? I'll take you there." A gentle and elegant young man came over. Xiao Tian's eyes lit up. Brother Qingyan. Qingyan was neither a Gu master nor a wizard. He did not have any suspicious aura. At most, he had some martial arts skills. But he suppressed them perfectly. He looked no different from an ordinary accountant. The Imperial Master bowed to him. Qingyan returned the greeting and smiled politely. "Are you here to do business with the Yu family? Then you are right to find Madame Yu. Madame Yu is the best to talk." The Imperial Master responded vaguely. Qingyan touched Xiao Tian's head. "Have you finished the homework assigned by the old master?" Xiao Tian stuck out his tongue and hurried back to the house to finish his homework. "Please lead the way," the Imperial Master said to Qingyan. Qingyan twirled his fingers at him. "I'm the accountant of the workshop. Madame Yu trusts me very much. I can help you raise the price later. If the villagers here are too enthusiastic, it will be suspicious. If they are doing it to make extra money, then anything is acceptable." The national teacher took out a gold ingot. Qingyan put it in his arms and stretched out his hand to him again. The national teacher took out another gold ingot. Qingyan then showed a satisfied look and led the national teacher to the back mountain. "Madame Yu is digging wild vegetables in the back mountain," Qingyan said calmly. Madame Yu was indeed digging wild vegetables in the back mountain. But she was not Madame Yu from the third room, but from the first room. The eldest aunt squatted on the ground with Aunt Luo next door. Aunt Bai at the entrance of the village. And Suehua from the hunter's family to dig wild vegetables and pick some wild fruits. In the future, this mountain will be mined. And it is not known whether there will be anything to dig. So dig more now. Several people were digging so enthusiastically that they didn't notice someone coming not far away. Qingyan paused, waved his hand and pointed. "The one wearing a green jacket is Madame Yu. The identity of the aunt is extraordinary. Her clothes are more expensive than those of ordinary village women. You can tell at a glance that they are made of good materials. Although the aunt is almost 40 years old, she has taken good care of herself recently. She looks radiant and ruddy, and looks several years younger. She really looks like she is in her early 30s. At this moment, Hugo inadvertently came from the other side of the path and greeted the aunt loudly, "Mrs. Yu." The aunt was used to being called Mrs. Yu. She looked up and said, "Second brother away. Are you going up the mountain too?" Seeing that the aunt responded to Mrs. Yu, the national teacher believed Qingyan's words for the most part, but suddenly thought of something and asked, "I heard that the Yu family has 2 wives. Are you looking for the first wife?" Qingyan was surprised. "You should have said it earlier. I'll take you to see her. However, for the sake of your money, I remind you that the first wife is not as easy to talk to as the third wife. If you want to do business, you still have to find the third wife." The national teacher didn't really want to see any of the wives, but was just trying to confirm whether this was Yuan's biological mother. The Imperial Master was a very cautious person after all, and Qingyan's words alone were not enough for him to fully believe. At this time, an old man carrying a medicine basket came over and said in an old and hoarse voice, "Why are you still here? Xiaofeng is looking for you. Don't you have to go to the workshop?" Ahem. Qingyan cleared his throat and said to the Imperial Master, "The eldest son is looking for me. I should go to the workshop. Do you want to talk business or not? Hurry up." "Who is he?" The old man pointed at the Imperial Master and asked. The Imperial Master said, "I was just passing by." The old man waved his hand strangely and squatted down to pick wild fruits. "You go ahead and do your work. I'll go find Madame Yu myself," the Imperial Master said. "Okay. I'll tell you the market price." Qingyan reported the supply price of stinky tofu and sour bamboo shoots in the Imperial Master's ear. "It's not that low outside. Don't tell me I told you." Qingyan did a full performance and went down the mountain as if he was in a hurry. The Imperial Master looked at the old man beside him and asked, "Ask you something." "What?" The old man looked up blankly. "Who is that person?" The Imperial Master pointed at the aunt. "Xiao Jiang, Yu Sanlang's wife." The old man looked at him strangely. "Why are you asking about her?" The national teacher said, "No. I want to do business. I heard that her daughter married into the capital. Is it true? Why is it not true? Go ask her, the old man said unhappily. At this point, the national teacher's last bit of doubt disappeared. The girl just looked like the great princess. In fact, she had nothing to do with the great princess. Everything was just his worry. The national teacher turned and went down the mountain. The old man threw away the half-picked wild fruit, stood up calmly, and his hunched back straightened up. It's not the national teacher's fault that he was stupid. No one would have expected that a poor village in the Great Zhou would gather the 3 masters of the Ghost Clan and a priest. Since he had fooled around perfectly, he would just have to wait for him to leave the village and return to the capital. From then on, there would be no more involvement. But the plan could not catch up with the changes. Jiang came out of the old house. They only needed to turn a corner to meet the national master who was coming down the mountain. The faces of the old man and Hugo changed at the same time. It was too late to stop either of them. Jiang turned a corner, and the national master went down the mountain. Like this. First gather your qi. Let the qi go to the dantian. And then punch. In the backyard of the Zhao family. Away. Who finally fed the 3 little fat boys. Began to teach the little fat boys martial arts. He punched. And the little fat boys punched. After teaching once, he let the little fat boys practice by themselves. The little fat boys looked at him cutely. Away sighed and held his forehead in distress. It was just 9,981 moves. But he couldn't remember them. His apprentice was very likely to be a loser. The loser little fat boy. If you are not good at martial arts, then practice Qigong. When Alwei was practicing Qigong, he had his master throw them off the cliff. Considering that they were useless, Alwei decided to just throw them off the roof. Alwei used Qigong to lift the 3 little fat boys onto the roof, and then threw them down. Before the little fat boys could react, they fell freely with a thud. It was at this time that Jiang passed by the alley between the Zhao family and the Zhang family. And the national master also turned into the alley at this time. Just as the two were about to meet, a little fat boy fell down and hit the national master's head with a thud. The national teacher was knocked down. And just as he was about to get up, another little fat boy fell down. He got up for the 3rd time. And the 3rd little fat boy also fell down. After being hit 3 times by the fat boy with a large tonnage, the national teacher felt that his brain was about to fall apart. Jiang walked over from the other end of the alley. The national teacher missed the opportunity to meet the great princess. Alwei did not expect that teaching his apprentice Qigong would actually hit someone. As the first villain of the Ghost Clan, it is his duty to do evil. But it would be bad if Grandma knew about it. Grandma said that he could not cause trouble again. Otherwise, he would be left here alone and not allowed to return to the Ghost Clan. Alwei made the biggest decision in his life. He would save him. As long as he was saved, Grandma would not blame him. Alwei carried the national teacher into the house. The 3 little fat boys followed him slyly. The imperial master had been hit by the 3 little fat boys and had a concussion. After Alwei was shaken like this, he fainted. When the imperial master woke up, it was already late. The dim twilight shone through the window lattice. The 3 little fat boys were originally guarding him in the room. They fell asleep on the table while guarding him. He didn't notice the little fat boy next to him. He was just wondering where this was. Suddenly, there was a conversation in the backyard. Grandma. He's awake. The imperial master paused. Was he talking to him? He knew that he had opened his eyes without coming over? What level of master must he be? Wait. The voice seemed familiar. But my head hurt so much that I couldn't remember who it was. He's awake. So there's nothing to be surprised about. It was the voice of the old man. What should we do now? Should we kill him? It was the voice of the young man. The state master's eyebrows jumped. Then, the state master heard the old man speak again. You can kill him or not. He is old and can't be sold for much money. But he looks good. The state master touched his face. Of course he looked good. He was the most handsome man in the state master's hall. If the state master had a little doubt before, he was now very sure that they were talking about him. So was he captured by some thieves? The old man said, keep the young ones in the car. And kill the old ones first. They even captured his driver. And they were planning to kill him first? The state master still had some concussion. And his magical powers could not be used. He was no match for this group of thieves. He knew that he could not stay any longer. Otherwise he would be killed by this group of thieves. The state master lifted the quilt, pressed his head that was almost bursting with pain, and stumbled out. It was completely dark. Qin Yan thought the master should be awake. So he took the pheasant that Away had hunted in the mountains to the bedroom, but found that the master had left. Eh? Why did you leave? I wanted to kill an old hen to nourish your body. Qin Yin walked towards his carriage strangely, and took the chick off. The master was so scared that he ran away like a reincarnation, falling and bumping, causing his nose to collapse and lips to turn blue, and his body to be covered with bruises. He finally ran out of the village. He looked up to the sky and breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could relax completely, a carriage drove over and knocked him away. 13. Who had never expected a person to rush out of the village. Chapter 302 The Truth of the Past. The Nanzhao Prince Consort. The Imperial Master was hit against a big tree. His eyes went black, and he fainted. Ing Shursan tightened the reins, stopped the carriage, and used light skills to pull the man down. The Imperial Master had already been completely disfigured, and Ing Shursan took a long time to recognize him. Could it be the Nanzhao Imperial Master? What on earth did the Imperial Master experience that day? Young Master. Ing Shursan looked at the carriage. Inside the carriage, Yin Jiuchao said lightly, "Go to the villa in the back mountain." Yes. Ing Shursan threw the Imperial Master into the carriage. His young master had a mysophobia, so he couldn't tolerate sitting with him. So he had to let him lie on the outer seat for a while. After several bumps on the outer seat, the Imperial Master's face became more and more unbearable to look at. Yin Jiuchao's villa is for quiet living. It is deep in the mountains and forests. He can't live there more than 3 or 4 times a year. But there are loyal servants who go to clean it every 3 or 5 days. So it is still elegant and clean. There is nothing important tonight. Yin Jiuchao has plenty of time to spend with the national teacher. The house is a little hot, and the servants put the small table under the corridor. The night breeze blows slowly, bringing a hint of coolness in the forest. The snow-white little fox followed secretly, and now it lies obediently at Yin Jiuchao's feet, waving its claws from time to bite mosquitoes. Ing Lu went to check what happened to the national teacher. Wang Mozi and Lu's area said that they had seen the man. The other party also asked her where the Yu family was with Candy. She ran away and ignored him. Ing Lu went directly to the third room Yu family. Xiao Taiyan told Ing Lu that an elder had indeed come, asked his parents, and asked brother Qin Yin to take him away. Are you talking about a man who is so tall, so thin, and about the same age as the eldest uncle of the Yu family? Qin Yin said. Exactly, Ing Lu said. Qin Yin thought for a while, and said half-truthfully, there was such a man. He came to Mrs. Yu to do business. Mrs. Yu was digging wild vegetables in the back mountain, so I took him there. But the mountain road was not easy to walk on. He fell, and hit his head and fainted. I took him home, and planned to send him out of the village after he woke up. But he left without saying a word after he woke up. Qin Yin didn't know what happened to the national master, but he still looked like a human being when he fainted in the house. Ing Lu reported the information he had obtained to Yin Jiuchao. The madam you mentioned by the state master should be the third madam. But Qin Yin mistakenly thought it was the first madam. So he took him to the back mountain, and he fainted. Yin Jiuchao snorted lightly. Did they really misunderstand the state master's meaning? Or did they deliberately leave the state master to see the great aunt? I'm afraid only they themselves know the truth. Young master means they secretly helped Madame Yu a lot? Why did they do this? Do they know the state master? Do they know the third Madame Yu? Or? Too many doubts flashed through Ing Lu's mind. Yin Jiuchao took a sip of tea and said, as long as they have no ill will towards the people of Lotus Village, there is no need to ask about their origins. Yes, Ing Lu agreed. Ing Lu admired his young master's broad mind very much. If it were him, he would definitely find out the truth if he didn't understand something. But the young master could suppress this curiosity and give the other party enough freedom and respect. This kind of mentality is beyond the reach of ordinary people. How do you plan to deal with him? Young master? Ing Shursan asked. Yin Jiuchao snorted coldly. It's a nuisance if you keep him alive. So why not just kill him? Spare his life. Yin Jiuchao's voice fell, and a black shadow flew over. Ing Shursan blocked in front of Yin Jiuchao, coldly drew his sword, and was about to attack. Yin Jiuchao said lightly, 13. Ing Shursan's moves paused. Ing Lu walked up to him and stared at him with him. The man turned in the air and landed gracefully in the yard full of gardenias. The little snow fox widened his eyes vigilantly and looked at him with bared teeth. The man held a folding fan in his hand and bowed to Yin Jiuchao. Prince Yin. Yin Jiuchao picked up the cup by Xiaosheng. Ing Shursan and Ing Lu were both stunned. This unremarkable man, with a stubble on his face, turned out to be the famous Bai Xiaosheng. It was rumored that Bai Xiaosheng had 1,000 masks, and no one could see his real face. So this was not his true appearance. Strange. Why did he come here? Bai Xiaosheng was also surprised. But he and the other two were not surprised by the same thing. He smiled and walked forward a few steps. How did Prince Yin know it was me? You and I seem to have never seen each other before. Even if we have. It shouldn't be this face. This is the first time I use this face. Yin Jiucha took a sip of tea. Even my newlywed wife has never been to my villa. Who else can come here except Jianghu Bai Xiaosheng? Bai Xiaosheng grinned. You keep talking about the prince's wife. It seems that the prince and his new wife have a very good relationship. Yin Jiuchao winked at Ing Shursan. And Ing Shursan went to the kitchen and brought out a basket of red eggs. Bai Xiaosheng looked at the red eggs in front of him. And his mouth twitched fiercely. There is no need to be so good. Ing Shursan said coldly, the prince gave you this reward. Why don't you accept it quickly? Alas, Bai Xiaosheng sighed helplessly, and grabbed 3 red eggs. You can only take 2. Yin Jiucha said. Bai Xiaosheng silently put one back, and put the remaining 2 red eggs into his sleeves. Bai Xiaosheng walked towards Yin Jiuchao. Ing Shursan blocked his way. Yin Jiuchao gestured. Ing Shursan made way. Bai Xiaosheng walked to the stone steps. Took off his shoes. Stepped on the spotless floor in plain white footwear. Took out the mat under the little snow fox. And sat down opposite Yin Jiuchao. The little snow fox whose mat was taken away glared at the rude man with resentment. Ran over. And used its claws to pull its own mat. Yin Jiuchao filled a cup of tea for himself and ignored Bai Xiaosheng. You asked me to spare his life. Did you come here for that person inside? Bai Xiaosheng was not embarrassed to be ignored. He took a cup and poured himself a cup of tea. He took a sip and was so bitter that he was shocked, drinking such strong tea in the middle of the night. Don't you plan to sleep? I'm asking you a question. Yin Jiucha said. Bai Xiaosheng took a piece of osmanthus cake. Took 2 sips to suppress the taste of the strong tea. And then slowly said yes. I came here for him. Yin Jiucha said mockingly. Jianghu Bai Xiaosheng is actually involved with the Nanzhao people. This prince is really surprised. Bai Xiaosheng spread his hands helplessly. It's not that he is involved. But I owed his master a favor, and I can't watch him die in the hands of the prince. Yin Jiucha glanced at him. Then you should know that this prince's favor is not easy to sell. Bai Xiaosheng smiled, of course. I won't let the prince return the person to me for nothing. If the prince has any request, just ask, and I will do my best to do what I can. Oh! Yin Jiuchao raised his eyebrows. Do you, Jianghu Bai Xiaosheng, have other skills besides inquiring about news? Bai Xiaosheng touched his chin. No. So the prince can tell you what you want to know. Yin Jiuchao snorted coldly. This life cannot be exchanged for a piece of information. Are you, Bai Xiaosheng, going to break the rules you have set in the martial arts world for this person? Jianghu Bai Xiaosheng always sells one piece of information to one person. And this person will never have a second chance to buy information from Bai Xiaosheng in this life. Bai Xiaosheng said depressedly. Alas? Who made me owe his master? Yin Jiuchao looked at him suspiciously. I am a little curious about why you owe his master? I thought you would be curious about who his master is. Bai Xiaosheng smiled. You won't tell? Yin Jiucha said indifferently. Bai Xiaosheng nodded. Yes. I can't tell you this. Bai Xiaosheng smiled. Rumors are not credible. A person as smart as Prince Yin is definitely not a waste in the eyes of the world. So, what do you want to know? Yin Jiuchao picked up the teapot with his jade-like slender fingertips, and poured a cup of tea for Bai Xiaosheng, the prince consort of Nanzhao. Bai Xiaosheng paused in eating snacks. And the whole villa seemed to be quiet. The servants had already gone back to rest, leaving only Ing Lu and Ing Shursan in the yard, who were on high alert. Alas, Bai Xiaosheng sighed, and put down the snacks in his hand. How nice it would be if you could trade for my armor. Xiaoshenting. Yin Jiucha said bluntly. Helianqi has been defeated, and the armor has long been in my pocket. Are you trying to get rid of a beggar by trading it with me? Excuse me. Why do you want to find out about the Nanzhao prince consort? Bai Xiaosheng opened the folding fan in his hand. The little fox was tired of pulling the cushion, and sat on the ground panting heavily. Bai Xiaosheng fanned it very considerately. Yin Jiuchao said coldly, Tonight you are asking me for a deal. You are not qualified to ask questions. Bai Xiaosheng laughed at himself. I have heard of an interesting story. Your Majesty was retaliated by his enemies. The enemies could not deal with the emperor in the deep palace. So they kidnapped the king of Yin. The king of Yin did not want them to use him to threaten his brother. So he ran into the sword of his enemies in a hurry. When your majesty arrived, the body of the king of Yin was already cold. However, what is interesting is that a servant who changed the burial clothes for the king of Yin found mud in his mouth and nose. Only people who drowned would inhale mud in their mouths and noses. His Highness the king of Yin was stabbed to death by a sword. So it is reasonable that there should not be such a thing. What do you think, Prince? Bai Xiaoxing's eyes were fixed on Yan Jiuchao's face without blinking, not missing any of his expressions. But Yan Jiuchao's expression was calm from beginning to end, as if Bai Xiaoxing was talking about someone else's family. Alas, Bai Xiaoxing was defeated and took back his folding fan. The little fox was sunbathing and enjoying the cool breeze. But suddenly the wind stopped. It jumped up and started to grab Bai Xiaoxing's folding fan. Bai Xiaoxing teased it with his folding fan. Speaking of that prince consort, he is indeed a legendary figure. He was originally the son of a chieftain of a small tribe in southern Xinjiang. When the little princess came to the ceremony of coming of age, all the tribes came to congratulate her. The prince somehow attracted the attention of the little princess. The prince knows more about the affairs between men and women than I, a layman. Anyway, the two of them got together. But the king was not satisfied with this marriage. He thought that the son of a small chieftain was not worthy of his precious daughter. Speaking of this, Bai Xiaoxing suddenly paused. The king of Nanzhao had two daughters. The eldest princess was born to Yunfei, whom the king hated the most. And the little princess was the legitimate daughter of his most cherished queen. As early as when the two concubines were pregnant, the national master had predicted a fortune for the royal family. Concubine Yun was carrying a disaster for the country, while the queen was carrying a lucky star. As expected, on the night of their birth, there was a strange phenomenon in the sky. Half of the clouds were shining with purple light, which was a very auspicious sign. The other half were covered with black clouds, which was a very ominous sign. The king was very glad that the ominous child came out of concubine Yun's belly. He didn't like concubine Yun in the first place, and he didn't even blink when he sent the child away. Are they related to the little princess's consort? Yan Jiuchu asked lightly. Bai Xiaoxing smiled. If you don't say this, how can you understand the king's love for the little princess? Do you know what the little princess did after the king disagreed with their marriage? Yan Jiuchao motioned him to continue. Bai Xiaoxing smiled mysteriously and said, she eloped. Yan Jiuchu's eyes paused. Bai Xiaoxing said, it was several years before she returned to the palace of Nanzhao. She brought back a young child, the child of her and her husband. Did the king agree to this marriage for the sake of the grandson of the emperor? Yan Jiuchu said. Bai Xiaoxing shook his head. The grandson of the emperor is only one reason. Another reason is that the little princess helped the king get the holy object of the ghost clan. Oh, by selling your own sister? Yan Jiuchu said sarcastically. Bai Xiaoxing smiled bitterly. Yes. A disaster for the country in exchange for a ghost clan holy object. No matter how you look at it, it is a very cost-effective deal. The king had already forgiven the little princess in his heart, but he just needed a reason to convince the world. Not long after that, the little princess married the prince consort openly. Yan Jiuchu paused. What year did they get married? Bai Xiaoxing smiled. The year when the king of Yin died. The next day, a major event happened in the capital. The Nanzhao envoy Helian Qi was seriously injured and died at 3:30 p.m. As a result, the Nanzhao envoy had to carry the coffin back to the country as soon as possible. After all, the weather was quite hot, and no matter how good the coffin was, it would not be of much use. When the Nanzhao state master woke up, he was already on his way back to Nanzhao. He opened his swollen eyes, sat up, lifted the curtain and looked out. Don't look. Inside the carriage, a man who looked like the imperial master spoke. The imperial master looked at him strangely. Bai Xiaoxing, who had disguised himself as the imperial master, said, we are already 100 miles away from the capital. You're welcome. Bai Xiaoxing folded his arms and said. Bai Xiaoxing disguised himself as the imperial master, said goodbye to the emperor of the Great Zhou, and led the team out of the capital. We can't just leave like this without getting the holy object, the imperial master said. Bai Xiaoxing said calmly, I am not in the same group with you. Don't tell me everything. I just have no choice but to save your life. After sending you to Nanzhao, take care of yourselves. In addition, I took Xiao Xinting's armor. Xiao Mansion. Xiao Xinting had just returned to the yard after practicing martial arts. He was about to wash up when the housekeeper came running over with a big box in his hand. Master. 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 What's the matter? Xiao Xinting asked in a dignified manner. The housekeeper opened the box with a smile. Look. What is this? A cold silver light reflected in Xiao Xinting's eyes. And Xiao Xinting's pupil shrank. His armor. Xiao Xinting's heart was pounding. Who sent it? I don't know. The housekeeper said. I don't know. I gave it to the guard and left. Xiao Xinting raised his trembling hand and touched the cold and hard armor. A rare gentleness appeared on his serious face. It was Song. The housekeeper was shocked. Young master? No way. It was the young master who sent someone to deliver the master's armor to the Xiao mansion? Didn't the armor fall into the hands of the Nanjiao envoy? How did the young master get it? The housekeeper asked in confusion. I don't know. Xiao Xinting stroked the armor carefully, his eyes full of fatherly love. But it must have taken a lot of thought. The housekeeper's eyes were a little hot. If he remembered correctly, this was the first time the young master gave the old master something. He saw how the old master had silently protected the young master over the years. But the young master never accepted the old master. He felt sad for the old master, and was a little discouraged. The old master didn't let them say anything. He thought that this was the end of his life. Woo! Old master. The housekeeper was moved to tears. Xiao Xinting patted his shoulder, and went back to the house, in a good mood holding the armor. Young master. Ing Shersan entered the study room of Qifeng courtyard. There was a blank memorial in front of Yan Jiuqiu. He was impatient to write a memorial. So he just opened it casually. Is it back? The armor was sent to the Xiao mansion. And the official received it. Ing Shersan said. He did not show up in person. But he stood in the dark and observed. And he left only after he was sure that the armor was handed over to the official of the Xiao mansion. Yan Jiuqiu hummed carelessly. Ing Shersan couldn't figure out his thoughts. He didn't understand whether the young master was finally willing to accept this stepfather, or simply didn't want to owe Xiao Xinting? But no matter what, the armor was taken back. The Nanjiao envoy left. And the current crisis was resolved. Yuan was tormented that night. And it took several days to recover. On the fourth day, she got up early and finally felt refreshed. The little fat boys stayed in Lianhua village. Yan Jiuqiu went to court. And the men were not there. She went to the orchard with nothing to do. She took Fuling, Tower, and Lyre with her, and left Banksia and Zissou in Qifeng courtyard. The back room, that had caught fire earlier, was basically completed. And there was still some cleaning work left. The two of them coordinated much more efficiently than Tower, and the other two maids. The cherries were gone. And the watermelons were ripe. Yuan picked a few, and sent them to Yusong. Ever since Yuan told Yusong that his aunt cried because she heard that he had lost weight, Yusong didn't dare to let himself lose weight anymore. He forced himself to eat half a bowl more at every meal. But he didn't get fat even so. It can be seen that studying is really hard. Second brother. Outside the Imperial College, Yuan saw Yusong in a long gown. Yusong was becoming more and more bookish. In the past, he occasionally recalled his fishing and bird hunting in the countryside. But now he felt that it was a long time ago. It's hot. Didn't I tell you not to come? Yusong took Yuan's hand and walked to the shade. Occasionally, a student passed by and looked over here curiously. Yusong didn't like his sister to be looked at by strange men. So he turned around and blocked his sister with his tall body. Yuan was amused by his actions. She didn't mind the gazes of passers-by. But she felt warm in her heart that he was so careful to protect her. Yuan said, "Where is it hot here? I don't have to work in the fields. It's so cool to sit in a carriage and blow the wind all the way here." This was half true and half false. The carriage was as hot as a small steamer. And no matter how strong the wind was, it would not help. But compared to working in the fields, the current days were indeed much more comfortable. Yusong didn't bother to be polite with his sister. He asked her how she was doing. Yuan answered one by one. Yusong didn't serve as an official in the court. He didn't care much about the envoys. Instead, he cared about the Xiongnu princess, who had come to force him to marry his uncle. She didn't make trouble again. Did she? No. She married obediently. It's been many days since she got married. Did the second brother just react? It's true that he is oblivious to the outside world and only reads the books of saints. Thinking of this, Yuan couldn't help laughing. This heartless smile inadvertently fell into the eyes of Zhao Heng, who was passing by. And Zhao Heng frowned. What's wrong? Asked Lu Jiansheng, who was traveling with him. Nothing, Zhao Heng said, thinking in his heart that it was just a cousin. Why did this woman come every now and then? What a coincidence that he bumped into her so many times. Could it be? This woman has not given up on him. And on the surface, she was visiting Yu Song. But in fact, she was here to spy on him? She is already married. How can she still be so shameless? Hey, is that Yu Song? Lu Jiansheng stretched his neck to look for a long time. And when he turned his head, he saw Zhao Heng walking away angrily. Lu Jiansheng was completely confused. Well, that guy was quite annoying. Yuan's sight was blocked by Yu Song. And she didn't notice Zhao Heng at all. Yu Song had his back to the direction of the gate. So he didn't know. But Zhao Heng was mentioned in their conversation. In August, Zhao Heng will take the exam. Although Yu Song hated Zhao Heng, he had to admit that Zhao Heng had a great chance of passing the exam. Yu Song finally began to regret not studying hard when he was young. If he had entered school 8 or 10 years earlier, he might have taken the exam with Zhao Heng. It was not certain who would pass the exam. Yuan thought of Xiao Ziyue. With Zhao Heng's current status, he was definitely not worthy of the daughter of the Xiao family. But what if he passed the exam? Or was lucky enough to get a place on the list of successful candidates? Then the Xiao family would have no reason to oppose this marriage. Chapter 303 Father. Is that you? On the 9th day of the first lunar month, Yuan received a post from the Xiao mansion. Xiao Ziyue held a tea party at home and invited her to play. Only such a simple child would write the word play on the post. The post also noted that there were other little sisters present, all of whom Yuan had met in the Chung Palace. This was because she was afraid that Yuan would not like strangers and reject her. The tea party was tomorrow. Yuan thought about it, and happened to have no plans tomorrow. So she told Yin Jiuchao about it during dinner. There were no elders in the mansion, and Yin Jiuchao had clearly stated that she could make her own decisions on such trivial matters. But since it was related to the Xiao mansion, Yuan still wanted to hear what he had to say. Yin Jiuchao nodded. Uncle Wan is not here. You can choose the thank you gift yourself. This was to agree for her to go. Yuan was sure that there was no far-fetched look on his face. So she asked Jiang Hai to go to the Xiao mansion and tell Xiao Ziyue that she would be there on time tomorrow. After dinner, the two of them went for a walk in the garden as usual. As the weather got hotter, Yuan loved to walk to the pond. The breeze on the water surface blew slowly, which was very comfortable. Yin Jiuchao, are you worried? Yuan turned her head to look at her husband, who didn't say a word. He was always quiet, which was not strange. But since the Nanjiao envoy left, he was absent-minded from time to time. After all, they were husband and wife, so they still had some telepathy. Are you worried about Helianqi's death? Helianqi died in the Great Zhou, although he died in an accident. But if Nanjiao wanted to use this as an excuse to send troops, it would be a good excuse. No, Yin Jiuchao said that Helianqi's death was his own fault. And the Nanjiao people would not send troops to the Great Zhou if they didn't want to lose face. But I always feel that you have something on your mind. Yuan thought about it carefully. There seemed to be no major changes recently, apart from the envoys from the two countries who had already left. He was canonized as the prince and entered the cabinet. The affairs of the court were unlikely to bother him. He would do what he wanted and leave if he didn't want to. The emperor had no way to deal with him. So, what could it be? Are you thinking about your father? Yuan asked softly. I heard Ing Shursen say that you sent the armor to Marshal Xiao because you began to accept your stepfather. You feel guilty about your biological father? It is indeed related to the king of Yin, but it is not the guilt that Yuan speculated. Bai Xiaoshan was right. His father's body was indeed strange. Not only did the servants find it, but he also found traces of mud and sand because he couldn't bear to let his father crawl into the coffin. I was too young to understand it at the time, but I understood what was going on when I grew up. Either the cause of his father's death was wrong, or the body was not his father's at all. He didn't know which one was the truth. He just kept dreaming that his father was standing at the bottom of the well, shouting at him to jump in. For so many years, he had never wanted to inherit the throne. But he always had a glimmer of hope that his father might not be dead and he would come back one day. Young master, the prince may have been to Nanjiao, the year when the king of Yin died. The little princess married the prince consort. The queen said that someone in the Nanjiao royal family wants your life. Yin Jiuchao's fist clenched little by little. Father, is it you, the consort of Nanjiao? Xiao Ziyue's small gathering was originally scheduled for the afternoon. But considering the hot weather, and the difficulty of traveling in the afternoon, it was changed to the morning. Yuan had never attended such a gathering before, and didn't know what gift to give Xiao Ziyue. So she asked Fuling to call Zissou over. Crown Princess. Zissou entered the house with a sweat dripping. This summer seemed to be hotter than in previous years. She just washed a few handkerchiefs, and her clothes were soaked. She was glad that she entered the young master's mansion before the hot summer. Otherwise she would be suffocated or stinky in the place where slaves were bought and sold. Yuan looked at the post in her hand. What did you give your sisters when you got together with them in the past? Does the crown princess want to give Miss Xiao a gift? Zissou thought for a while. If it's something more expensive, you can give a pearl hairpin or jewelry. And if it's something more thoughtful, you can give an embroidery you made yourself. Embroidery was too late, but there were quite a few ready-made jewelry in the mansion. Yuan asked Zissou to go to the warehouse to get a few sets of jewelry and picked a crabapple pearl hairpin. This hairpin is smart and unique, with a novel style, which complements Xiao Ziyue's age and temperament. This time, she had to pay a visit to Shang Wenyan when she went to the Xiao mansion. So Yuan also prepared a small gift for her. Seeing that Zissou was about to get a heat stroke, Yuan asked her to rest in the mansion and only brought Fuling. Madam, sit tight. The road was hot. Jiang Hai tightened the reins and tried to make the horse run as fast as possible. About half an hour later, the group arrived at the Xiao mansion. Xiao Ziyue knew she was coming, so she had someone waiting at the gate of the mansion early. When the maid saw the four-horse carriage, she guessed that it was from the young master's mansion, and hurriedly stepped forward with a smile. The servant Lingji pays respects to the crown prince's wife. Jiang Hai stopped the carriage, took the wooden stool and put it away. Fuling got off the carriage first, and then helped Yuan off the carriage. Yuan glanced at this clever little maid. She was Xiao Ziyue's personal maid whom she met last time in Prince Cheng's mansion. She sent her confidant here, which shows Xiao Ziyue's sincerity. Yuan said with a smile, "Don't be so polite." Lingji smiled and greeted Fuling. "Sister Fuling." Fuling said seriously, "You are older than me." Several maids in Prince Cheng's mansion had already exchanged their names and ages. This girl looked petite, but she was 1 year older than Fuling. The reason why she was called that was to distinguish seniority and respect Fuling. Why can't this silly girl understand? Besides, Fuling is 3 or 2 bigger than her. Fuling, who is strong and muscular, escorts his wife into the mansion, leaving Lingji, who is confused. Yuan explained to Lingji, and went to the main courtyard to visit Shang Wenyan first. Shang Wenyan's relationship with Madame Xiao is not cold, but she is on good terms with Xiao Ziyue. She knows that Xiao Ziyue invited Yuan. Shang Wenyan was looking at the account book for this month in the room, and saw the little maid Xingju running in excitedly. "Madam, the wife is here." Shang Wenyan put down the account book. "Please come in. I invited her a long time ago." Xingju smiled and opened the curtain. Yuan stepped into the room. Shang Wenyan smiled and looked at her. Yuan stepped forward and bowed. "Mother." The word mother stunned Shang Wenyan, but fortunately, she didn't lose her composure. Shang Wenyan smiled happily and pulled her to sit on the stool. "Xingju, go get a basin of water, and bring 2 more basins of ice from the room." "Hey!" Xingju went happily. This was not the first time Yuan entered the Xiao mansion, but it was the first time she entered Shang Wenyan and Xiao Shinting's courtyard. She thought it would be as magnificent as Shang Wenyan's carriage. But unexpectedly, the stacked stones and water, the green bamboo pavilion, gave a unique feeling of elegance and tranquility. Shang Wenyan looked behind Yuan. "Where are the children? Didn't they come with you?" Yuan said, "It's hot in the capital, so they went to the countryside to escape the heat." Shang Wenyan knew a summer resort, but she knew her son would not feel at ease with her taking the children away. Shang Wenyan didn't want to complain to her daughter-in-law, so she smiled and said, "Are you and Somer okay?" Yuan only reported good news and not bad news. "Very good. The prince goes to court every day and is very diligent in the cabinet. Whether he is diligent in handling official business or diligent in feeding the minister's dog food, it is unknown." Shang Wenyan used to only think that her son could survive, and now that her son survived, she also thought that her son could come to see her more often. Of course, she also knew that this was a luxury. From the moment she married Xiao Shinting, the relationship between mother and son could never go back to the past. But it's not bad to have a caring daughter-in-law. Yuan put the brocade box she brought on the table. "What is it?" Shang Wenyan asked. Yuan opened the lid of the box. And it was a portrait of 3 little fat boys, who had become fatter. Shang Wenyan chuckled. Under the portrait was a piece of top-grade purple jade. Yuan didn't know what kind of jade it was, but she knew it was warm in winter and cool in summer, and it was very suitable to carry with you. In addition to these, Yuan also brought a few melons picked from her own fruit farm. The Xiao family had no shortage of food, but her melons were really sweeter than those sold outside. Xingju brought water. Yuan washed her face, and Shang Wenyan picked a melon for Xingju to take down and cut. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law ate the sweet and delicious melons, and Shang Wenyan suddenly said, "Do you know how the orchard of the young master's mansion came from?" "How did it come from?" Yuan asked. Shang Wenyan smiled and said, "The prince planted it." "The prince planted this?" Yuan had never heard Yin Jiuqiao mention it. In fact, Yin Jiuqiao rarely mentioned the Prince of Yin. Yuan was afraid of touching his sad things, so she would not take the initiative to ask. Shang Wenyan's face showed a trace of reminiscence. The young master's mansion was originally the 6th prince's mansion, before he was crowned as a prince. The prince lived there. At that time, Somer was still young. The prince asked him what he liked. The prince's original intention was to plant whatever flowers and plants his son liked, but the child talked about food as soon as he opened his mouth. So the prince simply changed the garden into a fruit garden. I didn't know that Yin Jiuqiao was also a foodie when he was a child. Now I can't blame her for the little fat boy's greed. Yuan has never seen the Prince of Yin, but it is said that the father and son are very similar. Yuan imagined Yin Jiuqiao carrying a hoe and sweating in the field. She wanted to laugh and felt warm. Shang Wenyan continued. The fish pond was also dug by his father. I told him that it would be enough to have servants to dig it, but he insisted on going by himself. Somer stuck to his father and went wherever his father went. As a result, he rode on his father's neck while his father dug the fish pond with a smile on his face. The king of Yin, who was not interested in worldly affairs, would only become silly in front of his wife and children, Shang Wenyan recalled, and the corners of her lips curled up. Ahem. Xiao Jinting's voice came from the door. Shang Wenyan was startled and turned to look at him. You finished practicing so early today. Xiao Jinting had been idle at home for 10 years, but he had never neglected to practice martial arts. Today, he knew that Yuan was coming, so he started half an hour earlier. Marshal Xiao. Yuan stood up and performed a junior salute, still following Yin Jiuqiao's address. Xiao Jinting smiled heartily. Sit down. I don't know if it's an illusion. Yuan feels that Marshal Xiao is more burly today than before. Yuan sat down. Xiao Jinting also sat beside Shang Wenyan, using a skewer to pick up a piece of cantaloupe and eat it. He was a military commander, so he didn't need this womanly thing. But with his daughter-in-law present, he couldn't be too rude. It's so sweet. Where did you buy it? It's better than last time. If it weren't for the conversation just now, it would be fine to say it directly. But he was reminiscing about his ex-husband in front of his daughter-in-law, and he heard it. Besides, these melons and fruits were planted by the king of Yin in the past, and I don't know if he will have indigestion. I brought it, Yuan said. You are good at choosing. Xiao Jinting ate a few more slices. Xiao Jinting was a man, and Yuan didn't have much to say to him. After a brief greeting, she got up and went to Xiao Ziyu's yard. Only the couple were left in the house. Shang Wenyan opened her mouth and explained, just now. I didn't expect that boy was not a nerd, but also knew how to farm. Xiao Jinting touched his chin thoughtfully. Shang Wenyan heard that he didn't sound like he had a grudge, so she asked tentatively, You're not angry? Xiao Jinting smiled mischievously, and suddenly opened his shirt. Shang Wenyan was shocked by his sudden action. She thought he was trying to coax her into doing something stupid during the day, but she saw the armor under his clothes. Why are you wearing armor at home in such a hot day? And you're wearing it secretly under your clothes. Aren't you afraid of suffocating? Xiao Jinting smiled and said. Somer asked for it back for me. Shang Wenyan was speechless. How many days have passed? And this guy is still immersed in the joy of Somer giving him armor? He doesn't even care about being jealous of her and her ex-husband? Lingji led Yuan and her servant to Ziwei Pavilion. Xiao Ziyue and a group of sisters were sitting in the pavilion. What surprised Yuan was that Princess Cheng was there too. Xiao Ziyue saw the surprise in Yuan's eyes, walked over and took Yuan's hand, whispering, I forgot to tell you. It's not that she forgot to tell you, but she didn't send an invitation to Princess Cheng at all. Princess Cheng came uninvited. She was a princess, and the servants of the Xiao mansion didn't dare to stop her. Xiao Ziyue couldn't refuse to entertain her, so she welcomed her in politely. Xiao Ziyue heard that this princess from the Xiongnu had a bad temper and didn't have any friends in the capital. She was worried that Yuan would be unhappy because she didn't like Princess Cheng. How could Yuan not be happy? After all, it wasn't her who was beaten into a pig's head. Yuan walked over and greeted Princess Cheng. Hello, Princess. Humph. Princess Cheng's nose is not a nose, and her eyes are not eyes. Xiao Ziyue was embarrassed to death when she saw Princess Cheng giving her sister-in-law a cold look. If she had known that she would treat her sister-in-law like this, she would not have invited her in at that time. Yuan approached Princess Cheng and whispered, "Do you still want to be beaten?" Princess Cheng glared at her with her almond eyes. "Do you dare?" Yuan smiled gently. "I dare to do it when your brother is here, and I have nothing to fear when your brother is gone." Princess Cheng thought about her chances of beating Yuan, and compromised with great resentment. Yuan affectionately pulled Princess Cheng's wrist. Xiao Ziyue was relieved when she saw the two of them turning hostility into friendship. But her sister-in-law had never taken the initiative to hold her hand. The little girl felt sour in her heart. Yuan didn't know that Xiao Ziyue was jealous. She greeted Xiao Ziyue's sisters, and then sat down next to Princess Cheng. She said politely, "How are you, Princess and His Royal Highness Prince Cheng?" Princess Cheng said arrogantly. "Humph. What's so good about that weakling? I'll whip him." Yuan's mouth twitched. Poor Prince Cheng. Could it be that he hasn't had a wedding night with his bride for so long after the wedding? After all, it was fortunate that Princess Xiongnu married the polite Prince Cheng. Otherwise, if she had married another prince, she would have suffered a lot with her temper. After everyone arrived, Xiao Ziyue asked the servants to serve a round of flower tea, and then proposed to go to the orchard of the Xiao mansion to pick grapes. Now the grapes are not the most plump and juicy, but they are enough for making wine. Make wine? A little sister was surprised. Xiao Ziyue said with a smile, "Yes. I invited a folk winemaker to teach us how to make wine. Most of the little sisters get together to enjoy the flowers, the scenery, and play chess. They have never heard of picking grapes to make wine." Several people are curious and carry baskets to the orchard with Xiao Ziyue. This time, Xiao Ziyue walked beside Yuan and took her arm. Yuan let her take her arm. And Xiao Ziyue was not jealous of Princess Cheng. Xiao Ziyue was hurt by Xiao Zilin in the Cheng Palace. It took many days for the red packets and lumps on her body to disappear. The eldest lady closed the door and severely punished the concubine's daughter, and never let her daughter go with her again. Therefore, Xiao Zilin did not attend today's small gathering. But no matter what, the Xiao mansion is Xiao Zilin's home. Xiao Zilin and Aunt Ming happened to be picking flowers in a nearby garden. A group of female relatives came over, and Xiao Zilin saw Yuan next to her elder sister. She grabbed Aunt Ming's hand. "Aunt, it's her." "What her?" Aunt Ming was puzzled. Xiao Zilin said, "The one who snatched my clothes in Yanshuijian, and the one who harmed my elder sister in Chengwang Mansion." It was obviously her who harmed Xiao Ziyue. But in Xiao Zilin's opinion, she was targeting Yuan. And it must be Yuan who deliberately dragged her elder sister to block the bug. The eldest lady didn't like the mother and daughter, but she gave them a few good days because of the deep sisterly love between Xiao Zilin and Xiao Ziyue. Now that Xiao Zilin framed Xiao Ziyue, the eldest lady immediately turned her face and didn't recognize her. Aunt Ming thought of the hard life she had lived in the past half-month, and a trace of resentment flashed in her eyes. Wan, TSK. Someone is asking for death again. Chapter 304. You deserve it. Mrs. Ming entered the mansion 15 years ago. She was the daughter of a respectable family, but she had never found a suitable marriage because her family had fallen into decline. The rich and powerful looked down on her, and she looked down on the common people. As a result, she was delayed in her age. Although women in the Zhou dynasty married later than women in previous dynasties, there were not many who were still unmarried after the age of 17. She gradually became worried about her marriage. Her mother took her to the temple to pray for marriage. She drew a good lot. She was overjoyed and thought that her marriage was finally settled. In fact, it was true. On the way home, she encountered a few petty thieves and was saved by the passing guards of the Xiao family. She still remembers the man who was as majestic as a mountain, like a beast ready to attack. She felt herself trembling when she just looked at him from a distance. Such a man was much more terrifying than a petty thief. But if he was her husband, he would definitely protect her well. But the man didn't look at her straight in the end. Instead, another elegant and thin young man got off the carriage next to her. The young man asked her if she was injured and needed a doctor. She met his gaze with tears in her eyes, and a trace of unconcealable surprise flashed across his eyes. It was only later that Aunt Ming knew that the tall and mighty man was the famous Marshal Xiao Shinting. At that time, Xiao Shinting was not married yet, and the elegant young man was Xiao Shinting's eldest brother, who had already married a wife. Aunt Ming was deeply annoyed. It was obviously Xiao Shinting's guard who saved her. So why was it not Xiao Shinting who she fell in love with? If she could marry Xiao Shinting, she would be a proper Madame Xiao. Unfortunately, there is no if in the world. A few days later, the nanny of the Xiao family came to the door. She was ordered by Master Xiao to ask her if she was willing to enter the mansion as a concubine. Compared to marrying into a commoner family and being a wife of poverty, she would rather live in the Xiao mansion and enjoy the endless wealth and splendor. However, she never expected that the heir of the Xiao family was not her own master. The elegant and refined appearance was just an appearance. The eldest Master Xiao was idle and accomplished nothing. He also caused trouble for the Xiao family all the time. But now that he was here, it was too late to regret. Fortunately, Xiao Shinting was a tolerant person. No matter how his elder brother acted, he did not have the intention of letting his brother split up the family. She thought that as long as she could give birth to a son or daughter for the master, she would not have to worry about her life in the Xiao family in the future. However, she was unlucky and never got pregnant again after giving birth to Xiao Zilin. Xiao Zilin was her only child, and she really put 100% of her heart into this child. After the incident at Prince Cheng's mansion, the eldest lady used family law to beat her daughter's hand until it was swollen, and also punished her daughter to kneel in the cold ancestral hall. The daughter was frightened and fell seriously ill, and it was not until today that she recovered slightly. Aunt Ming hated the eldest lady's ruthlessness and Yuan's scheming, but she had experienced the eldest lady's methods and did not have the courage to go against the eldest lady. Yuan looked at the young girl, who was said to have married into the young master's mansion by climbing into bed. No matter how she looked at this girl, she was just a facade. She would come to deal with her in a while, and let her know the consequences of bullying her daughter. Yuan and Xiao Ziyue went under the grape trellis. Bunches of green grapes hung under the green branches and leaves, looking heavy. These grapes were grown in a ventilated and quiet wooden lattice walkway. The servants knew they were coming and prepared all the ladders and stools. Princess Chung knows martial arts. Why would she need these? With a whip, she got a bunch of grapes. Wow! The sisters opened their mouths in envy. Princess Chung was happy to be in the limelight, and she picked several bunches with the whip, which made everyone envious. Let's go pick them too, Xiao Ziyue said. The grape rack is not high, and a girl like Fuling can pick them with bare hands. But a girl of normal height needs to use tools. The ladder is supported by the servants, but there are still girls who dare not go up, so they step on the stool. Xiao Ziyue is timid and wanted to step on the stool to pick them. But when she saw Yuan climb the ladder calmly, she also asked for a ladder. Two strong women clamped the ladder on the pillar and held it firmly with 4 hands. Xiao Ziyue stepped on it carefully and cut her first bunch of grapes with scissors. Yuan had already cut 7 or 8 bunches of grapes. She was used to farm work, so she was not as good as those pampered daughters when it came to picking grapes. She had almost finished picking them when she turned around and saw Xiao Ziyue looking at her with a wronged face. She had an idea and handed over the bunch of grapes she had just cut. Xiao Ziyue caught it with a basket with a smile on her face, as if she had received her favorite candy. With Yuan's help, Xiao Ziyue's basket soon became heavy. Sister Yu, help me! Help me! A little sister named Zhang also handed over the basket. Xiao Ziyue called Yuan's sister-in-law, but the little sister couldn't follow her to call her sister-in-law, so she changed to Sister Yu, which seemed more intimate than calling her the princess consort. Okay. Yuan cut a bunch of grapes and handed it to her. Me. 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 I want one too. Another little sister came over. Here you go. Before Yuan could pick them for her, Princess Chung whipped over with a whip, and a bunch of green grapes fell steadily into her basket. Princess Chung. Princess Chung. The little sister ran towards Princess Chung. With the help of Yuan and Princess Chung, everyone's baskets were soon filled with fresh grapes. Although they didn't pick them by themselves, they caught them by themselves. It's much more interesting than pitching pots. Let's go make wine, Xiao Ziyue said happily. Everyone nodded in unison. The winemaker invited this time is the daughter of the owner of a winery in Beijing. She is a few years older than them. It is said that she is looking for a son-in-law at home. Now she has inherited her father's business. Because she is a woman, Mrs. Xiao made an exception and allowed Xiao Ziyue to invite her into the mansion. But the place for making wine cannot be chosen in Xiao Ziyue's rose courtyard. In the words of Mrs. Xiao, that is her daughter's boudoir. And not everyone from the lowest class is qualified to enter. In Bixiaju, Xiao Ziyue said with a smile. Bixiaju is located to the west of Xiao Mansion, not far from the big kitchen in the public school. And there is a vegetable garden passing by. The vegetable garden of Xiao Mansion was planted by the servants when they had nothing to do. And Shang Wanyan didn't care about it. What is that? Asked a little sister. She was referring to a kitten running around in the vegetable garden. But Yuan thought it was a vine that the kitten was running around. Yuan said, it's sweet potato leaves, which can be used for cooking. Ah? Xiao Ziyue was surprised. Is that what can be used for cooking? Yuan nodded. Now is the season to eat sweet potato leaves. Stir fry with vegetable oil and garlic cloves. The taste is better than other seasonal vegetables. She remembered that when she was a child, her aunt's family had a large sweet potato field. In summer, her aunt would pick sweet potato leaves and stir-fry them for her to eat. The uneaten sweet potato leaves could be fed to pigs, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Xiao Ziyue has never eaten it. But since the eldest sister-in-law said it was edible, then it must be edible. Xiao Ziyue called Lingji, asked the kitchen to stir-fry some sweet potato leaves. Ah? Lingji was stunned. Isn't that thing used to feed pigs? But since the second lady wants to eat it, she will ask the kitchen to do it. She doesn't understand the world of a rich lady. Lingji went to the kitchen to explain. And the kitchen immediately did it. On the other side, the maid sent by Aunt Ming to spy came back and reported the whereabouts of the group of people in the morning in detail. Xiao Ziling was also there. When she heard that her elder sister was picking grapes and making wine with them, she was so jealous that she was going crazy. It was such a fun party. But her second sister didn't invite her. But Aunt Meng was thinking in her heart, a country bumpkin is a country bumpkin. She was going to fry the food used to feed pigs and feed it to a group of rich daughters. Well, let these people get sick and see how she will end up. These people alienated her daughter, and they deserve this fate. Aunt Meng had a sore throat some time ago, and had abdominal pain and bloating. The doctor prescribed a bottle of croton powder for her. Once a day, not more than half a spoonful at a time. Aunt Ming gave the croton powder to her trusted maid and asked her to put it all in the dishes. The taste of croton is somewhat similar to moldy spicy peanuts. The processed croton powder has no moldy smell and is only a little spicy. It is not easy to be noticed when mixed in the dishes. However, it was almost time for dinner, and the maidservant who trusted her mixed all the croton powder into the sweet potato leaves that were about to be cooked, under the pretext of adding more dishes. This kind of dirty thing must not be known to her daughter. Aunt Meng was instructing the maidservant outside the yard, and she stood outside waving a round fan while waiting for the maidservant to come back. Unexpectedly, this long-awaited look was seen by Master Xiao who passed by. Aunt Meng was able to catch Master Xiao's eye because of her face. After so many years, Madame Xiao has long been old and ugly, but Aunt Meng is still graceful. Master Xiao has not set foot in Aunt Meng's yard for several days to punish Xiao Zilin for framing his elder sister. Suddenly, how could he resist seeing Aunt Meng's charming look? He immediately walked towards Aunt Meng. Aunt Meng's heart skipped a beat, and she bowed and saluted, Master. She had been worried about Xiao Zilin these days, and she looked haggard, but she looked even more pitiful. Master Xiao immediately threw the warning of the First Lady behind his head, and took Aunt Meng's hand and walked into the yard. Maybe he should pay attention to the rules with his wife, but not with his concubine. Master Xiao planned to have sex with his concubine during the lunch break after dinner. Having made up his mind, Master Xiao hurriedly asked someone to urge the dishes. Master Xiao's long-serving servant went to the kitchen, where lunch for Xiao Ziyue and the daughters was being prepared. This was ordered by Madame Xiao. She and the master's concubine took care of the girl and the guests first. No one expected that Master Xiao would ask the servants to serve the dishes in advance. Just this, and this. The long servant picked a few dishes, put them into the food box, and took them away. Those were steamed dishes. There were still some in the steamer. It was okay to take them away. Unfortunately, the sweet potato leaves that had just come out of the pot were gone. The other dishes could be replaced. But the sweet potato leaves were what Xiao Ziyue specifically wanted to eat. The cook had no choice but to ask someone to pick another basket and stir-fry it for Xiao Ziyue and the others. Master Xiao was a city dweller, and Aunt Meng was also a native Beijing lady. Even though her family fell into poverty, she had never suffered the hardships of ordinary people. The only people who could let her lower her status to serve were the two masters of the Xiao family's first house. As for the lady and the people of the second house, it was not her turn to serve them. "Let me do it. You all leave." Aunt Meng took the food box and set the dishes and chopsticks virtuously. Xiao Zilin was very happy that her father came to see her. Aunt Meng was also happy, even if her daughter made a mistake. As long as the master spoiled her, she and her daughter would still have a good life. The family of 3 went downstairs to eat. I don't know if it was because they were in a good mood, but everyone ate very happily, especially the stir-fried seasonal vegetables. I don't know what kind of dish it was. It was refreshing and tasty, with a hint of spiciness, but not dryness, which was very suitable for Master Xiao's appetite. Aunt Meng saw that he liked it, so she picked up more for him. In Bixia Pavilion, the sweet potato leaves that Xiao Ziyue wanted were also served on the table. The daughters worked all morning and were so hungry that their stomachs growled. After washing their hands, they started to eat. "Which one is the sweet potato leaf?" Xiao Ziyue asked. Lingji pointed to the plate in the middle. "This, Mississippi." Xiao Ziyue picked up a chopstick for everyone and tasted it herself. It really tasted better than cabbage. Princess Cheng was born in the grassland royal court. She usually eats more mutton and not many kinds of vegetables. At least she has never eaten such vines. They look no different from ordinary green vegetables. But she tasted it with a chopstick. It didn't have the bitter taste of other vegetables. It was smooth and tender, and tasted great. One plate was not enough for a few little eaters. The kitchen added another plate of fried and cold dishes, which made them eat to their heart's content. In Aunt Meng's yard, Master Xiao also ate to his heart's content. But he was not in a good state after the enjoyment. He suddenly had a stomachache, and soon it was severe pain. Super pain. He covered his stomach and ran to the Gongfang. "Aunt, Xiao Zilin's stomach also hurt." "You too?" Aunt Meng frowned strangely, and just as she was about to say something, her stomach began to churn. The servants in the courtyard didn't understand what happened. Why did the master, the concubine, and the third young lady all go to the toilet? Their own toilet was not enough, and they also took the servants' toilet. At first, everyone thought it was just diarrhea, but after a while, they gradually realized that something was wrong. "Quick! Report to the lady." Master Zhao's longtime servant went to the lady's courtyard and told her about the 3 people's diarrhea. When Mrs. Xiao heard that the damned devil had gone to the concubine's courtyard again, she was furious. "It's what he deserves." The long servant lowered his head and dared not say a word. Madame Xiao was angry. But after all, he was her husband and the father of her child. She would not sit idly by and watch. She took the court doctor to Aunt Meng's yard. The 3 of them were so weak that their faces turned pale. The court doctor hurriedly took some bentonite and asked them to take it. Bentonite has a strong anti-diarrheal effect. Aunt Meng and Xiao Zilin ate less and stopped diarrhea quickly. Master Xiao was not so lucky. Aunt Meng saw that he liked that dish, so she put most of it into his bowl to please him. The huge commotion also startled Xiao Jinting and Shang Wenyan. "Sister-in-law, what happened?" Shang Wenyan asked. There was unrest in the harem of Master Xiao. For so many years, it was either this concubine making trouble or that concubine making a scene. Madame Xiao felt ashamed and didn't want to see Shang Wenyan. She said vaguely, "He had a stomachache." This was Shang Wenyan's fault. The household was in Shang Wenyan's hands. Her people didn't do a good job and made her eldest brother's stomach upset. She immediately asked Xingshu to call the servants in the kitchen and asked, "How do you do things? Did you cook something unclean?" The servants knelt on the ground. The head cook said, "Second, madam. It's unfair. The dishes we cooked are all clean. Second, miss, and the others ate them too. They are fine. This is true. Today's dishes all came out of the same pot. If you say they are unclean, then they are all unclean. What dishes are you cooking today?" Shang Wenyan asked. The cook reported the names of the dishes one by one. Shang Wenyan frowned. "Sweet potato leaves? Can you eat this? Could it be that this is what upset the eldest brother's stomach?" "You can eat it." The second young lady and her friends ate several plates, said the cook. Shang Wenyan asked Xingzhu to go to Bixia Pavilion. The pavilion was remote, and the news had not yet reached here. Several people were eating happily, and it seemed that nothing was wrong. Xingju asked Fuling, and found out that the young ladies did ask for 3 plates of sweet potato leaves. It seems that the sweet potato leaves are not to blame. Shang Wenyan ordered, "Please trouble Dr. Jiang to check the dishes that the eldest master and Aunt Ming and the third lady just ate." The court doctor tasted the dishes on the plate one by one. The plate with sweet potato leaves only had soup. But the spicy taste was tasted by the court doctor. To answer the second lady, "There is croton powder in it, and the dosage is not small. It is originally a medicine. But if the dosage is too large, it will also cause diarrhea and dehydration to death. It is intriguing that someone put this kind of thing in the green vegetables in the kitchen." The cook's face turned pale. "I didn't. Master and Madam, please understand. I don't know anything." Madame Xiao stood up coldly. "You say you don't know. So you don't know? Then tell me. Who put the croton powder in the eldest master?" Chapter 305 The Truth is Revealed. How could the cook know who did it? It wasn't him anyway. There were 4 cooks and 8 servants in the kitchen. The one being questioned was the head chef. He was sure that everyone in the kitchen was clean, and would never do such a dirty thing. But whether they would do it was one thing, and whether the masters believed it was another. The cook looked at Shang Wenyan for help. The old lady was old, and didn't get involved in the affairs of the backyard. The second lady was the one who made the decision. He hoped that the second lady would believe him. Shang Wenyan believed him. But she was afraid that Madame Xiao would not believe her. Shang Wenyan had figured out the temper of this eldest sister-in-law to some extent. She was not vicious. But she was not generous either. Master Xiao was not doing well. And the eldest sister-in-law went to her mother-in-law's room to cry every other day. What could the lady do? He was her own son. She could have controlled him at the beginning, and would not have raised him astray. This was before she got married. After she got married, she started to cry about her, saying that she, as a sister-in-law, did not respect her eldest sister-in-law enough. To put it bluntly, Madame Xiao just wanted to take over the household expenses. Shang Wenyan saw through her thoughts, and let her be the head of the family for a year. As a result, there were naturally many loopholes. Madame Xiao was not the material to be the head of the family. But she had the ambition to be the head of the family. Let's talk about Xiao Yan. Master Xiao is unreliable. Madame Xiao is much calmer now. When she was young, she always took out her anger on the young Xiao Yan. Poor kid. Standing in the cold corridor, in thin clothes in the winter, Madame Xiao said that if you don't come back, I won't care about him. Master Xiao said it's up to you to care or not, and turned around and went out to have fun. Little Xiao Yan stood there for half an hour. The servant wanted to bring him in. Madame Xiao was angry and said, "I'll see who dares to touch him." In the end, Xiao Xinting learned about this, and took little Xiao Yan away without saying a word. These are all old things. As she gets older, Madame Xiao is no longer as confused as before. But some things and some grudges will not fade away easily from the bottom of her heart. Such as Xiao Yan's death, and the prejudice against her. A second married widow. Madame Xiao looked at Shang Wenyan and said, "What are you looking at the second lady for? Does this have anything to do with her?" Sister-in-law. Xiao Xinting's face darkened. Although Madame Xiao had never heard Shang Wenyan, she had a deep prejudice against her, and would always blame Shang Wenyan first when something bad happened. Shang Wenyan was known as a witch in the eyes of the world. Many people blamed her. Not just Madame Xiao. Shang Wenyan pressed Xiao Xinting's hand, and told him to go away. Xiao Xinting really went away obediently. Shang Wenyan looked at Madame Xiao and said, "Sister-in-law, why did I give my brother croton seeds?" She knew about croton seeds, a common diarrhea medicine. When Xiao Yan was a child, he was silly and accidentally took croton seeds as peanuts. He ate several of them, and was scared to death. Since then, there has been no croton seeds in her room. Not to mention that she had no reason to harm her eldest brother. Even if she did, where could she get a few croton seeds? No. The court doctor seemed to say it was croton powder. She had never seen that thing before. Madame Xiao was stunned by Shang Wenyan's question. Yes. Why did she harm Master Xiao? Master Xiao was just an idler kept in the mansion. He did not threaten the status of the second house. Nor did he interfere with the decision-making of the second house. If there was something that the second house disliked, it was probably that he was a playboy and a spendthrift. But it was not the first time he did this. Why did he harm her at this critical moment? Madame Xiao wavered. And Aunt Ming on the side became panicked. Madame Xiao did not like the mother and daughter. If she knew that she had harmed the master by mistake, she would expose her skin. Since Madame Xiao suspected Shang Wenyin, let her continue to suspect. Aunt Ming made up her mind and said, Madame Xiao, no matter how much you dislike the first house, you should not vent your anger on the master. Right? Shang Wenyin said coldly. When is it your turn to interrupt me when I talk to Madame? Mrs. Ming mustered up her courage and raised her head. Even if you don't like it, I will say it. Shang Wenyin smiled faintly. Okay. If you want to say it, I will let you say it enough. You said that I don't like the first house. Then why did I only give Croton to the first master and you too, but not to the first lady and her daughter? Mrs. Ming's eyes flashed. You want to harm the first master. I and the third lady just happened to be implicated. Besides, the first lady hasn't sent food yet. If she did, who knows if you would send a bowl of sweet potato leaves with croton powder. As for the second lady, isn't your daughter-in-law there? Can you harm your daughter-in-law as well? The second lady escaped a disaster. Shang Wenyin smiled coldly. You analyzed it very well. You kept silent just now. And it turned out that you were thinking about how to throw dirty water on my head. You are so eloquent. It's a pity not to be a lawyer. Mrs. Ming could feel that Shang Wenyin was angry. Her heart skipped a beat, and she suddenly felt an inexplicable fear. Shang Wenyin was definitely not a soft persimmon. Otherwise she would not have been able to discipline the servants. It was just that she was the concubine of the eldest house, and had never fought with Shang Wenyin. She was not as afraid of Shang Wenyin as Mrs. Xiao. But after Shang Wenyin's words, she began to feel uneasy. But now she was in a difficult situation. So she had no choice but to lie. Mrs. Ming, who had made up her mind, tightened her fingers, knelt on the ground, and said with a face full of grievance, What does the second lady mean by this? What do you mean by the maid throwing dirty water on the second lady's head? The maid was just telling the truth. If the second lady doesn't like to hear it, the maid won't say it. Shang Wenyin snorted coldly. I was going to talk about you just now. And I'm not going to talk about you now. Who do you think you are? I dare not. Mrs. Ming knelt down aggrievedly. You said I did it. Where's the evidence? Shang Wenyin asked. Aunt Ming lowered her head. The kitchen is full of second madame's people. How can I find evidence? Shang Wenyin suddenly sneered. Why don't I help you find it? Aunt Ming was stunned. Shang Wenyin looked at the cook and said, Who went to the kitchen today? Who served the dishes? Please tell me in detail. Yes. The matter involved life and death. So the cook did not dare to be careless. He started from the first thing he did when he got up and entered the kitchen. If he missed something, several servants in the kitchen would fill it in for him. Shang Wenyin said slowly, So, the sweet potato leaves were made by the second lady in the kitchen? Yes. The cook nodded. Shang Wenyin said calmly, Mr. Xiao was originally going to dine at the first lady's courtyard. But he changed his mind and went to Aunt Ming's courtyard. His long-serving servant took away the dishes on the stove without authorization, including the freshly fried sweet potato leaves? The cook hurriedly said, Yes. The dishes for the first room are not ready yet. The first lady has ordered that the second lady's dishes should be made first, and then the first room's dishes. Shang Wenyin stroked the handkerchief in her hand. Can I understand it this way? If the master's long-serving servant did not come to serve the dishes without authorization, then the plate of sweet potato leaves with croton seeds would appear on the dining table of Bixia Pavilion? Aunt Ming's eyebrows jumped. Madame Xiao paused. Shang Wenyin turned to look at Madame Xiao, sister-in-law. Even if I am a god, I could not have expected that my brother would go to the kitchen to grab food. Shang Wenyin did not need to say this. Madame Xiao would also feel guilty. The dish was clearly aimed at the women of Bixia Pavilion. And Shang Wenyin's daughter-in-law was there. No matter how crazy Shang Wenyin was, she would not attack her daughter-in-law. Not to mention that anyone with a discerning eye could see that Shang Wenyin was very satisfied with her daughter-in-law. If it wasn't Shang Wenyin, then only this BXXXH would be left. The cook suddenly said, I remember. Aunt Ming's maid went to the kitchen to urge the dishes. It's you? Madame Xiao stood up, walked to Aunt Ming, and slapped her in the face. Bitch. It's not enough to harm you once. You're doing it again so soon. I think you're holding a grudge against me and blame me for punishing your daughter. So you have to teach me a lesson. Xiao Yin is gone, and her only child is Xiao Ziyue. This BXXXH can't bear to see her have a good life. Aunt Ming didn't expect that she had neglected such a big flaw. So it's not unreasonable to say that God has eyes. With her swollen cheeks, She crawled to Madame Zhao's feet and said stubbornly, "Madam, I didn't. Get out of here." Madame Zhao kicked her away. Mrs. Zhao didn't believe her. If she was a good person, she wouldn't have seduced her husband. Her husband didn't force her. She was willing to be a concubine and compete with her for a man. It was fortunate that the master was obsessed with sex and took the plate away by mistake. Otherwise, it would have entered her daughter's belly. Who knows what her daughter would become? Thinking of this, Mrs. Zhao wanted to kill Aunt Ming. Mrs. Zhao picked up the cup on the table and smashed it hard at Aunt Ming. A bloody hole was immediately smashed in Aunt Ming's head. Xiao Ziling was frightened and knelt down crying and hugged Mrs. Zhao's legs. "Mother, Aunt is innocent. Please spare her. Get out." Mrs. Zhao gave an order, and two strong maids came forward to pull Xiao Ziling away. Since the murderer was found, Shang Wanyan had no need to stay, and pulled Xiao Xinting out of Aunt Ming's yard. "Did you see it?" Xiao Xinting suddenly said to her after they walked away. Shang Wanyan was stunned. "What?" Xiao Xinting glanced at her and said, "Too many women will cause unrest in the harem. Who drugged me and stuffed a woman in my house not long ago? Now he is bringing up the old account from 800 years ago? Wait, could it be that he finally realized that he was jealous of me reminiscing about the king of Yen in front of Yuan?" Shang Wanyan was speechless. "Hey. Xiao Xinting picked her up horizontally and walked back to the yard at a brisk pace. The servants all looked at her with their eyes on her nose, their noses on their hearts, and their eyes did not look away. Shang Wanyan hit him with her hand. "Put me down." "No. Since the day I married you, I never thought of putting you down." "You?" Xiao Xinting carried her into the house and closed the door with a kick. Shang Wanyan was embarrassed and ashamed. "Xiao Xinting, why are you going crazy in broad daylight?" Xiao Xinting knew that he was a rough man and was not worthy of such a delicate girl. He also understood that she had the king of Yen in her heart. He would not force her to forget the king of Yen, but he hoped that even if it was only for a moment, she could belong to him completely. "Xiao Xinting. Xiao Xinting swallowed the rest of the words. With a strong and sturdy body from years of martial arts practice, Shang Wanyan was like a shivering little bud, blooming in his storm. In Bixia Pavilion, several female relatives had a delicious meal. On weekdays, they stayed in their boudoirs, not going out of the door or the second door. They didn't want to eat if they didn't move. Today, they were tired, and everything they ate smelled delicious. Of course, the food was indeed delicious, especially the plates of sweet potato leaves, which were so delicious that they couldn't stop eating. "I don't know if there are any in our house," a little sister said. They were all pampered daughters. They only cared about their daily lives. How could they care if there were people growing sweet potatoes in the house? Xiao Ziyue smiled and said, "There are many in the Xiao house. There is a full vegetable garden. I will ask the servants to pick some and bring them back to you later. How can I be so embarrassed?" The little sister coughed lightly. "A few vegetable leaves are so polite to me?" Xiao Ziyue called Lingji and asked her to pick a few capable servants to pick a few more baskets of sweet potato leaves for the eldest sister-in-law, Princess Cheng, and the young ladies to take back. Yuan ate a lot of sweet potato leaves in the countryside, but this was Xiao Ziyue's intention, so she gladly accepted it. Xiao Ziyue also asked the servants to seal the wine and take it back to their respective houses. The wine master said that it will be ready to drink in 2 months. Yuan originally only treated it as a social event, but unexpectedly she had a lot of fun. Princess Cheng and several sisters also enjoyed themselves very much. Xiao Ziyue did not forget to take out the cantaloupe sent by Yuan, cut it, and placed it on ice. The sweet and cold cantaloupe dissipated the heat of the day when she took a bite. "It was grown in the house of my eldest brother and sister-in-law," Xiao Ziyue said proudly. Several little foodies looked at Yuan eagerly, and the meaning was quite obvious. Yuan smiled and said, "If you don't mind, I will host you another day, and you and Ziyue will come to the young master's house to sit." The little foodies nodded. "I may not be free," Princess Cheng said with her eyes looking up at the sky. "Then don't come," Yuan said. Princess Cheng's face darkened. While they were talking, Madame Xiao's maid came over. It turned out that Master Xiao had diarrhea and the doctor's medicine was useless. Madame Xiao thought of Yuan and immediately sent her trusted maid to ask her to treat Master Xiao. Of course, family disgrace should not be made public. Madame Xiao did not say that Master Xiao was framed by the concubine in the room, but only said that she took Croton by mistake. Yuan and Madame Zhao's maid went to Aunt Ming's yard. Xiao Ziyue was worried about her father and followed. While Yuan was taking Master Xiao's pulse, she asked the doctor what medicine he prescribed. Bentonite, the doctor said. Bentonite, also known as montmorillonite, is a natural and harmless non-metallic mineral with a strong astringent and antidiarrheal effect. The prescription is supposed to be symptomatic. I'll try another prescription. Yuan wrote the prescription and handed it to the court doctor, and then told Fuling, "Go to the carriage and get my medicine box." Fuling walked briskly and brought Yuan's medicine box back in a short while. Yuan opened the medicine box, took out the golden needles, found the acupuncture points, and gave acupuncture to Master Xiao. After the acupuncture, she also prepared the medicine she prescribed. Master Xiao's symptoms were finally stopped, but he also lost a layer of skin. He might not be able to get out of bed for 10 days or half a month. Aunt Meng was completely confused. She wanted to teach Yuan a lesson. But how come Yuan became the benefactor of the master in the end? "Thank you, sister-in-law," Xiao Ziyue said with red eyes. Yuan knew that she was worried about her father, and comforted her. "Master Xiao is no longer in danger. Give him some salt water later, some sugar water tomorrow, and continue to take herbal medicine. He can also continue to take the bentonite clay from the palace doctor. He will be cured in a few days." Xiao Ziyue choked and nodded. Madame Xiao sighed. Although Yuan was Shang Wanyan's daughter-in-law, she had helped the first room twice. No matter what grudge she had with Shang Wanyan, she could not hate Yuan. She thanked Yuan and asked Yuan to have dinner in the first room. Yuan had to go back to the house to have dinner with her young husband, and she declined Madame Xiao's kindness. "It's getting late. I'll go back first. I'll see you off," Xiao Ziyue said, holding Yuan's arm. Madame Xiao had the same idea, so she nodded and let her daughter go. It just so happened that she also needed to get her daughter out of the way to deal with this BXXXH. As soon as Yuan left, Aunt Ming knew that her good days were over. She had been busy in the mansion for so many years, and she had done some tricks before, but she had never been so miserable. Otherwise, how could she have the courage to continue to do evil? In the past, when something happened, the master always protected her. But now she had harmed the master so badly. It would be strange if the master continued to side with her. Now her only way out was the lady. "Madam, madam." Aunt Ming crawled over on her knees, hugged her arm, her eyes full of tears. "Madam, believe me, I really didn't want to harm the master. But have you ever thought about harming my daughter?" Madame Xiao coldly shook her hand away. Chapter 306 Secret. Father and Son. Mrs. Ming had no way to refute it. If it was the incident at Prince Cheng's mansion, she could still say that Xiao Zilin had accidentally caused her elder sister to fall into the trap. But this time, the dish was aimed at all the women in Bixia Pavilion. Xiao Ziyue and Yuan and their group could not escape. At this time, even if she said that she was going for Yuan, it would not work. After all, she really wanted to teach Xiao Ziyue a lesson. In fact, she learned about Xiao Ziyue's illness from Xiao Zilin, and she was secretly thinking that if Xiao Ziyue was embarrassed in public, then the only daughter of the Xiao family would be her Zilin. What she could think of. How could Madame Xiao not think of it? Madame Xiao said coldly, "I thought that although you were a little clever, you were self-aware. Now it seems that I was wrong. A BXXXH is a BXXXH, and it is hard to change. Considering that you have served the master, I will not send you back to your parents' home. The manor is quiet. You can go there and reflect on your mistakes." "Madam." Mrs. Ming's face changed. "The manor is a place for the concubines to live in their old age. Once you go there, you will never come back." "Madam. Madam. Please forgive me. I kowtow to you." Mrs. Ming's head hit the ground again and again, mercilessly, and soon it was bruised. She really regretted it. If she had known that it would turn out like this, she would never have touched Yuan. It was really weird. What kind of shit luck did that girl have? No matter how she dealt with her, she was the one who suffered in the end? Mrs. Xiao had tolerated Mrs. Ming for many years, but the previous minor fights were not worth sending her away. Now that the master has half his life, she still doesn't drive her away and keep her for the new year? "Madam, Miss San is still so young. She can't be without a mother." Mrs. Ming was heartbroken. "Asshole. Who is her mother?" Mrs. Xiao slammed the table, and Mrs. Ming was shocked. She was just a concubine, and she was not qualified to let Xiao Zilin call her mother. Xiao Zilin had only one mother, and that was Mrs. Xiao. Madame Xiao said, Xiao Zilin is the third daughter of the Xiao family. How can I treat her badly? When she reaches the age, I will find her a good marriage. Don't worry about it. When Aunt Ming thought about the illegitimate daughter, what kind of marriage she would get, her heart was chilled. Princess Cheng and her sisters were also going to say goodbye. Xiao Ziyue and Yuan saw them off first, and then walked towards where Yuan parked her carriage. Yuan took out a small brocade box from her wide sleeves. Is it for me? Xiao Ziyue opened it, and saw that it was a golden hairpin of a crabapple tree. She couldn't wait to pick it up. It's so beautiful. Sister-in-law, help me put it on. Yuan put it on her. Her vision was indeed right. This hairpin suited her very well. There happened to be a large water tank nearby. Xiao Ziyue walked over to take a picture. So beautiful. Yuan smiled. The eldest daughter of the Xiao family would not be missing a pearl hairpin. But because it was given by her, the child was happy. Seeing her carefree look, Yuan thought of her former self. She was so heartless at the time. So she would fall in love with a man like Zhao Heng. Zhao Heng did have his outstanding qualities. He was handsome, well-educated, abiding by etiquette, diligent and motivated, and respectful to his elders. No matter how you look at it, he is an extremely outstanding potential stock. But only by truly understanding Zhao Heng can you understand that he is not worthy of any woman's entrustment for life. Zhao Heng is an extremely selfish person, and he only cares about himself. Sister-in-law, what's wrong with you? You suddenly stopped talking. Xiao Ziyue blinked and looked at Yuan. Yuan paused and said, Ziyue, I want to ask you, how did you get to know Zhao Heng? Ah. Xiao Ziyue was startled and lowered her head in embarrassment. Yuan said, I don't mean to blame you. I just care about you. If it's not convenient to say, it doesn't matter. I won't tell Madame Xiao. I met him at the poetry club. Xiao Ziyue whispered. Yuan had been in the capital for so long that she naturally knew what a poetry club was. It was a place where talented scholars and daughters of wealthy families could go. People made friends through poetry, and were extremely elegant. Xiao Ziyue was also a little knowledgeable. She made an appointment with her sisters to go to a poetry club in the south of the city. That day, they did not compete in poetry, but guessed lantern riddles. Xiao Ziyue did not describe the process of guessing lantern riddles in detail. But Yuan could not guess that Zhao Heng was so popular that Zhao's daughter fell in love with him at first sight. After that, I met him once by chance in a pharmacy. Zhao fell into a well, and was seriously injured. He has been paralyzed in bed ever since. I knew he was copying books for others, so I spent money to buy his writing brushes and ink. I showed his writing brushes and ink to my mother, and asked him to come to the Xiao mansion to be my tutor. My mother agreed. I told her that he looked like a man who could make a name for himself. So it would be better to win him over now, as he might be able to be used in the future. The first part sounded fine, but the latter part surprised Yuan. It turned out that the little girl would resort to trickery for the future of her beloved. So your mother sent him to study at the Imperial College? Yuan looked at her and said. Xiao Ziyue nodded and blushed. Am I very bad? Not bad. Just a little stupid. Men like Zhao Heng should be kept as far away as possible, and they are not worth her heart and soul. Yuan didn't know that Xiao Ziyue and Zhao Heng were so involved. She was so painstaking for Zhao Heng's displeasure. It seemed that she couldn't persuade him with just a few words. She and Yin Huijing were both good boys in the eyes of the world. Once such people became stubborn, 8 horses couldn't pull them back. Alas, Yuan took Fuling to the carriage. Why is Madame sighing? Jiang Hai asked while driving the carriage. Yuan said helplessly, You men don't understand women's affairs. Jiang Hai outside was silent. Yuan thought he was tactful and didn't ask any more questions. But suddenly the curtain was lifted and a rough big hand reached in. Here, Jiang Hai said. The voice was a little strange, like nervousness and shyness. Yuan took it and took a look. It turned out to be a piece of brown sugar. Yuan. Jiang Hai. This rough guy. Looks honest, but he knows this stuff. He must be a veteran who has seen a lot. Yuan said nothing and took it and gave it to Fuling. She didn't have her period, but Fuling did. The weather was very hot and humid, and the carriage was like a steamer. Yuan opened the curtain a little, but the wind blowing in was also hot, not cooling down at all. Jiang Hai tried to walk to a cool place, which required him to walk through a small path. When he passed a quiet alley, he suddenly heard a woman scream, Catch the thief! The voice sounded familiar. Yuan's mind moved. Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai understood. Tighten the reins to stop the carriage, said Fuling. Take good care of the lady. And then stood up on tiptoe and jumped into the alley. In the alley, a lady in luxurious clothes was blocked by a group of thieves. Her maid was knocked unconscious by the thieves. The thieves were robbing her property and tore her clothes. This alley was cool and quiet, and no one passed by. She was hoarse from shouting, and she was about to despair. At this time, a strong figure fell from the sky and knocked the group of thieves down with a few punches. Thank you very much, warrior, she said tremblingly. Yuan got off the carriage, walked into the alley, looked at her and said, Madam Yao? No wonder the voice sounded familiar. It turned out to be Shang Wanyan's acquaintance. When Yuan and Yin Jiuqiao were discussing marriage, Madam Yao had also been to the Yu family. On the day of the wedding, she also went to the young master's mansion. The two had met several times and were considered to have some friendship. Madam Yao did not recognize Yuan at first sight. The reason was that Yuan had changed a lot from before the wedding. Her face was still the same, but the whole person seemed to have been reborn. She was elegant and noble. When Yuan came closer, she finally recognized him. She felt relieved. Her heart, which had been raised to her throat, fell back to reality. She looked at Jiang Hai, then at Yuan and said, He is your man. My coachman, Jiang Hai. Yuan introduced. Jiang Hai bowed and saluted, Madam Yao. Madam Yao had never seen Jiang Hai before, but she felt that his boxing skills were better than those of the guards, and he really didn't look like a coachman. Madam Yao nodded politely. Yuan said to Jiang Hai, Go report to the police and ask Fuling to come over. Yes. Jiang Hai turned and left. After a while, Fuling came over and picked up the maid who fainted on the ground. Seeing this tall and strong maid, Madam Yao was really surprised. It's okay that the coachman doesn't look like a coachman, but how come even the maid doesn't look like a maid? The taste of this prince's wife is really unique. Madam Yao's carriage was nearby, but she didn't want to take a ride at this moment. She wanted to calm down. Yuan checked the maid's pulse and found that she was fine. She asked Fuling to send the maid back to Madam Yao's carriage, and she went to a nearby tea house with Madam Yao. Madam Yao was terrified. She drank 3 cups of herbal tea in one breath before she managed to calm down. Thanks to you today. Otherwise I would be in great danger. It's not a big deal if the money is lost, but I'm afraid that the group of people will kill for money. They are all a group of desperate criminals. Not good people. And no one can guarantee whether they will do anything terrible. Yuan handed Madam Yao a handkerchief. Madam, please bring more people with you when you go out in the future. Alas, Madam Yao took the handkerchief and sighed. I have lived in the capital for so many years, and have never encountered such a thing. Under the feet of the emperor. In broad daylight. Someone is so bold. Why did Madam go there? Yuan asked. Madam Yao said with lingering fear, I was planning to pick out some jewelry for my daughter-in-law who is not yet married. It was hot, and the sun was scorching on the street. So I went through an alley. I didn't expect to run into that group of people. I would rather walk on the street if I had known. After wiping her sweat, Madam Yao came to her senses and realized that it was Yuan's handkerchief. She said embarrassedly, Thank you. Yuan curved her lips. You're welcome. She had dealt with Madam Yao several times. Madam Yao was a very good person. Otherwise she would not have become Shang Wanyan's only friend in the capital. By the way, you only care about me. Why did you pass by there? Madam Yao was much calmer at this time, and she slowly opened up. Yuan said, I just came back from the Shao mansion. I also wanted to avoid the main road in the shade, so I went through the alley. Ah, you went to the Shao mansion? Madam Yao was surprised. Did you go alone? You also brought Jiang Hai and Fuling. But it was obvious that the people Madam Yao mentioned were not servants. Yuan just smiled and said nothing. Madam Yao was stunned and asked again, Did the prince ask you to go? Without waiting for Yuan to answer, Madam Yao smiled with relief. It should have been done a long time ago. Zijuan has not had an easy time these years. The couple treats the prince sincerely. Zijuan is Shang Wanyan's name. Yuan understood that Xiao Jinting and Shang Wanyan were really good to Yin Jiuqiao. But she would not say anything bad about her husband. If she had not experienced what he had experienced, she could not ask him to forget or accept it. To put it bluntly, he is a human being, not a piece of wood. He does not have to do something just because it is right. He has his own heart, his own feelings, and the indelible pain of his childhood. Actually, Madam Yao held a cup and her tone suddenly lowered. Yuan regained consciousness and looked at her in confusion. Madam Yao, do you have anything to say to me? This matter has been accumulated in my heart for a long time. I have not told anyone. Even Zijuan. Madam Yao should not have told Yuan. But she was too frightened today. And Yuan saved her. And a string in her heart finally couldn't hold it. She said, my husband took office in Yanqing. And I went to Yanqing with him for a while. I lived in Yanwang Mansion for more than half a year. Yuan listened quietly. Madam Yao took a sip of tea and continued. The prince was 7 years old that year. It is said that he was already ill at that time. He didn't like to eat much and had a bad temper. My son was naughty. So I didn't dare to disturb him for fear of disturbing him. I only met him occasionally a few times. Once I was on the street and found a child who looked very similar to him, but was a few years younger than him. I didn't take it seriously. After all, the world is so big that people with similar looks are not surprising. Until I saw the child again. Madam Yao paused at this point. Yuan instinctively felt that the child might have something to do with Yin Jiuqiu. Madam Yao took a deep breath and said, the child was with a young woman who was wearing a veil. She seemed to be the child's mother. At that time, they were on the street. King Yin happened to come towards them. I heard the child called King Yin Dad. This news was too shocking. If Madam Yao hadn't lied, how could Madam Yao lie? If she wanted to lie, she would have lied long ago. She would never have waited until now when everything was settled. Yuan said, so what Madam means is, His Royal Highness Prince Yin has a mistress? Not only does he have a mistress, but he also gave birth to a lovely son with her. This is more than just shocking. It's simply a bolt from the blue. The irreplaceable father in Yin Jiuqiu's mind had already betrayed his mother and gave birth to a younger brother for him with another woman. Can he accept this truth? Madam Yao had kept this secret in her heart for so many years. Now that she finally told it, she didn't feel relieved. She still felt distressed. I dare not tell Zijuan. Let alone the prince. I hope I heard it wrong. After all, Prince Yin doesn't look like that kind of person. A man who personally picked up a hoe to dig a pond and build an orchard for his son's words would really betray his wife and children and fall in love with another woman? Yuan didn't want to believe this was true. Madam Yao sighed. Every time I saw the prince unwilling to accept Zijuan and Marshal Xiao, my heart was broken, and I wanted to tell him the truth immediately. I don't know what I am afraid of. I am so useless. Yuan said sincerely. Thank you, madam, for telling me this. Madam Yao said. Now that the knot between father and son has been untied, I can also breathe a sigh of relief. Yuan looked at the sky that suddenly darkened. Has the knot been untied? Not necessarily. The hot and humid weather is not without reason. After Shenshur, the dark clouds tore apart, and heavy rain poured down, instantly covering the entire capital. Pedestrians on the street hurriedly ran into the shops, and vendors also panicked and took shelter everywhere. At the gate of the cabinet, Yin Jiuqiu stopped. Originally, he was going back to the mansion, but a heavy rain fell. Thinking of the little girl, he just hoped that she stayed in the Xiao mansion for dinner. Young master, I'll go borrow an umbrella, Ing Shursan said. Yin Jiuqiu nodded, and Ing Shursan rushed into the heavy rain. The rain was so heavy that even with the eaves, it was useless. Yin Jiuqiu's hem was soon wet. Suddenly, a man as tall as a mountain came over with an umbrella. The umbrella was like the man, tall and strong, and the umbrella in his hand was also ridiculously large. Yin Jiuqiu looked at him and frowned. Xiao Jinting smiled brightly and handed the umbrella in his hand to him. The heavy rain poured down on him. Yin Jiuqiu didn't take it. Xiao Jinting took out a dry handkerchief from his raincoat, wiped the rain and sweat on the umbrella handle, and handed it to him again. Yin Jiuqiu's eyes flashed, and he was about to say something but stopped. On the other side, Ing Shursan came back from borrowing an umbrella. Seeing Xiao Jinting standing in the rain in a straw raincoat, he was stunned for a moment and greeted him, Marshal Xiao. Xiao Jinting nodded. Ing Shursan looked at the umbrella he had borrowed, then looked at Xiao Jinting's umbrella frozen in midair, and for a moment he didn't know what to do. Hold an umbrella, Yin Jiuqiu said coldly. Yes. Ing Shursan reluctantly withdrew his gaze and opened the wet oil paper umbrella. Xiao Jinting watched Yin Jiuqiu walk under Ing Shursan's umbrella and step into the rain, and his eyes dimmed. The heavy rain pounded on him, and also on the big umbrella that he had just wiped clean. Suddenly, a figure came over. Xiao Jinting was stunned. Yin Jiucha stood in the rain, stretched out his hand expressionlessly, and snatched his big umbrella. His thin body holding an inappropriate big umbrella looked a little funny. Xiao Xinting looked at his hurriedly leaving back. His lips curled, and smiled happily. Chapter 307 I Love You. Yuan had already finished her bath when Yin Jiuchao got home. Did you run into a rainstorm on the way? Yuan looked at his wet clothes, stepped forward and pulled his wrist, dragged him into the house, took his umbrella and put it in the basket. What a big umbrella! Yin Jiuchao didn't say anything, nor did he look at the umbrella. He was always cold. So Yuan didn't care. Did you also run into a rainstorm? Yin Jiuchao asked, looking at the wetness on her forehead. Yuan followed his gaze and touched her bangs, smiling and said, No. It rained when I got home, and I was sweating all over. I just finished my bath, and someone has prepared the water. You should go and take a bath, too. It's sticky and uncomfortable. Yin Jiuchao nodded and left. After taking a bath, dinner was served, and the couple had dinner together. Yuan rarely inquired about his business, only asked him what he had for lunch and whether he had a good nap, and then talked about his experience in the Xiao family. Yuan didn't know that Yin Jiuchao had already met Xiao Xinting, so she specifically said, I met my mother and Marshal Xiao, and they both looked good. When she was leaving, she was going to say goodbye to Xiao Xinting and Sheng Wenyin, but Xingju said that it was not convenient for them to go, so Yuan didn't ask any more about it. On the way back home, I ran into Madame Yao. Finally getting to the point, Yuan felt that it was not as difficult to speak as she had imagined. On the way back home, she had thought about how to tell Yin Jiuchao, and as for hiding it from him, she had never thought about it from beginning to end. What happened to Madame Yao? Yin Jiuchao said. Her tone was obviously different from before when she mentioned Madame Yao. So he asked this question. This is probably because if you care about someone, you will not ignore any of her abnormalities. Yuan's thoughts were not on this. She just felt that this husband was very good. She could be mad at him 7 or 8 times out of 10. But he cared about her, and she could feel it. Yuan told Yin Jiuchao about Madame Yao seeing a child who looked like him, and that the child called King Yin dad. The child is a few years younger than you, and probably about the same age as my eldest brother. I thought Yin Jiuchao would be surprised, but he looked calm. You know? Yuan was more surprised than him, not really knowing. Yin Jiuchao said, If you know, you know. If you don't know, you don't know. What does not really knowing mean? As early as the moment Bai Xiaosheng found out the news, he had vaguely guessed the relationship between his father and the princess of Nanzhao. Madame Yao's words only made people more certain that the child who was brought back to Nanzhao by the little princess was his half-brother. What he didn't know was that the woman had actually been to Yanqing. It seemed that the so-called elopement was just hiding in Yanqing, hiding under the noses of him and Sheng Wenyin. Yuan was afraid that he would be sad, so she didn't pester him to talk too much. She asked the servants to take away the food, and went to the garden with him for a walk before returning to the house to rest. 3 days. There were only 3 days left before they could have sex. This time, she was counting. He must feel bad knowing such a cruel truth. She will compensate him, and make him eat well, and live happily. Thinking of this, Yuan kissed him on the cheek quickly. Before he could react, she turned around and laid down with her back to him, pulling the quilt over her. They have been married for so long. Why is she still so nervous about this little action that her heart is pounding? Yuan, Yin Jiuchao said hoarsely. In the dark, Yuan opened her eyes and pricked up her ears. There is no need to say sentimental words or thank her. They are husband and wife, and it is her duty to be considerate of him. Yin Jiuchao, you crushed my hand. Yuan. Yin Jiuchao did not show much emotion in the next 2 days. After spending so much time together, Yuan could basically figure out his personality. He was a taciturn person who kept everything to himself. Yuan felt sorry for him, but at the same time, she could see that this incident did not hit him very hard. Or to be more precise, he accepted it faster than expected. Yuan did not know that Yin Jiuchao had been surprised by Bai Xiaoshan a long time ago. She just thought that Yin Jiuchao understood that King Yin had passed away and had completely let it go. On the day when they could have sex, Yuan finished Nanny Wan's lesson early and went to the kitchen herself. She knew Yin Jiuchao liked sour and spicy food, so she made a special sour and spicy fish dish. She used grass carp. After cleaning the grass carp, She cut it into pieces and put it aside. Pour vegetable oil into the pot and heat it to 70% hot. Add ginger slices to wipe the pot. Then pour pepper, sour cowpea, and dried chili and stir fry until both sides are golden brown. After serving, put the grass carp pieces into the pot and fry until both sides are golden brown. Then you can add seasonings and boil them. When the soup is thick and the fish meat is gelatinized, add garlic sprouts and cook over high heat to reduce the sauce. A delicious sour and spicy fish is ready. To cater to Yin Jiuqiu's taste, she specially added 2 spoons of old vinegar. After she took the dishes away, the cook looked at the soup left at the bottom of the pot, scooped it up with a spoon and tasted it, shivering all over. Did they beat the vinegar buyer to death? In addition to the hot and sour fish, Yuan also fried a dish of lotus root shreds, which was the lotus stems in her previous life. This dish would not taste good without vinegar, but it just happened to suit Yin Jiuqiu's appetite. Yin Jiuqiu returned to the mansion and smelled a scent of vegetables as soon as he entered the yard. It was old vinegar mixed with fried chili peppers, which made people salivate. His sense of taste was not fully restored, and perhaps it would not be restored in the future. But he was much luckier than before to be able to taste 1 or 2 flavors. Yin Jiuqiu entered the house, took off his heavy court clothes, changed into light and cool clothes, and had dinner with Yuan. Yuan blinked her bright eyes at him, waiting for him to taste that the 2 dishes were made by her. In short, the most delicious ones must be hers. Yin Jiuqiu ate a lot of hot and sour fish and hot and sour lotus heart vegetables. Yuan smiled. She was very satisfied. This emotion used to appear only when she saw the little fat boy eating. But recently, I don't know what happened. I saw him like this too. Is this treating him as a little fat boy? Or is he becoming more and more rare? Is it delicious? Yuan asked. It's terrible. Yin Jiuqiu looked disgusted. Oh! Yuan raised her eyebrows. If you have the guts, don't finish the 2 dishes. Of course Yin Jiuqiu finished them, not even leaving a piece of dried chili. Yuan knew that he was saying one thing and thinking another. Yuan saw through it but didn't say anything. As a man, he still has to save face. After dinner, the couple went for a walk. Banksia went into the house to clear the table, seeing that the whole table was full of food. Only the 2 dishes made by the prince's wife were eaten up. Banksia couldn't help but wonder if what the chef said about the prince's wife's poor cooking skills was true. She took a little soup and tasted it when no one was paying attention. As a result, she almost fainted. The daylight was getting longer and darker. The sky was gray and blue. The couple strolled along the riverside with gusts of breeze. Yuan held his hand. Yin Jiuqiu's handsome little brows frowned. Yuan refused to let go. She was stronger than him. Yuan held the man's hand as if no one was around, humming a little song proudly. This look made her look like a little gangster, holding his obedient little puppy. Yin Jiuqiu's face was a little sour. Yin Jiuqiu. She suddenly spoke. Yin Jiuqiu responded. Yuan smiled at him, her expression calm and peaceful. It doesn't matter if you don't have a father anymore. I love you. Yin Jiuqiu's heart seemed to be hit by something suddenly. Probably, no woman has ever said this to him. Those who want to marry him and want to offer themselves to him all hope that he will love them. No one has ever thought that he needs to be loved. And even he himself doesn't think so. I love you, she said. Yin Jiuqiu turned his face away uncomfortably, his ears red. Who wants you to feel pain? Yuan used practical actions to show how much she loved him. There was a large bath in Qifeng courtyard. After taking a walk, Yin Jiuqiu went to take a bath. While taking a bath, he felt something was wrong. A slender figure slowly swam over from under the water, parting the layers of petals, like a graceful mermaid. This was a bit exciting. In the past, the prince would come out of the bath in a quarter of an hour. But today it took a full hour. The servants looked at each other, not knowing what happened inside. They could only vaguely hear the prince's voice. When returning to the room, no one expected that as soon as Yuan put down the curtain, she heard a click, as if something was dripping down. The lights in the room were turned off. A faint smell of blood filled the air. Yin Jiuqiu. Yuan hurriedly lifted the curtain and lit an oil lamp. In the dim light, she saw the blood dripping from his nose. It was black. Yuan hadn't felt Yin Jiuqiu's pulse for a while. After all, his curse had been lifted, and he had almost finished the medicine to remove the remaining poison. Who would feel the pulse of a normal person all day long? Yuan once again pinched Yan Jiuchu's pulse. Sure enough, he was poisoned. Yuan's first reaction was that the curse was not completely removed. But her second reaction was that if the harmony of yin and yang could remove the poison, then why shouldn't the poison break out at this time? If it wasn't the poison of the curse, could it be some other poison? But this is very strange, isn't it? They have been very careful. Who has the chance to poison his food? Moreover, she eats and lives with him. Why didn't she get poisoned? Yuan sealed Yan Jiuchu's acupuncture points with a gold needle, trying to protect his heart meridian. Yan Jiuchao fell into a deep sleep. Yuan called Ing Shi-san and Ing Lu to the study. The two were more surprised than Yuan. Yuan said seriously, I've thought about it. No one in the mansion has the opportunity to poison him. Has he ever come into contact with suspicious people when he went to court and worked in the cabinet these days? Ing Shi-san thought about it and shook his head very solemnly. At least one of me and Ing Lu will be with the young master. And he didn't meet any suspicious people. Yuan only hated that her medical skills were too shallow and she couldn't diagnose what poison Yan Jiuchao had been poisoned with. Shi-san, go to the Shao mansion. Yan Jiuchu's antidote for the past few years has always been prepared by the doctor invited by Shao Shinting. He may know Yan Jiuchao's condition better. Ing Shi-san went there without stopping. Shang Wanyin had already rested. This matter did not alarm her for the time being. Shao Shinting went to an old house in the capital to invite the old doctor over. The old doctor had been preparing medicine for Yan Jiuchu for many years. He did know Yan Jiuchu's condition better than ordinary people. But he couldn't diagnose what poison Yan Jiuchao had been poisoned with. Judging from the pulse, it didn't seem like he had been poisoned recently. What do you mean? Ing Lu asked with a frown. Yuan, Shao Shinting, and Ing Shi-san also looked at the old doctor. The old annoying man stroked his beard and said, I am not sure if I made a mistake. Marshal Shao and the Crown Prince's wife should invite a few more doctors to take a look at the Crown Prince. Invite more? That won't work. Someone wants Yan Jiuchu's life. Before that person is found, Yan Jiuchao's condition is a secret. In a flash, Yuan thought of someone. Dong dong dong. Who is it? Why are you not sleeping in the middle of the night? Why are you knocking? Old Chui turned over, covered himself with a quilt, and fell asleep. With a clang, the door was kicked open, and a gust of cold wind rushed in. Old Chui's eyebrows jumped and he sat up. Who the hell is that? Before he finished speaking, a cold sword was placed across his neck. Old Chui asked Ing Shi-san to take him to the young master's residence. Ing Shi-san threw him coldly on the floor of the study. Old Chui fell on his back and screamed in pain. Ouch! After screaming, he saw Yuan and Shao Shinting sitting on the seat. His eyes flashed. Shao Shinting's eyes fell on his face. Like a knife. He turned his back guiltily. But Shao Shinting had already recognized him. It's you. Yuan asked, does Marshal Shao know him? Shao Shinting's fists clenched and creaked. Dr. Chui. Long time no see. Yuan was stunned. This old man was actually a doctor? Ing Shi-san and Ing Lu were as surprised as Yuan. What kind of place is Lianhua village? It's fine if there are dragons and crouching tigers in it. But how come there is also a doctor next door? To be exact, it was the former imperial physician. Shao Shinting said with a sharp gaze, you aborted Consort Wan. Do you still remember this account? Consort Wan, the biological sister of Master Shao Wu. Old Chui shuddered. This is an old account. Back then, when Old Chui was an imperial physician in the palace, he joined the camp of Consort Su, who was in the prime of the emperor's favor. And Master Shao Wu's sister entered the palace at that time and was given the title of Talented Lady. Talented Lady Shao was outstanding in appearance, gentle and considerate, and had a good handwriting. She was deeply appreciated by the emperor. In just half a month, the emperor made her a noble lady, and in another half a month, she was made a concubine. Wani. Ronghua. She rose all the way, and she was already sitting on the position of a third-rank concubine without even a bubble in her belly. If she continued like this, she would not be far from being made a concubine. On the day when concubine Shao was pregnant, the emperor made her a third-rank noble concubine without even knowing whether it was a boy or a girl. Concubine Su would certainly not allow a favorite concubine to give birth to the emperor's son. Concubine Shao accidentally fell down, and Old Chui went to treat concubine Wan Jiaoi, falsely claiming that the fetus was dead in the womb and that if the fetus was not aborted in time, it would endanger the lives of adults. The emperor asked Old Chui to prescribe medicine. When the fetus fell to the ground, concubine Xiao clearly heard a weak cry. Her child was not dead in the womb, but it was the effect of the medicine and would definitely not survive. There was no evidence for this incident, and it ended with concubine Xiao being too sad, mentally ill, and even hallucinating. In order to appease concubine Xiao, the emperor promoted her to the second-rank Joey and gave her the title of Wan. Old Chui's conscience was not completely black. He knew that he could no longer be a knife in concubine Su's hand, so he resigned from the position of imperial physician on the grounds that his mother was seriously ill. How could concubine Su let him go? But old Chui also had a trick up his sleeve. If he was not let go, he would have his own way to send the evidence to concubine Wan. But as long as concubine Su let him go, he would take the secret into his coffin. Concubine Su would naturally not be threatened by him. It was Yin Huijing who let him go, but Yin Huijing made him swear that he would not use Chui's medical skills from now on. Yuan said, "No wonder you can't cure any of the patients in the village." Old Chui said calmly, "You can kill me or chop me up. It's my fault. I accept it." Yuan looked at him and said, "Do you think we arrested you for revenge?" Old Chui was stunned. No. No! What is Xiao Shinting doing here? Isn't Xiao Shinting the sworn brother of Master Xiao Wu? If he remembered correctly, before Wan Zhaoyi entered the palace, she had a lot of contact with the Xiao family. Madame Xiao liked Wan Zhaoyi very much. At that time, many people privately speculated that Wan Zhaoyi would marry Xiao Shinting. When they learned that she entered the palace, they were secretly surprised. Putting aside this relationship, Xiao Shinting and Master Xiao Wu were as close as brothers, so Wan Zhaoyi could be regarded as a sister in Xiao Shinting's heart. He killed someone's own sister. Xiao Shinting would kill him to avenge Wan Zhaoyi. Old Chui thought so, and felt that his death was imminent. Chapter 308 Mutual Support. Xiao Shinting gritted his teeth and said, "If you can cure the prince's poison, I will spare your life." Old Chui was stunned for a long time, before he realized that the prince he was talking about was his stepson Yin Jiuqiu. Yes, this little waste finally accepted the title of Prince of Yin. He really loved this stepson. For the sake of his stepson's life, he even gave up revenge on Wan Zhaoyi. In just a moment, Old Chui put away his thoughts. "I once swore a poisonous oath that I would never use Chui family medical skills to practice medicine. Ing Shursen chopped down with a sword. Then you want to die." The blade touched Old Chui's neck, and Old Chui was frightened. But, I haven't finished my words. Ing Shursen's blade just stopped. Old Chui wiped his cold sweat and said, "I only said that you can't use it to practice medicine. I didn't say you can't teach it to others." Everyone looked at him strangely. He glanced at Yuan beside him. "Go and take my pulse and tell me what it looks like. Isn't this just a waste of time?" Everyone glared at him. But in the end, they didn't embarrass him anymore and handed the decision to Yuan. "This is just a little troublesome. As long as Yin Jiuqiu can be saved, Yuan doesn't mind." On the way back to the upper room, Yuan told Old Chui that Yin Jiuqiu had been cursed by the southern Xinjiang poison. Since he was going to treat the disease, he had to tell him the truth about Yin Jiuqiu's condition. "You don't seem surprised." "Why? Do you know that Yin Jiuqiu was cursed?" Yuan looked at his expression. He didn't know it at first, but he knew it when Yin Huijing asked him to sell the Chui family's medical book to Yuan. Old Chui cleared his throat. "I have followed the virtuous concubine, so I don't know the secret. Do I?" Yuan glanced at him, not knowing whether he believed it or not. In any case, Yuan did not ask any more questions. And in any case, it was not important. Yuan returned to the upper room and took Yin Jiuqiu's pulse again, according to the method taught by Old Chui. Some pulses were not recorded in medical books, and she could not tell which pulse it was. But she told Old Chui everything. "Are his fingertips black or purple?" "Purple." "Yitang?" "Also purple." People who are poisoned often have black yitang and black nails. Obviously, Yin Jiuqiu was not poisoned by an ordinary poison. There was a screen in front of Yin Jiuqiu's bed, and Old Chui stood outside the screen. He asked, and Yuan answered. He asked Yuan to check wherever she wanted, and Yuan checked wherever she wanted. After all, it was an extra procedure, and it was not as convenient as a personal diagnosis. Xiao Shinting and the other two stood outside the door, looking solemn. Ing Lu scratched his head and muttered, "Isn't this Chui guy annoying? Is this different from him practicing medicine himself? Isn't it just one more step? But he is still the one who diagnoses and prescribes medicine. Isn't this deceiving yourself?" After swearing a poisonous oath, He must be a little afraid of death, Ing Shursan said. His tone was unusually gentle and patient. But aren't you afraid of misdiagnosis? Ing Lu, who had previously thought it was just one more step, began to doubt the feasibility of this method. Ing Shursan said, the empresses in the previous dynasty all saw illnesses this way. In the previous dynasty, the distinction between men and women was very strict, and the imperial doctors could not directly treat the empresses. They were all taken by female doctors to feel the pulse and then report to the imperial doctors for diagnosis. Of course, there would be misdiagnosis, but the more skilled the female doctors were, the lower the chance of misdiagnosis. Press 1 inch below his navel again. Will he feel pain? Old Chui said. Yuan pressed, and Yin Jiuqiu frowned uncomfortably even though he was asleep. Yes, Yuan said. Old Chui sighed. I roughly know what the poison is. What poison? Xiao Shinting asked. Old Chui sighed. Time. The eyes of several men dimmed. Ing Shursan and Ing Lu have been in the martial arts world for many years, and have heard a lot about poisons. This time is one of the 3 most strange poisons in the world. It is said that once this poison is released, its fragrance spreads 100 miles. So it is called time. In fact, time does have a fragrance, but it is far less exaggerated than the rumors. I don't know how it has been spread like this. Old Chui said, time is made from more than a dozen rare flower poisons. I don't know what kind of flowers and how to prepare them. I only know that this poison is extremely fierce and more difficult to solve than the southern Xinjiang poison curse. When they heard that it was more difficult to solve than the southern Xinjiang poison curse, everyone looked unhappy. Old Chui continued, according to his pulse. He must have been poisoned for many years. Logically, this poison should kill him soon. But the person who poisoned him should not know that he was poisoned by the southern Xinjiang curse. The 2 poisons restrain each other, so Yin Jiuqiu is safe. Of course, this piece only means that Yin Jiuqiu will not die immediately. But there is still poison flowing in his body, so Yin Jiuqiu's body has not been very good, and he still needs to take detoxification pills every year. Now that the southern Xinjiang curse has been lifted, time is no longer suppressed and gradually broke out. Why didn't I find it when I took his pulse at first? Yuan was puzzled. Old Chui explained very patiently. First, there is still some poison in his body that has not been cleared, which suppresses the toxicity of time. Second, it takes 10 days or half a month for time to take effect. Yuan only said that Yin Jiuqiu was cursed by the southern Xinjiang poison, but did not say who cast the curse on him. Old Chui knew that curiosity killed the cat. Since Yuan did not say it, he did not ask tactfully. However, Xiao Shinting, Ing Shursan and Ing Lu all knew the inside story. The southern Xinjiang poison curse was cast on Yin Jiuqiu by the late emperor. So what about time? The late emperor could not have given him 2 lethal poisons. It was really unnecessary to deal with a 3 or 4-year-old child. Where is the poison of time? Who created it? Yuan asked. Old Chui shook his head. Time is a poison from outside the domain. I don't know who created it, but it is said to be very difficult to solve. The poison curse is said to be unsolvable. But we solved it. This difficult one. Yuan's meaning was very clear. Old Chui shook his head again. You don't understand. The Central Plains say that there is no solution to the poison curse in southern Xinjiang. As long as we find a powerful enough Gu King and Gu Master, there will be a way to save the situation. For example, as far as I know, the Nanjiao sacred object can definitely solve the poison of the curse. As for this time, when he said the first sentence, Yuan almost thought that he guessed that the holy object was in his hands. But now his life was in their hands. So what if he guessed it? Would he have a chance to expose it? Yuan didn't care about this anymore, and asked instead, just tell me if you have a way to solve it? Old Chui sighed. My ancestors only mentioned it, but no one has tried the recipe, so I don't know if it will work. What recipe? Xiao Shinting and Yuan asked in unison. Old Chui said thoughtfully, Saint Blood, Witch King Tears, Fire Ganoderma, Snow Toad. What is this? Yuan has never heard of any of them. Have you heard of it? Yuan looked at Xiao Shinting and the other 2. The 3 of them were silent. They had heard of Fire Ganoderma and Snow Toad, a kind of fiery red Ganoderma and a kind of toad that grows under the snow-capped mountains. But they were ignorant of the first 2. As early as when the southern border fell apart, there were no saints and wizards anymore. Where could they get their blood and tears? This recipe was probably a folk rumor, and it was not very credible. Where did you hear it? Ing Shursan asked. Old Shui, tea house. Ing Shursan. Everyone. Old Shui stroked his beard and said, I haven't treated anyone for a long time. I have returned the medical skills to my ancestors. Please ask guarding to go back to the village and get the books in the cellar for me. I will see if there is any way to temporarily relieve the toxicity in your son's body. Since it was about the son, Ing Shursan went without hesitation. Will I take a rest first? Old Shui asked cautiously. Zisu. Yuan called out to the door. Zisu stepped inside and took Old Shui to the west wing. As a grown man, it was not convenient for him to live in Chi Feng courtyard. But since he was treating the prince, he could not be too far away from him. Fuling went to the small kitchen to boil water. The servants in the young master's mansion were all tight-lipped. But not everyone knew Yan Jiuchu's secret. Except for Zisu and Fuling. Everyone else was dismissed by Yuan. Xiao Shinting came to the bed. The lights were dim. The tall man seemed to have a hunched back in an instant. Yuan opened her mouth. Xiao Shinting didn't look back. But he heard her breathing. I'll see him and leave in a while. Yuan definitely didn't mean to chase him away. Then I'll trouble you to take care of Yan Jiuchu. I'll go to the study. Yuan didn't go to the study to create an opportunity for them to spend time together. She really had something to ask Ing Lu. Do you have any clues about the poisoning of the prince? Ing Lu was in trouble. As for who did it, there are many people who want to do this. Not to mention the distant ones. Just take the second-generation rich in Beijing who were beaten by the young master. There is no one who doesn't want Yan Jiuchu to die and reincarnate early. But they have the intention of stealing, but not the courage of stealing. Those who have the intention of stealing and the courage of stealing. Concubine Su is one of them. But Concubine Su knew that Yan Jiuchu was cursed by the southern border. So there was no need to use time to waste her life. Could it be the concubine of King Yin in the past? Yuan thought. Could it be the little princess of Nanzhao? Ing Lu thought. Both of them had guesses in their hearts. But no one said it out loud. Ing Lu pondered. This is not the first time that the young master has been poisoned. But except for the time of the late emperor, we all thought that no one had succeeded again. I really can't figure out how the time got on the young master. Yuan thought for a while. Could it be in the Prince of Yan's mansion? Ing Lu shook his head, although I didn't come to the young master back then. I heard Uncle Wan mention that when the Prince of Yan moved to Yanqing, the young master had been cursed by the late emperor. Since then, the Prince of Yan and the princess have been particularly cautious about the young master's diet and daily life. I think the other party has little chance of succeeding in Yanqing. Yuan pondered for a moment. In other words, someone poisoned him in the capital. Ing Lu nodded. It may be before moving to Yanqing. Or it may be when he returns to Beijing to visit relatives every year. Yuan also felt that it was more likely to succeed in the capital. She had no evidence. But she had this intuition. Old Shui said that it would take 10 days or half a month for this poison to take effect. By the time it really takes effect, he would have eaten so much and passed through so many hands. It would be impossible to find out who did it. But no matter what, the one who could coax Yan Jiuchu to eat must be someone who could get close to Yan Jiuchu and would not arouse suspicion. Ing Lu was stunned. Does the crown prince's concubine mean an acquaintance? Yuan sighed. Your crown prince has such a bad temper. Would he eat something from a stranger? That's true. For example, if the poison curse was not fed by the late emperor himself, how could the young master eat it? Thinking of this, Ing Lu felt a little uncomfortable. The enemy's harm was not terrible. What was terrible was the knife of a relative. It was not flesh and blood that cut, but the heart. Old Shui thought of a prescription and taught it to Yuan. Yuan immediately asked Ing Lu to go to the pharmacy to get the medicine, boil it herself, and bring it into the house. Yan Jiuchu started to have a high fever half an hour ago. His face was red and his eyebrows were frowning uncomfortably. Like a wronged little fire child. Xiao Shinting looked at him. When he frowned, Xiao Shinting's face turned pale. Just like a beast that was frightened and helpless because of the little cub's illness. Isn't it a beast? When Yuan saw Shang Wanyan standing with him for the first time, the beauty and the beast came to her mind. The only difference was that Xiao Shinting was not ugly. On the contrary, he was quite handsome. But he looked too fierce. Marshal Xiao. Yuan walked over gently. And then she found that he was soaked all over. Not knowing whether it was because of the heat or fear. Let me do it. Xiao Shinting looked at the medicine bowl in her hand and regretted it as soon as he said it. Songa hated him so much. How could he take care of such a thing? Thank you. Yuan handed the medicine bowl to him. He was stunned for a moment. and took the medicine bowl in a daze. Because he was too nervous. His hand shook, and he almost dropped the spoon. He was big and had big hands. Yuan needed both hands to hold this bowl. But it was small in his bare paws. He picked up the spoon clumsily and asked nervously and awkwardly, Is it like this? He had never fed a child. When Xiao Yin was taken over, he was already big and didn't need him to feed him. Besides, Xiao Yin was more attached to Shang Wenyin. Shang Wenyin took care of Xiao Yin in every aspect of food, clothing, housing and transportation. Yuan gave him an encouraging look. Xiao Shinting gritted his teeth and finished feeding. After all, he was a novice. So he was very embarrassed. Yin Jiuqiao, who was dizzy, rolled his eyes because of his big spoon. Xiao Shinting scratched his head in embarrassment. Yin Jiuqiao glared at him with resentment, turned his face away angrily, and fell asleep. Xiao Shinting was very embarrassed. Yuan shouldn't laugh at her husband's illness. But Xiao Shinting's look was really funny. And her husband's rolling eyes were really cute to her heart. She never knew that the great Marshal Xiao, who raised his arm and called thousands of troops to respond, was so silly in front of her husband. And she didn't know that her husband was so childish in front of the great Marshal Xiao. Yuan took the medicine bowl with a smile. I'll change my husband's clothes. Xiao Shinting wanted to say I'll do it. But thinking about his earth-shattering hand strength, he decided to forget it. Yuan changed Yin Jiuqiao into a set of dry clothes. Xiao Shinting was waiting at the door. Yuan whispered, It's getting late. You should go to the wing room to rest. Xiao Shinting said, No. Your mother doesn't know I'm gone. She shouldn't be suspicious when she sees me wake up. I want to keep Song'er's condition a secret from her for the time being. Yuan nodded, Okay. Xiao Shinting paused and said, I will find an antidote for Song'er. No matter where he is, he will not give up the antidote. It rained a little in the second half of the night. Yuan was a little worried about her son in Lianhua village. But there was nothing to worry about with his father and mother taking care of him. It was her husband who suffered so many plots at such a young age. She always felt that her life was difficult. But compared with him, her past sufferings were not worth mentioning at all. Yin Jiuqiao was sweating. Yuan changed him into a dry and thin shirt, looked at him quietly for a while, and whispered in his ear, Don't worry. It will definitely be cured. When the poison is cured, I will give you another baby. In his sleep, Yin Jiuqiao's eyebrows moved. Yuan's lips curved slightly, leaned over and kissed his forehead, pulled his arm apart, got into his arms, hugged his strong waist, and fell asleep sweetly. When the sky was dawning, Yuan woke up. She was still sleeping in his arms, hugging his waist tightly. The two have been married for so long. Although they have had extremely intimate actions, he stands and sits properly, and sleeps like a gentleman. Holding hands is the limit. And it was because he was sick that she took advantage of him. Yuan touched his forehead, and the fever subsided a lot. Then she pinched her husband's tofu-like face. Well, it feels so good. Crown Princess Consort. Zisu heard the noise, and called softly outside the door. Come in, Yuan said. Zisu entered the room with hot water. Yuan went downstairs quietly, dressed neatly, and went to the ear room. Crown Prince hasn't woken up yet. Wait a while. He has woken up, Zisu said. Yuan was stunned. Zisu was afraid of waking up Yin Jiuqiao. So she whispered, The Crown Prince woke up once half an hour ago. I went into the room to ask if he wanted anything, but he shook his head and fell asleep again. At that time, Crown Prince's consort was sleeping like a pig in the Crown Prince's arms. The Crown Prince was afraid of disturbing the Crown Prince's consort, so he endured it even though he was thirsty and wanted to drink water. Chapter 309 Call Daddy. Yuan was a thick-skinned person. How could she have thought of all this? She just thought that her husband was too sick to push her away. But she was a doctor after all. And she knew that he was inevitably dehydrated after a high fever all night. So she asked Zisu to mix half a bowl of warm water and gently coaxed him to drink it while he was half asleep and half awake. Zisu felt that the prince loved the prince's wife as if she were his own child. And the prince's wife was the same? But neither of them let the other know. After packing up, Yuan went to old Chui's room. Ingshirsen had brought his collection of books, and he had been flipping through them for most of the night, and was still catching up on sleep. The door of the young master's house did not creak, but old Chui bolted the door, and there was a loud click. The bowl broke, and Yuan walked in. Old Chui, who was suddenly awakened, said, Old Chui sat up and pulled the quilt over his chest. You, what are you doing? Looking for you, Yuan said. Old Chui was anxious and angry. A girl like you just casually broke into a man's house. You don't even know how to knock on the door? I knocked. But you didn't hear me. So I had to come in by myself. And Yuan paused, looked him up and down, and sighed. It's a bit too much to say that a man. You are obviously an old man. Old Chui, with 1,000 arrows in his heart. Yuan was not here to talk to him, but to find him for something serious. I want to go to the palace. Yin Jiuchu is in your hands. If he makes any mistakes, I will kill you. Old Chui glared. Why are you so fierce? Yuan said slowly. You have entered the young master's mansion, which is considered a betrayal of concubine Su and His Royal Highness Prince Jing. Once the news is released, I will kill you if I don't. I was kidnapped by you. Old Chui was furious. Yuan smiled faintly. Who would believe this? In short, the mother and son would not believe it. Old Chui lay back on the bed with no desire to live, pulled the quilt over his head, and never wanted to talk to this kid again. Yuan entered the palace after careful consideration. The news that someone in the Nanzhao royal family wanted Yin Jiuqiao dead was revealed to her by the queen. She thought that she might be able to get a clue from the queen. Yuan left Fuling and Zisu to take care of Yin Jiuqiao. After all, only these two maids knew that Yin Jiuqiao was poisoned. Yuan only said to others that he had caught a cold. Xiaoyang Palace became more and more lively. There were many concubines coming every day. There was not much movement in Xianfu Palace. Concubine Su Xian did not come to pay respects to the queen on the grounds of busy official duties. Yes, although she was looked down upon by the emperor. The Phoenix Seal and the power of the 6 palaces were still in her hands. Concubine Su learned to keep her cool, as long as she didn't make any mistakes. The emperor would not let her hand over the power. The queen wanted to find fault with concubine Su. But concubine Su stayed in Xianfu Palace and took care of the emperor's household affairs. For a while, the queen didn't catch any evidence against her. Crown Prince Concubine. Outside Xiaoyang Palace, Mei Chui saluted Yuan. Is the queen meeting guests? Yuan asked politely. Yuan had no reason to come uninvited. She had someone deliver the visiting card early in the morning. She came only after the queen agreed. She just thought that it was the time for the concubines to pay their respects to the queen, so she should come later. Mei Chui smiled and said, No. The queen didn't keep them to talk when she learned that the prince's wife was coming. They almost all left. While talking, several concubines came out of the palace hand in hand. They all looked very young. Sensing Yuan's gaze, Mei Chui smiled and said, They are the newly appointed Li Kairan, Wang Kairan and Yi Kainu. Since Xiao Fei got pregnant at this age, the emperor felt that he was still as sharp as ever, and his youth had returned. He came to the harem more often than before. Concubine Su Xian had a way to keep her youth, so the emperor stayed in her palace for 2 consecutive days. The empress was anxious. After finally getting a concubine Zhao Fei was pregnant and could not sleep with the emperor. In order to compete with concubine Su Xian, the empress picked a few young beauties. Yuan was not very interested in the emperor's concubines. She nodded and went into Xiaoyang Palace with Mei Chui. Princess Nine was reading behind the green gauze cabinet. Her childish voice was very interesting. The queen was sitting in the main seat. Seeing Yuan was about to salute her, she smiled and made a silent gesture. Gently stood up, walked a few steps to Yuan, took Yuan's hand, and signaled her with her eyes to come out with her. The two of them left the main hall one after the other, walked around the corridor, and went to the small garden shaded by trees. The queen then let go of Yuan's hand and smiled gently, saying, Xiao Jiu is good in everything except studying. Her father has personally issued an order to check her homework every 3 days. Tonight is the 3rd day. I asked her to study hard and not to make her father angry. This is a disguised way of showing off her own child. Princess Jiu is a woman. It doesn't matter whether she studies well or not. What matters is that the emperor values her so much that he has to stay in Xiaoyang Palace for dinner to check her homework. This is a grace to the queen. The queen has taught well. Yuan said a flattering word. The queen was pleased with what she said, and smiled even more. Suddenly, she thought of something and her smile faded slightly. I heard that Summer was ill and didn't go to court today. Yuan showed a proper look of worry. Maybe he got caught in the rain a few days ago, and the dampness and coldness accumulated in his body. He started to have a high fever in the middle of the night. So I sent someone to the court to ask for leave for him. Did you call the imperial physician? The queen asked worriedly. A mere cold wouldn't bother an adult. But Yin Jiuqiu was not an ordinary person. The queen had heard that he would not live past the age of 25. She didn't want to lose such a powerful backer before her son became the crown prince. So her concern for Yin Jiuqiu was real. If you ask who in the palace doesn't want Yin Jiuqiu to handle things, it must be the emperor and the queen. Yuan said, I have asked the doctor. He said it's not serious. Just need to stay in bed for a few more days. The queen was still worried. It's better to let the imperial physician take a look. Imperial physician Liang is very skilled. Let him take Song'er's pulse later. Yuan understood the queen's intention. With old Cui around, she was not afraid that imperial physician Liang would find out anything. As for how old Cui would not let imperial physician Liang recognize him, it was not her concern. Old Cui, who was boiling medicine in the young master's house, sneezed for no reason. I always feel that someone is plotting against him again. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yuan bowed. The queen asked Yuan how she was doing recently. And Yuan also asked about the latest situation of the eldest prince's wife. The eldest prince's wife was more than 4 months pregnant, and she was no longer suffering from morning sickness. Her appetite has improved and she has become rounder. However, her belly looks bigger than other pregnant women. The maids all said that she was pregnant with 2. It would be great if she could give birth to 2 big fat boys. The queen said with great anticipation. The eldest prince's wife is a good person. And Yuan also hopes that she can give birth to a pair of sons. After the greetings, Mei Cui also set up the tea and snacks in the pavilion. The queen led Yuan over and dismissed the servants, leaving only Mei Cui standing by. Tell me, why are you so anxious today? Is there something wrong? To be honest, Your Majesty, I do have something to ask you. Oh, what is it? Yuan looked around and confirmed that there were only the 2 of them, and Mei Cui in the whole garden. Then she said with relief, Your Majesty once told me that someone in the Nanzhao royal family wanted Yin Jiuqiu's life. I wonder how Your Majesty knew it. She had this doubt before. But at that time, the 2 of them were not close friends. So it was inconvenient to spy on each other's cards. The queen frowned subconsciously. It can be seen that she was a little resistant to this question. But she also knew Yuan's character, and would not easily lose her sense of propriety. Why do you suddenly think of asking this? Is there something wrong with Song'e? Asked the queen. Yuan would naturally not tell her the truth. Not because she didn't trust her, but because she was more cautious than safe. She wasn't worried about her deliberately spreading some things, but she was afraid that they would be leaked accidentally. Yuan said, It's not that something happened to the prince. It's just that the envoys from Nanzhao came in a strange way this time. And the incident with General Helion and the armor has caused the prince to suspect that the Nanzhao royal family has some intentions. Is it aimed at him personally, or the entire Zhou dynasty? He must find a way to figure it out. The queen nodded. I think the same as this palace. That General Helion used the armor to humiliate Xiao Jinting. It seems to be disrespectful to the Zhou dynasty. Who knows if he was ordered by someone to deliberately anger Song'e? Yuan sighed. Who says it's not? The prince is tossing and turning about this matter. I must ask the queen for clarification. It's nothing to say. The queen paused, looked at the flowers and plants beside her, and said, It happened many years ago. It was the year when King Yin died. The queen mother missed her grandson and took Song'e to the palace to take care of him. As if afraid that Yuan didn't understand which mother she was referring to, she added, Your Majesty, and the biological mother of the Prince of Yin. Yuan understood. After the late queen was banished to the Coal Palace, she was not restored to the position of queen until the death of the late emperor. The late emperor married a successor queen. And it was only after Your Majesty ascended the throne that the successor queen and the biological mother were both named Empress Dowagers. At that time, Marshal Xiao proposed to Your Majesty to marry the princess of the Prince of Yin. The Prince of Yan's body was still warm, and he asked to marry the widow of the Prince of Yin at this critical moment. Your Majesty was furious and punished him to go back to his room and reflect on his mistakes. Because of this, the Queen Mother did not hold a big birthday banquet. But she didn't want to be careless about Song'er's birthday. So she asked the princes and ministers to bring their children into the palace, hoping to give Song'er a lively birthday. This palace drank too much at the banquet, and went outside the palace to sober up. As I walked to Tay Lake. This palace heard someone talking. The queen's eyes froze when she said this. Does it have to be today? Can't you tolerate a child in the Nanzhao royal family? Whether it can be tolerated or not is not your turn to say. Anyway, remember to do it well. We will definitely do what we promised you. I saw him coming to the banquet. This is a great opportunity for you to take action. After recalling, the queen sighed. I drank too much that night. I don't remember what was said afterwards. I only vaguely know that it was a woman and a man. Women in the harem? Yuan asked. The queen shook her head. I didn't see her clearly. But I felt that she must be from the harem. And not a maid. But a master with a position. Yes. How could the Nanzhao royal family trade with a maid? After that, the man left. I wanted to see who she was. But she left too. I was so drunk that I slept for 3 days and 3 nights. I remembered the Tay Lake incident when I woke up. But I'm not sure if it was just my imagination because I was drunk. I asked the eunuch if any child had any problems at the banquet. The eunuch said no. There were more than 20 children who came to the banquet that day. I set people to observe carefully for more than half a month. But no one had any problems. I thought. This was indeed because I was drunk. How could anyone harm the children at the banquet? It was all my hallucination. I'm afraid it's not an illusion. The child should be Yin Jiuqiu. The woman succeeded. She gave Yin Jiuqiu time. But the time was suppressed by the poison curse in Yin Jiuqiu's body. So it never broke out. There is no need to tell the queen about this. Yuan asked. Your Highness thought it was an illusion at first. Why do you think it is real now? The queen smiled bitterly. I have been confined to Fengqi Palace for 10 years. How do you think I survived these 10 years? It is said that people know their destiny at the age of 50. Even if I am a fool, I should have known some things. Yuan looked at the queen. Then the owner of that voice. The queen recalled. I really can't remember this. But the direction she left seemed to be Chuxiu Palace. Only Concubine Li, Concubine Xian, Concubine Yu, and Wan Jiaoi lived in Chuxiu Palace that year. Concubine Li is dead. If it was her, you would be disappointed. You don't need to doubt Concubine Yu. She is a blockhead. Concubine Yu is the biological mother of King Cheng. And she is the least capable of dealing with things. Yuan also thinks she is not very suspicious. Then only Concubine Su Xian and Wan Jiaoi are left. The suspicion of these two people is even smaller. Concubine Su has never regarded Yin Jiuqiu as a threat. Even if they have fallen out now. Concubine Su has always wanted to kill only Yuan. In Concubine Su's view, Yin Jiuqiu will die sooner or later. So there is no need to do it herself and get herself into trouble. As for Wan Jiaoi, she is the biological sister of Master Xiao Wu and is on Xiao Shiting's side. What reason does she have to frame Yin Jiuqiu? Is it really the deceased Concubine Li? The reason why Concubine Li framed Yin Jiuqiu is the queen and Yuan thought of one thing. Concubine Li and Madame Xiao are not on good terms. Madame Xiao once humiliated her in public. It seems reasonable that she would hold a grudge and frame Soma. If it was Concubine Li, Yuan would be too unwilling to accept it. She let Yin Jiuqiu be poisoned for so many years. Why should he die and be done with it? Thank you, Your Majesty. The information she needed to find out had been obtained. And Yin Jiuqiu was still waiting for her to go back and take care of him. Yuan stood up and said goodbye to the queen. The queen nodded. But, the queen suddenly spoke. Yuan turned around. The queen thought for a while and shook her head. Nothing. I must be worrying too much. You go back to the mansion to take care of Soma first. If I think of anything else, I will send someone to inform you in time. Yuan bowed. Thank you, Your Majesty. The queen asked Cui Nushi to send her out of Jiayang Palace. When passing by the imperial study, Yuan saw a tall and mighty figure from a distance. Who else could it be but Xiao Shinting? Xiao Shinting had just come out of the imperial study. Yuan was about to go forward and say lo, when she saw a woman in a light blue palace dress walking toward Xiao Shinting on another path, followed by a palace maid in a pink vest. The woman had a delicate makeup on, and she didn't look like a girl in her early 20s, but she didn't look old either. On the contrary, she had a charm and softness after the baptism of time. She ran into Xiao Shinting head-on. Xiao Shinting was stunned at first, then bowed his hands and saluted. From Yuan's angle, she happened to see most of the woman's face. The woman smiled like a flower, and her phoenix eyes looked around and flew, with clear waves flowing. Who is that person? Yuan asked Cui. The maid next to her. Cui looked at her and said, That's Wan Jiaoi, Xiao Wuya's biological sister. No wonder she was talking to Xiao Shinting. Brother Xiao, there's no need to be polite. Wan Jiaoyi said gently. Thank you, Empress Jiaoyi. Xiao Jinting straightened up without looking away. Wan Jiaoyi looked at him with a smile. I told you that when no one is around. Brother Xiao, you don't have to be so reserved, Xiao Jinting said in a serious tone. The etiquette between the monarch and his subjects cannot be abolished. Wan Jiaoyi smiled. How is the madam? My mother is fine. Thank you, Empress Jiaoyi, for your concern. How are Master Xiao and madam? That's good too. What about you, Brother Xiao? Are you all right? Wan Jiaoyi's eyes sparkled, and her gaze was a little hot. I'm fine too. Xiao Jinting never looked at her, only staring at the 1 foot and 3 inches of ground in front of him. Wan Jiaoyi wanted to ask something else, but Yuan came over. Yuan calmly performed a salute. Greetings to Empress Jiaoyi. Wan Jiaoyi had never seen Yuan before, and didn't recognize her for a moment. On the other hand, Xiao Jinting's eyes softened instantly, and he said with a bit of pampering, Why are you here? Yuan smiled sweetly and said, I went to the palace to pay my respects to the Queen Mother, and just saw my father. So I came over to say hello to him. The word father made Xiao Jinting's eyes widen. Chapter 310 Wan is playing tricks on me. Wan Jiaoyi was also stunned. Yuan said embarrassedly, Am I too abrupt? Did I disturb my father and Jiaoyi from reminiscing about the past? Wan Jiaoyi opened her mouth, but before she could speak, Xiao Jinting smiled in a good mood. No. I just happened to meet the queen and said hello. Are you going back home? Yes. Yuan smiled and nodded. Xiao Jinting said hurriedly, I'll take you there. After that, he turned around and bowed to Wan Jiaoyi. Take care, madam. I'll take my leave now. Father, I want to eat plums. I'll pick them for you when I get back. And melons. Okay. I'll pick them for you too. The two's conversation gradually faded away. No one would say that they were not father and daughter. Of course, Yuan was Xiao Jinting's daughter-in-law. But if she didn't really love them, she wouldn't have such a relationship. Wan Jiaoyi stood there steadily until the two of them left the house, and couldn't see a piece of clothes anymore. Then she took the soup and walked to the imperial study. Xiao Jinting asked Yuan to call him father several times, and he was so happy that he didn't know where to go. When he got on the carriage, he forgot to bend down and bumped his head against the canopy, breaking it. What did I do wrong? Xiao Jinting's entry into the palace was not a big deal. It was just that a few barbarian tribes in the east were dishonest and roamed around the border to make trouble. The emperor asked Xiao Jinting for a plan to deal with the enemy. Xiao Jinting offered a plan with a clear conscience. Although the battle against the Huns ended with the victory of the Great Zhou, the soldiers at the border were seriously injured. Was all this wrong? Was there no one in the Great Zhou available, or was the emperor afraid to use him? The emperor had asked himself more than once. If Xiao Jinting had been sent north earlier, would there not be so much cost later? The emperor dared not say this to others, let alone to Xiao Jinting. Are you interested in leading troops? The emperor asked tentatively. If your majesty has an order, I will obey it. This means that there is no intention. The emperor was a little surprised. Xiao Jinting, who was always warlike, actually didn't fight. What did he want to do? He wanted to find an antidote for Yan Jiuqiao. Of course, Xiao Jinting would not tell the truth to the emperor, although the two of them loved Yan Jiuqiao. From the moment, the emperor used all means to destroy Xiao Jinting's marriage with Shang Wanyin. The two men were destined to stop at the relationship between the monarch and the minister. Moreover, the barbaric tribes in the east are indeed not to be feared. General Pang Hui of the Far East is Pang Ren's uncle, and a fierce general. He will definitely make the eastern border impregnable. After Xiao Jinting sent Yuan back to the young master's mansion, he went to see Yan Jiuqiao. Yan Jiuqiao woke up for 2 hours and rested after lunch. Xiao Jinting did not wake him up. He sat for a while, and went to the orchard to pick the fruits that Yuan wanted to eat, and then went back home. Yuan looked at the 2 baskets full of fruits, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She was just deliberately occupying Xiao Jinting in front of Wan Jiaoyi, who really wanted him to pick fruits in the hot weather. Yuan tasted a plum. Sweet. Ing San was not sure what to do, and Ing Lu was in the room. Yuan asked Zisu to stay, and called Ing Lu to the study. Crown Princess. Ing Lu bowing a bow. Yuan closed the door. I have something to ask you. Crown Princess. Please speak. The door was closed, so it must be a big deal. Yuan said seriously, Do you know Wan Jiaoyi? Ing Lu frowned and said, I know her, but she doesn't know me. Why did the crown princess suddenly ask about her? Didn't she meet her talking to Xiao Jinting outside the imperial study? Yuan hoped that she was overthinking. After all, apart from Xiao Jinting, Xiao Wuya and her had a strong friendship. Unless it was absolutely necessary. She really didn't want to doubt his biological sister. But since the incident with Su Yu, she always had a few more thoughts when looking at those women outside. The look Wan Jiaoyi gave Xiao Jinting just now gave her an indescribable feeling. She didn't like it very much. Yuan said, just met her outside the imperial study. She seems to be very familiar with Marshal Xiao? Yinglu said, Marshal Xiao is the sworn brother of Master Xiao Wu. And they have the same surname Xiao. So the two families have always had contact. That's all? Yuan asked. Yinglu frowned. It is said that concubine Wan and Marshal Xiao have discussed marriage. Old Chui appeared at the door without knowing when, holding a fat and tender roasted lamb leg in his hand, pushed open the door, and leisurely leaned against the door frame to nibble on the lamb leg. Yinglu glared, you old guy. You're eating it. Old Chui snorted, if I don't eat, where will I get the energy to treat your son? No. Teach your son's wife medical skills? Being a teacher is also very tiring. Yinglu rolled his eyes. Old Chui looked at Yuan, and you kid. Why did you bring the imperial physician to the mansion? I almost got caught. Didn't I know? The queen sent him. Yuan just didn't warn him in advance. Who told you not to be a good official and to help the tyrant? Ahem. Old Chui lost his confidence when he brought up the past. The queen sent the imperial physician Liang to treat Yin Jiuqiao, and also to understand whether Yin Jiuqiao's body could bear to be crowned as the crown prince by the king of Qing. Yuan didn't ask about the result of the pulse diagnosis. If Old Chui couldn't even fool an imperial physician, then don't expect him to detoxify Yin Jiuqiao. Old Chui took a bite of the lamb leg and said, Fortunately, I was smart and changed my appearance and took the pulse of your son. The Liang guy could only find that his pulse was uneven. But why was it uneven? Let him rack his brains. In this way, the queen can't be sure whether Yin Jiuqiao's body is good or bad. This is the best result. Yuan Ying got back to the point. What do you mean by the marriage between Wan Jiaoyi and Marshal Xiao? Yes. What's the matter? Yinglu asked. This is the grudge of the previous generation. Even if Yinglu is a scout, he will not go to investigate the details of a Jiaoyi for no reason. The reason why Old Chui knew this was thanks to concubine Su. There was almost nothing in the harem that concubine Su didn't know. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and knowing the enemy, you will win every battle. Concubine Su didn't get to where she is today by luck. Old Chui came into the house, chewing on a leg of lamb and said, Aren't the two Xiao families good friends? Fifth Master Xiao often brings his sister to visit the marshal's mansion. As time goes by, the two families have become more familiar with each other. Madame Xiao admires Wan Jiaoyi very much and intends to make Wan Jiaoyi her daughter-in-law. But didn't Xiao Jinting fall in love with Princess Yan? This marriage is ruined. Su Xianfei once thought of using their engagement to suppress Wan Jiaoyi. But unfortunately, there was no evidence. It was just a verbal agreement. As long as the Xiao family denied it, and Wan Jiaoyi denied it, Su Xianfei would be framed out of thin air. Yuan thought of the look Wan Jiaoyi gave Xiao Jinting. And the more she thought about it, the more she felt that Wan Jiaoyi still had improper thoughts about her father-in-law. Yuan chewed over Old Chui's words in her heart again. You mean that the marriage was halfway through, and Marshal Xiao suddenly turned against us? Old Chui muttered. That's what Su Xianfei said. What good words can that woman have? Yuan didn't believe that Xiao Jinting was such a heartless man who played with feelings. Most likely, it was the madam who insisted on her own way. As for Wan Jiaoyi, she must have fallen in love with Xiao Jinting, and she has not changed her original intention until now. If this is true, then Wan Jiaoyi will be very resentful of Shang Wanyin and her son. When Yin Jiuqiao was poisoned, Shang Wanyin and Xiao Jinting had not yet married. If Yin Jiuqiao died, Shang Wanyin would lose her husband first and then her son. She would be so sad that she would die with him. This would be a way to hit Shang Wanyin. However, Wan Jiaoyi had already entered the palace at that time. Even if Xiao Jinting didn't marry Shang Wanyin, she would never be able to be with Xiao Jinting. So why did she do this? Or did she think too much? And it was not Wan Jiaoyi who did it. Yuan felt that it was necessary for her to test the depth of this Jiaoyi. It wasn't her best work. If it was her, maybe she could get the antidote through her. On the one hand, Yuan hoped to get the antidote. And on the other hand, Yuan hoped that Xiao Wuya's sister was innocent. This contradictory heart filled Yuan for the whole afternoon. until Zissou came to report that Yin Jiuqiu woke up. Yuan went to the upper room, and Yin Jiuqiu was sitting at the head of the bed, with a pale face and black hair scattered on her shoulders. What a beautiful sick beauty. For a moment, Yuan thought perversely that such a husband she really wanted to hide every day and never let others see him again. What are you looking at? Yin Jiuqiu asked coldly. But because of his weakness, his tone was not threatening, but seemed to reveal a hint of arrogance. Yuan cherished him even more, walked over and touched his forehead with hers. Yin Jiuqiu leaned back hurriedly, but was grabbed by Yuan on the back of his head. The foreheads of the two were pressed tightly together. Yin Jiuqiu was so angry that his eyes were glaring, his chest heaving. You all won. Yes, Yuan said softly, leaving his forehead. Much better. Not hot anymore. Yin Jiuqiu snorted coldly. The kitchen cooked millet porridge, and Yuan brought a bowl. I'll eat it myself, Yin Jiuqiu said. You don't have the strength. I have it. I said no. Then no. Especially unreasonable. The millet porridge had just come out of the pot, and was still a little hot. Yuan sprinkled a few raisins and dried cherries for flavor, and fed him a spoonful of it when it was cool. Just like feeding the little baby. She felt satisfied when she saw him holding the spoon she handed over. After the time attack, Yin Jiuqiu's appetite was not very good. If he had eaten this bowl of porridge, he would only take 3 or 4 mouthfuls at most. But Yuan fed him the whole bowl. Can I help you walk down? Yuan put down the bowl and stretched out her hand to him. Yin Jiuqiu's teeth itched, and he took a deep breath. You all won. I'm poisoned. Not a stroke. Oh! Yuan retracted her hand. Yin Jiuqiu lifted the quilt and got out of bed. Yuan took a hairband to tie his hair, and then took a robe for him to wear, and carefully fastened the belt and buttons. Yin Jiuqiu looked at Yuan, who was about to leave, strangely. You don't want to eat? Yuan touched her full stomach. I ate too much snacks just now. I'm not hungry. While walking, Yuan told him what happened in the past 2 days. You were poisoned by time. The queen said that it might be the year you returned to Beijing at the age of 8. Someone poisoned you at your birthday banquet. Do you remember who fed you? Yin Jiuqiu shook his head. During that period, his father had just left, and he was in a daze all day long, and he didn't remember many things. Then do you still remember Wang Jiaoyi? Yuan asked. If he had seen Wang Jiaoyi that night, Wang Jiaoyi would be a big suspect. Yin Jiuqiu thought about it, and shook his head again. I don't remember. Yuan was not surprised by this answer. As smart as he was, he could remember something for a lifetime. But that was the first year he lost his father. In the same year, his mother remarried, and his whole world fell. Therefore, it was the year he was most reluctant to recall. Many things that happened in that year were forcibly erased from his memory. Yuan said soothingly, It's okay. I will find out. Your antidote will definitely be found. When the two returned to Qifeng Court after a walk, the medicine was also boiled. The medicine contained sour jujube seeds, which had the effect of calming the nerves and helping sleep. Yin Jiuqiu felt sleepy soon after drinking it. Yuan took a bath and lay down next to him. Seeing that his eyelids were still open, she gently asked, Can I hold you while sleeping? Yin Jiuqiu said fiercely, No. Yuan hugged him in a naughty way. Yuan was thinking about how to test the person who poisoned her, but she didn't know that the opportunity came. The Queen Mother's death anniversary was approaching, and the Emperor led all the officials and concubines to the Ji Temple to offer the ever-burning lamp for the Queen Mother. Wang Jiaoyi was also in the group. After Yin Jiuqiu caught a cold, eunuch Wang came to visit him every day. According to the Emperor, since Yin Jiuqiu was ill, he should not go with him. The Queen Mother was most worried about him when she was alive. If he was injured because of offering the ever-burning lamp for her, the Queen Mother would not be at peace in her grave. As for Yuan, she stayed in the mansion to take care of Yin Jiuqiu. Yuan said to eunuch Wang, Your Majesty's good intentions are clear to you, but you also miss the Empress Dowager very much. So let me go on his behalf and show my filial piety to the Empress Dowager. Having said this, the Emperor couldn't refuse, so he allowed Yuan to go with him. The Ji Temple is located in the southeast of the capital. It is an old temple with a history of 300 years. It has been very prosperous since the previous dynasty. Although the country has changed hands, it still stands majestically. No wonder the emperors of the Zhou dynasty would enshrine the eternal lamps of their ancestors here. The emperor's carriage was in the front, followed by the queen. Yuan was called to the queen's carriage because of the queen's favor. The ninth princess was also there. The little girl ate well, and slept early in Chaoyang Palace. She had grown taller after not seeing her for half a month. The ninth princess was no longer shy. She held Yuan's hand all the way. Perhaps the queen had taught her not to make loud noises before the departure. She was very quiet in the carriage. But she was smiling. It was obvious that she was very happy to leave the palace. Yuan suddenly thought of the little ones. She had been busy taking care of Yan Jiuqiao these days, and had gone to Lotus Village less often. When she finished her work, she would go to the village to pick them up. Because of the emperor and the concubines who were pampered. The carriage moved slowly all the way and arrived at the foot of Diju Temple at dusk. Diju Temple got the news in advance and stopped accepting pilgrims 3 days ago. There would be no monks to welcome the emperor at the foot of the mountain. Even a noble emperor like the emperor had to climb the 1001 steps on foot. This was both a reverence for the Buddha and a filial piety to the Empress Dowager. Since the emperor climbed, the concubines and officials had to climb too. The military commanders were relaxed and comfortable. But the concubines and the gentle civil officials suffered. They climbed until their faces were red and their necks were thick. In such hot weather, wearing such heavy palace and court clothes, some officials who couldn't stand it soon got heat stroke. Before leaving, Yuan brought the heat-relieving pills. It wasn't her decision. Her husband stuffed them into her purse. He always looked disdainful. But he cared about her in his heart. Didn't he? Yuan curved her lips and took out the heat-relieving pills from her purse and distributed them to the officials, who got heat stroke. The heat-relieving pills were made by Old Chui. The main ingredients were mint and honeysuckle. They were very effective in relieving heat. However, not everyone was willing to drink her medicine. Although she married Yan Jiuqiao and had a father who was a marquis, she was born in the countryside, and most people still looked down on her. What good medicine could she give? No need. The imperial physician has medicine. The pills of the crown prince's wife are noble. I dare not accept them. The speaker was a vice minister of the Ministry of Justice, whose surname was Qin. He said this beautifully, but who could not tell that he was disliking Yuan's medicine? Yuan was just giving medicine out of kindness. It was far from the point of putting her hot face on someone's cold, but if she didn't want it, she didn't want it. Whatever she wanted. Accompanying them were 2 young imperial physicians. Both of them were in good physical condition. They soon came with medicine boxes on their backs and gave acupuncture and medicine to several officials who had suffered from heat stroke. Crown Princess. A clever eunuch came over and bowed quietly. Yuan found him familiar. He introduced himself. My name is Fuan, and I am a servant of Prince Cheng's mansion. No wonder he looked familiar. It turned out that he was a eunuch of Prince Cheng's mansion. Does your master want to see me? Yuan asked. Fuan said. The prince saw that the crown princess seemed to be giving medicine as a gift, and wanted to ask if there were more. He was about to get a heat stroke. Prince Cheng had seen Yuan's medical skills, so he naturally knew that her medicine would not be ineffective. Yuan generously gave him a bottle. Fuan took it with both hands. Thank you, Crown Princess. Chapter 311. Draw the snake out of its hole. The team would not stop because of this little problem, and continued to move forward. The emperor was filial and managed to bear the heat. The queen was not to be outdone, and also held on, with a determination. Yuan worked hard all year round. And climbing mountains was not difficult for her. She was the one who walked most calmly among the female relatives. But most people did not have their willfulness or physical condition. As more and more people suffered from heat stroke, the pills in the hands of the imperial physician were no longer enough. Just when the emperor was thinking about whether to rest on the spot, those officials who could not hold on stood up one by one in high spirits. It seemed that there was no problem. The emperor did not ask more questions. He did not have much physical strength left, so he saved it for climbing the mountain. After finally reaching Diju Temple, the emperor felt that he had given up half of his life. If there were not so many concubines and ministers present, he would have collapsed on the spot. Surprisingly, the ninth princess actually walked half of the way, and Fuling carried her on her back for the second half. The queen was also exhausted. She was the mother of a country, but no maid could carry her. Of course, she was also glad that the rules had been changed in this dynasty. It was said that in the previous dynasty, people knelt after every step when they went to Diju Temple, which showed their sincerity. The concubines and officials also arrived one after another. Thank you, Your Highness Prince Cheng. Thanks to Your Highness Prince Cheng. Yes, otherwise we would have fallen down halfway. This is much more effective than the imperial physician's pills. Not far away, Prince Chung was surrounded by many officials. Prince Chung smiled politely. No need to thank me. The medicine is not from my house. I just borrowed flowers to offer to Buddha. Hearing what he said, everyone was stunned. They all had heat stroke and wanted to faint. Prince Chang's servants took pills for them to take. I don't know what the pills are made of. After taking one, the whole body was cool. And even the second half of the climb was not affected by heat stroke. Prince Chung smiled and said, I asked my cousin's wife for it. I took one myself and felt that the effect was good. So I gave it to you adults. When everyone heard this, their faces flushed. As early as when they were climbing the mountain, the prince's wife took the initiative to give the medicine. But they looked down on it and confiscated it. Now they praise the prince's wife's medicine. Isn't it a slap in the face? If Prince Chung hadn't always been honest, they almost thought that Prince Chung was deliberately standing up for the prince's wife. If you want to thank someone, go thank the crown prince's wife, Prince Chung said with a smile and a harmless look. The medicine has been taken, and the praise has been given. It is really unreasonable not to thank them in person. So Yuan, who was braiding the ninth princess's hair, saw those who didn't want her medicine coming towards her in a mighty manner, and she bowed and thanked them. I thought Yuan would take the opportunity to mock them. But Yuan just nodded lightly. I'm glad that you were all right. Everyone looked at each other. She didn't get angry when she was despised, and she didn't get arrogant when she was proud. Such a calm and consistent character really doesn't seem like a country woman. It is said that heroes don't ask where they come from. But women are no less capable than men. At this moment, everyone looked at Yuan with a new look. Not because of her medicine, but because of her character. Not to mention that she was just an 18-year-old woman. Even those old men who had been immersed in officialdom for many years might not be able to achieve her state of not being happy with things or sad with themselves. This time, even the civil and military officials were dispatched. Of course, it was not just to offer the eternal lamp for the Empress Dowager. The abbot of Dija Temple came out of retreat, and the emperor and the officials came to listen to his lectures and discussions. The abbot entered Dija Temple to practice at the age of 4. It has been 60 years since then. He has already achieved the right result, and is famous all over the world. Even the emperor had to treat such a high monk with courtesy. The abbot, wearing a cassock, led a group of monks to go out to welcome the emperor and empress. The emperor's face lost his arrogance, and he performed Buddhist rituals with the abbot devoutly. The emperor asked several of his adult sons to pay respects to the abbot. It is worth mentioning that Yin Huijing still did not attend. It is said that he is still recovering in the mansion. It is unknown whether he is really recovering or just sad. After the visit, a monk led everyone to the meditation room. The meditation rooms of the emperor and his wives are in an independent courtyard, and the civil and military officials and princes are distributed in the remaining courtyards. This time, the princes and officials did not bring their female relatives. As for Yuan, she came to show filial piety on behalf of Yin Jiuqiu. Yuan was assigned to the meditation room of the ninth princess. This is exactly what Yuan wants. The ninth princess had already gotten off Fuling's back, and she held Yuan's hand and whispered, My mother said that we should fast for a day first. Listen to the abbot's lecture tonight, and offer the eternal lamp to the royal grandmother tomorrow. Yes. Yuan pinched her little face. We can't eat and drink as much as we do in the palace. Are you used to it? The ninth princess nodded obediently. Yes. Does the ninth princess like to go out of the palace? Yes. I like it very much. So it doesn't matter if I don't eat and drink a lot. After all, she is a child who has suffered, and she is not as spoiled as other princesses. The ninth princess's clothes were wet, and a palace maid fetched water for her to bathe. After the bath, she didn't let the palace maid put on her clothes. She walked to Yuan with the clothes in her arms, and asked Yuan to put them on her. Yuan put them on her, seeing the ninth princess holding her little skirt and admiring herself in the house. Yuan wanted a daughter, crown princess. Fuling brought a bucket of water into the house. Yuan understood and smiled at the ninth princess. You go to the queen's room to eat something first. I will come to find you after I take a bath. You must come. The ninth princess went happily, and the maid followed. Only the master and the servant were left in the room. Yuan asked Fuling to close the door. Can you see it? Fuling said, I can see it. Wan Jiaoye is in the meditation room at the eastern end, next to Su Xianfei's meditation room. The eastern end is the easiest to find, but if you have to pass by Su Xianfei's room, It might not be a good idea. Su Xianfei doesn't get along with her. If she sees her sneaking in Wan Zhao's room, she might have something to worry about. Since she can't do it secretly, she can only do it openly. She was prepared. Wash the plums you brought and cool them with well water. Yes. The plums in the young master's mansion are big and sweet, with thin skin and lots of water, cooled with cold well water. They are incredibly delicious. The emperor went to the abbot's zen room, and Yuan first sent a portion to the queen and the ninth princess, followed by concubine Yu and concubine Jin, and also sent a portion to concubine Su's room. Concubine Su was bathing, and the head nanny took the plums. Then Yuan carried the last plate of plums and entered Wan Zhao's zen room openly. Wan Zhao had finished bathing and changed into plain clothes. There will be vegetarian meals in a while, and after eating vegetarian meals, it's time to go to the sutra hall to listen to the abbot's lectures on the sutras. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Wan Zhao nodded to the maid. The maid came forward and opened the door. And it was Yuan. The maid performed a salute. Crown Princess. Yuan showed a perfect smile. I am here to bring plums to concubine Zhao. Am I disturbing your rest? The maid looked back at concubine Wan, and seeing her nod at her, she said politely, No, Crown Princess. Please come in. The maid stepped aside and made a gesture of invitation. Yuan stepped in, and Fuling, who was holding a fruit basket, also entered the room. Concubine Wan sat on the bed in the zen room, wearing a plain dress, but her beautiful appearance could not be concealed. There were many beauties in the harem, but after so many years, concubine Wan had never been forgotten by the emperor. She was not like concubine Su who could manage the harem, and she didn't even have her own children. If there are poems and books hidden in your heart, time will never defeat beauty. This concubine Zhao happened to be a talented woman. Yuan and Fu Ling bowed, Madam. Wan Zhao had met Yuan once in the imperial study, but she was not surprised by her appearance. Instead, she was surprised by the big and strong Fu Ling beside her. Yuan also looked at Fu Ling on the side. Fu Ling. Fu Ling understood and handed the fruit basket to Yuan. Yuan walked forward with the fruit basket. Madam Zhao, these fruits are all grown in the young master's mansion. I washed them and cooled them with well water. They are cooling now. Please try them. Wan Zhao stretched out her slender fingertips, picked up a red plum, and took a bite gently. The plum was ripe, and the juice burst out as soon as the skin was broken. Wan Zhao was caught off guard and spilled 2 drops, and caught them elegantly with a handkerchief. The sweet taste melted between the lips and teeth, with a hint of well water coolness, instantly dissipating a lot of the summer heat. Wan Zhao said softly, It's sweeter than the ones in the palace. Yuan smiled and said, The queen likes it. I will pick more and send it to the queen later. Why bother you? Wan Zhao said politely. Yuan said, It's no trouble. It's my honor to send fruit to the queen. And I have a friendship with Master Xiaowu. Oh! Wan Zhao's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Although they are siblings, Wan Zhao has lived in the deep palace for a long time and doesn't see her brother often. Even if she sees Master Xiaowu, she won't talk about business matters. Therefore, it is reasonable that Wan Zhao doesn't know her relationship with Master Xiaowu. It turned out to be shopkeeper Cui of Baiyulu. Yuan told him about shopkeeper Cui introducing Xiaowu to do business, and the Yu family entering Wei Mansion to prepare a feast for old Madame Wei. Others flew up the tree and became phoenixes, and it was too late to put aside the past. But Yuan did not take it as an insult. She talked about her past experiences with openness and calmness, without any embarrassment. Concubine Wan slowed down her movements of eating plums, and her eyes fell on Yuan's fair face. The 18-year-old girl's facial features gradually grew up, and she was beautiful without a trace of flaws. Every eyebrow seemed to be filled with the breath of youth. Concubine Wan had also been this age, but she could never go back. I actually heard my husband mention the queen. Yuan seemed not to notice concubine Wan's eyes looking at her, and said with a smile, Wan Zhao said, What did the prince say about me? Yuan smiled and said, The prince said that he had seen the queen when he was very young, and the queen fed him food. When Yuan said this, she looked at Wan Zhao's expression without blinking. She didn't say which year it was, but as long as Wan Zhao had indeed poisoned Yin Jiuqiao, she couldn't help but feel guilty after hearing this. What surprised Yuan secretly was that there was no strange expression on Wan Zhao's face. She just thought about it in confusion and murmured, Really? When did it happen? I don't remember. Yuan lowered her eyes. Was she overthinking? Wan Jiaoyi was innocent. Was the murderer someone else? You eat it too. Wan Jiaoyi picked a plum and handed it to Yuan. Yuan took it in her hand. Her eyes moved. And she smiled. I went to Marshal Zhao's mansion a few days ago, and heard from the servants in the mansion that Empress Jiaoyi had lived in the mansion before. She didn't hear it from the servants, but from old Chui. But Wan Jiaoyi couldn't guess it. After all, she had not been in Zhao's mansion for many years, and had long forgotten the direction of the Zhao's mansion. Wan Jiaoyi paused, put down the plum in her hand, and said, "Ah, that was before I entered the palace. It was because the lady was lonely. So she kept me in the mansion to accompany her for a few days. The lady liked you very much. If it weren't for my mother, you would have married Marshal Xiao." Yuan looked like a little girl asking for gossip. Country people are ignorant, and they don't know what to say and what not to say. They are also curious and ignorant. It's not surprising that they speak without restraint. If they really make a fuss, they will at most be scolded. Besides, it may not be possible to make a fuss. Wan Jiaoyi's eyelashes trembled, and she said with a smile, "Who spread these rumors? Although I have lived in Zhao's house for a period of time, I was in the room of the madam, and I am not familiar with Marshal Xiao. Don't believe the rumors. It's not a big deal to ruin my reputation, but it's absolutely bad to make Marshal Xiao and Madame Zhao's family unhappy." This statement was flawless, and her expression was also very open. Could it be that the marriage was the wishful thinking of Madame Xiao, and Xiao Shinting and Wan Jiaoyi didn't have that heart for each other? If Wan Jiaoyi had no intention of Xiao Shinting, then there would be no reason to harm Yin Jiuchi. As they were talking, the ninth princess came running over excitedly, saying that someone was looking for Yuan. Yuan went out and saw Sheng Wanyan coming in. Exhausted. Isn't it Songha? He was worried about his new wife, so he had to come here with an illness. It was so hot. I was worried that he would get sick on the road. So I said I would take good care of Awan and not let her lose a hair. In the queen's meditation room, Sheng Wanyan explained the reason for her coming embarrassedly. Others would not do such a thing, putting aside the love between men and women. Sheng Wanyan is the former daughter-in-law of the queen mother. Why did she come here? But since she was here, she couldn't be chased down the mountain. Thinking about Yin Jiuchi's temper that could make him angry even in the Golden Palace, the queen and the emperor thought he was capable of such a shameful thing. The Zen room was full, and just when the queen was thinking about whose room to arrange Sheng Wanyan to live in, Concubine Su said generously, "Why don't I move to Concubine Jin's sister's room and give the Zen room to Madame Xiao?" Among the female relatives, except Yuan who lived in the same room with the 6-year-old ninth princess, the others all had their own room, and it was not good for Concubine Su to squeeze with others. So Concubine Yu and Concubine Jin proposed that they live in the same room and give the empty Zen room to Sheng Wanyan. The two were good sisters in the palace, and the queen nodded in agreement. Sheng Wanyan lived in Concubine Yu's Zen room, which happened to be next to Yuan. The emperor talked with the abbot until late, and sent eunuch Wang to deliver the news that the abbot would give a lecture for the emperor alone tonight and to the crowd tomorrow. This must be an important matter to discuss. No matter what the matter was, they knew that they were all exhausted after climbing all afternoon, and they were very happy to be able to rest in the Zen room. They thanked the Buddha again and again in their hearts, and lay down on the bed happily to sleep. Of course, there were also people who couldn't sleep, such as the ninth princess who slept on Fulling's back all the way, and Yuan who didn't even breathe. The ninth princess couldn't sit still. Who made her so old? And it was her first time to go out of the palace. The sky outside seemed to be bluer than the palace. There is a garden behind the temple, with some wild fruits and vegetables in it. If you don't mind, I will pick them for you. A monk of 17 or 18 years old said. The ninth princess blinked and looked at Yuan. She wanted to pick them herself. Yuan also wanted to walk around, so she took the ninth princess' hand and went out. The ninth princess jumped with excitement. Yuan smiled and said, "Don't worry. I'll ask Madame Xiao if she wants to go." The ninth princess resisted the urge to fly to the garden and waited for Yuan to knock on the door next door. "What's the matter?" Sheng Wanyan opened the door and asked. Yuan said, "The ninth princess and I are going to pick fruit. Do you want to come with us?" Sheng Wanyan came up in a sedan chair and didn't consume her physical strength. She was in high spirits at this moment. When she heard that it was to pick fruit, she immediately agreed. She left the dying Xingju to watch the house, and walked towards the gate of the courtyard with Yuan. It happened that at this time, Wan Jiaoyi took the maid out for a walk. Yuan's eyes moved, and she said loudly, "Fuling, go to Marshal Zhao's zen room and say that my mother and I are going to pick fruit and ask him if he wants to go." Chapter 312. The real murderer is exposed. Dezhu Temple is located on the hillside of Dezhu Peak, surrounded by mountains and rivers. It can be said that it is a place of great beauty, with birds singing and flowers blooming. It was just that the weather was very hot and humid. Yuan changed into the lightest and coolest clothes, but she was still sweating profusely. Fortunately, she worked a lot in the fields and was used to sweating. Although the ninth princess was a princess and had not experienced too many human sufferings, she was a child and was satisfied with some play. The ninth princess ran in front like she was having fun. The palace maids couldn't catch up with her at all. It was only because Fuling was fast that she could always catch the little girl. Every time Fuling caught her, the little girl laughed excitedly. Yuan and Shang Wanyin walked slowly in the woods. Xiao Shinting quietly stood behind them. The man didn't say a word, but as long as he was there, Yuan and Shang Wanyin felt very relieved. Although it is an inconspicuous forest, there may be hidden risks. The monks only let them walk around in the garden of Dezhu Temple. But the yard is not as big as the orchard of the young master's mansion. It is boring to walk around. Several people have already left the garden and entered the deeper forest. There is actually a folk legend about this forest and Dezhu Temple. It is rumored that thousands of years ago, Dezhu Temple was not called Dezhu Temple. It was just a dilapidated temple built temporarily by hunters who went into the mountains. The purpose was not to pray to gods and Buddhas, but to have a place to stay when hunting in the mountains. One day, a ragged little monk came to the dilapidated temple. The monk was dressed in rags, but he was very charming. People who saw him were very fascinated by his appearance. There was a demon living in the mountain. One day, the little monk went to the stream to carry water, and the demon ran into him. The demon had been a demon for many years, and had never seen such a handsome little monk. He immediately became greedy. The demon turned into a human girl and fainted on the way the little monk was returning to the ruined temple. The little monk rescued the demon. The demon tried to seduce the little monk several times, but the little monk remained calm. The demon asked the little monk, "Why don't you want me?" The little monk said, "Humans and demons are different." The demon said again, "Since you know I am a demon, why don't you take me in?" The little monk was silent. There are many versions of the ending. Some say that the little monk did not have enough magic power, but he finally took the demon in and achieved enlightenment. Some say that the demon killed the little monk and returned to the mountains and forests to become the king of all demons. These are just weird and supernatural stories. Yuan felt that the most absurd version was that the demon shed its evil spirit to be with the little monk and became an ordinary mountain ghost. Seeing that its soul was about to be scattered, the little monk used all his life's cultivation to set up a miasma in the forest. As long as the mountain ghost stayed in the miasma and did not come out, it would be immortal. The little monk's own body turned into this Dezhu Temple, guarding his miasma and the mountain ghost in the miasma day and night. I don't know who had nothing to do and made up such a thing. "Oh, I want that. I want that." The coquettish voice of the ninth princess interrupted Yuan's thoughts. Yuan looked in the direction of the voice and saw the ninth princess standing under a wild jujube tree, pointing at the green jujubes on the tree and shouting. At this time of year, the jujubes had just come out, and they were small and green. The ninth princess thought they were the big green jujube she had eaten in the palace, and her mouth was watering with greed. "This one is not delicious," Yuan said. "I have eaten it before, and it is delicious," said the ninth princess. Yuan laughed. "This kind of jujube should be red. It will definitely be astringent if you eat it now. But children are like this. If you just tell her, she won't believe it. You have to let her taste it herself. But for the time being, I don't know where to find a pole." Xiao Shinting said, "I will pick it." As he said this, he used his qigong to climb the tree. At this time, the ninth princess found a series of wild grapevines. "Oh, grapes, grapes." She instantly threw the jujubes behind her and lifted her skirt to pick grapes. Fuling followed her quickly. The two of them ran away. So the Ninette princess's reserve was only in the palace. Once outside, she was no different from her own son, a wild horse that had broken free from the reins. "I'll go over and take a look," Yuan said to Shang Wanyin. Shang Wanyin nodded. She was originally waiting here for Xiao Shinting to finish picking dates, and then go over together. But she thought that Xiao Shinting was a grown man and didn't need anyone to watch over him. But her young daughter-in-law. It would be bad if she got lost in the forest. With this thought, she also caught up. When Xiao Shinting came down with a full basket of dates. Where was he? He naturally went to pick grapes. The Ninette princess ran very fast. Just now, when they were standing under the jujube tree, they saw a bunch of grapevines. When they got closer, they found that it was a large wild grape forest. Yuan's experience in the mountains told her that these grapes looked good, but the taste was probably average. However, she thought of the wine brewed in the Xiao mansion. Wild mountain wine was the most fragrant. With such a large area, she could pick 100 or 80 bunches to make wine. The ninth princess had a small bamboo basket on her body. Fuling had a big one on her body. And they also had cloth bags hanging around their waists. Just in case. So many. The ninth princess couldn't wait to pick them. Just looking at the nearby grape forest, there was a ditch full of thorns in front of her. If she wanted to get to the other side, she had to go around it from the east and west sides. Yuan estimated it and said, "Let's go to the east. There is a small wooden bridge over there." "Yes, I see it." The ninth princess spread her feet and ran towards the distant small wooden bridge. The ninth princess was chirping, and her voice filled the whole forest. Shang Wanyin was not worried that Xiao Shinting would not be able to find them, and Xiao Shinting did hear the ninth princess's voice. Just in the southeast, heading east, he got off the ground, put on his back, and was about to chase the ninth princess and her group. But suddenly a gentle voice appeared behind the tree. "Brother Xiao." Xiao Shinting paused. Wan Jiaoyi walked around the jujube tree and walked towards him. Wan Jiaoyi was still wearing plain clothes, but not the gray material in the Zen room, but a plain white luo skirt, light blue transparent gauze. At first glance, elegant and refreshing. Very charming. She took off her luxurious pearl hairpin, tied her hair into a simple bun, and pinned only a white jade flower, which was graceful yet elegant. Of course, Xiao Shinting didn't notice these. He just glanced at her, and after recognizing who she was, he bowed and performed a proper ceremony. "I greet the Empress Jiaoyi." Wan Jiaoyi said, "Brother Xiao, please stand up. There is no Wan Jiaoyi, and no Marshal Xiao today. You and I are just donors who go to the mountain to worship Buddha." Xiao Shinting opened his mouth. Wan Jiaoyi interrupted him in time. "Let's skip the etiquette between the monarch and the minister. Didn't your majesty say so?" The emperor no longer regarded himself as the emperor after entering the Digi temple. This was something that everyone saw. Wan Jiaoyi used this to set the rules. Xiao Shinting couldn't refute anything, so he had to respond with a yes. Afterwards, he had nothing to say to Wan Jiaoyi. The laughter of the ninth princess echoed in the mountains, and Xiao Shinting missed his wife in the forest. Wan Jiaoyi's eyes fell on his backpack, and she asked with a smile, "Brother Xiao, what's in the basket?" Xiao Shinting said without looking away, "It's dates." Wan Jiaoyi seemed a little surprised. "Brother Xiao also likes to eat dates?" Xiao Shinting replied, "It's the ninth princess who likes it, so I picked some. I like it too," Wan Jiaoyi said with a smile. Xiao Shinting took the basket and handed it to Wan Jiaoyi, saying, "The dates at this time of year are not very delicious. Your Majesty, please don't mind. Take some first. If you don't have enough, I will pick more for you later." Wan Jiaoyi stretched out her white hands and picked slowly in the basket. Xiao Shinting was worried about Shang Wanyin and the two children, and there was a hint of anxiety on his face. Wan Jiaoyi smiled, picked 2 green dates, wiped them with a handkerchief, and handed one to him. "Brother Xiao, try it too." Xiao Shinting said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I don't like dates." Wan Jiaoyi took the dates back. Xiao Shinting looked in the direction where the ninth princess and her group left, and said to Wan Jiaoyi, "If you don't have any instructions." "Queen Jiaoyi." Wan Jiaoyi sighed and interrupted him. "I got separated from the princess's envoy. Please send me off." "Brother Xiao." Xiao Shinting paused. Wan Jiaoyi said somewhat embarrassedly, "I heard from the monks that there was a garden with many fruits planted in the back. But I didn't know that there were too few fruits in the garden. So I went into the forest with the princess to take a look. But somehow, we got separated, and I couldn't find the way back for a while. From here to the back garden of Digi Temple. It is not far. But it is not close either. Although there are no wolves, tigers and leopards, there are many poisonous insects and snakes. Yuan is experienced and knows how to avoid them. But Wan Jiaoyi doesn't have that ability. Xiao Shinting bowed and said, "Please forgive me. My wife and daughter-in-law are just ahead. I can't leave them behind. If you don't mind, go with me to find them. I will send you back to your meditation room." Wan Jiaoyi was silent for a moment and smiled. "Okay." Xiao Shinting turned and went in the direction of the ninth princess and her group. Unfortunately, just when he was halfway there was a flash of lightning in the sky, and a thunder suddenly sounded, rumbling as if it was going to split the mountain in half. Then a hole was torn in the sky, and heavy rain fell. Xiao Shinting wanted to hurry up, but Wan Jiaoyi fell into the mud with a cry. "My queen!" Xiao Shinting stopped. Wan Jiaoyi sat on the ground helplessly and said painfully, "My ankle is twisted." It was really twisted, and her right ankle was in excruciating pain. It was raining heavily, with lightning and thunder, and Wan Jiaoyi was in so much pain that tears came out. Xiao Shinting frowned. "My queen, can you still stand up?" Wan Jiaoyi shook her head painfully. "I don't know." Xiao Shinting looked around. "There is a small hut over there. I will help you over there." Wan Jiaoyi nodded. Xiao Shinting clenched his fist. "I'm sorry." After that, he helped Wan Jiaoyi up. Wan Jiaoyi's right foot was completely unable to bear the force, and the whole person almost leaned on Xiao Shinting's arm. Xiao Shinting was open and honest, and his breathing was not disordered. After helping Wan Jiaoyi into the abandoned hut, Xiao Shinting left the basket. "I will go find my wife first, and then take the queen back later." Wan Jiaoyi sat on the cold chair, looked at the sky that was sometimes bright and sometimes dark, and said anxiously, "It's very dangerous outside with thunder and rain. You should hide from the rain for a while before leaving." Xiao Shinting said seriously, "My wife and daughter-in-law are still outside, and the ninth princess is also here. Wan Jiaoyi is the emperor's concubine, but the ninth princess is the emperor's daughter. In terms of status, Jiaoyi may not be comparable to the ninth princess. Of course, the most important thing is that in this man's heart, there will always be only Shang Wanyin and her son and daughter-in-law." Wan Jiaoyi's eyes dimmed. "If the queen is hungry, eat some dates first." Xiao Shinting left the basket of green dates on the table and turned to the door. This is perhaps the only chance she has in her life. No one knows how long she has waited for this day, and no one knows if she will have a future. Thousands of emotions flashed through Wan Jiaoyi's eyes. Just when Xiao Shinting was about to rush out, she ignored the pain in her feet, stood up, rushed over and hugged him from behind. Xiao Shinting's body froze. Almost at the same time, the door was opened. But it was not Xiao Shinting who opened it, but Yuan and her group, who were soaked by the heavy rain, ran to the hut to take shelter from the rain. It was the ninth princess who opened the door. Yuan and Shang Wanyin followed closely behind. Xiao Shinting's body froze for a moment, and then he coldly pushed Wan Jiaoyi away. After he pushed the door open, he saw the person outside, but it was not the same thing for the person outside. The ninth princess, Yuan, Shang Wanyin, and Fuling, who was left behind, all saw Wan Jiaoyi hugging Xiao Shinting. The ninth princess was stunned. At such a young age, she didn't understand much about the relationship between husband and wife. She was just simply surprised. Shang Wanyin's face turned green. Yuan had never expected to see such a scene in the little hut. She admitted that she deliberately lured Wan Jiaoyi out, but her purpose was not to catch Wan Jiaoyi throwing herself into Xiao Shinting's arms. She just wanted to find a deserted place to tie up Wan Jiaoyi, threaten her or scare her. Anyway, to get the truth out. How could she know that Wan Jiaoyi ran into Xiao Shinting halfway, and was so impatient? It seems that what concubine once said about not being familiar with Xiao Shinting was false. Whether Xiao Shinting had any feelings for her or not is not mentioned for the moment. But she was definitely sincere to Xiao Shinting. "Yenner, listen to my explanation." "Humph." Shang Wanyin left angrily. Xiao Shinting chased after her in a hurry. Princess Nine looked at concubine Wan in a daze, and then looked at Yuan beside her. She felt uneasy for no reason, and she held Yuan's hand. Yuan rubbed her head soothingly and handed her to Fuling. "Go and light some firewood to roast the princess's clothes." "Yes." Fuling took Princess Nine to the inner room. Only Yuan and concubine Wan were left in the main room. The wind whistled through the hall, mixed with bean-sized raindrops, and crackled on the floor of the main room. Yuan put her wet hair behind her ears, looked down at Wan Jiaoyi, who was pushed to the ground by Xiao Shinting, and said lightly, "Are you still saying that you are not familiar with Marshal Xiao?" Wan Jiaoyi turned her face away indifferently. As the saying goes, if you catch a thief, you take the stolen goods. If you catch an adulterer, you take both. Wan Jiaoyu was caught in the act. If she wanted to deny it, she would have to see if the other party believed her. To be honest, Yuan was very surprised. Wasn't the emperor good? After so many years, Wan Jiaoyu still couldn't forget the man. What did the man give her? Was it gold or promises? Or maybe it was nothing. Everything was just her wishful thinking. Maybe she had been wishful thinking for so many years. Which showed how crazy this person was. Such a person would drug the son of her rival. Yuan was really not surprised at all. It's you, isn't it? Yuan said. At Yin Jiuchao's 8th birthday party, you conspired with the people of Nanzhao to drug Yin Jiuchu. Zhao Yuan said coldly, I don't understand what you are talking about. Even if I can't control my emotions for a while, it doesn't mean that I have framed the Prince of Yinshan. Yuan said slowly, of course you won't admit it. But if it's not you, who else could it be? Looking at the entire harem, the only person who would want Yin Jiuchao to die is you and concubine Su. But concubine Su knew that Yin Jiuchao would not live past 25. So she didn't need to do anything unnecessary. She just had to wait quietly, and didn't have to dirty her hands at all. But you are different. At that time, Xiao Shinting was seeking Shang Wenyan. If you wait any longer, Shang Wenyan will marry you. Only when her son dies will she be completely broken. She will not be able to live. She will not marry Xiao Shinting. Wan Jiaoyu's eyes were bloodshot. Brother Xiao was originally mine. Madame Tai has already agreed to this marriage. If Shang Wenyan hadn't interfered, I would have been the one marrying him. Yuan smiled faintly. Really? Then do you know that Marshal Xiao had already fallen in love with Shang Wenyan before you appeared? He would not marry anyone else in this life. And even if she died, it would never be your turn. You are talking nonsense. Wan Jiaoyu shouted. The 9th princess in the room trembled with fear, and Fuling quickly held her ears. Yuan said indifferently, am I talking nonsense? Or are you deceiving yourself and refusing to believe it? Chapter 313 The truth is revealed. A couple for life. Xiao Shinting and Xiao Wuye met in the military camp. At that time, Xiao Wuye was just an inconspicuous soldier under Xiao Shinting. However, gold always shines, and Xiao Wuye's talent gradually gained Xiao Shinting's attention. Once when suppressing the rebels, Xiao Wuye only led 5 brothers to raid the rebels' food and grass. The rebels without food and grass were in chaos and defeated. In terms of martial arts, Xiao Wuye was not outstanding, and his deployment of troops was not very outstanding. But Xiao Wuye had a pair of eyes that could see through fire. Almost as soon as the enemy sneezed, Xiao Wuye could guess what flag they would take next. Thanks to Xiao Wuye, this great general, many detours were avoided on the road to suppressing the rebels, which not only meant a lot of military merits, but also meant that the bloodshed and sacrifice of soldiers could be reduced. The 2 men have the same surname, Xiao, and were from the same family 500 years ago. When drinking together, Xiao Shinting learned that the other party was born on the same day and month as him, and immediately decided to swear brotherhood with him. Xiao Wuye is several years younger than Xiao Shinting, and his status is much lower. To be honest, Xiao Wuye was confused to be his sworn brother, but after being confused, he became more loyal to Xiao Shinting. On the day when the Xiao family army was disbanded, Xiao Wuye witnessed this iron-willed man crying like a child on the hill of the camp. There are always many things in this world that cannot be controlled by one's own power, such as the disbandment of the Xiao family army, and the matter of Xiao Wuye's sister entering the palace. Xiao Wuye's sister has reached the age of marriage, but she is arrogant and always looks down on those men outside. However, she can refuse everyone, but she can't refuse the emperor. If Xiao Shinting had agreed to her marriage, she would naturally not have to enter the palace for selection. During the selection, Wan Jiaoyu dressed herself up very ugly, but the emperor wanted to win over Xiao Wuye, so he chose her into the harem despite her ugly appearance. The emperor also had something beyond his control. That is, Xiao Wuye's loyalty to Xiao Shinting. The matter was done, and Wan Jiaoyu could not be sent back. And if Wan Jiaoyu wanted to survive in the cannibalistic harem, she had to win the emperor's favor. Shang Wenyan had always understood some things, but she had never said them out loud. Not long after she got married, Madame Xiao had been against her openly and secretly. When she was extremely angry, she would also use old things to stab her. For example, if you hadn't seduced the second brother, would the second brother have married a widow as his daughter-in-law? Linlang is so good, a virgin girl, and everyone in the Xiao family has long respected her as the second wife. Xiao Linlang is Wan Zhaoyi's maiden name. Madame Xiao used this kind of words to irritate her more than once. But she didn't take it to heart at all. On the one hand, she married Xiao Shinting to repay his kindness, and for the medicine in the Xiao family's forbidden land. As for who Xiao Shinting was thinking about, and who he almost married, she didn't care much. Madame Xiao saw that it didn't irritate her, so she was too lazy to say this again. And gradually she forgot about it. When she suddenly saw that scene today, to be honest, she was completely dumbfounded. Yenner, don't go anymore. It's raining heavily. Listen to me. Xiao Jinting took off his outer robe and covered her head. He was soaked all the way. But even so, her clothes were still quite wet. The thunder stopped. Xiao Jinting pulled her under a big tree. Shang Wanyin was very angry. She didn't understand what she was angry about. But she was not a little girl after all. So she couldn't act like that. She forced herself to calm down and asked Xiao Jinting, Did you hug her? I didn't. Xiao Jinting swore to the sky. Shang Wanyin actually saw that it was Wan Zhaoyi who rushed to him. And he immediately pushed her away. But she just wanted to hear it in person. Shang Wanyin said again, Then aren't you picking dates for the 9th princess? How did you run into her? She got separated from the maid. And I was worried about you when I escorted her back to the temple. So I brought her to find you. It rained halfway. And she fell and sprained her foot. There happened to be a hut nearby. So I helped her over to hide from the rain. Xiao Shinting explained everything in detail. Shang Wanyin originally wanted to say, Why did you help her? Why is it worth helping a woman like that? She might have fallen on purpose. But how could she say that at her age? I really didn't know she would be like this. Xiao Jinting said solemnly. I think you are pretending not to know. Shang Wanyin was upset. Although she repeatedly told herself to be rational, there was an uncontrollable voice in her mind. Did you know about the marriage you two had? My mother insisted on it. And I didn't agree. What about her feelings for you? Xiao Jinting sighed. I can't do anything to her just because she has me in her heart. Besides, Xiao Wu and I are sworn brothers. Since I knew that my mother tried to match us up, I moved out of the Xiao mansion until I married you back. Mrs. Xiao was really satisfied with Xiao Linlang to the core. She wanted Xiao Jinting to spend the wedding night with her right there. But Xiao Jinting made it clear from the beginning that he already had a lover and would not marry anyone else in this life. At first, the old lady didn't know that his sweetheart was Shang Wanyin. She thought that although Xiao Linlang was good, she didn't intend to become a mortal enemy with her son if he didn't agree. Later, she knew that the woman her son was going to marry was actually a widow with a little burden. And the old lady almost died of anger. The old lady was not happy with this, and directly took Xiao Linlang into the mansion on the grounds of serious illness. The old lady wanted to create an opportunity for the two to get along. But Xiao Jinting moved into the military camp without saying a word. It would be a lie to say that Xiao Jinting didn't know what concubine Wan thought of him. But that was more than 10 years ago. How could Xiao Jinting expect that Xiao Linlang had not given up on him? I'm not good. Who said you're not good? Shang Wanyin refuted. Xiao Jinting was stunned and looked at her in disbelief. Yenner, do you think I'm good? Shang Wanyin turned her back, pinched the handkerchief in her hand and said, Is it the time to talk about this? You provoked the emperor's woman. You can wait for the emperor to kill your entire clan. Xiao Jinting said seriously. Everyone is responsible for their own actions. Don't worry. If it really goes to the emperor, I have a way to protect you. Shang Wanyin turned around, stared at him, and asked angrily, Have you never thought about protecting yourself? Xiao Jinting was stunned by her question. Shang Wanyin said angrily, Are you going to let such a woman drag you down? He was a rough man, not as considerate and meticulous as the king of Yin, and he didn't understand women's minds very well. But at this moment, his wooden head suddenly came to his senses, and asked with bright eyes, Yenner, are you jealous? He knew that she married him just because she didn't want to owe him, and because Yin Jiuchao's illness needed to be treated for a long time. She was worried that one day he would run out of patience and stop treating Yin Jiuchao. She married him out of necessity, and she actually looked down on him in her heart. He never dreamed that she would be jealous of him one day. Shang Wanyan's eyelashes trembled. The rain is getting lighter. Pushed him away and went to the direction of the cabin. In the cabin, the 9th princess had fallen asleep in Fuling's arms. And Yuan and Wan Zhou were still talking. Yuan said calmly, Whether you admit it or not, you know best whether you did it or not. I am not here to force you to confess. I just have 2 questions to ask you. If you answer honestly, I will not kill you. Wan Zhaoyi said sarcastically. You said it as if you can kill me. Do you want to try? Yuan pinched a jujube leaf. Do you think I am afraid of death? Wan Zhaoyi smiled coldly. Yuan nodded. Yes. I almost forgot that your beloved man left you. And your only flesh and blood is gone. I really don't know what else in this world is worth your nostalgia. Ah. Does my father count as one? If you die, you will never have the chance to be with him again. Wan Zhaoyi looked at her coldly. For Yin Jiuqiao. Can you even sell out your own father-in-law? Yuan said. I didn't sell him out. I'm just telling you that if you still want to see him, don't die in my hands. Wan Zhaoyi turned her face away and said, if you have the guts, go to His Majesty and report me. This is unwilling to say. Yuan was not discouraged. She pushed open the back door of the hall and looked at the gradually weakening rain and said, in fact, I can't figure out how you hooked up with the Nanzhao royal family. There are so many poor women in the palace. Why did you choose you? Wan Zhaoyi would certainly not tell her the truth. Yuan added, there is also an antidote for time. If I guess correctly, after you poisoned Yin Jiuqiao has not been poisoned. The Nanzhao royal family thought you failed, and have not contacted you since then. Wan Zhaoyi looked at Yuan in surprise. Yuan said, don't look at me like that. Yes, you succeeded. But for some reason, the poison was suppressed. Wan Zhaoyi lowered her eyes. Yuan shook her head and said, but I still can't understand why you must poison Yin Jiuqiao. Even if he died, Shang Wenyin would not be able to live with him. But you have already entered the palace as a concubine. You will never be able to marry Xiao Zhenting again in this life. Don't say that you can fake your death and leave the palace. I think even if you have a new identity, Xiao Zhenting will not accept you. Everything you do is in vain. You are so stupid. What do you know? Wan Zhaoyi roared. The ninth princess trembled in her sleep, opened her eyes and looked at Fu Ling, then closed her eyes and fell asleep. I don't understand. Do you understand? You are a selfish and extremely stupid woman. You have schemed so hard. But in the end, you are still trapped in this deep palace. Do you think I am doing this for myself? Do you think the princess of Yen is so easy to marry? Do you really think that Shang Wanyin drank the bowl of sterilizing soup? Bang! The door was knocked. Shang Wanyin stood at the door in a daze, looking at Wan Zhaoyi with a surprised face. Xiao Zhenting had already noticed something wrong when he heard the second sentence. But it was too late to block Xiao Linlang's mouth. Shang Wanyin took a deep breath. Xiao Linlang. What did you mean by what you just said? Huh? I knew it. Wan Zhaoyi looked at Shang Wanyin, then at Xiao Zhenting, and immediately laughed until tears came out. You have kept it a secret from her for so many years. Do you plan to keep it a secret until you die? Stop talking. Xiao Zhenting shouted. Wan Zhaoyi laughed crazily. I want to say it. She turned her head and looked at Yuan. When Xiao Zhenting asked His Majesty to marry Shang Wanyin, His Majesty gave him a bowl of sterile soup and asked him to choose whether he drank it or Shang Wanyin drank it. In fact, it doesn't matter who drinks it, as long as Xiao Zhenting has no children. Everything in the Xiao family will eventually fall into the hands of Yin Jiuqiao, and then fall back into the hands of the great Zhou royal family. A worthless princess of Yin in exchange for everything in the Xiao marshal's mansion is a good deal, no matter how you look at it. As she said, she looked at Xiao Zhenting with a tearful smile. It's just that this man is stupid. He has to drink the bowl of sterile medicine himself. She looked at Yuan again. You asked me why I did this? I was lying on His Majesty's dragon couch at the time, and I heard His Majesty and Eunuch Wang's plan. Can I watch him die without children? Don't you have your own selfish thoughts? Yuan said. Wan Zhaoyi laughed crazily. I do. Of course I do. I was looking forward to marrying him after escaping the palace, and having children for him. Is it wrong for me to think so? Yuan looked at her coldly. You killed an innocent child. You are wrong even if you are right. A trace of regret appeared on Wan Zhaoyi's face. Yuan sighed softly. You are just making excuses for your own selfish desires. Wan Zhaoyi put her hands into her hair. No, it's not like that. I didn't. Why didn't you tell me? Shang Wanyin turned around and looked at Xiao Zhenting with tears in her eyes. Xiao Zhenting was speechless. Being unable to have children is a silent pain for any woman. Ordinary people may live in guilt for the rest of their lives when they know that they cannot have children for their husbands. However, Shang Wanyin will not. When she picked up the bowl of infertility medicine, she even felt relieved. She doesn't love this man, and she doesn't want to give birth to his child. The king of Yin is dead, and she doesn't want to give birth to a child for another man in her life. So the sterilization drug is the sterilization drug. Shang Wanyin drank it willingly. It was precisely because he understood this that Xiao Shinting felt that there was no need to say it out loud. Besides, saying it would only make her feel guilty, and feel that she owed him another favor. Shang Wanyin wanted to say he was stupid, but found that her throat was choked. Yuan looked at Shang Wanyin, then at Xiao Shinting, and suddenly felt that the legend of the little monk and the demon was not necessarily true. Because there really was a kind of person in the world who could love a person to the bone. Don't talk about this for now. Xiao Shinting cleared his throat and looked at Yuan on the side and said, Yuan, take your mother into the house first. I have something to say and want to ask Empress Jiaoyi alone. This is to question Wan Jiaoyi. Perhaps he didn't guess that this would be the result. Yuan pulled Shang Wanyin's hand. Shang Wanyin resisted the urge to cry and went into the room of Princess Nine and fooling with Yuan. Yuan closed the door. The firewood in the fire was crackling. No one pricked up their ears to listen to what the two said. A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Shinting entered the room. Shang Wanyin's eyes were red. Sitting on the ground, looking at him blankly and helplessly. He calmed down. Somers matter. I told mother, Yuan said. After what happened just now, it was impossible to hide it. And there was no need to hide it. Xiao Shinting nodded and said, she told everything. It was she who poisoned Songa. You guessed the reason. The Nanzhao people promised to give her a fake death medicine so that she could escape from the palace smoothly. The Nanzhao people also provided her with an identity of a Nanzhao merchant. This identity is much better than hiding her identity in the Great Zhou. No wonder Wan Jiaoyi was tempted. Xiao Shinting continued, it was no accident that the Nanzhao people came to her. They found out about my relationship with Xiao Wuya, and that she had discussed marriage with me. They were sure that she would be an easy chess piece to control. However, the Nanzhao people did not expect that Time did not attack. They thought that she had failed and never interacted with her again. This point coincided with Yuan's guess. How did she feed Yin Jiuchu? Yuan asked. Xiao Shinting said, it's not that I fed it myself. But I took advantage of your majesty's carelessness, and put it in the snacks that your majesty gave to Songa. At that time, Wan Jiaoyi was in favor, and she had the best chance to attack the emperor. Yuan paused and said, who is the master of that group of Nanzhao people? The queen only heard that it was the Nanzhao royal family, but she didn't know which royal family it was. Xiao Shinting glanced at Shang Wanyin and said, she doesn't know. It's clear that she knows, but it's not convenient to say it in front of Shang Wanyin. Yuan was tactful and didn't ask any more questions. Where's the antidote? Shang Wanyin was thinking about this and didn't notice the little expressions of Xiao Shinting and Yuan. Xiao Shinting said, she gave us the prescription, but we need to find the herbs ourselves. It's good to have the prescription. Yuan paused and said seriously, but this doesn't mean she can make up for her mistakes. I still won't forgive her. Xiao Shinting nodded, I know. The rain stopped. The group returned to the temple, and no one cared about the sprained concubine one. Xiao Shinting walked in front holding Shang Wanyin's hand, and Yuan followed closely behind with the ninth princess in her arms. No one asked where Fuling was. The forest was somewhat quiet after the heavy rain. Be careful. Xiao Shinting pushed away the thorns in front of him with his bare hands, and the sharp thorns cut a bloody wound on his palm. Shang Wanyin felt that her heart was also torn. Xiao Shinting. Shang Wanyin choked and stopped. Xiao Shinting looked at her red eyes, and was at a loss. What's wrong? Are you tired? I'll carry you. Shang Wanyin suddenly fell into his arms, and burst into tears. Who said I don't want to give birth to a child for you? I want to give birth to a child for you. I want to give birth to a child for you. Chapter 314 Double Happiness. The group returned to the temple. Shang Wanyin and Xiao Shinting are a couple, and there is nothing wrong with them traveling with their daughter-in-law. The ninth princess woke up halfway, and was woken up by Yuan. Yuan said solemnly, what I saw in the cabin today is a secret between my cousin and the princess. Princess, don't tell anyone. Okay? The ninth princess nodded blankly. Pin. Yuan stretched out her little finger. The ninth princess loves to play this, and happily pinky pinched with her cousin. In fact, it doesn't matter how concubine Wan cheats on the emperor, but that man cannot be Xiao Shinting. The emperor is already very wary of Xiao Shinting, and knowing that his favorite concubine still has feelings for him, he is afraid that he will be jealous and kill him. Yuan led the ninth princess to pay respects to the queen. The queen took her delicate daughter and said, "It was thundering and raining just now. I was worried about what happened to you in the forest." The ninth princess leaned in the queen's arms. "Did you have fun?" the queen asked with a doting look. The ninth princess exchanged glances with her cousin's wife and said with a smile, "Happy." Yuan understood her eyes, and the little girl made a promise with her that they would not tell each other secrets. The queen nodded with relief. "I heard that concubine one also went to pick fruits and got separated from the maid. Did you meet her?" "No," Yuan said. The ninth princess also shook her head. Even if the queen didn't believe Yuan, she had to believe Xiaojiu. She sighed. "She's been out for so long. I don't know if anything went wrong." Half an hour later, Chui, the maid, reported, "My queen, Wan Jiaoyi has been found." But the situation was not good. The maid found Wan Jiaoyi in the ditch leading to the great forest. There were thorns in the ditch, and Wan Jiaoyi was stabbed all over. More importantly, her face was also injured. For the emperor's concubines, this was almost a death sentence. The emperor returned from the presiding abbot and went to the Zen room to visit Wan Jiaoyi after learning about this. Wan Jiaoyi was horribly injured. The queen blamed herself in front of the bed and said, "It's all my fault for neglecting to know that Wan Jiaoyi went to the forest. If I had known this, I should have sent guards to follow her." The queen seemed to blame herself. But in fact she was telling the emperor that Wan Jiaoyi had gone out without telling her, and the whole thing had nothing to do with her. The emperor hated the empress's cleverness. But it was not the empress's fault. Wan Jiaoyi not only concealed the truth from the empress, but also deliberately sent the maid away. It was hard to tell what she wanted to do. Could it be that she wanted to commit suicide? The emperor was upset. Wan Jiaoyi had no children, so her favor was not a big threat to the empress. But it would be a good thing if there was one less concubine in front of her. The empress summoned 2 imperial doctors. "You 2 imperial doctors must heal Wan Jiaoyi's injuries, so that she can recover and serve His Majesty as soon as possible. Dare to heal one, I'll sack your whole family." The 2 imperial doctors trembled. Everyone rested in the temple for a night. The next day, the emperor personally offered the eternal lamp to the empress dowager. And then, they went to the sutra hall to listen to the abbot chanting sutras for a whole day. The emperor seemed to have his soul baptized, and he was as light as a swallow and in high spirits when he went down the mountain. The female relatives also prepared to go down the mountain. It is worth mentioning that a small episode happened at the main entrance of the temple before going down the mountain. The presiding abbot sent the emperor and empress off respectfully, but he accidentally caught a glimpse of Yuan holding hands with the ninth princess. The presiding abbot's eyes fell on Yuan without blinking. The queen said with a pleasant face, "That is the princess consort of the Prince of Yan's mansion." The abbot has been looking at her. "But what's wrong with her?" The presiding abbot shook his head, and after a while, he uttered 4 words indescribably precious. Although Yuan was born in a very poor family, she had married into the Prince of Yan's mansion. It can be said that she had become a phoenix after flying up the tree. Naturally, she deserved the 4 words indescribably precious. Everyone smiled in their hearts, thinking that the abbot's words were boring. They could also say it, and they said it better than him. The group went down the mountain. Shang Wanyin was going to see her son at the mansion, so Xiao Jinting first sent her and Yuan back to the young master's mansion. Then, taking advantage of the time when Shang Wanyin was with Yin Jiuqiao, Xiao Jinting told Yuan what he couldn't say in the cabin. Yuan couldn't believe it for a moment. "The princess of Nanxiao?" Xiao Jinting said seriously, "Yes. That's what she said. As for how she found out, I don't know. But she shouldn't lie to me." Yuan agreed deeply. The biggest deception that Consort 1 had done to Xiao Jinting was to frame Yin Jiuqiao. Now that even this secret can't be kept, there is no need to hide other things. There are 2 princesses in Nanxiao. The eldest princess has long been separated from Nanxiao. The one who made a deal with Consort 1 should be the little princess of Nanjiao's destiny and fortune. But isn't this strange? Yin Jiuqiao has no grudges against the little princess. So why did she frame him? Women's intuition is always sharper than men's. In a flash, Yuan thought of the Yin Wang's concubine mentioned by Mrs. Yao. When Yin Jiuqiao was 7 years old, the concubine appeared in Yinchen with her son. Then when Yin Jiuqiao was 8 years old, Yin Wang died. In the same year, Yin Jiuqiao was killed by the Nanjiao royal family. Could it be that Yin Wang's concubine was the little princess of Nanxiao? Xiao Jinting also had his own guesses in his heart. But his identity was sensitive, and there were some things he couldn't say. Yin Jiuqiao drank the medicine given by old Chui and fell asleep. Shang Wenyan stayed with him in the house for a while, and went back home with Xiao Jinting. On one side was her son, and on the other was her husband. It was not easy for her to go through wind and rain over the years. Old Chui. Yuan took the prescription and went to the backyard. Old Chui was drying the medicine. "What are you doing here again, little kid?" Old Chui said unhappily. Yuan raised her eyebrows and said, "This is my home. I can go wherever I want." "Humph." Old Chui rolled his eyes. Yuan handed the prescription she got from Wan Jiaoyi to Old Chui. "Take a look and see if this is the antidote for time." "Where did you get the prescription?" Old Chui asked strangely. Yuan said indifferently, "Don't worry about this. Just study this prescription carefully to see if it can cure my husband's poison." Old Chui pouted and reluctantly took the prescription back to the house. Yuan also went back to the upper room. "Zisu, fetch water, princess consort. Wash your face first." "Yes." Yuan walked over and soaked her hands in the silver basin sprinkled with flower petals. Suddenly she thought of something and said to Zisu, "Take 10 taels of silver and reward Fuling." Zisu was stunned. 10 taels of silver is her 2 months' monthly salary. What great contribution did Fuling make that the princess consort wanted to reward her like this? Did something happen in the temple that she didn't know about? Zisu's heart was filled with a sense of crisis. Of course, she was also a little jealous. After all, she was the princess consort's maid. She didn't covet that little money. What she cared about was the princess consort's attitude. She hoped that she was the princess consort's most capable confidant. Then, should Fuling be transferred to the room? Zisu asked in a low voice. The meaning of coming from the room is the same as that of Zisu, who also became the head maid of Qifeng Courtyard. Yuan wiped her hands with a towel. "No need. This is good enough." So, she is still the only head maid. And Zisu felt balanced. Zisu took the water and retreated. When she was about to cross the threshold, Yuan spoke softly. "You and Fu Ling are both the people I chose. I trust you as much as I trust her. It's just that some things are better for you to do, while some things are more appropriate for her." Zisu suddenly realized. Turned around guiltily and bowing, "I know I was wrong." Yuan nodded. "You can go down. The maids in Qifeng Courtyard are all good. Tower is honest. Lear is smart. And Banksia is efficient. But Zisu is the only one who can stand on his own. As for Fu Ling, she can be half a bodyguard. Yuan doesn't want the two most capable maids to fight each other. Of course, the one fighting is Zisu. Fu Ling, the lively treasure, will not think about anything as long as her stomach is full." Yuan went to the kitchen to cook 2 side dishes. When she returned to the room, Yin Jiuchao happened to wake up, and the couple had dinner. During the 2 days when Yuan went to the temple, Yin Jiuchao's appetite was not very good. He could hardly swallow even a small bowl of rice. But it was different when Yuan came back. Yin Jiuchao ate a plate of sour lotus root soup and a pot of Christian carp and tofu soup. And he ate them all, not even leaving a piece of chopped green onion. The cook looked at him with a smile. After lunch, Yuan and Yin Jiuchao sat under the big locust tree in the backyard to cool off. It was hot. So Yuan asked the servants to bring a bucket of ice cubes and put the washed lychees on it. The little snow fox was also very hot, and ran over with its tongue hanging out, and suddenly lay on the ice cubes. Yin Jiuchao pinched its neck with his slender fingertips and lifted it up mercilessly. Without the ice cubes, the little snow fox was so resentful that its 4 little paws fluttered. Yin Jiuchao raised the corners of his lips playfully, put it on the small table beside him, and gently rubbed its little white belly with his fingertips. The little snow fox felt very comfortable being rubbed. But for some reason, it suddenly stood up, held Yin Jiuchao's index finger with its 2 little paws, and pressed it into the ice. After pressing for a while, it laid down again and put the cold finger on its belly. Yin Jiuchao rubbed it. Wow! The little snow fox was so happy. Yin Jiuchao, I have something to tell you. Yuan peeled a lychee. What's the matter? Yin Jiuchao asked while rubbing the little snow fox. Yuan fed the peeled lychee to the little snow fox, while enjoying the massage from the male owner. The little snow fox took the food from the hostess. The little paw held the lychee and sucked it in big mouthfuls. Time was sent by Wan Jiaoyi. Yuan told Yin Jiuchao the cause and effect of the matter in detail. Yuan only stated the facts objectively without adding her own subjective judgment. Yin Jiuchao had his own scale in his heart to judge how Wan Jiaoyi's intentions were and how he viewed Xiao Jinting's efforts. He didn't need her to add any weights. Yin Jiuchao's fingers rubbing the little snow fox paused. The little snow fox sucked a big lychee, held up the lychee core, and looked at the master's finger with resentment. Then pulled it over and dipped it in ice cubes, and then continued to press it on his belly. Yin Jiuchao came back to his senses, and continued to rub it. The little snow fox closed his eyes contentedly. Yuan had more to say. Wan Zhaoyi was the murderer. But she was not the culprit. The culprit was the little princess of Nanzhao. Why aren't you surprised at all? Yuan looked at Yin Jiuchao in confusion. You know? As early as when Yuan told him that Madame Yao had seen his father's concubine. Yin Jiuchao guessed that the concubine was the little princess of Nanzhao. The son of the chief of a small tribe was just a cover. And the so-called elopement was just hiding in Yanqing. My father may not be dead. Yuan was stunned. He may have become the son-in-law of Nanzhao. Yuan was stunned. It was enough to be shocked that the king of Yin was not dead. And he even became the consort of the Nanzhao. This made Yuan not know how to react. If this is true, then the little princess of Nanzhao has enough motive to kill. She wants to take the king of Yin for herself. And she wants her son to be the only flesh and blood of the king of Yin. Then what about the king of Yin? What does he think? What happened in the meantime? How did it turn out like this? You thought your father was not dead from the beginning, right? So he was reluctant to inherit the throne. He was waiting for his father to come back. But he didn't expect that this man had already started a family outside. The king of Yin abandoned Shangwan Yin and also abandoned him. His lifelong beliefs seemed to collapse overnight. This is too unfair to Yin Jiuchao. What is the point of his waiting and persistence over the years? Maybe things are not what we see. Yuan held Yin Jiuchao's hand tightly. The poison needs to be cured. The truth must be found out. In the past 2 days, Old Chui has been studying the prescription provided by Wan Zhaoyi behind closed doors. What's going on? Yuan found him. Old Chui frowned and said, to be honest, the prescription is a good one. But I can't guarantee whether it is suitable for the disease or not. Yuan said calmly. Just prepare it first. Old Chui snorted. It's easy to say. But several of the medicines here can't be bought in the capital. Yuan paused, then go buy them somewhere else. I don't believe that there are any medicines in the world that can't be bought in the Prince of Yan's mansion. Old Chui waved his hand and handed Yuan a small porcelain bottle. Okay. Okay. Let's not talk about this first. I'll show you something. What is this? Yuan asked. Medicine. Old Chui stuffed the medicine bottle into Yuan's hand. Yuan pulled out the stopper and smelled it. For Yin Jiuchao? Old Chui said seriously. No. It's for your stepfather. Marshal Xiao? Yuan paused. Old Chui's eyes flashed. Don't tell me that you have overthrown concubine Wan. But you still don't know about the infertility medicine? How do you know? Yuan narrowed her eyes dangerously. Ahem. Old Chui cleared his throat and said guiltily. I was the one who prepared the infertility medicine. You? Yuan picked up the vase on the table. Old Chui jumped to the windowsill and looked at Yuan fearfully, saying, Don't be impulsive. I was just following orders. The emperor asked me to prepare the medicine. How could I resist? I don't want my head anymore. Yuan took a deep breath and put down the vase. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Are you planning to keep this to yourself until I overthrow concubine Wan? Where do I have it? Old Chui touched his nose guiltily. Isn't this the medicine, prepared for you? Old Chui also had a trick up his sleeve. When the emperor asked him to prepare the infertility medicine, he only put half the dosage and replaced a few herbs. He thought that if he had nowhere else to go in the future, he could survive by doing a favor to Xiao Shinting. Of course, now this favor was not sold, but was exposed and got into trouble. Yuan glanced at him coldly. Are you sure this medicine works? Old Chui pouted and said, How can I be sure? After all, so many years have passed, and the same prescription may not work for everyone. But anyway, he is like this. You should try your best. If you can cure him, it's best. If you can't, just leave it the same as before. The words are rough, but the truth is true. Yuan called Jiang Hai and asked him to deliver the medicine to Xiao Shinting. Ing Shersan and Ing Lu went out of Beijing to buy medicinal materials. Old Chui taught Yuan the Chui family's golden needle method, which temporarily suppressed the toxicity of time. In early July, 2 big happy events happened in the Yu family. One was that Yu Feng and Bai Tang were engaged. The princess of the Prince of Yin came to propose marriage in person. Master Bai was so scared that his legs went limp. How could he refuse? Besides, his daughter was old and had a bad reputation. Master Bai had already prepared for his daughter to not get married. Now the princess brother was willing to marry him. Master Bai almost let the two of them have their wedding night on the spot. Let's talk about Yufeng's background. He is the cousin of the princess, which is a bonus. His younger brother is a student of the Imperial Academy, which is a bonus. He is the young master of a workshop, which is a bonus. He also has a mine at home. A lot of bonus. Compared to this, whether he is a peasant or not is not important at all. The wedding date is set for September. Originally, it was said to be October. But Master Bai was worried that the Yu family would go back on their word. So he moved the wedding date forward. Bai Tang's eyes were cold. It's like I can't get married. Mr. Bai, you are like that. Right? Another thing is that the Imperial College has another monthly exam. And Yu Song got the first place in Class B. Chapter 315, The Little Fat Boy is Here. The Away Believer. He ranked first in the class after only 2 months of enrollment. He was the second student besides Xiao Heng to cause a stir in the Imperial College. Although Guangwentang Class B was the worst class in the Imperial College, Yu Song's rapid progress was unstoppable. And people quickly dug up Yu Song's background. The mud-legged man from Lianhua village. Yin Jiucha's brother-in-law. Xiao Heng's former brother-in-law. The focus of everyone suddenly shifted from Yu Song's ranking first after only a few days of study to the fact that Yu Song's sister was once Zhao Shucai's fiancée. Is it true? Mr. Zhao, and the crown prince's consort? Why not? If you don't believe me, go and ask around. Is the crown prince's consort from Lianhua village? Was Zhao Heng also from Lianhua village? Even if they are from the same village, it doesn't mean they are engaged. It's spread all over the country. And you are the only one who is suspicious. When Yu Song went to the cafeteria to eat, he couldn't help but hear a group of people talking. Those people were still talking non-stop until a student who knew Yu Song patted their shoulders and winked at them. And then, they kept silent as if nothing had happened. Yu Song's roommate Wang Dasai said, "Don't pay attention to them. This group of people just have nothing to do. I don't believe your sister and Zhao Heng have ever been engaged." "Yes, they have," Yu Song said. Wang Dasai was startled. Yu Song said seriously, "But Zhao Heng is not worthy of my sister. So our family called off the marriage." "But they said?" Wang Dasai was interrupted by another roommate, Li Yuanbao. When he was halfway through his words, Li Yuanbao winked at him. "Fool! How can you say that?" Wang Dasai shut his mouth in dismay. Yu Song said coldly, "Did they say that my sister's moral character was not good? So Zhao Shucai cancelled my sister's marriage?" Wang Dasai scratched his head. "Oh, don't take this to heart. It is said that everything is inferior. Only reading is superior." It was only when Yu Song came to the Imperial College that he realized how self-righteous these scholars were. They always looked like they were not afraid of heaven or earth, not greedy for money or power, and only cared about learning. At first, Yu Song admired them from the bottom of his heart. After getting along for a long time, he could see some of the ways. It was just that they said the grapes were sour because they could not eat them. They praised Zhao Heng only because Zhao Heng was educated. And they were all educated. It was the easiest to catch up with Zhao Heng in this regard. If they were asked to praise Yu Song, who was related to them, could they change their origins? Could they become a sister like Yuan? Could they have an uncle like Yu Shaoqing? Could His Majesty personally reward them with a mine? Yu Song, don't be angry anymore, Li Yuanbao advised him. "I won't," Yu Song said. Ever since he saw his sister humbly apologize to the teacher, he secretly vowed not to cause trouble for her again. Everyone favors Zhao Heng. Isn't it because Zhao Heng is the first in the Imperial College? When he is no longer the first, let's see who will still support him. Yu Song walked away with his bowl. "What's that boy's expression?" Li Yuanbao asked in confusion. Wang Dasai scratched his head. "I don't know. I just feel that his aura has suddenly become so strong." Yu Song clenched his fists. He wanted to surpass Zhao Heng. If one day didn't work, then 1 month. If 1 month didn't work, then 1 year. Year after year, he kept taking exams. One day, he would trample Zhao Heng, that bastard, into the mud. On the 5th day of July, the Imperial College gave a 2-day high-temperature holiday. Yuan and Yin Jiucha took him back to Lianhua village. As early as the first day when Yu Song's results came out, Yuan sent Jiang Hai to deliver the good news back to the village. The aunt was so excited that she couldn't sleep all night. She, who was always stingy, killed chickens and ducks for the first time and gave the workshop and the miners a good meal. Oh, Ah Xiang is here to wash clothes too. Early in the morning, Aunt Zhang squatted by the ancient well, beating clothes with a stick while greeting the aunt who came with a wooden basin. It was actually late now, and the good seats were all taken. The aunt usually didn't come so late. Come here. Aunt Zhang piled a small basin from her home into the big basin and made room for the aunt. The aunt squatted down pretentiously. Aunt Zhang asked her, "Why are you so late today?" "I didn't sleep well and got up late," the aunt said. Aunt Zhang teased her. "What's the matter?" The aunt rolled her eyes. "Xiaosong took the exam." "What place did you get in?" someone asked. The aunt proudly pointed a finger. "First place," Aunt Zhang exclaimed. Everyone saw that this stinky woman was not here to wash clothes. She was here to show off her son. It was time for her to show off. Xiaosong was such a disappointment in the past, and every family had scolded him. Now he went to study and did so well, which really brought honor to the Yu family. But to be honest, good people in the Yu family are rewarded. It is said that it was the son-in-law of the third room of the Yu family who sent Yu Song to study. When Mr. Yu brought an abandoned baby back, the villagers advised him not to bother with it because he couldn't even support it. However, Mr. Yu insisted on keeping the abandoned baby. When the abandoned baby grew up, the old man did not send his own son Dalang to study, but sent Sanlang instead. The villagers scolded him for being crazy, but Mr. Yu said that Dalang didn't like to study. Sanlang was smart, and he would have a promising future if he studied. But his family was in a difficult situation, so he returned to his hometown to farm after only a few years of study. What Dalang gave to Sanlang, Sanfang has now repaid him double. After hearing about Yu Song's achievements, the village head could not hide his emotion and said, "Yu Song, this kid has studied as much as his father." As Yu Song and Yin Jiuqiu and their young couple were talking, two carriages from the young master's mansion arrived one after the other. The drivers were Jiang Hai and Jiang Shuwu. Jiang Hai was a frequent visitor to Lianhua village, and the ants all recognized him. "Oh, isn't that Xiao Jiang?" Quihuer cried out. The ant took a closer look, and it was really Jiang Hai. Didn't Jiang Hai come just 2 days ago? He came again so soon? And with 2 carriages. The ant's heart began to beat violently. Soon she knew why her heart was beating so fast. She saw her youngest son, whom she had not seen for 2 months. Getting off the second carriage, Yu Song had grown taller and no longer had to work in the fields. He had become whiter, but also thinner than when he was working. He was wearing a sky blue gown, with a refined temperament and a handsome face. If it weren't for the bond between mother and son, the ant would not have dared to recognize this handsome little scholar as her own little bastard who robbed bird nests and set wildfires. Little, the ant came out to show off her son today. But when her son really showed up, she began to feel embarrassed again. She pinched the corner of her clothes and regretted wearing a plain dress in order not to distance herself from the villagers. If she had known earlier, she should have worn the newly bought bean green jacket, which would have made her look like a noble lady. Yu Song had already come to her while her thoughts were flying. The ant didn't know where to put the hand that she always used to hit him. "Mother!" Yu Song called her. The ant opened her mouth. This dumbfounded look made the ants and the ladies laugh so hard. You deserved to show off. Yu Song was not so sensitive. He just went to study for a few days and didn't go back to the village. He picked up the rack. He saw his mother's washing basin on the ground and bent down to pick it up. The ant woke up as if from a dream and stopped his hand. "Go away! How can I let you do it? Didn't I do it before?" Yu Song ignored his mother's obstruction and picked up the heavy basin. The ant started to joke again. The youngest son is still good. He knows how to love people. Who said that the youngest son was useless and wanted to give him to my family to raise? Didn't he send him to my family? And he said he would give it to you? Ah Xiang, this is your fault. How can there be 2 Su families? Everyone laughed again. The eldest ant hated these gossipers so much that she glared at them fiercely. Everyone laughed so hard that they fell backwards. The eldest ant held her youngest son's hand and walked away in shame and anger. On the other side, Yuan and Yin Jiuqiu also got off the car. The young couple was immediately attracted by the ant's attention. Country people have not been to school and cannot speak elegantly. For them to say, they just felt that the 2 of them were like fairies in the New Year paintings, making their village look like fairies. Ah Wan, Uncle Yin, Aunt Bai waved at the 2 of them. The villagers already knew that Master Wan was a pseudonym. His real surname was Yin. He was said to be a prince. They didn't understand what a prince was, but he was more powerful than an official in Beijing. He was very powerful. The villagers didn't like to call him a prince or a young master, but they liked to call him uncle. It sounded so intimate. He was not the uncle of the Yu family, but the uncle of their Lianhua village. Yin Jiuchao responded politely, with a rare smile on his cold face. This smile melted the hearts of the ants. Baby's mother, Xuanzi's father, and several farmers carrying hoes came over. The ants all said, "Get lost." The men who were inexplicably despised said, "Lotus Village has changed a lot." Even Yuan, who went back home every now and then, always felt this way. Yin Jiuchao could feel the changes in the village even more. The workshop now not only sells stinky tofu, but also salted eggs, preserved eggs, pickles, and other foods suitable for storage and sale. Preserved eggs are made with a recipe given by Yuan, and it is also an exclusive business, which is in short supply. The mine has entered the mining stage. Every day, the sound of ding-dong-dong can be heard from the mountain. The village does not have enough labor, so they recruited 100 or 200 people from other villages. With more people, the food also increased accordingly. The Yu family was too busy, so Yu Feng thought of a way to contract out the canteen. Of course, the fat water does not flow to outsiders, and the contract is also contracted to the villagers. The head of the village took over this job, and the money from selling meals every day was more than his annual income. Some elderly people who were idle at home also saw business opportunities. They could not do heavy work and did not have to take care of their grandchildren. The grandchildren all went to a Wei's house to study, so they cooked herbal tea at home and cut bitter melons to sell at the entrance of the village. They were not expensive, but they earned hard-earned money. However, there were too many people, and they were bought out by miners, who came down the mountain and small workers in the workshop every day. To put it bluntly, it was also because they had high wages, and did not have to save a few copper coins. As time went by, Lianhua village was about to become the village with the highest GDP in the surrounding area. Uncle Yin. Awan. All the villagers she met along the way called her that. Uncle Yin. Yuan curled her lips. It sounded nice. A 3-year-old boy ran over after a big yellow dog and fell down in front of Yin Jiuchao. His 2 dirty little hands subconsciously grabbed the hem of Yin Jiuchao's clothes, and a pair of black handprints instantly appeared on the spotless fabric. Yuan was really afraid that this guy with mysophobia would get angry. But Yin Jiuchao said nothing, just reached out and helped the kid up. It is said that serious men are the most attractive, but in her opinion, the way he stepped into the mortal world is really fascinating. The little guy is Aunt Zhang's grandson, named Go Hua. Go Hua stared at Yin Jiuchao blankly, drooling as he looked. Yuan's face darkened immediately. Don't drool over her husband. Soon, Go Hua's mother came over, saw the black handprint on Yin Jiuchao's clothes, picked up the kid and apologized for a long time. No problem, Yin Jiuchao said. Her husband is just good. Yuan smiled, exchanged a few words with Go Hua's mother, and then took her husband home. Yu Song had already asked Xuanzi and Ernie to go away, saying that it was not easy to come back, so they had to drink a few cups. The aunt was a little unhappy at first, worried that they would drink and hurt her son, who was studying. The uncle snorted. Don't worry. Xiao Song's drinking capacity is such that he would make them drunk every time. After studying for a few days, you have forgotten what kind of person your son is. This is true. Yu Song has been stealing Mr. Yu's wine since he was a child. He has an incredible drinking capacity. He is known in the village as a man who can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk or 10,000 cups without falling. The uncle said again, you should worry about Xuanzi and his friends. Don't let them get sick from drinking. The aunt slapped her thigh and went to Xuanzi's house. The house of the 3rd room was built, connected to the new house of the Ding family, and an iron gate was built. There was a big house behind it. Yu Shaoqing was supervising the excavation of the pit on the mountain. When he heard that his daughter was back, he put down his burden without saying a word and walked down the mountain at a brisk pace. After not seeing each other for a while, Yuan has changed a little. Her facial features have become more open and more like her mother. Naturally, she is more beautiful. She is less immature and more like a new wife. However, that is in front of others. In Yu Shaoqing's eyes and heart, her daughter will always be that delicate little girl. Awan. Dad. But it was Yin Jiuchao's voice. Yu Shaoqing's face darkened. Why is this boy here too? Jiang heard Yin Jiuchao's voice in the room and came out sickly. Unlike Yu Shaoqing's unhappiness. She really likes it. Alwan. Talk to your dad. Oh! Jiang smiled. Her son-in-law is hers. Xiao Taidan went to the village school, Awei's house, for class and would not be back until noon. Several fat boys also went to Awei's house. But the three of them did not study, but practiced martial arts. After throwing the fat boy off the roof and knocking people unconscious, and throwing him off the tree and knocking dogs unconscious, Wei no longer had any illusions about the three people's talent for light kung fu. Wei accepted the fact that his apprentice was useless very painfully. In this case, the path of kung fu was not feasible. Fortunately, the first villain of the Ghost Clan, in addition to his excellent kung fu, also had many other skills. For example, he was the youngest Gu master in the clan. Being a Gu master does not require martial arts. He decided to train his three useless apprentices to become the first Gu masters of the new generation. He wanted to teach them the most powerful Gu technique. And the first step was to find Gu. Gu is not born, but cultivated. The stronger the body, the more powerful the Gu worms raised. Wei took the three little apprentices up the mountain. See? This is a poisonous green worm. Its poison is enough to paralyze an adult's arm in half an hour. This is a 5-colored spider. If you are bitten by it, you will be unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. And this? Wei taught them everything he had learned in his life. You are not good at martial arts. Nor are you good at light work. You must learn the art of Gu well. Understand? The three little fat boys nodded cutely. Wei then began to teach them how to catch insects. Fortunately, they were not good at martial arts, but they were brave enough to catch poisonous insects. The next step is to raise Gu. The method is not difficult. Put these poisonous insects in a large jar and let them eat each other. The big poisonous creature that survives is the Gu worm. However, what made Wei collapse was that other people's poisonous insects were fighting each other. But the apprentice's poisonous insects lived in peace, and each one was fatter than the other. Wei's mouth twitched. Raising Gu doesn't work, then let's use Gu. It's not impossible to learn this. Like this. Wei, wearing silver gloves, threw it at Qing Yan. Qing Yan was instantly furious. You've put a curse on me again. You little brat. Have you learned it? Wei asked. The three little fat guys nodded. Go ahead. The little villains of the Ghost Clan. The three little villains went out with their jars full of murderous intent. Chapter 316 Three Little Black Eggs. A quarter of an hour later, Wei thought that half of the people in the village should have been bewitched. And he walked out of the door with a proud look on his face. Thank you. Debao. And Erbo and Xiaobao. Thank you too. As soon as Wei walked to the entrance of the village, he heard the voices of several aunts and sisters praising him. Wei was puzzled. And when he looked closely, he almost stumbled and fell. What was his little apprentice doing? He actually fed the fat poisonous insects to the chickens. The little fat boys fed all the chickens in the village, using the same method Wei used to poison them. Every time he threw, he hit the target. And the chickens were so happy. Wei, he wanted to die. Those poisonous insects were not the poisonous kings, but they were also raised by Wei with great effort. Moreover, fat attracts fat, and he raised them fat for his little apprentices. In the end, they were all ruined by the little fat boys. It is said that one thing can defeat another. Although the poisonous insects are poisonous, chickens can eat them. Wei was so distressed that he didn't want to talk to his apprentices. After the three little fat boys had poisoned all the chickens in the village, they returned home very happily. Yuan saw her son whom she had been thinking about day and night, and hurriedly hugged the three of them into her arms and kissed them. But she didn't know if it was her illusion. But she always felt that the three little guys were heavier than before. Not only heavier, but also darker. The white and tender little fat boys were exposed to the sun all day long, and they became three dark little black eggs. The little black eggs put their heads against their mother's arms and rubbed them affectionately. Yuan rubbed the little black heads of the three little black eggs and asked softly, "Do you miss mother?" "Yes." The three hugged Yuan's neck and refused to let go. "Mother misses you too. And father is here too." "Do you miss father?" Yuan smiled and looked at Yin Jiuchao, who was standing aside. Yin Jiuchao had a stinky face. The little black eggs pouted. "Humph. I don't want to." Yin Jiuchao's face darkened. Lunch was placed in the third room. Yu Xiaoqing and the eldest uncle cooked in person. And Yu Feng helped to cook a large table of delicious dishes. Women in other families cook. But it's the opposite in the Yu family. It's not for anything else. But the cooking skills of the women in the Yu family are not very good. It's okay to eat on weekdays. But the daughter and son-in-law can't be sloppy when they return home. Of course, this situation has become more and more sparse and common as the 3 little black eggs stay for a long time. The cooking of the great-grandfather is delicious. The cooking of the grandfather is delicious. And the cooking of the 2 grandmothers is terrible. Let's not talk about Zhang's cooking skills for now. But the cooking skills of the eldest aunt are not bad in the village. But who let the little black eggs have their mouths spoiled by the eldest uncle and Yu Xiaoqing? The 2 grown men cook for the little black eggs in different ways every day. And it's no wonder that the 3 of them are getting fatter and fatter. Xiao Taidan, Xiao Xinjin and the 3 little Haiden sat at the low table. The adults sat at the 8 immortal table. Jiang Hai and Jiang Xiuwu were called away by the young men in the village. And they were expected to drink a few cups of wine. The chefs in the young master's house were good. But the dishes cooked by my father and uncle still tasted more like home. A big bowl of boneless pork elbow was so delicious that Yuan wanted to swallow her tongue. The elbow was stewed until it was mushy. And the skin was trembling and shiny. Several children also liked it. Little Taidan knew how to take care of his sister and nephew. He peeled off the soft and glutinous elbow skin and put a piece in each bowl. He also shaved the bones and put them in his own bowl. The lean meat was also the best for them. I want more. After eating, Xiao Xinjin brought the bowl to Xiao Taidan. Xiao Taidan gave her a large piece of elbow meat and a piece of fish belly with fish bones removed. Is Brother Taidan good? Yes. Brother Taidan is the best. Xinjin likes Brother Taidan the most. And the second one is the eldest brother, and the second brother. Xiao Xinjin said vaguely. She was almost 4 years old, and spoke more and more fluently. Sometimes even the eldest aunt quarreled with her, and couldn't beat her. But the 3 little black eggs still couldn't speak. The 3 of them had many playmates. And the elders at home taught them to speak when they had nothing to do. Little Taidan learned to read to them what the old teacher taught him after he went to school, so that they could recognize many words. But they just wouldn't speak. Yuan planned to stay in the village with Yin Jioch for a few days. First, Lotus Village was beautiful and talented, and it was very suitable for recuperation. Second, they both missed their son. Obviously, compared with the empty young master's mansion, Lotus Village with Uncle Taidan, Aunt Xinjin, Master away, and countless little followers was more conducive to their son's happy growth. The court and the cabinet Yin Jioch asked for a long vacation. And the emperor thought he was just having fun. So he didn't say anything and agreed with a sigh. The 2 stayed in Lotus Village. Yu Song had Jiang Hai take him back to the Imperial College the next evening. As expected by his uncle, the gang of boys in the village made Yu Song drunk. Except for Jiang Hai. All the people at the table were drunk by Yu Song. Yu Song finally went back to his room to study for half an hour with a clear mind. The aunt secretly glanced at her son through the crack of the door and smiled from ear to ear. The eldest son is good at making money, and the second son is good at studying. Both sons have a promising future. At the end of July, Ing Shursan and Ing Lu returned from looking for medicine, and took it to the young master's mansion to prepare medicine for Old Chui. Old Chui did not expect that such a tricky medicine could be found so easily. He seemed to finally understand why concubine Su and her son could not beat Yin Jiocho. The ability of this guard alone was beyond the reach of ordinary masters. Old Chui immediately prepared a pill according to the prescription provided by concubine 1. Okay. Send it to your young master. Old Chui put the pill into Ing Lu's hand with an impatient expression. Ing Shursan was cold and ferocious, so he didn't dare to put it in. Only Ing Lu had a good temper and looked easy to get along with. Wait. Ing Shursan took the medicine bottle and poured out a pill. You take it first. You? Old Chui was so angry that his breathing stagnated. Do you suspect that I poisoned your young master? Ing Shursan said expressionlessly. After all, you were once concubine Su's man. I was once. But will I be for the rest of my life? Old Chui was furious. But he also understood that Ing Shursan was not someone who could be fooled. Old Chui glared at him fiercely. You deserve to be unable to marry at your age. With your temper. It would be strange if a girl likes you. Ing Lu wondered. What's wrong with Ing Shursan's personality? He's quite likable. Ing Shursan cleared his throat. Ahem. Old Chui certainly wouldn't poison Yin Jiochao. But the pills were for clearing toxins and had a laxative effect. Old Chui went to the toilet twice. But there was nothing unusual. Ing Shursan observed Old Chui for a day and a night, and only sent the pills to Yan Jiuchu after making sure they were correct. However, what was puzzling was that Yan Jiucha showed no signs of detoxification after taking the pills. Yuan suspected that she was not good at taking pulses. So she asked Ing Shursan to kidnap Old Chui. Old Chui was so horny that he foamed at the mouth and rolled his eyes all the way. He finally got off the horse. And without even taking a breath, he took Yan Jiucha's pulse. "How is it?" Yuan asked. Yu Shaoqing went to open a mine. Jiang went to visit Aunt Zhang. And Xiao tied in, and the 3 little black eggs were at Awei's house. There were only the young couple, and Ing Shursan and others in the huge house. So there was no need to be so reserved when talking. Old Chui stroked his beard and said thoughtfully, "It shouldn't be. I followed the steps and dosage on the prescription." Yuan paused. "Is the prescription wrong?" Old Chui shook his head, "Although I don't know what time is used for. Those herbs are indeed holy products for detoxification. Even for the poison curse that the prince once had, they are also effective. It's not that there is no reaction after taking it." What went wrong? While the few people were talking, Ing Shursan's ears moved, and he asked vigilantly, "Who?" "De La." The little black eggs poked their heads out and ran in cutely. Ing Shursan's expression relaxed. Soon, his brows furrowed again. Wait, when did his delicate and graceful little son turn into a little cold ball? Grandma. Awei returned to his home. Ing Shursan's vigilance was indeed not low. He almost discovered Awei just now. Of course, Awei was not eavesdropping on purpose. He was just sending a few little apprentices home. Who would have expected to hear such explosive news? Grandma. Listen to me. Awei entered the old man's room and interrupted the old man, who was preparing for class. The old man put down the 1,000 characters indifferently, glanced at him and said, "What do you want to do now?" This kid came to Lianhua village and didn't do a good thing. He couldn't catch the person he asked to catch. Yuan. And smashed the person he asked not to move into a pig-headed bag. The national teacher. The old man regretted bringing him out. Awei also knew that he had gotten into trouble, and he was always looking for an opportunity to make amends. Didn't he run into him? Grandma. I heard some big news. Awei puffed up his chest and told the news he heard at the Yu family in detail. He turned out to be cursed by the southern Xinjiang poison. No wonder he asked a Gu master to detoxify him. And he was also poisoned by time. From the tone of that person, it seems that the curse has been detoxified. Strange. That crappy third-rate Gu master can detoxify such a powerful curse. Awei spoke in a disjointed manner. The old man had to find the key points from his words. And combined with speculation, he had a rough idea of what happened. Yin Jiucha was cursed by the poison and time. The two poisons restrained each other, and they had been living in peace for many years. But the curse was detoxified not long ago, and the toxicity of time broke out completely. As for why the curse was lifted, the old man knew better than Awei. If the first time was an illusion, then his feeling would not be wrong in the many times he came into contact with Yuan afterwards. In addition, after lifting the curse of Nanjiang, the old man could almost conclude that the Gu King in Yuan's hand was the sacred object they gave to Nanzhao as a betrothal gift. So fate is really a very strange thing. In order to obtain the sacred object, the Nanzhao royal family sold the great princess. But after a lot of twists and turns, the sacred object actually fell into the hands of the great princess's daughter. Maybe this is the way of heaven. The old man suddenly wanted to see the expressions of those guys after they learned the truth. Grandma, did you listen to me? Awei asked him. The old man did not answer him, but called Qingyan. Grandma, you called me. Qingyan entered the house. The old man asked him, how much money have we earned? Qingyan thought for a moment and said, 50 taels. Awei earned 30 taels, and the remaining 20 taels were earned by the three of them together. Their monthly salary was 3 taels. Awei's was 10 taels. And they also worked part-time as miners. Awei did the most. Qingyan said, Grandma, if we earn another 2 months, we will have 100 taels, which should be enough for us to go home. The old man said, No, I have a better idea. 15 minutes later, Yuan was invited by Awei. Awei's family all worked at the Yu family. The old man was the teacher of the village school. Awei was the master of the little black eggs. Qingyan was the accountant, and Yuego was a mining expert. Yuan trusted this family very much. So when Awei invited her, She came without asking why. She never expected that the first sentence the old man said to her was, "The poison of time is not so easy to cure." Yuan was stunned and looked at the four people strangely. Awei said seriously, "I didn't eavesdrop on you on purpose. You were just too loud." So Ingshirsan's vigilance was not unreasonable. It was not only her son who appeared outside the house, but also Awei. However, the other party was so frank that Yuan didn't know what to say. The old man said calmly, "To be honest, we are not from the Central Plains. We sneaked into the Central Plains because we have a mission. Please forgive me for not being able to disclose the specific mission. I know how to detoxify time. If you don't mind, I can help you. But I need a reward." Yuan had long seen that this family was not simple. But they were all good people. So Yuan, like Yan Jiuqiao, did not mind their origins, compared with the shock brought by their frankness. Yuan was more surprised by the last two sentences. "Can you really detoxify time?" The old man said seriously, "I can't detoxify. But I know how to detoxify. Your prescription may be correct. But time is not enough with just the prescription. It needs a medicine." No wonder Wan Jiayi got the prescription from that group of people so easily. It turned out that the other party knew that it would be useless for her to get the prescription. Yuan collected her thoughts and asked, "What kind of medicine do you need?" The old man said calmly, "It's okay to tell you. Saint's blood, wizard's tears, fire Ganoderma, snow toad." Yuan muttered, "Are they really these things?" The old man frowned. "Have you heard of it? This is the secret of the ghost tribe in southern Xinjiang." Yuan held her chin and said, "It's all over the tea house." The old man who wanted to show off, thinking of something. Yuan frowned and said, "But I heard that the first two are no longer available." The old man who wanted to fool him. "How come this girl knows everything? Is it so difficult to cheat these days?" The old man took a deep breath and said earnestly, "Everything depends on human effort. If you don't look for it, how do you know that you won't find it? Maybe you really have such an opportunity." These words almost touched Yuan's heart. That's right. How do you know if you don't try? Even if you really can't find it. There is no worse result than this. Yuan felt that her confidence was unprecedentedly boosted. She looked at the old man and said sincerely, "Grandpa Wei, you are so kind. The little girl is so easy to deceive." The old man was secretly delighted and his face was calm. "These things are all in southern Xinjiang. We need to go to southern Xinjiang." Yuan looked him up and down. "Are you going there in person?" "Of course. How can I go home if I don't go?" The old man said. "The terrain in southern Xinjiang is complicated. I must take you there in person to find it. In addition, two things are needed in case of emergency. One is the worry-free grass in the extremely cold land, and the other is the sulfur stone at the top of the extremely hot land. These two things are not difficult to find. The two guards around your husband can take on this task." I said Ing Shirsan and Ing Luowei at once. "I am so smart." Yuan thought it was feasible. The old man asked Yuan for 1,000 taels of silver as a reward, and he would pay after the task was completed. If he could not find the 4 medicinal leads, he would not take a penny. You should know that the southern Xinjiang Gu master offered a price of 100,000 gold in one go, and asked for a deposit of 50,000 before treating her. However, Awei's family accompanied her through mountains and rivers, and did not charge a single cent for the deposit. This is simply a kind heart of a bodhisattva. If it were someone else, Yuan would have suspected that they had some intentions. But Awei's family are all good people. They must really want to help her. "Old man, you think too much. We just want to get some money to go home. And by the way, kidnap you to the ghost tribe. And then your mother will be ours." "Okay. It's settled. I'll go back and discuss the departure date with my husband," Yuan said, and turned to leave the house. Qing Yan asked in confusion, "Grandma, do you really want to help them find medicinal herbs?" The old man said, "Anyway, we will pass by Nanshao on the way back to the tribe. So let's find them, the fire Ganoderma and snow toad. When we find these two things, they will definitely believe us more. Then we can tell them that the inheritance of the saint and the wizard is in the ghost tribe, and they will definitely follow us without hesitation." Qing Yan clapped his hands. "Great. It's really great." That night, Yuan came again and told them that the date of departure was set. Just 3 days later, several people hurriedly began to pack up. The old man stopped Awei. "You don't have to pack. You stay." Awei was puzzled. "Why?" The old man said, "To look after the house." "Awei? Will Awei really stay to look after the house?" Chapter 317 Black-Bellied Fat Boy. Domineering Yuan. Yuan's process of persuading Yin Jiuchao was not so smooth. According to Yuan's original plan, she took Fuling, Zhisu, Jianhai, and went on the road with Wei's family. Yin Jiuchao stayed in Lianhua village to wait for her news. Yin Jiuchao stroked the little snow fox on his leg and asked calmly, "They asked Ying Shisan and Ying Lu to find medicinal materials?" "That's right." Yuan nodded. "Forget-me-not in the extremely cold land. Sulfur stone at the top of the extremely hot land." Yin Jiuchao looked at Old Chui. Old Chui understood and nodded. These two medicinal materials do have the effect of detoxification. But in this way, Ying Shisan and Ying Lu are not with Yuan. Yuan is simple-minded. Yin Jiuchao has been licking blood on the edge of a knife for 20 years. He knows that people's hearts are unpredictable. He sent away his most trusted secret guard. God knows what this family is planning. If you don't go, the poison can't be detoxified. If I go, I will worry about who will be the one. Yuan walked around to him, squatted down, and looked up at him. "Do you know? At the beginning, my uncle's leg was lame, and no one believed that he could cure it. He himself didn't believe it. But I wanted to cure him. As a result, you saw that he really got better. And your curse. At that time, I didn't even know how to detoxify it. But I just thought it could be cured. So it was cured. Right? This time, we even know what the medicine is. What reason is there not to find it?" Yin Jiuchao sighed softly. "Have you always been so stubborn?" Yuan lowered her head and buried her face in his palm. "Yes. I have always been so stubborn. It's too late for you to regret it." "Who said I regretted it?" Yin Jiuchao turned his face away, and the palm of his hand pressed by her face was hot. Yuan raised her head and looked at him with curved eyebrows. "Then I will take it as your agreement." "Well, if she can't find it after going, this girl should give up." "I have a condition," Yin Jiuchao said. "You say?" Yuan looked at him with eyes wide open. "I'll go with you," Yin Jiuchao said. Yuan shook her head. "No. The journey is too tiring for your body." Yin Jiuchao said. "Then don't go either." Yuan was about to open her mouth. Yin Jiuchao continued, "I am your husband. The husband is the leader of the wife. You have to listen to me." There was no room for negotiation. So Yuan had to agree to go with him. However, Yuan also suggested that he should listen to her for food, clothing, housing and transportation on the road. This was a small matter, and Yin Jiuchao agreed. For the old man, it didn't matter if there was another Yin Jiuchao, because the extra money didn't count towards his. This matter was happily decided. Yuan found her father and mother, and didn't tell them that Yin Jiuchao was poisoned and they were going to find an antidote. She just said that something went wrong in Yincheng, and they had to go back to the Prince of Yan's mansion. Wei's family went back to their hometown to worship their ancestors and also went south. So they simply went together. Old Chui was brought along secretly. He was alone and often didn't come back for months to collect herbs. No one suspected why he suddenly disappeared. The 3 little black eggs left Yuan in Lianhua village. Before leaving, Yuan said goodbye to her son. "Dad and Mom are going out for a while. Listen to Grandpa and Grandma, and practice martial arts with Wei. Okay?" The 3 little black eggs hugged their mother's neck, and reluctantly let go for a long time. "Take good care of the house. When we get to the tribe, we will send you a pigeon message. When you tell her the news, she will follow you back obediently." The old man gave Wei a serious order. In fact, it didn't matter whether Wei stayed or not. As long as Yuan entered the ghost tribe, that woman would find him anyway. But Wei was too troublesome, and he must not be allowed to do bad things again. The old man, Xing Yin, and Yugo resolutely stepped on the carriage to leave the village. The village school could not be stopped, so Yuan left a letter to Bai Tang, asking her to help find a temporary teacher and accountant. On a sunny morning, the group left the village in a mighty manner. On a dark and windy night, Wei also drove the carriage out of the village. Want to leave him behind? Ha! Can't he go back by himself? He doesn't want to stay in this place where chickens don't lay eggs and birds don't shit to be a teacher for 3 little losers. He's had enough. Humph! The 3 little black eggs climbed onto the carriage and sat on the stools obediently. Wei opened the curtain and put away the dry food. The 3 little black eggs were too dark and blended into the night. Wei didn't see them. Wei whipped the whip and the carriage sped away. Wei was in a good mood. He finally got rid of those little bastards. Woo ha ha! In August, The capital gradually became cooler after the fall. But Qinghe town was still as hot as summer. 3 carriages stopped in front of an inn that had been in disrepair for a long time. The owners of the carriage were none other than Yin Jiuche and Yuan, who had traveled thousands of miles. They had entered the territory of southern Xinjiang through Wancheng 2 days ago. Because they did not have a pass to southern Xinjiang, it was inconvenient to take the official road. So they took a small road instead, which delayed them for some time. Qinghe town is a small border town in southern Xinjiang. It is poor and backward, and the government has lax control. It is the most suitable place for people without a pass to stay. There are 3 carriages. Yuan and Yin Jiucha are sitting in the carriage driven by Jiang Hai. Zisu and Fu Ling are sitting in the carriage driven by Qin Yin. And Yugo's carriage is the last, with the old man and Lao Tsuedo sitting in it. Prince Yin is not short of money. He has stayed in the most luxurious hotels along the way. However, Qinghe town is poor. This Yulian is the best inn in the town, but it is still shabby. Yin Jiuche and Yuan got off the carriage. I'll go ask if there are any rooms available. Zisu entered the inn, walked to the counter, and asked the dozing shopkeeper, "Are there any guest rooms? We want to stay overnight." The shopkeeper hit the table with a chicken pecking at rice, and was instantly awakened by the pain. He rubbed his forehead and looked at Zisu and said, "What?" Zisu repeated, "Are there any guest rooms?" If there were no rooms, they left. After a whole day's journey, the prince and the princess were exhausted. The shopkeeper glanced at Zisu, who was well-dressed, well-mannered, and had a silver hairpin on her head. The shopkeeper smiled and said, "How many rooms do you want?" Zisu said, "4 rooms, 3 upper rooms, and 1 lower room." The shopkeeper waved his hand impatiently. "What upper and lower rooms? There are only 2 rooms. You can stay there if you want." During this journey, Zisu was used to seeing all kinds of faces. The places that only do business once and have no worries about no customers had the worst attitudes. She didn't say anything and went out to report to Yuan. "Madam, there are only 2 rooms left, and I guess they are not upper rooms." When they were out, in order to conceal their identities, Yin Jiucha was the young master. Yuan was the lady. The old man was the housekeeper. Lao Tsuedo was the servant. Qin Yin and Yugo were guards. And Zisu and Fuling were still maids. Yuan looked at the gradually darkening sky and said, 2 rooms. 2 rooms. I just asked so many inns, and they are all full. The next one will probably be the same. Okay, I'll go book a room." Zisu took the silver and asked the shopkeeper for the only 2 remaining rooms. The 2 rooms are not in the same room, and there is a room in the middle. They will only stay for 1 night and set off tomorrow morning. Yugo and Qin Yin helped the 2 maids to move the luggage, mattresses, pillows, etc. off the carriage. Even when Prince Yin was away from home, he had to use the cleanest things. Yuan and Yin Jiucha slept in 1 room. The 2 maids slept on the floor, and the remaining men squeezed into 1 room and also slept on the floor. The food in the inn was almost oily, and the ingredients were not fresh. Others could make do with it, but the prince, who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, could not. Of course, Yuan was reluctant to let her husband down. Yuan felt his pulse, asked him to take a pill to temporarily suppress the toxicity, and said, "I'm going to buy some food. Don't walk around." Yin Jiuchao glanced at her coldly. "Yuan, watch your tone. This young master is not a child." Yuan smiled indulgently. Yes, you are not a child. You are my husband." "Humph." Yin Jiucha turned his face away proudly. Yuan pulled a thin blanket to cover him. It was hot, but he was a little cold. Yuan left the house. Coincidentally, at this time, a monk in green clothes and a hat came towards them. The 2 bumped into each other. Yuan turned left, trying to get away from him, but he also turned left. Yuan then turned right, but he also turned right. This repeated several times, but they couldn't get away, and the 2 stopped at the same time. Now, no one moved. Yuan waited for him to move, and he was also waiting for Yuan to move. Yuan took a deep breath. Finally, he spoke first. "Madam, please go first." The voice sounded very young. Yuan nodded lightly, took a step to the left and passed him. Then he entered the room between them. The little episode did not affect Yuan's mood. After Yuan left the inn, she smelled the delicious aroma. Yuan bought 30 scallion pancakes and 3 pounds of pork elbow. In Beijing, One scallion pancake is as big as 2 here. And 1 pork elbow is more than 5 bowls here. She also bought 5 baskets of white flour buns and 10 boxes of special snacks in the town. Send it to Yuan. Yuan paid half of the copper coins. The rest, you can give it to me when you deliver it. Then Yuan went to buy some fresh fruits. When she returned to the inn, the previous things had been delivered to Yuan and Yin Jiuqiu's guest room. And Zisu settled the rest of the bill. The taste was okay. The scallion pancake was a bit greasy. The pork elbow was fragrant. And the steamed bun was just okay. But it was delicious when dipped in the pickles made by the uncle. Everyone had dinner. Zisu and Fu Ling took the bowls and chopsticks away and brewed a pot of tea brought from the young master's mansion for everyone. The old man took a sip of tea slowly and said, "Qing Yan, bring the map." Qing Yan took out a sheepskin roll from his bag and spread it out to be a map of southern Xinjiang. However, this map was different from the official map. Some things were not marked on the official map, such as military secrets and undeveloped areas. But this sheepskin roll had everything. Yuan was once again a little curious about the identities of the few people. But she didn't ask. She would know when she should know. Otherwise she would not know if someone lied. Yin Jiuqiu sat nonchalantly on the official hat chair covered with tiger skin, rubbing a lazy little snow fox. The old chair with peeling paint made him look like a dragon throne. The old man pointed to a place on the map. "We will go to Xiqing next, where we will get a pass for you guys. And then we will officially enter Nanzhao. The southern border is vast. The largest country is Nanzhao. But there are also many scattered small tribes. For example, Qinghe town where they are located belongs to a small tribe called Guotian. But because it has long surrendered to Nanzhao, it is actually considered Nanzhou's territory. It's just that you can't get a pass for Nanzhao here. So many people still regard Xiqing as the real border of Nanzhao. Are the 4 things we need all in Nanzhao?" Yuan asked. "The fire Ganoderma and the snow toad are in Nanzhao. This is the truth. The saint's blood and the wizard's tears are not clear yet. This is also the truth. But soon, this sentence will become in the ghost clan. Of course, that is after getting the fire Ganoderma and snow toad. In order to gain Yuan's trust, the old man will spare no effort to find medicinal materials for Yin Jiuqiu." The old man said again, "West City is 100 miles away from Qinghe town. It's best for us to get there before dark. Don't be busy tonight. Rest early, and set off early tomorrow." Caw! There was a sound of dead leaves being crushed outside the corridor. Ordinary people couldn't hear it, but the room was full of masters. Jiang Hai and Qing Yan exchanged glances and laughed disdainfully. "You little minions, dare to touch the tiger's whiskers." After nightfall, several people rested in their respective rooms. "The quilt is our own. Clean," Yuan whispered, covering Yin Jiuqiu with the quilt, and put her arm on his waist. Yin Jiuqiu took a deep breath. Yuan, sleep." Yin Jiuqiu looked at the arm that hugged him tightly, closed his eyes helplessly, and fell asleep. Zisu and Fu Ling slept on the floor, and the little snow fox covered itself with its little tail and curled up on Yin Jiuqiu's pillow. In the middle of the night, a burst of fine footsteps came slowly. The little snow fox pricked up its ears and opened its bright eyes. 2 figures were reflected on the window paper. The little snow fox slid over and stopped on the table in front of the window. There was a hole in the window paper, and a small bamboo tube stretched out. The little snow fox looked at the bamboo tube strangely and blocked it with his little paw. The waiter who was blowing the bamboo tube did not blow it at all, and subconsciously took a breath and hit the window with a bang. The noise was too loud, and it was impossible to fool them. The 2 of them simply broke the jar and pushed open the window, intending to jump in from the windowsill. They had already figured out that the young couple was the boss of the group. There were 4 people in the room. 3 of them were women, so they were not to be feared. The only male owner was still a sickly person, and he would not be their opponent. As long as the 2 of them controlled them, they would control everyone in the other guest room. Ideals are beautiful, but unfortunately, they underestimated the strength of the people in the room. The little snow fox scratched over with a paw and slapped one of the waiters away. Fu Ling also woke up. He walked over and grabbed another waiter by the collar and slammed him against the wall. "Ah!" Zisu screamed in fear. The huge noise woke up all the guests, but no one dared to come out to watch the excitement. The thugs of the inn rushed over with wooden sticks. A quick count showed that there were more than 20 people. Jiang Hai and Qing Yan rushed out as early as when they were discussing tomorrow's plan. They knew that someone was eavesdropping on them. They were not Loki along the way, and they had attracted countless waves of thieves with ill intentions. It was just a black shop, but they didn't take it seriously. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, the thugs were beaten to a pulp, kneeling on the ground with bruises all over their bodies and begging for mercy. Great hero, spare me. Great hero, spare me. We are blinded by greed. I hope you two great heroes will spare us this time. We will never dare to do it again. The leading thug kowtowed heavily. His subordinates followed suit and kowtowed one after another. As the saying goes, if you walk by the river, you will get your shoes wet. They have been running a black shop for so many years and have done countless crimes. But in the end, they were caught by a group of people without a pass. The guests now have the courage to come out and watch the fun. In fact, small businesses and black shops are looked down upon. At most, they just charge a sky-high price and collect some money. It is because Yin Jioch and his group look like suckers that they want to rob them. However, they did not expect that the other party is tough, and even a big and strong man can fight so well. Sir, madam, Jiang Hai asked the two masters for instructions. Yin Jiochao snorted. Yuan said, let them hand over the silver. Don't keep even a copper coin. If you keep one, I'll chop off one of your hands. Chapter 318 God of Wealth, Ninth Brother. Nanjiao God General. If she had reported to the authorities in the capital of the Great Zhou, Yuan would have reported to the authorities. However, in a place like Qinghe Town, there might have been a den of officials and bandits. If they were not careful, their identities would be exposed. Jiang Hai grabbed a few thugs to extort silver, and they really didn't leave a single penny behind. Yuan thought that they had overheard that they had no pass. So she took out a bottle of pills and asked Jiang Hai to force them to take them one by one. The effect of this poison is 1 month. I will send you the antidote after 1 month. If you dare to report to the authorities before then, be careful of your lives. Don't worry, lady. We absolutely dare not. The thugs swore solemnly. Yuan didn't put the chips in the hands of a few unscrupulous thieves, but just to scare them temporarily. When they entered the West City and changed their identities, it would be too late to report to the authorities at the inn. Yuan asked Jiang Hai to throw the thugs out of the house. After watching the excitement, the guests returned to their rooms. The only person who remained silent in the entire inn was the monk next door. His door had never been opened since the beginning. It was unknown whether he slept too soundly or he didn't care about the excitement here. The first time they encountered robbery was not long after leaving Lianhua town. They didn't have time to catch up with the next city, so they had to camp in the open air and were attacked by a group of robbers in the middle of the night. Zisu was scared to death and threw herself into the arms of Fu Ling, who had always looked down on her. Trembling, Jiang Hai solved the group of robbers in a few moves. Once, there was a second time, and a third time. From the initial scare, Zisu can now fall asleep immediately after being scared. Needless to say, the rest of the people slept better than each other. At dawn, several people got up. The inn cooked a large table of good wine and food to entertain them. Everyone ate well, packed their luggage and set off. Today was a good day, with no wind or rain, and the sun was not too bright. The 3 carriages arrived at the West City unimpeded. There is a market outside the West City, and the unknown black market is hidden in the market, and the fake pass is in the black market. Madam, no. Second young master, your beard has fallen off. Zisu pointed at Yuan's 2 fake beards. After leaving Qinghe town, Yuan changed into men's clothes, one for convenience, and the other in case the group of people in the inn reported to the authorities and recognized the couple. The fake beard kept falling off, so Yuan simply stopped sticking it on and took it off and gave it to Zisu. Jiang Hai looked at the dark crowd in front of him and said to Yuan and Yin Jiochao, the 2 young masters are waiting for me in the carriage. Qingyan and I will be back soon. After that, he got off the carriage and walked towards the study where the pass was issued with Qingyan. Qingyan didn't lead the way deliberately, but he found that Jiang Hai didn't go the wrong way either. He looked Jiang Hai up and down and said, have you been here before? Jiang Hai didn't say anything. Qingyan had already seen that this guy's martial arts skills were higher than his. He couldn't be a thug that could be bought by a boy. He was probably someone else. He didn't know why he came to Yuan's side. You'd better not have any second thoughts about madam, Qingyan warned. Jiang Hai glanced coldly. You should leave this to yourselves. Qingyan narrowed his eyes. Jiang Hai ignored him, and went straight into the study. This study was a shady business. And the most profitable one was the road permit. The censorship in Nanzhao was more than 10 times stricter than that in Dazhou. It was easy to be arrested if you walked on the street without a road permit. But the road permit in Xiqing was not so easy to get. After entering the study, Jiang Hai walked straight to the counter and looked at the shopkeeper, who was concentrating on the abacus, and said, "There are tall trees in the south. And you can't stop thinking about it." Qing Yan looked sideways. The shopkeeper raised his head calmly. "The wrong firewood." Jiang Hai said, "You can't stop thinking about it. These sentences are not coherent. Otherwise, they would not have become a code." Qing Yan folded his arms. And he even knew this. This kid is not simple. There were many people applying for road permits today. The huge underground attic was crowded with people queuing up. This was not surprising. Xiqing was the first city on the Nanzhao border. The streets were prosperous, and the commerce was developed. Many merchants from the surrounding areas wanted to go to Xiqing to make money. However, the number of genuine road permits was limited, and the price was extremely expensive. Therefore, many people went to the black market. The two of them lined up and finally got in. But the price stumped them. "What did you say? 100 taels per person?" Qing Yan stared. "I only paid 10 taels last time. How come it has increased tenfold?" The guy who collected the money said, "That was the price a few months ago. Now Xiqing is in a tight spot, and it is not easy to enter. If you are not in a hurry, come back in a few days." The implication was that the price would come down after the storm. Jiang Hai frowned and said, "What happened in Xiqing? Why is it so tense?" The man said, "How should I know? Anyway, I just got the news that the inspection is stricter. Fake pass cannot be passed. We have to give you real pass. But real pass is not easy to get. If the government finds out, the original owner of the pass will also go to jail." Qing Yan and Jiang Hai frowned deeply. There are 8 people in their group, and each person has 100 taels, which means 800 taels. Money is secondary. Yin Jiucha is not short of money, but 8 real pass. And the age and gender must basically match. This is not a problem that 800 taels can solve. As expected, when Jiang Hai asked for a pass for 8 families, the waiter refused without a second thought. "If we charge more money in normal times, we can do it for you. But not now. You either go back or ask someone else." Going back is not an option. They are still waiting to find an antidote for Yin Jiuchao. If they can't even enter the West City, let alone the imperial capital in the future. Fire Ganoderma and Snow Toad are all in the imperial capital. "What should I do?" Jiang Hai said. Qing Yan glared at him. "You ask me. Who should I ask?" Jiang Hai frowned and said, "Go to another store. They are not the only one who issues pass in the black market. Of course, they are the biggest. If even they don't have it, the chances of others are probably even slimmer. But they have to try anyway." Yuan and Yin Jiuchao were sitting in the carriage waiting for news. They waited for half a day until their legs were sore. But there was no sign of Jiang Hai and Qing Yan. They thought they were delayed by the pass. So Yuan wanted to get off the carriage and take a walk, and visit the palace. Zisu and Fu Ling had been there, so they stayed to watch the carriage. The couple got off the carriage. After changing into men's clothes, Yuan looked younger, like a teenager of 14 or 15 years old, with delicate features, and a lively and smart appearance. When she stood next to Yin Jiuchao, she looked like a pair of fairies descending to the earth, which attracted many people's attention. The little snow fox also wanted to get off the carriage for a walk. As soon as it jumped out, Zisu caught its 2 little paws. "Okay. Don't go. Stay in the carriage obediently. I want to pee too." Zisu brought a small jar. "Be good. Pee." The little snow fox covered its face with its paws. So shy. Yuan and Yin Jiuchao went to an inn. Yuan's day was coming, so it was inevitable that she would dawdle for a while. Unexpectedly, when she returned to the lobby of the inn, she saw Yin Jiuchao surrounded by several beautiful women. Yin Jiuchao's appearance is not inferior to that of the beautiful women in southern Xinjiang. It is not surprising that someone covets his beauty, but it is a bit too much to seduce him in broad daylight. A woman in green, with a veil, slowly sat down beside Yin Jiuchao, picked up the teapot on the table, and poured a cup of tea for Yin Jiuchao, and said with a seductive look, "Where are you from? Young master? Why haven't I seen you before?" Yin Jiuchao ignored her. "Oh, young master, you have a bad temper. You ignored my sister when she talked to you. The woman with a pink veil on the side spoke in a shady tone. The woman who was called sister was not upset. She leaned towards Yin Jiuqiao with a smile and said, I think you are from another place. Do you want to enter the city? It is not easy to enter the West City now. But if you make me your friend, I promise to send you in safely. As she spoke, she was about to reach out her hand to touch Yin Jiuqiao's face. But she was held back by a cold hand halfway. Who wants to make friends with you? Yuan said coldly. Dare to touch her husband? No way. The woman's face darkened, and she tried to pull her hand back. But she couldn't. She turned her head with a cold face. And the moment she saw Yuan, the haze in her eyes instantly dissipated. Hey? Where is this young man from? So handsome. Yuan said lightly. Handsome is not yours. Get out of here if you know what's good for you. The woman's eyes flashed suspiciously, and she met Yuan's eyes again. Yuan threatened. Still looking? Dig out your eyes. The woman's figure shook, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Yuan let go of her hand. Get out now. The woman looked at Yuan with fear, turned around and left with her sisters. But when she passed by Yuan, her fingertips moved imperceptibly. Yuan seemed not to check. The group walked to the door of the inn, and the woman looked back at Yuan. Yuan said unhappily, Do I have to beat you? A trace of surprise and resentment flashed across the woman's face, and she left without looking back. Yuan then picked up a trembling little poisonous insect and put a poison on her. I'm afraid she didn't know that she had a king of 10,000 poisons in her hand. It is said that 9 out of 10 people in southern Xinjiang are poisoned. And even 3-year-old children know how to poison others. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems that there must be a reason for the rumor. Those women looked weak and helpless, but they put poison on her at once. It was her luck. If it was someone else, wouldn't she have been fooled by her? That person also used charm on you just now, Yin Jiuqiao said casually. Really? Yuan didn't notice this, but when she thought about it carefully, the other party kept staring at her eyes just now. And it turned out that he didn't just think she was pretty. Yin Jiuqiao shook his head, wanting to say something but stopping. The poison is useless, and the charm is useless. Anyone who messes with this girl will be really angry to death. Thinking of something, Yuan asked, Did she also use her charm on you? You didn't look at her all the time. Are you afraid of being tricked by her? Yin Jiuqiao looked at Yuan as if he was looking at a little fool, and gave the answer, She is ugly. Yuan, it seems that whoever messes with you will be really angry. Sir, husband, second master, Zisu entered the inn, secretly annoyed that she could never change her words. Yuan looked at her and said, What's wrong? You also come to the toilet? Zisu blushed and said, No. It's because Brother Jiang and Brother Qinyan have settled the matter. Yuan nodded. Then let's go. Jiang Hai and Qinyan did get the pass, but the price was not small, spending a full 1,000 taels, which was almost 10 times the market price. But they were in a hurry to find the antidote, and couldn't afford to haggle over money. Well, 1,000 is 1,000. The rich man Yin didn't even raise his eyelids, although Yuan felt a little pained. She thought that she was now a mine owner, so why would she care about 1,000 taels of silver? Several people took their own passes, wrote down the information on the passes, and headed for the city gate. The pass clerk did not exaggerate. The security in West City was indeed stricter than before. Those who did not believe in evil and tried to get through with fake passes were all caught by the guards. Some were interrogated on the spot, and some were taken to prison. The young couple's carriage was in the front. Jiang Hai handed over the 3 people's passes without changing his expression. The guards asked some information, and Jiang Hai and Yuan answered accurately. The guards made a gesture to let them pass, except for Zisu, who was a little nervous. Everyone else took out their passes calmly. Zisu was born pretty, and her nervousness looked like shyness in the eyes of the guards, but they let her pass smoothly. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Entry was the most difficult. Once they passed the stage, they would be able to reach the imperial capital smoothly, as long as nothing unexpected happened. Everyone seemed to have seen the fire Ganoderma and the snow toad waving at them. However, as the group was looking for an inn to stay in with great anticipation, the guards guarding the city suddenly rode up on horseback, tightened the reins to block their way, and said, Someone reported you for stealing the pass. Now follow me back to the government office. This was really a disaster from heaven. The guards did not find any clues, but someone reported it out of thin air. Who is so wicked? Qinyan tightened the reins, Yuan lifted the curtain and looked behind the guards. Under a big tree not far away, there stood several beautiful women. Weren't they the group that seduced her and Yin Jiuchao in the end just now? The green-dressed woman in the lead seemed to have seen Yuan. She smiled at Yuan and said a few words silently with her lips. Yuan understood. She said, "If you don't accept the toast, you will be punished." The 3 carriages went separately. The group of women didn't know that they were in the same group. They only reported Yuan and Yin Jiuchao. So the guards only took away the young couple and Jiang Hai. The driver. "Grandma," Qing Yin said. The old man said calmly, "Don't talk. Don't look back. Pretend nothing happened. And think of a way after dark." Qing Yin gritted his teeth and resisted the urge to rob the prisoner's car. Yugo also drove the carriage without looking away. Zisu sat in Yugo's carriage, almost crying in anxiety, and fully covered her mouth. At this moment, a breeze blew and shook the curtain beside Zisu. "Oh, sister, look, is that the little maid who just walked with them?" Zisu went to the inn to call Yuan and Yin Jiuchao. And the sisters, who were secretly paying attention to their movements, saw it. The woman in green narrowed her eyes. "If you hadn't said it, I would have forgotten that there is still a fish that slipped through the net. Maybe they are all in the same group." The old man and Qing Yin's carriage were also targeted by the woman in green. The woman in green was about to report it, when suddenly a huge team escorted a carriage from the side street. The man in the carriage was of noble status, so that the guards guarding the city, the people along the street, and even the woman in green herself all knelt down respectfully. "Who is that?" a young man who just entered the city asked. The old man beside him whispered, "It's General Hellion." "Isn't General Hellion dead?" the young man asked. The old man said, "Oh, it's not General Hellion. It's General Hellion, the Nanzhao God General. Hellion Baiming. Hellion Baiming, the current head of the Hellion family. Hellion Qi's cousin, is a legend on the battlefield who is invincible like Xiao Shinting. The only flaw is that he was obsessed with practicing martial arts in his early years and injured his meridians. Now he can't practice martial arts. He has no offspring. Hellion Qi, the second house, died in a confused manner as the next heir to the head of the family. However, Hellion Qi still has a son. 100 years after Hellion Baiming, the position of the head of the family will most likely be handed over to his legitimate nephew. It is said that Hellion Baiming appeared in Xiqing this time to take his nephew back to the imperial capital. It was also because of his appearance that the security in West City became so strict, in order to prevent the suspect from colliding with the general. The guards tightly blocked Yuan and the other 2 behind them. Hellion Baiming's carriage passed by. Qing Yin had never seen the general of Nanzhao in his life. He looked at the carriage curiously. It was also his luck that the curtain was blown open. But I don't know if it was Qing Yin's illusion. I always felt that the profile was familiar. Grandma? He wanted Grandma to see it too. But the carriage had already gone far away. Chapter 319, The Clever Snow Fox. First encounter with the God General. At dusk, Yin Jiuchao and his party were taken to the prison of the West City Government Office. Today, there was a banquet at the City Lord's Mansion, and the officials of the government office went to the banquet early, resulting in no one to try the prisoners who were in prison today. So they had to be locked up first. Yin Jiuchao had never been to prison in his life, so it was quite fresh. The Nandao prison was the same as the Great Zhou, divided into water prison, sky prison and underground prison. The water prison was a place for torturing people, usually used to imprison stubborn people who did not confess their crimes. The sky prison was used to imprison royal relatives. As for common people like them who bought fake travel permits, they were generally imprisoned in the underground prison. However, the underground prison was also divided. The deeper the prison was, the heavier the crime was. The prisoners at the door were usually lighter. It was reasonable that they had not been convicted yet, and should not be put in the underground prison immediately. But there was no one to try them, so they had to be thrown in first. After the guards handed over more than 10 prisoners whose passes were suspicious, they returned to the city gate to continue their work. The jailer led the group to the torture chamber and took out a pair of handcuffs. "Okay, give me your hands." Before he finished speaking, he heard 2 clicks. It turned out that a new prisoner took the handcuffs on the table and put them on. "Jailer, how much does he want to be handcuffed?" Since he was handcuffed, this pair was redundant. The jailer turned around and hung the handcuffs back on the wall. But in the blink of an eye, when he turned around and planned to take out the prison uniform to scare them, The prison uniform cabinet had been opened by the brother wearing handcuffs. The brother quickly changed into a clean prison uniform and did not forget to put on the leg cuffs. Well, the leg irons are for serious criminals. Do you need to wear them just because you bought a fake road citation? And the prison uniform. Damn. Why are you wearing it when you haven't been convicted yet? Yin Jiuqiao looked down at his outfit and was quite satisfied. The jailer said again. The others saw the young man, who was accompanying him, put on the prison uniform and handcuffs and leg irons, and followed suit. After a while, more than a dozen suspects were all dressed up except Jiang Hai and Yuan. The jailer wanted to show his power, but had nowhere to do it. You really don't have to be so self-conscious. The prisoners were divided into male and female. Yuan, who was dressed as a man, was taken to the male prisoner's place with Yin Jiuqiao and Jiang Hai as a man. But they were not in the same cell. Yuan and Yin Jiuqiao were separated by one cell, and Jiang Hai was a little further away, separated by 3 or 4 cells. Yuan was really glad that she had disguised herself as a man. Otherwise she would not be able to guard Yin Jiuqiao, and she would be worried. Although there was a cell between them, she could hear Yin Jiuqiao's steady breathing with her hearing ability, and she felt relieved. After leaving the Great Zhou, she found that there were always people better than her. In the Great Zhou, he was the Prince of Yinqing, second only to the Emperor, and no one dared to touch him, let alone put him in jail. The Emperor would confiscate his family and exterminate his clan if he said anything to him. But now that they were no longer in the Great Zhou, they could not count on the Great Zhou's identity. It's not that I haven't thought about using my identity as a member of the royal family of the Great Zhou dynasty to enter Nanzhao openly, but that would be too conspicuous. Who knows? I might not get the antidote, but someone might plot against me. Although I'm suffering now, it's not impossible to escape. At worst, they can be more cautious in the future. It's time for dinner. The jailer brought the food to each cell door. Yuan took a look and saw that it was rice porridge mixed with sand and bitter pickles, which made her feel sick. Fortunately, she and Yin Jiuqiao had eaten a lot of cakes in the carriage, so she was not hungry at the moment. Jiang Hai had been driving for an afternoon, so he must have been starving. Now that she was in prison, she naturally couldn't care about this. Yuan leaned against the wall quietly, intending to close her eyes and rest, and wait for an opportunity to escape in the middle of the night. Suddenly, she heard the sound of the cell door opening, and another unlucky guy was caught. She didn't intend to pay attention, but somehow, she opened her eyes and found that the newcomer was actually a monk in green wearing a bamboo hat. The bamboo hat was wide, and his face was shrouded in shadow. Yuan's eyes paused. Wait, isn't this the young monk who lived next door to her and Yin Jiuqiao in Qinghe town? Why did he come to Xiqing as well? Was he also arrested and thrown into prison? Did he have no past like them? Or did he commit something else? Yuan met him by chance, so she was confused and didn't intend to ask him for clarification. And the monk didn't know whether he didn't recognize Yuan, or recognized her, but didn't care. He found a place to meditate casually. On his left was a drunk who was sleeping and picking his feet, and on his right was an empty corner. In the messy cell, he was as calm as a Bodhi, and his whole body seemed to be filled with a sense of zen. Yuan could feel her heart calm down. This is really strange. I obviously don't believe in Buddhism. Yuan shook her head, didn't think about it anymore, and continued to close her eyes to rest. On the other side, Qingyan and his group found an inn to stay. Zisu's eyes were swollen from crying, and the old man asked Fuling to take Zisu back to the room. Leaving Qingyan, and you go to discuss the matter of saving people. Old Chui was also there. Old Chui said, why don't you just make it clear? After all, the prince is also a member of the royal family of the Great Zhou dynasty. The Nanzhao government will never dare to touch him easily. What do you know? Qingyan said nonchalantly. Yin Jiuqiao was poisoned by the Nanzhao people. If they knew that he was looking for an antidote, do you think they would keep the antidote for us to get? Old Chui choked. That's what I said. But what if they found out Yin Jiuqiao's identity and killed him secretly? If he's dead, what's the point of talking about antidote? In my opinion, it's better to make it public. At least the Nanzhao people won't act rashly. Qingyan looked at the old man. Grandma, what do you say? If it was just Yin Jiuqiao, it wouldn't matter if he made his identity public. But since it was about Yuan, the Nanzhao royal family couldn't find out about her existence. Otherwise everything would be exposed, which would not be good for her. The great princess. And the Ghost Clan. The thought flashed through the old man's mind. And he had already made up his mind. Save him first. And then we'll deal with it if we can't save him. Qing Yan nodded. Okay. I will go to rob the prison with you go later. The old man asked, have you found out the terrain? I have found it out. Qing Yan spread out the map and drew with cinnabar. This is the back door of the government office. This is the dungeon. We sneak in from the back door and can rob the people out quickly. Hey. 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 What is this huge thing next to it? Old Chui said, pointing at the map. It's the city lord's mansion. Qing Yan replied. Old Chui glared. Are you kidding me? You want to rob the prison under the eyes of the city lord's mansion? Qing Yan explained. Although the city lord's mansion and the government office are separated by a wall, the main entrance is far away. The back door where the dungeon is located is next to the most secluded courtyard of the city lord's mansion. I checked and no one lives in that courtyard. It won't disturb anyone. The old man reminded. It's better to be safe than sorry. There are distinguished guests in West City. There is martial law everywhere. Don't underestimate the city lord's mansion. I know. Grandma. You go, and I will be careful. Qing Yan put away the map. The old man looked at the endless night and said, it's getting late. Let's get going. Here. Old Chui threw 2 medicine bottles to the two. 10 times the dose of knockout drug. Be careful not to inhale it yourself. The two put away the medicine bottles, changed into night clothes, avoided the guards patrolling the street, and performed Qinggong to go to the West City government office. Just as Qing Yan and Yuego were on their way to the government office, Yuan and her group also started to move. A distinguished guest came to the city lord's mansion, and a lot of staff from the government office were withdrawn, which led to insufficient guards in the prison, which greatly allowed people to take advantage of loopholes. The jailer sat on the wooden table at the end of the corridor, leaning his head on one hand, and fell asleep. A little white ball scurried in, looking around, and ran all the way into Yuan's cell. Yuan opened her eyes, and saw that it was the little fox. She was delighted and made a silent gesture to it, and pointed at the sleeping jailer. The little snow fox understood, scurried back, jumped on the stool, and took the jailer's key. The prisoners all fell asleep. Yuan's movements were very gentle. She first untied her handcuffs and leg cuffs, then opened the cell door. She walked out gently, ignoring the cellmates in the cell. When she stepped out of the cell door, she subconsciously glanced at the monk. The monk did not respond, as if he had fallen asleep. Yuan did not wake him up. He was not hers. It was his luck to escape. Besides, if the monk was stubborn and reported her loudly, she would be miserable. Yuan took the little snow fox to Yin Jiocha's cell. Yin Jiocha fell asleep. Yuan was convinced that he could sleep so soundly in the prison. Yuan thought about it, and went to the cell in front to bring Jiang Hai out. Jiang Hai was also ready to escape from prison, but he did not expect Yuan to act before him. He was awake and moved very quickly. He went to another cell and carried the sleeping Yin Jiocha on his back, and left the prison with Yuan. Jiang Hai was good at Qinggong, and Yuan's steps were not heavy, so the two of them slipped out of the prison smoothly. Little Snow Fox followed them happily. Suddenly, Jiang Hai paused. Wait. Yuan also paused. The little Snow Fox didn't look at the road and bumped into Yuan's heel, making her dizzy and eyes full of stars. What's wrong? Yuan asked. Jiang Hai's ears moved. Someone. Yuan listened attentively, and sure enough, patrols came to both ends of the alley. This was not good. With Jiang Hai's martial arts, Yuan believed that they could successfully fight their way out. But what about after they fought their way out? Jiang Hai and Yuan thought of the same thing, and they exchanged glances. Then, at the same time, a light flashed in their minds, and they looked at the high wall on the side at the same time. Even if Jiang Hai had been to West City, he didn't know where this was in the dark. They both thought it was a house of a wealthy family, and never thought it would be the most heavily guarded city lord's mansion in West City. It's too late. Hide first? Yuan said. Jiang Hai nodded, and it was the only way. Jiang Hai used his qigong to jump onto the wall and reached out to Yuan. Yuan picked up the little snow fox, grabbed his hand and jumped up. After all, Yuan had a soul from another world in her bones. It was nothing for her to pull the handle in an emergency. She jumped onto the wall and jumped down quickly, leaving Jiang Hai, whose palms were burning, stunned. What are you doing? Come down quickly, Yuan urged. Jiang Hai's face flushed. But thanks to the cover of the night, it was not obvious. He hurriedly flew down. But the time he was stunned just now was waiting for the patrolling guards. The guards vaguely saw a piece of clothing flying into the city lord's mansion. Did you see anything? The sharp-eyed guard frowned. The others shook their heads. To be cautious, the guard led his brothers to the wall where the noise was detected. He squatted down and was about to find footprints on the ground. But suddenly, his companion shouted, "Who?" It was a monk in green who escaped from prison. Everyone's attention was attracted by the monk, and they didn't care about the thief, who didn't know whether he existed or not, and quickly rushed towards the monk. Yuan and Jiang Hai were of course unaware of this. The moment they jumped into the mansion, they ran into the maid in the mansion. Fortunately, they were smart and didn't let the maid see them. The two had to find another place to hide. When the maid left and the patrolling guards cleared the area, they climbed over the wall again. But as more and more maids and servants appeared, it seemed that it was not so easy for them to return the same way. The two hid behind the rockery. Soon, the guards also came. Yuan whispered, "What kind of mansion is this? Why are there so many guards?" Even wealthy families, such as the Bai mansion and the young master's mansion, don't have so many guards on patrol. Jiang Hai felt uneasy because these guards were not ordinary guards, but well-trained soldiers. Oh no! We've entered the city lord's mansion. Jiang Hai finally realized what kind of tiger's den they had entered. This was not much better than the prison. The prison only had a prison door, and the jailer was not to be feared. But the guards of the city lord's mansion were all top-notch masters. Jiang Hai whispered, "West City is the fief of the Hellion family. The city lord is a retainer of the Hellion family. And the guards they have are all masters carefully cultivated by the Hellion family. Madam, if you can't hide later, I will lead them away. And you take the prince away first." Yuan shook her head, "No. I will lead them away. And you take Yin Jiuchu away." "No," Yuan said, "I don't know Qigong. If someone catches up Yin Jiuchu, and I will still not be able to escape. You are different. You can go far. But madam," Yuan curved her lips, "you have to believe me. I still have the ability to protect myself." Jiang Hai naturally understood that such an arrangement was the safest. He was not a fussy person. Although he was worried about Yuan, he finally accepted Yuan's plan. Yuan gestured to Jiang Hai, "We will split into two groups and try not to be discovered." Jiang Hai nodded. "You are good at Qigong. You go first," Yuan said. Jiang Hai pressed Yin Jiuchao's sleeping point, untied his belt, and tied Yin Jiuchao on his back, and looked back at Yuan. "Madam, be careful. I will come to pick you up after I settle the prince." Yuan nodded, "Okay." Jiang Hai carried Yin Jiuchao on his back and disappeared into the endless night. Yuan decided to find an empty house to hide first. She avoided the sight of the maids and sneaked into a dark and unlit courtyard. This courtyard is quiet enough. It should be enough for her to hide for an hour or two. But as soon as Yuan walked to the corridor, the little snow fox in her arms squeaked. Yuan covered its mouth and pricked up her ears vigilantly. "General, please come this way." A strong male voice came from outside the yard. Yuan paused. Could it be that she was so unlucky that someone would move into the courtyard she had just found? "I know that the general doesn't like to be disturbed. This courtyard is the quietest courtyard in the mansion. I have asked the servants to clean it carefully during the day." Jiang Hai said that Shiqing was the fief of the Hellion family. In this case, the general mentioned by this man should also be from the Hellion family. Hellion Qi is dead. Who could this general be? Yuan was thinking about it when a group of people came to the courtyard. It was impossible to leave the courtyard. So Yuan pushed open a room and slipped in. The little snow fox was stunned. The door of the house opened, and a white hand reached out and scooped the little snow fox in. Yuan held the little snow fox in her arms and pointed her eyes at the slit of the window. She saw two maids holding lanterns walking in front, a dozen guards walking in 2 rows, and a burly young man stepped into the yard. He was about 30 years old, and his clothes and demeanor were extraordinary. He gestured respectfully, as if inviting someone into the yard. However, the first thing Yuan saw was a wheelchair, with a silver-white body, glowing with a faint cold light under the moonlight. Then, Yuan's eyes turned to the person in the wheelchair. This was a man with a very strong aura. But his aura was not outward, but more like hidden in his wide robe. His facial features were firm, angular, and his thick eyebrows flew into his temples. He did not show any dejection because of his disability. Even if he was sitting in a wheelchair, he seemed to be able to look down on the world. Chapter 320. The truth is revealed. Is this the great general that the young man mentioned? A member of the Hellion family? He doesn't look like Hellion Chi. Hellion Chi is so ugly that he can't even compare to a hair of this man. It is precisely because she has seen Hellion Chi that Yuan has no illusions about Hellion Chi's family. Who would have thought that she would see a man who can compete with Yin Jiuch in appearance? Just send him here. Please go back. City Lord. A young man said. The young man called the City Lord smiled and bowed to the man in the wheelchair. It's late at night. The general should rest early. And I will take my leave first. This young man turned out to be the City Lord. Are all the officials of Nanzhao so young? But the man in the wheelchair is not very old either, and looks about the same age as her father. While Yuan was thinking, the Lord of West City said goodbye, and the attendant pushed the wheelchair to the corridor. The Lord of West City had spent a lot of time to entertain the distinguished guests. Wooden boards were placed on the steps to facilitate the wheelchair to go up and down freely. General, are you tired? If you ask me, those people just now were too ignorant. Didn't you see that you were unhappy? They kept toasting you. The attendant said naggingly. The man in the wheelchair didn't speak, but there was a hint of fatigue between his brows. The attendant pushed the wheelchair to the corridor. Yuan looked at them and prayed secretly. Not this room. Not this room? Here we are. The attendant said. This is the room. What you fear is what you get. Yuan looked around. It would be easy to be discovered if she got under the bed, and it would be a bit difficult to get into the cabinet. After thinking about it, she saw the room beside her, and turned her footsteps, and stepped behind the curtain. The attendant pushed the general into the house. Yuan concentrated and held her breath. At this moment, she could not see them, but could only hear their conversation clearly. General, I'll ask the kitchen to boil some hot water, so that you can take a bath to relieve your fatigue. You didn't eat anything at the dinner. Should I ask them to finish the porridge? Sweet or salty porridge? No, I'm not hungry. But you have to eat something. Have you bought everything I asked you to buy? I've bought it. Incense, paper money, tribute, clothes, and houses, just like in previous years. The clothes and houses he mentioned were naturally not things for living people, but made of paper. Yuan had seen them in her previous life. It was said that they were burned for deceased relatives, so that they could enjoy them in the underworld. Are you still going to say you're going to see the young master tomorrow? Asked the attendant. Yes. The general nodded. Okay. I got it. The attendant went to open the door. And just as he reached the door, you should eat something? Mutton noodles? No. Oh. The attendant went out a little disappointed. But just after taking a step, he heard the general's voice cold. Who? The attendant walked back. Yuan pinched her nose tightly. Her nose was itchy just now, and she wanted to sneeze. But she hadn't sneezed yet. How could the general find out? The attendant pulled out a dagger and walked towards the room with a cold expression. Who is it? Gee. A cute little white ball rolled out. Huh? The attendant glared, bent over and picked up the little white ball, turned around and smiled. General. It's a little fox. The little snow fox looked at the man in the wheelchair in a cute way. The general stretched out his hand. The attendant put the little snow fox in his palm. The little guy was soft and small, with a pair of watery fox eyes and a tuft of silly hair on his head. It was so cute. The general suddenly laughed. The attendant was stunned. Did he hear it right? His master just laughed? How long has it been since he heard the general laugh? He was sold to the Hellion mansion at the age of 8, and has been serving in the general's courtyard ever since. He was a child who swept the courtyard at first, and became the general's attendant when he grew up. It has been 9 years now. He remembers that the general laughed only a few times, and not once did he laugh from the heart. The attendant thought he probably heard it wrong. He looked at his master again. Coincidentally, at this moment, the little snow fox broke free from the general's clutches, flew up and pounced, and quickly escaped, but crashed into the corridor column with a bang, and was hopelessly stupid. The general laughed again. The master looks really good when he laughs. The attendant was stunned. Soon, he came to his senses and realized that his master did laugh twice in succession. He opened his eyes in disbelief. Since the master's martial arts was abolished, he has never laughed heartily again. But then again, that little stupid fox is quite funny. I don't know which master in the mansion raised this stupid fox, but no matter who it is, The general of his family has taken a fancy to it, and it belongs to the general from now on. The long servant picked up the little stupid fox that was hit so hard that his eyes were full of stars, and flicked its belly with a smile. Serve the general well, and I guarantee you will have delicious food and spicy drinks. The little snow fox was taken away, and the general also asked the long servant to push it to the bathtub for a bath. Yuan took the opportunity to slip out of the yard. The general was very quiet, and there were no patrolling guards in this area. Yuan easily came to the bottom of a courtyard wall. She moved a stone and climbed up the wall. Suddenly, a figure hugged her soft waist and took her to the other side of the wall. Yuan took out the silver needle in her sleeve. "Madam, it's me," Jiang Hai said in time. Yu Song's expression relaxed, and he took back the silver needle. Jiang Hai raised his stiff and hot arms and bowed. "I was rude just now. Please forgive me." "Madam." Yuan paused, then realized that he was referring to the incident of hugging her by the waist and throwing her down to the ground. Yuan waved her hand. "Don't worry about these details. The big things are important. Where is Yin Jiuchu?" Jiang Hai replied, "Qing Yin, and you go sent the prince back to the inn." Jiang Hai also met Qing Yin and the others after leaving the city lord's mansion. It was fortunate that they met them. Otherwise the two would have to go to the prison. The prisoner's escape had already aroused vigilance in the prison cell. If the two really went there, they would undoubtedly fall into a trap. Yuan nodded and said, "It's good that everything is fine. Let's go back to the inn." Jiang Hai led the way. The two returned to the inn. Yin Jiucha woke up halfway, and old Chui gave him medicine, which had the effect of calming the nerves and helping sleep. But he kept his eyes open until Yuan entered the room and then closed his eyes and fell asleep. "Is he okay?" Yuan asked softly. Old Chui snorted. "He won't die. Where did you go just now? Why are they all back?" His tone was not good, but he was really concerned about Yuan. Yuan told him about the incident of mistakenly entering the general's yard. Qing Yin thought of the conversation he heard on the street and said to the old man, "Grandma, do you think that general is Helian Baiming?" Helian Baiming? Yuan was stunned. She had heard Yin Jiuchao mention this name. He was Helian Qi's cousin and the #1 general in Nanzhao. Could it be him? So he has such a strong aura? Yuan pondered. No. If he is a general, how can he sit in a wheelchair? I don't think he has fallen or sprained his muscles. The old man said he didn't practice properly back then, and his muscles and veins were damaged. His martial arts were completely useless. His legs can still walk, but when he walks, it's like 1,000 needles piercing his heart. So that's it. A generation of heroes ended up like this. Yuan couldn't help but sigh. So, Grandma is sure that the general is Helian Baiming? The old man nodded. It should be him. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he ran away quickly. Helian Qi's death is closely related to the young master's mansion. If he falls into the hands of Helian Baiming, his fate can be imagined. I think you have guessed the cause of Helian Qi's death. The young master's mansion and the Helian family have a feud. Now that the Helian family has come to Xiqing, I am afraid. Qing Yin said, "Don't worry, Princess. I heard people on the streets say that Helian Baiming came to pick up his nephew and will leave soon. As long as we don't let the government find out, we won't alarm him." Pick up his nephew? No. He is here to worship someone. Huh? Qing Yin frowned in confusion. He is from the imperial capital. Why would he come to Xiqing to worship someone? There is indeed such a person. The old man suddenly spoke. Everyone looked at him in confusion. The old man said slowly, Helian Baiming had a younger brother who fell off a cliff not long after he was born. His body was gone, and it seemed that he was in the West City. When did it happen? How come I don't know? Qing Yin asked. The old man said, it happened more than 30 years ago. You were not born yet. When you were born and understood things, no one mentioned it. Yuan pondered for a moment and said, but I think he seemed to be a little sneaky and didn't want to be discovered. This has to do with the customs of Nanzhao. In Nanzhao, people who died suddenly cannot be buried in a grand manner. There can't even be a stone tablet. People who died suddenly must be buried where they died, and they cannot be worshipped. Otherwise they will be infected with his resentment and bring bad luck back home. These are all weird and supernatural stories, but everyone believes them. Helian Baiming is a Nanzhao general. If he gets into trouble, it will not only harm the Helian family, but the entire Nanzhao kingdom under his protection, even if it is to appease the people. Helian Biming cannot openly worship his brother who died violently. Yuan held her chin and said, "It seems that this general is quite loyal and righteous. The death of Helian Qi will not be easily revealed. God bless. Don't let the general find them." Thinking of something, Yuan asked, "When did his brother fall off the cliff?" 35 years ago, the old man said. The reason why the old man remembered it so clearly was that year he had just become the priest of the clan. He heard that the Helian family of Nanzhao Kingdom had a legitimate second son. He was going to congratulate them on behalf of the clan, but suddenly received bad news. There was no need to go. The legitimate second son of the Helian family died. 35. Yuan murmured. As old as her father. The group rested in the inn for one night. Thanks to Helian Biming, the government office did not arrest them in a big way. Otherwise, if Helian Biming knew that the West City government office could not even catch a few petty criminals who bought fake travel permits, their official positions would probably be over. However, the inspection of travel permits has become more and more strict. Even if you spend a lot of money, you may not be able to buy a travel permit. The old man sighed helplessly. For now, there is only one last way. Half an hour later, the group appeared in front of a house in the south of the city. Yuan looked at the 4 characters on the plaque. Longman Escort Agency. "Grandma, we are not going to run a convoy?" she asked. The old man said, "In Nanzhao, there is only one kind of person who does not need to check the travel permit." "Escort master?" Yuan said. "Poison master," the old man replied. "The escort agencies in Nanzhao are not only responsible for escorting goods, but also for the Gu masters. Because the people of Nanzhao believe in the Gu god, the Gu masters have a very important status in Nanzhao. As long as they are lucky enough to receive a Gu master escort, they can successfully avoid the pursuit of the government." Yuan thought about it and asked, "Does the escort agency dare to use people without a pass?" The old man said, "The Gu master will first put a Gu on the escort, and then remove the Gu when they reach the destination. So that's it." Yuan suddenly realized. The Gu master is very precious, but also very fragile. Masters like Wei are rare in a century. When choosing escorts, Gu masters don't mind their origins as long as they are good enough. The old man began to regret not bringing Wei with him. It was such a lucky thing to have a powerful Gu master in Nanzhao. The few of them were lucky enough to meet a Gu master going to the imperial capital. This Gu master was invited by a family in the imperial capital. The family originally sent a guard, but they encountered robbers on the way, and the guard was injured. In order not to delay the journey, the Gu master came to Longnan Escort Agency to look for guards and escorts. Jiang Hai, Qing Yin, and Yugo's martial arts stood out among many escorts. So the Gu master decided to hire them. But the 3 people requested that they must bring their families along. Otherwise, they would not accept this escort. The Gu master agreed. But the Gu master also put forward his own conditions. That all the people accompanying him must be planted with his unique Gu. The Gu master said arrogantly, "Don't worry. As long as I arrive safely in the imperial capital, I will cure you of the Gu." The group boarded the carriage to the imperial capital. Gu masters have always been the object of scramble among the noble families. No one wants to offend a Gu master, because no one knows whether this Gu master is involved in a very powerful family. When leaving the city gate, the guard saw that the other party was a Gu master, and immediately respectfully let his team go. Humph. The carriage was driving on the wide official road. In the second carriage, Yin Jiuchao snorted indifferently. Yin Jiuchao is the prince. In the past, when he was on the road, his carriage always drove in the front. Now that a third-rate Gu master has come, his carriage has been postponed to the second place. No wonder the Prince Yin, who has never been behind others, rolled his eyes wildly. Yuan peeled a fresh longan. In August of the Mid-Autumn Festival, you can no longer eat such plump longans in the capital, but you can still buy some in Nanzhao. Yuan fed the peeled longan to Yin Jiuchao's mouth. Yin Jiuchao refused to eat it. This guy is still angry. Strictly speaking, it's not his fault. Earlier in Lianhua village, Yin Jiuchao had seen a Gu master. That Gu master cheated and deceived, and was greedy. He almost lost Yin Jiuchao's good impression. Let's not talk about this for the time being. The young Gu master in front of him is not an easy person to deal with. Jiang Hai, Qing Yin, and Yugo are obviously the people he hired. But he insisted on ordering Yin Jiuchao to do things. Young Master Yin has never been ordered around since he was a child. If Qing Yin hadn't stopped him quickly, young Master Yin would have chopped him off on the spot. Yuan said softly, my husband is the most generous. He won't get angry with that kind of person. Yin Jiuchao frowned. Yuan. Are you indirectly scolding me for being stingy? How could I? Humph. Yin Jiuchao fell on the simple couch behind him, rolled up the quilt, and gave Yuan a big butt. Yuan leaned over and kissed his cheek with a smile. Yuan. Yes. Yin Jiuchao punched the cotton with his fist, puffed his cheeks with resentment, and went to sleep. Yuan supported his shoulders and comforted him softly. Isn't he just a bad boy? Let's ignore him and don't talk to him. But soon, Yuan found that she was naive. Some people will exploit you in various ways if you don't take the initiative to provoke them. The Gu master was young, but he didn't know who had made him a bad boy. When he stayed at the post station at night, he didn't burn mosquito-repellent grass, and asked Jiang Hai to catch all the mosquitoes in his room, not leaving any. He was hungry in the middle of the night, and he didn't eat the food in the inn. He woke up Hugo and asked him to go to the town 20 miles away to buy a bowl of jelly that had been closed long ago. Xingyan bought a box of chestnut cakes for Yuan, but the Gu master snatched it away before he even entered the inn. Also, the clothes need to be washed. After he said that, he took a bite, thought it was unpalatable, and spit it back into the box, and returned the box to Xingyan. Xingyan was so angry that he almost beat him up on the spot. A mere third-rate Gu master, not even as good as Awei's toes. Awei didn't dare to give them such a cold shoulder. How could this little wimp deserve it? Not only Xingyan and the other two were tormented by the Gu master, but even Zisu and Fu Ling were not spared. But what really angered everyone was another matter. Awei, I told you to go out without me.